Chapter 1. Predicament. Lin Yi's consciousness struggled to emerge from the haze, and before her lay not the familiar game login interface, but an oppressive darkness. A line of semi-transparent, technologically infused system prompts abruptly floated into her view. Warning: initial security protocol initiated. Insufficient environmental energy levels, solar leap engine unable to recharge. Forced return program time remaining 2:59. Had she traversed into another realm? And was there an automatic 3-minute return mechanism? Lin Yi suddenly realized that she had likely entered an exceedingly realistic game dimension. However, a dire predicament ensnared her. Her body was tightly encased within a cold, metallic vessel, surrounded by an intricately complex internal structure. Vague outlines resembling neural connection cables and hydraulic conduits were discernible, and her arms and legs seemed to be linked to some sort of manipulative exoskeleton. This was no ordinary container, it was a cockpit. Forced return program time remaining. Midnight, return failed. Notice: unknown identity information detected initiating fusion. With the 3-minute countdown complete, the opportunity for return vanished. Immediately thereafter, a torrent of memories surged in her mind, akin to a game backend downloading an update package. This was a peculiar game world centered around mecha and mechanical arts. The Moonlight Dynasty, rather than the ancient empire she had envisioned, represented a formidable force within this game dimension, renowned for its unparalleled biomechanical fusion technology and neural linkage mechanics, capable of creating mechas that possessed the agility of living beings, yet were fortified with bodies of steel. Each top-tier mecha was regarded as having a unique soul. At the heart of the dynasty lay the Heavenly Artisan Pavilion, not a traditional workshop, but a mysterious organization that gathered the most elite mecha designers, neural link specialists, and mechanical artisans, dedicated to the development of legendary mechas capable of altering the course of battles and even societal structures. In this world, Lin Yi's father, Lin Fu, was a distinguished mecha engineer specializing in data chain resonance and structural computation within the Heavenly Artisan Pavilion. However, he was framed and expelled due to his possession of certain core secrets or technologies, subsequently hunted by a mecha-killing squad dispatched by unseen adversaries. Utilizing his exceptional skills in modifying and piloting mechas, Lin Fu managed to escape multiple times. During his final attempt, on the outskirts of Jeju City, for uniquely designed and powerful mechas surrounded him, laying a deadly trap. In this critical moment, Lin Fu activated his last resort. He placed Lin Yi into the cockpit of an unremarkable, stealth-oriented light mecha known as the Xiangui codename Xianjia cabin, and urgently submerged it in a predetermined underground hideout. Meanwhile, Lin Fu piloted another mecha, disguised and equipped with an overloaded energy core, feigning an escape to the east. As he successfully drew all enemy mechas towards him, he activated the self-destruct sequence Xian Core Detonation. A terrifying explosion and energy shockwave engulfed the area within a 5-mile radius, consuming all enemy mechas along with their pilots. Today marks the 3rd day of the execution of the survival protocol embedded within the Xiangui mech, as the cockpit cover automatically unlocks. Lin Yi painstakingly extricates herself from the lightweight mech that had saved her life. Before her lies a scorched expanse of earth, ravaged as if repeatedly plowed by weapons of unfathomable energy, with melted metal remnants and shards of mech strewn about, rendering their original forms unrecognizable. Chapter 2. Opportunity. She endured her discomfort, relying on memory to locate the site where her father had last detonated the device. Beside a twisted mass of what appeared to be remnants of a mech engine, she discovered a metal hairpin wedged in a crevice. This hairpin, crafted from a unique material, was an item her father always kept close. At its apex, a Yuanyao stone, a high-performance microenergy core, served as a key for the disciples of the Tiangong Pavilion. Carefully, she removed the Yuanyao stone, causing the internal structure of the hairpin to overload and disintegrate into a heap of metallic powder. She futilely searched the ruins for traces of her father, ultimately confronting reality and using scorched earth and rubble to construct a modest grave, fulfilling her last filial duty to this world. In the distance, she spotted 2 slightly damaged Yuanyao stones, evidently belonging to the pilots of the destroyed enemy mechs. Lin Yi's heart sank. This confirmed the presence of Tiangong Pavilion members among her pursuers. Who was the mastermind behind this? To uncover the truth and possibly locate a system flaw within this game realm that could allow her to log off or attempt to return, visiting the Tiangong Pavilion became imperative. She returned to the Xiangui mech and rummaged through the personal storage compartment in the cockpit, finding a small emergency kit. Inside were 2 sets of portable protective gear, some high-energy compressed rations, a few units of the world's common currency, energy coins, and a jade tablet left by her father, engraved with intricate circuit-like patterns, signifying her status as a disciple of the Tiangong Pavilion, a high-level access key. Standing on the streets of Jeju City, a blend of cyberpunk aesthetics and ancient mechanical charm, she watched the occasional passerby, some with cybernetic enhancements, and the distant patrols of colossal mechanical beasts. Lenny took a deep breath. Once an exceptional industrial designer in the real world, particularly skilled in conceptual mech creations, she never anticipated that an unforeseen incident would thrust her into this remarkably authentic gaming universe. Having missed her opportunity for a safe return akin to a new player's protection period, her primary objective now was survival. Thoughts of revenge and methods of returning required careful planning. She assessed her initial funds and sought out the most unassuming inn, which also provided mech battery rentals and accommodations. Using an alias, she secured a room. After a brief refresh, she descended to the public supply station on the inn's lower level, ordered the cheapest synthetic beef-flavored nutritional noodles, and paid an additional 10 energy coins for a vitamin block and a piece of high-energy compressed cake. After surviving on nutrient liquids in the mech cockpit for 3 days, she was famished. She guzzled down 2 cups of complimentary filtered water and quickly devoured the small dish of basic electrolyte beans provided. When the steaming bowl of noodles arrived, she immediately began to eat ravenously. Surprisingly, it was quite palatable. The broth was concocted from some sort of rich soup base, and the noodles were adorned with impressively realistic slices of beef. At that moment, the conversation from a nearby table, occupied by individuals who appeared to be freelance mech mercenaries, caught her attention. Have you heard? The Jeju Tiangong division has invested significantly, offering a substantial reward for the design of a new type of lightweight guardian mecha or high-performance exoskeleton. It is rumored that this is intended as a birthday gift for the emperor, a gesture to showcase national prestige. Indeed, should the design be selected, not only would one receive a reward of 1,000 energy coins, but they would also secure a long-term collaboration contract with the Tiangong division, and even the opportunity to obtain their latest neural link drive program. Chapter 3. The Artisan Pavilion. The prospect of a substantial reward and the opportunity to engage with the Artisan Pavilion is akin to a fortuitous windfall for Lin Yi. Precisely what she desperately requires at this juncture. Armed with her knowledge of mecha design and a nascent understanding of the mecha technology within this virtual realm, Lin Yi feels she may seize this rare opportunity. She hurriedly finishes her meal, scarcely savoring the flavors, and eagerly inquires with the service robot at the supply station about the precise location of the Artisan Pavilion. The robot's eyes flicker with a blue luminescence as it swiftly retrieves relevant information. After a brief interlude, it emits a mechanical voice. Query: Artisan Pavilion, Jeju Branch. Route has been planned. Caution: this area currently experiences high foot traffic. Please be mindful of your belongings. After expressing her gratitude to the innkeeper, Lin Yi turns and strides out of the establishment. Her gait is light and resolute, imbued with anticipation for the journey ahead. Holding her terminal, Lin Yi effortlessly merges into the bustling crowd, guided by the directional arrows displayed on her device. The buildings flanking the street exhibit a myriad of architectural styles. Some tower majestically, while others are quaint and charming, each exuding a unique allure. As she walks, a strikingly grand edifice suddenly comes into view. This structure is unlike any she has previously encountered. It resembles a colossal tower, akin to a sophisticated instrument, standing at the heart of the city. The exterior of the building is enveloped in a matte black composite armor plate, imparting an indomitable impression while effectively shielding against external disturbances and assaults. Interspersed between the armor plates are numerous energy conduits emitting an ethereal blue glow, resembling the veins of a living organism that intricately bind the entire structure together. Lin Yi's gaze ascends gradually, ultimately resting on the side of the building. There, a colossal holographic emblem hangs prominently, its design intricately woven with gears, dragon motifs, and neurons, radiating a sense of advanced technology and mystery. Beneath the emblem, the words Artisan Pavilion are emblazoned in bold characters, accompanied by the smaller inscription Jeju Branch. Surrounding this architectural marvel, an array of mechas and hover vehicles seamlessly navigate the designated takeoff and landing platforms. Each vehicle showcases a distinctive design, characterized by sleek lines that embody the essence of futuristic technology. Observing these advanced modes of transportation, Lin cannot help but marvel at the high level of technological advancement in this world. As she gazes at the heavily guarded main entrance, which necessitates identity verification for entry, Lin prudently refrains from approaching. Instead, she takes a seat at an outdoor table of a nearby psychic tea establishment, with a sign proclaiming its ability to subtly restore mental energy across the street. Ordering the most economical basic focus tea, she concentrates intently on the conversations of surrounding players, most of which revolve around dungeons, equipment, and skills. Thus, she turns to a nearby middle-aged player tinkering with a mechanical eye to inquire about the call for mecha design. The middle-aged man did not lift his head, instead tapping his temple with his finger, indicating that the internal communication channel was more commonly used. The official website and regional channels refresh announcements at scheduled times each day. Oh, and by the way, the large holographic screen at their offline entrance broadcasts detailed information at the hours of 9, 12, 15, and 17, with NPCs available to answer questions. It was almost noon. You just need to wait. Lin nodded in gratitude. Indeed, it wasn't long before the colossal holographic screen on the exterior wall of the Heavenly Craft Division illuminated, showcasing an array of stunning mech concept designs. Simultaneously, a virtual AI figure clad in the attire of a technician from the Heavenly Craft Division appeared, broadcasting repetitive recruitment information in a melodious voice. After the broadcast concluded, an NPC dressed in the uniform of a junior technician, resembling a staff member, emerged from a side door, seemingly prepared to conduct inspections of external equipment. Lin promptly stood up and hurried over, calling out to him before he could turn away. "Excuse me." Lin endeavored to adopt a tone befitting an independent mech designer. "May I inquire if one can participate in the recruitment with only design blueprints and holographic simulation data, without a physical prototype?" Chapter 4. The visit. The attendant paused momentarily upon hearing her words, then quickly regained his composure, regarding Lin with a curious gaze that appraised her from head to toe. Before him stood a young woman of unassuming attire, yet her eyes sparkled with clarity, exuding an inexplicable focus and confidence. He responded with warmth, "Of course, miss. Do you have your design drawings with you?" He adjusted his address slightly. Lin shook her head. "I do not possess a physical copy, but the data is stored in my terminal and can be retrieved for a live demonstration. Would you be so kind as to inform the manager? I wish to discuss matters in person." The attendant was a straightforward fellow. Otherwise, he would not have been entrusted with the traditional task of attracting attention at the entrance. His presence here was likely due to the manager's goodwill, stemming from their distant familial ties, as he sought to lend him a hand. Nodding, the attendant led Lin into the internal exhibition area of the Jeju branch of the Tiangong Pavilion. Upon entering, Lin was captivated by the surroundings. No longer was she met with antiquated wooden structures. Instead, she found herself in a vast space imbued with futuristic technological aesthetics. Soft light bands guided the gaze, while holographic projections displayed three-dimensional models of various mechs and intricate components. Display tables showcased miniature engines shimmering with a metallic sheen, precise neural interfaces, and an array of mechanical parts whose purposes were indiscernible yet evidently complex. The air was tinged with a faint scent of ozone and lubricating oil. Observing Lin Yi's wide-eyed wonder as she took in the marvels around her, the attendant couldn't help but question her capabilities. However, recalling the impending anniversary of the group's founder and the manager's anxiety, so profound that he couldn't even stomach his energy bars, he resolved to seize even the faintest glimmer of hope. With that thought, the attendant smiled at Lin. "Please, take your time to explore. I shall consult the manager right away." With that, he hurried off towards the inner hall. In the center of the exhibition hall stood a striking holographic projection, a life tree model that continuously grew and transformed. Its internal structure as intricate as a machine. It radiated colors, and data streams flowed like intertwining branches. Almost every guest entering was immediately drawn to it. Lin noticed it as well, raising an eyebrow slightly before turning towards the area designated for exoskeletons and melee weaponry. From a young age, she had harbored an extraordinary fascination for mechanical structures and streamlined designs, particularly those that harmonized strength with aesthetic appeal. Now, in this game world replete with mechs, her passion remained unwavering. Before her lay rows of meticulously designed and expertly crafted miniature mech components and exoskeleton devices. With her background as a modern industrial designer, Lin Yi was astounded by the craftsmanship displayed in this game realm. Here existed numerous technologies that were mere concepts in her time, their precision and design philosophies transcending her comprehension. Especially captivating were the compact structures that integrated biological sensing with mechanical transmission. They appeared almost miraculous. Her breath quickened slightly, and her fingers instinctively curled. Reflecting on the meager initial funds in her account, she could not help but gently bite her lip. At that moment, the gentleman who had just departed returned. Noticing her rapt attention, he approached and whispered, "Miss, our manager is currently attending to a significant client, so you may need to wait for a while." He paused, observing Lin Yi's focused demeanor, and added, "It seems you are quite intrigued by our exhibits. Would you like me to introduce a few to you? It wouldn't hurt to learn a bit more." Upon finishing his sentence, he smiled sheepishly, seemingly concerned that Lin Yi might perceive him as condescending. Chapter 5. The Perspectives of the Sect. At this moment, Lin Yi's thoughts were entirely consumed by the intricate mechanical structures and the powerful designs surrounding her, leaving her oblivious to the unease of the attendant. She turned to him with a faint smile and said, "All right, please do introduce them to me." The attendant exhaled in relief and began to describe the exhibits from the nearby display stand. The piece, adorned with a shimmering data aura, resembling a brooch, was actually a miniature particle barrier generator that could create a localized defensive field when activated. Beside it, a biomechanical cheetah model showcased joints equipped with miniature hydraulic systems, capable of unleashing astonishing speed and power once energized, often utilized for reconnaissance. The attendant enthusiastically detailed over a dozen products, and Lin Yi listened with rapt attention. However, her gaze was suddenly drawn to an inconspicuous, palm-sized dark metallic short blade nestled in the corner of the display. The blade exhibited a matte finish, with subtle forging textures reminiscent of plant fibers. Its edge was strikingly simplistic, and the grip bore only the most basic anti-slip treatment, devoid of any superfluous embellishments. It lay casually on a rudimentary stand without even a proper sheath. Amidst the glimmering technological marvels surrounding it, this object appeared utterly out of place, akin to a half-finished component carelessly abandoned by an engineer. Yet, Lin Yi's memory informed her that this was no ordinary item. This was a Qingfeng, a close combat weapon forged from a special biological alloy, embedded with nanoscale energy conduits, representing an exceedingly rare original version of a high-frequency vibrating blade, later revered in legends as the assassin's artifact for melee mechs. The forging process of the Qingfeng was extraordinarily intricate. It was said that its core material originated from a certain extraterrestrial meteorite's biological metal, requiring special energy field quenching and years of meticulous manual adjustments to achieve its final form. For reasons unknown, this highly valuable Qingfeng had found its way to the Jeju branch, resting in such an unremarkable position. Noticing her rapt attention, the attendant craned his neck to glance at the blade and explained, "This tactical short blade has been here for quite some time. Its price is too high, and no one has bought it." Lin Yi understood immediately. If it were a full-sized high-frequency blade, even an exorbitant price would entice a mech engineer. However, this Qingfeng's diminutive size rendered it unfit as either a primary or secondary weapon for mechs, who would purchase it as a collectible or for dismantling if the price were outrageous. The attendant continued in a hushed tone. Later, the manager mentioned that if someone presented particularly outstanding design blueprints, especially regarding reverse engineering energy cores or new transmission structures, they could be used for trade. Yet, until now, no one has produced satisfactory designs for the manager. Lin Yi had initially thought she was fated to be estranged from the Qingfeng, but now, a glimmer of hope emerged. Unable to contain her curiosity, she pressed on, "What specific requirements does the manager have for the blueprints?" As soon as she finished speaking, a clear scoff echoed nearby. The laughter belonged to a young man, seemingly around 20 years of age, dressed in a fashionable manner, exuding an air of arrogance. Upon witnessing the young scion mock Lin Yi, his companions, seemingly friends or attendants, joined in raucously laughing without restraint. Lin Yi furrowed his brow, intent on disregarding them, and was about to resume her inquiry with the attendant regarding the details when she noticed the attendant's face flush with anxiety as he whispered to her. That gentleman is the esteemed disciple of Deputy Director Zhang from the technical department of the branch. We cannot afford to provoke him. Chapter 6. The Unveiling of Truth. Regrettably, there are some individuals from whom one cannot simply retreat. A follower of Zheng Chuan loudly proclaimed, "Hey, over there! If you can afford it, pay up. If not, stop dreaming. You think you can barter with blueprints? Who do you think you are? Our young master Zheng couldn't even exchange the design drawings he brought last time. What makes you think you have the capability?" Though this remark aimed to belittle Lin Yi, it simultaneously exposed Zheng Chuan's shortcomings. Zheng Chuan's expression darkened instantly, yet he raised his chin slightly, casting a condescending gaze at Lin Yi as if she were merely a foolish jester. The attendant, observing the escalating tension, discreetly wiped his brow, casting a furtive glance at Lin Yi, only to find her demeanor calm and unaffected. Instead, she turned her attention back to the attendant, her eyes bright and her tone serene as she inquired, "What specific type of blueprints do you require? Is there a precise definition for reverse flow?" After a moment of hesitation, the attendant lowered his voice and replied, "The manager is seeking the stable structural design of the reverse flow energy core." He cautiously added, "Everyone knows that energy output must be stable and unidirectional. Forcing a reverse flow could lead to overload or even an explosion. Therefore, no feasible blueprints have ever been presented." Seeing Lin Yi ponder without an immediate response, Zheng Chuan seized the opportunity to mock, "Reverse flow core? Little sister, I dare say you've never even heard of such advanced concepts. If you lack the ability, do refrain from putting on airs here. It's best you return home early." His entourage immediately joined in, ridiculing Lin Yi for her overestimation of herself and urging her to leave, lest she embarrass herself in the Tiangong Pavilion. At that moment, the sharp-eyed attendant noticed the district manager descending the floating staircase from the second floor and, akin to spotting a savior, exclaimed, "Manager." Although this manager did not directly engage in technological research, he oversaw the operations and commercial collaborations of the entire Jeju branch. Even the elders of the technical department would accord him some respect. Upon seeing him, Zheng Chuan and his group promptly tempered their arrogance, with Zheng Chuan standing a bit straighter and adopting a more respectful demeanor. The elder manager had already observed the earlier situation. He felt a tinge of dissatisfaction with the arrogance of Zheng Chuan's group, while simultaneously appreciating Lin Yi's calm composure amidst the onslaught. The contrast only heightened his intrigue regarding this unfamiliar young lady. He first nodded slightly to Zheng Chuan's group, signaling the sales assistant to attend to them. Before striding directly to the corner display, he retrieved a slender green blade, turned, and presented it to Lin Yi, his tone warm as he asked, "Interested? Feel it in your hands. It might offer a more tangible experience." Lin Yi gazed at the blade extended before her, hesitating for a few seconds before breaking into a serene smile. She accepted it with both hands, feeling its coolness, its weight, and balance just right. "Thank you, manager," she replied gently. The elder manager stroked his chin and gestured toward a nearby conference room. "This area is crowded and noisy, Miss Lin. Why don't you accompany me to the adjacent meeting room? We can sit and discuss your blueprints in detail at our leisure." Meeting the manager's meaningful gaze, Lin Yi understood and nodded slightly. "Very well, I appreciate your assistance." Having spoken, she grasped the azure blade and, with measured strides, followed the manager into the conference room. This left Zheng and his companions utterly bewildered, standing in place, completely at a loss as to how the situation had unfolded in such a manner. Chapter 7 Analysis. Lin Yi's fingertips glided gently across the holographic control panel, weaving intricate three-dimensional structures from the delicate blue streams of photons that followed her movements. After nearly an entire standard hour of intense concentration, she finally stepped back, satisfied, allowing the design to hover in the air and rotate slowly. The structural analysis of the quantum entanglement communicator was complete. She turned to the division supervisor and nodded slightly, apologizing for the wait. A glimmer of astonishment flashed in the supervisor's eyes. "There is no need for apologies. Even the chief engineer of the Interstellar Federation would find such a level of quantum structure captivating. I recall when the CTO of the Star Ring Group visited. He studied our warp engine model for 3 whole days. Lin Yi's lips curved into a faint smile. She summoned another holographic interface, revealing a set of complex quantum algorithms. Supervisor, I have heard that the division is seeking new solutions to transcend the existing limitations of quantum communication. Her gaze fell upon the hovering console. I could attempt to design an instantaneous communication protocol based on quantum entangled states. I wonder if this could grant me access to the division's starship construction facilities? Her tone was calm, yet her eyes radiated confidence. The supervisor noted the quantum simulation program running beside her, indicating she had come well prepared. You require more than just equipment access, do you not? The supervisor inquired keenly. A starship-level quantum communication system necessitates special quantum crystals as core materials. Lenny nodded. Indeed. However, I can provide a brand new quantum crystal growth algorithm, which would enhance the computational speed of the division's quantum computers by at least 3-fold. The supervisor pondered for a moment. The young woman before him appeared to be barely in her 20s, yet she proposed such audacious plans. Even more astonishing was the unique innovation displayed in the quantum algorithm model on her wrist device. Arrange for Miss Lin to utilize Laboratory 7, the supervisor instructed his assistant. Equipped with the highest level of quantum encryption and security systems. All experimental data will be handled according to interstellar confidentiality protocols. In less than a standard hour, Lin Yi found herself in a circular laboratory brimming with a sense of advanced technology. Flowing star maps of the galaxy adorned the curved walls, and a quantum workbench hovered in the center, surrounded by holographic control interfaces. She activated the neural interface and began constructing the quantum communication model. Her fingers danced across the photon keyboard, weaving a complex network of photons. Occasionally, she paused to summon a distribution map of interstellar dust clouds, seemingly calculating something. At dawn the following day, the laboratory doors slid open, and the supervisor entered with an elder in the uniform of the interstellar fleet. Lin Yi had just completed the verification of her final algorithm and was in the process of shutting down the holographic interface. This is Dr. Walter from the Interstellar Federation Academy, the supervisor introduced, and he is quite interested in your quantum communication proposal. Lin Yi calmly transmitted the data stream to the central display. Dr. Walter scrutinized the intricate quantum algorithms, his astonishment growing increasingly apparent. Is this a filtering mechanism utilizing the residual radiation of supernovae as quantum background noise? Doctor incredulously inquired. How did you conceive of this method? I stumbled upon this principle while researching the periodic radiation of pulsars, Lin Yi responded, as she summoned a set of star maps. In truth, each stellar system possesses its unique quantum characteristics, akin to fingerprints. The duo became deeply engrossed in their technical discourse, utterly oblivious to the passage of time. When they finally lifted their heads, 2 standard hours had elapsed. We must establish a special task force immediately. Dr. Walter conveyed to the supervisor, this technology has the potential to revolutionize the entire paradigm of interstellar communication. In the subsequent days, Lin Yi led the team in overcoming various technical challenges. The quantum communication prototype they devised not only transcended distance limitations, but, more importantly, addressed the long-standing issue of quantum decay that had plagued interstellar communication. On the day of the experiment's success, a comet traversed the laboratory's observation window, trailing a lengthy ion tail as if celebrating their achievement. Upon the completion of the final test, Dr. Walter gazed at Lin Yi, his eyes brimming with admiration. Would you be willing to join the Interstellar Federation Academy? We can offer you the finest research conditions. The supervisor interjected softly. In fact, I initially intended to invite Miss Lin to remain at our branch as chief engineer. Dr. Walter shook his head. Such a genius deserves to stand on a grander stage. Her invention will transform the very manner in which interstellar civilizations communicate. Lin Yi smiled faintly, her gaze cast towards the starry sky outside. I am merely pursuing what I love. As for the future, let us first complete our current project. Her fingers gently brushed the control panel, bringing up a map of the Milky Way, marked with countless civilizations awaiting connection. Chapter 8. Conspiracy under the starry firmament and the entropy mech. The evidence is irrefutable. What further excuses can you possibly muster? The engineer leader, Matthew, with a countenance darkened by malice, stepped forward, his voice resonating through the expansive observation hall via the loudspeaker, imbued with a somber and stern sense of judgment. His gaze, akin to a laser sight locking onto its target, was firmly fixed upon Lin Yi. Ms. Lin Yi, our division values your talent and has exceptionally granted you the highest permissions and resources to partake in the interstellar flowing wine project. To our astonishment, you dared to brazenly steal the unpublished energy matrix design of the star crystal mech from our esteemed core engineer, Mr. Zheng Hu. Impersonation and deceit. Such academic misconduct and sacrilege are intolerable not only to our Moonlight Group, but to the entire Interstellar Engineers Association. Any engineer with a sense of honor would feel shame in your presence. For the sake of this hollow glory, you trample upon academic ethics. What regard do you have for Engineer Zheng? What of the reputation that our Moonlight Group has cultivated over countless interstellar cycles? Matthew's accusations resonated with righteous indignation, amplified by the so-called evidence, compellingly provocative. He deftly exploited Lin Yi's status as an external collaborator, easily stirring the inherent xenophobia and protective instincts of many internal members present. The guests, who had previously been enraptured by the breathtaking beauty of the interstellar flowing wine holographic display, now cast glances at the solitary Lin Yi, their expressions having transformed dramatically. Shock, regret, blatant disdain, indifferent glee, and even a knowing recognition of the otherness. An array of complex emotions permeated the crowd, their whispers akin to a multitude of subtle currents buzzing in the grand hall, coalescing into an invisible torrent of pressure directed towards the eye of the storm. Alas, I had a hunch. How could an obscure external designer possibly conjure a masterpiece of the caliber of interstellar flowing wine from thin air? It turns out she pilfered engineer Zheng's star crystal matrix. That was a project he had painstakingly researched for ages, originally intended for application in the next generation of mainstay mechs. The director and supervisor truly misjudged this time, inviting a wolf into the fold. Now, let us see how she extricates herself from this. For the arbitration court of the Interstellar Engineers Association is no trifling matter. Lin Yi stood isolated at the center of the crowd, her simple matte gray engineer's attire surrounded by an invisible hostility from all directions, as if it could be torn apart at any moment. Her customary composure remained intact, yet a faint layer of bewilderment, stemming from the absurdity of the accusations and the unjust calamity she faced, veiled the warmth in her bright eyes. Her straightened back bore no sign of wavering, her gaze slightly lowered, resting upon her hands that had just manipulated the holographic display interface, now naturally hanging by her sides. Fingers slender yet steady. She seemed not to cower, but rather to engage in rapid contemplation, pondering the origins and logic behind this sudden and lethal accusation. This extraordinary tranquility, juxtaposed against the cacophony of malicious accusations and the inherent alienation stemming from an outsider's identity, resembles the sole untouched sanctuary within the eye of a tempest. Yet it appears remarkably fragile. At the opposite end of the observation hall, a figure clad in the crisp uniform of the Interstellar Federation Academy stands in silent repose. Yun Yanan, serving as the Federation's representative and the chief technical advisor at the Moonlight headquarters, bears the insignia of stars on their epaulets, which glimmers with a composed radiance in the soft light of the hall. Chapter 9. Conspiracy Under the Starry Dome, and the intrapy-reversing Mecha Yun Yanan's exquisite visage betrayed little emotion, save for her pair of profound eyes, deep as the vastness of the cosmos, which absorbed the tumultuous storm unfolding within the hall, one capable of obliterating a man's career. Her purpose here was to officially receive the masterpiece, the stellar flowing system, intended for the commemoration of the Federation's establishment. However, the sudden and volatile turn of events had clearly exceeded her expectations and disrupted her original plans. Her slender fingertips unconsciously grazed the cold edge of her data tablet, her gaze fleetingly traversing the tranquil, yet undeniably lonely figure of Lin Yi, then sweeping over the faces of several engineers, particularly Matthew, whose barely concealed excitement and malice were evident. Lastly, her eyes scanned the guests around her, noting the layers of detachment and scrutiny directed towards external personnel. A barely perceptible furrow creased the finely shaped brows of Yun Yanan, a whisper of doubt mingling with a deeper sense of injustice, an unfairness rooted not in the facts themselves, but in biases born of background and affiliation, rippling quietly beneath her calm, lake-like eyes. The tempest, though seemingly supported by irrefutable evidence, appeared to be entangled with the machinations of factions, personal grudges, and jealousy. She slightly tilted her head, her fingertip brushing against her ear to activate the built-in encrypted communicator. Her voice barely audible, meant solely for her aid. Ella, commence an immediate investigation. Focus on several key aspects. First, the complete activity logs of Lin Yi during her time at the branch, especially the access records. Second, the original logs and backup timestamps of Engineer Xinxuan project for cross-verification. Third, discreetly contact some lower-tier technicians and logistical assistants who have interacted with Lin Yi's project team to gather insights on her daily conduct and character. Fourth, check for any recent transactions or changes in permissions regarding the entropy-reversing mecha core within the branch. Act swiftly, yet discreetly. Understood, Commander. Ella's voice resonated clearly and efficiently in response. As she awaited feedback, Yin Yanen's gaze returned to the ongoing discourse. Matthew and others continued to expound their arguments, incessantly emphasizing the 70 similarity and the inherent motive for crime stemming from Lin Yi's status as an outsider. Lin Yi remained silent. In such circumstances, her reticence was interpreted as a lack of justification or an inability to defend herself. Soon, Ella's information was relayed through the bone conduction headset, her voice subdued. Commander, preliminary findings are as follows. First, Miss Lin's activity logs are exceptionally clean, apart from the 7th Design Laboratory, the central database, restricted to public literature, and her residence. There are virtually no other locations visited, with no intersection and access records with Engineer Zhang's core area for the Xinxuan project. Second, there are discrepancies in the last modification time of Engineer Zhang's original logs for the Xinxuan project, which shows minor conflicts with the backup timestamps. Further investigation is needed, requiring higher-level access. 3 low-level technicians and a materials allocation assistant encountered indicated that Miss Lin is exceptionally humble and focused, bordering on aloofness, devoting her entire energy to design and calculations, never engaging in disputes or inquiring about matters unrelated to her. The supervisor appears to hold her in high regard and offers her protection. Furthermore, an encrypted record was discovered. Approximately 2 months ago, a prototype micromecha core, codenamed Entropy, was allocated from the division's resource repository under high-level authorization, marked as exchanged for technical solutions, with the recipient being Miss Lin. However, the core and its associated design plans remain undisclosed, shrouded in a veil of confidentiality. Chapter 10. The Conspiracy Beneath the Starry Dome and the Entropy Mech Entropy Core? Yun Yanen silently contemplated this name, resonating with an air of challenge, and her interest intensified. Humble, focused, and almost transparent in her demeanor. She was acutely aware of a particular item that required high-level authorization for exchange and remained shrouded in confidentiality even after such an exchange, the Entropy Core and its intricate design. This stood in stark contrast to the nefarious portrayal of a relentless thief, as depicted amidst the accusations in the observation lounge, and the crude external narrative of original sin. Unfazed, Yun Yanen rose and feigned admiration for the vast starry sea outside the observation lounge, her footsteps gradually leading her towards the workbench at the corridor's entrance. Upon the table, amidst various dataport connections and a holographic projector, lay a seemingly forgotten black data chip. A minuscule holographic label on one side silently projected an exceedingly complex, self-iterating quantum energy circuit diagram. The sophistication and profundity of that diagram transcended ordinary engineering, brimming with a revolutionary, almost artistic imagination. The flow of energy, its guidance, constraints, and transition methods deviated significantly from all known mech energy theories, yet it formed a coherent system, its logic startlingly precise. In a corner of the diagram's annotations was a minimalist silver lightning emblem, non-standard to the Yuehua Corporation, accompanied by a clear, elegant term in interstellar common language. Clearly, this was a personal storage chip inadvertently left behind by Lin Yi during final adjustments in this very location. Yun Yanen's gaze was captivated by the diagram. It embodied a breadth and depth of thought unattainable by mere imitators. A mind capable of independently designing a system as stunning as the interstellar flow and privately conceptualizing and attempting to realize such an imaginative, even physically challenging, energy structure. What were the boundaries of such talent? Did such an individual truly require, or even deign, to plagiarize an unfinished design from an internal engineer, especially on the territory of the latter, where the advantage was overwhelmingly in their favor? The risks and potential rewards simply did not align. The logic was utterly unfathomable. Doubts, instead of dissipating due to the clamor of Matthew and others, thickened in her mind, nearly coalescing into something tangible. Her fingertips seemingly brushed the cold surface of the data chip, yet her gaze seemed to penetrate the walls. Envisioning the independent laboratory at the edge of the RD area of the Yuehua division, cloaked in a special shielding field and possessing a high security level. There lay the focal point of Lin Yi's work over the past 2 months, the very location of the entropy core. Please summon the supervisor and director to the adjacent quiet room. Inform them that I need to confirm several technical details regarding the long-distance transport safety protocol and energy stability maintenance for the interstellar flow system. Yun Yanen's voice emanated through the communicator. Calm and unwavering, imbued with the undeniable decisiveness characteristic of a federal envoy. As the supervisor and director were respectfully ushered into the soundproof chamber next door, Yun Yanen initially inquired, with all due courtesy, about several technical matters concerning how the system could withstand the interference of interstellar dust during transport and maintain the stability of quantum entanglement. Once the atmosphere began to soften and become more congenial, she subtly shifted the conversation towards Lin Yi, as if it were a casual transition. Chapter 11. The Conspiracy Under the Starry Sky and the Anti-Entropy Mech. Miss Lin Yi's design of this system showcases a remarkably ingenious core energy cycle and light-shadow control logic, a rare innovation in recent years. Yun Yanen gently tapped the desktop, projecting a partial structural diagram of the interstellar stream. The supervisor and director, seasoned veterans of the Moonlight Organization, have played a pivotal role in establishing the current technological reputation and standing of the Jeju branch. Thanks to their astute management and discerning vision, the discovery and support of Miss Lin in completing such a remarkable work is indeed a significant achievement for the branch. And I shall report this to headquarters to request commendation. She shifted the topic slightly, her tone remaining calm. Today's demonstration should have been a celebrated event in the interstellar technology community. However, it is unfortunate that it has given rise to such turbulence afterward. I am curious, given your understanding of Miss Lin, what her character and temperament are like in her daily interactions. After all, talent and character do not always align perfectly. The supervisor and director, both astute and experienced, exchanged a knowing glance, a flicker of understanding and gravity passing between them. They were well aware that Commander Yun Yanen was no ordinary technical bureaucrat. Her keen insight and meticulous thinking were renowned within the Federation. Her inquiry was far from frivolous. The director broke the brief silence with a meaningful sigh. Commander, your discernment is acute. Miss Lin, her mind is so singularly focused, almost entirely devoted to those intricate formulas, structures, and energy flows. In matters of human relationships and factional disputes, one could say she is blissfully ignorant. To her, there seems to be only a distinction between an algorithm that requires optimization and a problem that has been solved. The old supervisor shook his head with a wry smile, his eyes revealing genuine admiration and a hint of ineffable helplessness. Indeed, she is extraordinarily talented, astonishingly brilliant, yet utterly unaware of her own prowess, and possesses no understanding of self-promotion, remaining so understated that she nearly becomes invisible. Perhaps the commander is still unaware of the matter concerning the anti-entropy core? As he mentioned this term, his tone involuntarily intensified with evident admiration. Now that is a truly groundbreaking concept. Its brilliance lies in the attempt to partially reverse the entropy increase during energy transfer processes. Although it is still in the experimental stage, the theoretical model and preliminary implementation path have already stirred up quite a commotion among the old scholars at headquarters. When I first encountered the core algorithm model, I was nearly astounded to the point of crushing the data pad in my hands. It is simply a challenge to the fundamental laws of the universe. The director interjected, his tone suffused with a complex array of emotions. But do you know how she approached it? She deemed the initial practical test's energy conversion rate to have only improved by 47.3, falling short of the theoretical optimal value and exhibiting design flaws. She resolutely sealed the entire project, encrypting all data and forbidding any external dissemination, stating it was to prevent immature ideas from tarnishing the sanctity of academia and inviting ridicule. Her determination was so strong that she even declined a direct invitation from headquarters to observe. Such a disposition, such an almost obsessive devotion and discipline towards academia. Do you truly believe that she would stoop to the level of stealing or plagiarizing for the sake of hollow fame on the territory of my Moonlight division? Would this not be akin to undermining her own foundation, directly contradicting everything she has dedicated her life to pursue? Absurd. It is utterly preposterous. The voice of the senior supervisor rose slightly in excitement. Chapter 12. Conspiracy Under the Starry Dome and the Entropy Reversal Mech. The director gazed at Yun-Yanin, his smile tinged with bitterness. To be candid, Commander, I even contemplated strongly recommending her for the position of Chief Technical Advisor for our division. However, after delving deeper into her foundational design manuscripts regarding entropy, reversal, and interstellar flow, I abandoned that notion. It is not that she lacks the qualifications. Rather, her level of thought and direction of exploration have transcended the boundaries of what our division can currently comprehend and support. I find myself unworthy of guiding or managing her. Entropy core. Localized reversal of entropy increase. Yun-Yanin deftly seized upon this key phrase, her azure eyes shimmering with profound curiosity and inquiry. Could you elaborate on that? I heard from Ella that it seems related to a special exchange with the division's resource repository. Indeed, the director replied, admiration evident in his gaze as he seemed to reminisce about the astonishing sight he had witnessed. The experimental micromech core codenamed Entropy encompassed technological concepts that were truly revolutionary. It was not merely a device for energy conversion or storage. He leaned slightly forward, lowering his voice as if recounting an incredible miracle. The most groundbreaking aspect was its ability to manipulate a highly complex quantum probability field and fine-tune spacetime curvature, allowing it to reassemble and restore dissipated energy, thermal energy, radiation energy, etc., within a minuscule range and an exceedingly brief time frame, thereby achieving a form of energy reflux and regeneration. Although the duration was fleeting, the range limited, and the consumption immense, this implied that the mech acquired a form of temporary superfrequency or emergency energy regeneration capability, potentially offering a novel solution for the longevity and survival of future breakthrough mechs in prolonged combat scenarios. Yun-Yanin continued, her voice brimming with astonishment. This is not merely an improvement. This is a revolutionary concept. The director nodded gravely. Precisely. Therefore, Commander, I urge you to consider. He cast a sharp gaze toward the door of the quiet room, as if piercing through the walls to witness the ongoing farce in the observation hall. A person possessing the revolutionary design concept of entropy, which could alter the future landscape of mechs and, if successful, would easily etch their name in history. A person who is fully aware of this yet chooses to conceal it in pursuit of perfection, unwilling to allow any blemish to see the light of day. What motive could she possibly have? What necessity? To steal an internal engineer's unfinished design for the star matrix energy system, which theoretically pales in comparison to the prospects of entropy? Merely to seek the limelight at a division showcase? To then provide ammunition for her own ruin, thereby obliterating her research path? The logic within this scenario. Any rational individual could discern its absurdity and malice. The director concluded emphatically, his tone imbued with indignation over the slander and a protective stance toward Lin. The words of the supervisor and the director, marked by clarity of logic, compelling evidence, and genuine emotion, pierced through the fog of uncertainty, speculation, and seemingly solid chains of evidence and biases that shrouded Yun-Yanin's mind, akin to a barrage of high-energy particles. A prodigious talent, possessing a core of reverse entropy that borders on delusion yet has undeniably taken the first step, has a vision, aspirations, and a level of thinking that far transcends the realms of mere imitation, borrowing, or even plagiarism. Chapter 13. The Truth Beneath the Stardust. Yun-Yanin stood at a higher vantage point, gazing into the distant celestial ocean. Such an individual would never deign to employ ignoble means to pilfer a stepping stone she had long since transcended. Particularly in the face of a rival enjoying absolute home advantage, such an act would be tantamount to academic suicide. The so-called original design backup by Zheng Hu, now illuminated by the true heavyweight of reverse entropy, appeared increasingly as a flawed and envious trap, rife with jealousy and narrow-minded exclusion. The 70 similarity now seemed to bear the unmistakable marks of deliberate imitation and framing. True geniuses never replicate others, let alone those inferior to themselves. A glint of icy resolve flickered in Yun Yanen's azure eyes. The truth had already come to light. In the main conference room of the Moonlight Group's Jeju branch, the atmosphere was as tense as the stillness preceding a supernova's explosion. The massive circular holographic table was surrounded by department heads, senior engineers, and representatives from the Technical Ethics Committee. An unspoken charge permeated the air, with each breath laden with oppressive weight. Matthew, the technical lead of Group 2, sat at the head of the table, his expression as impassive as water, his fingertips unconsciously tapping the table's integrated sensing area, producing a faint rhythmic sound. Lin Yi stood slightly off-center in the meeting room, her simple gray engineer's uniform starkly contrasting with the uniforms adorned with the moonlight emblem worn by everyone else. She stood tall, her expression serene, as if the storm of accusations capable of shattering a person's academic life was merely a trivial cloud of interstellar dust. Even at the epicenter of this scrutiny, her gaze remained clear and untroubled, revealing only a faint furrow in her brow that betrayed a deep sense of helplessness towards this unwarranted calamity and logical paradox. It was a stability derived from absolute professional confidence and inner cultivation. Miss Lin Yi, Matthew finally spoke, his voice resonating with a metallic coldness due to the amplification system. Multiple members of my team have jointly provided evidence and presented a definitive chain of data, accusing you of plagiarizing the starry energy matrix core architecture independently developed by our senior engineer, Zheng Hu, prior to his retreat for the deep modification of the stellar night mecha. As an invited external collaborator of this branch, you are suspected of violating the most fundamental academic integrity agreement. Do you have anything to explain regarding this? Lin Yi raised her head, her calm gaze meeting that of Matthew and the scrutinizing eyes around her. Her voice, projected clearly through her personal amplifier, was steady and measured, maintaining her habitual composure and gentleness. I reiterate, I have not, nor do I need to, plagiarize anyone's design. Her response remained succinct yet was imbued with undeniable professional confidence and sincerity. Feigning innocence. The chain of evidence is complete and conclusive. The similarity algorithm analysis report is right here. Lisa, the round-faced engineer, immediately retorted, her voice rising in agitation as she waved the data board displaying the damning comparative report. An increasing chorus of skepticism and overtly exclusionary accusations bombarded him like a barrage of electromagnetic pulses, with terms such as external personnel, academic fraud, and the theft of core lunar technologies incessantly ringing in his ears. Lin Yi remained unperturbed. Instead, his brow furrowed even more, akin to a distinguished engineer scrutinizing a subpar design blueprint rife with logical fallacies and inconsistencies. Chapter 14. The truth beneath the stardust. She stood quietly, as dense and stable as a neutron star, allowing the tempest of energy to rage around her while emanating a steady, rational brilliance. Her status as an external collaborator fostered a sense of natural scrutiny and distance among several more conservative members of the committee. The meeting paused momentarily. A clear and unequivocal voice pierced the meeting audio system through the highest authority channel, shattering the nearly frozen atmosphere. The heavy alloy door of the conference room slid open silently, and Yun Yanen entered with measured steps. She had donned a sharply tailored uniform of the Federal Academy of Sciences, the star insignia on her shoulder epaulette signifying her authority and status. She wore minimal adornments, yet the gravitas stemming from her profound knowledge and long tenure in power instantly captivated the room. Commander. Everyone in the conference room rose in acknowledgement. Yun Yanen nodded slightly, her icy gaze sweeping across the assembly like a high-precision scanner, ultimately settling on the data tablet in Lisa's hand, which still displayed comparative data. My inquiries regarding the academic reputation of the Moonlight Group are pertinent, as they also concern the intellectual property integrity of the interstellar libation system soon to be acquired by the Federal Academy. I have some technical questions that require clarification before all of you. Her voice was calm, yet imbued with a certain authoritative force that quelled dissent. She approached the circular conference table, where an accompanying officer promptly connected her to the main conference control system. Perhaps you are unaware, but in addition to my role at the Federal Academy, I also serve as a special advisor to the Ethical Oversight Committee of the Interstellar Engineering Association. I possess sufficient expertise and authority to intervene in the investigation and adjudication processes of technical disputes, as well as the validation of evidence. At her words, A chill ran through the hearts of the attendees. They suddenly realized that Yun Yanen's presence was not merely to accept a gift on behalf of the Federation. She embodied one of the highest authorities in interstellar technology and ethical arbitration. Her insights and professional judgments were far beyond the reach of ordinary manipulation. Yun Yanen paid no heed to the shifting expressions on their faces, directly displaying the so-called evidence, the design backup of Zheng Chu's star matrix. A massive holographic projection hovered in the center of the conference room, with intricate energy flow lines and quantum symbols rotating slowly. According to the submitted evidence, Yun Yanen lightly tapped her fingertip to highlight a critical energy node within the projection. The core quantum tunneling effect stabilizer module utilizes the Cameo Type 7 superconducting crystal as the dielectric core, anchoring the energy flow with its unique lattice resonance frequency, correct? She directed her gaze toward Lisa and Matthew. Why, yes, Commander. Lisa quickly nodded, feeling a slight dampness in her palms. This is indeed one of the most innovative designs of the star matrix. A splendid concept, Yun Yanen remarked. Yun Yanen spoke in a calm tone, offering a fleeting compliment, but then swiftly shifted her focus, her gaze suddenly sharpening. However, according to the latest physical examination report and neural adaptability assessment, signed and securely archived by the Moonlight Central Medical Center, she paused momentarily to ensure everyone had absorbed the gravity of her words. Engineer Zheng, who encountered a catastrophic energy feedback incident during an extreme mecha testing 3 years ago, resulting in a severe rejection response from her nervous system to the specific resonant frequency of the Cameo series crystals, manifesting as intense neural pain and a permanent decline in manipulation precision. The medical report explicitly advises against the use of such materials in any mecha core or neural interaction interface. This matter is clearly documented in Engineer Zheng's confidential medical records and the supplementary terms of her mecha operating license. The Human Resources and Safety Departments should possess the authority to verify this on the spot. Chapter 15. The Truth Beneath the Stardust. Yun Yanen's gaze fell upon the division director and the head of Human Resources. The director quickly regained his composure, his expression grave as he manipulated his control panel to access the encrypted files within his authority. Moments later, he declared in a booming voice, "Confirmed. Engineer Zheng, whose medical restriction clause does indeed contain this explicit prohibition. The security department's records are accurate." At this pronouncement, the room was engulfed in astonishment. The engineers who had been criticizing Lin E alongside Matthew and Lisa moments ago turned pale in an instant. Yun Yanen's voice, as chilling as an absolute zero stream, reverberated clearly in the hushed conference room. Is it logical, esteemed colleagues, that a top engineer, who is explicitly prohibited from using a certain material, fully aware that it would have a catastrophic impact on his career, would incorporate it as an indispensable component in the next-generation mecha core design he cherishes as his life's work? Her gaze swept over Matthew's suddenly ashen face and Lisa's trembling hands. The only plausible explanation was that this so-called original design backup was fabricated. Furthermore, the forger was utterly ignorant of Engineer Zheng, whose physical condition and driving limitations. No, it cannot be so. Sir, it is possible that Engineer Zheng found a way to overcome this. Lisa stammered, her voice quaking in desperation. Enough. A low growl, suppressed with barely contained rage, erupted like the roar of a wounded beast from outside the conference room. The heavy soundproof door was thrust open with immense force, crashing against the buffer with a dull thud. An overwhelming presence surged in, compelling everyone to turn their attention to the entrance. Zheng, who strode in with purpose. He had evidently just emerged from an intense mecha synchronization test or a forced shutdown, still clad in a dark black high-performance pilot suit, with remnants of neural interface fluid visible around his neck. His eyes blazed crimson, exuding a potent aura of residual energy and unabashed fury, resembling a knight returning from battle, still steeped in the atmosphere of conflict. His gaze, like two glowing steel nails, instantly pinned the ashen faces of the original team members, particularly Matthew, with unrelenting intensity. He hardly glanced at the hovering projection of evidence accusing Lenny. Zheng, who advanced to the center of the conference room, his right hand shooting out, not towards anyone in particular, but directly grasping the datapad in Lisa's hand that projected the false data backup. Team leader. Lisa's scream of pleading barely escaped her lips. Crack. Buzz. Zheng, whose fingers closed like a hydraulic clamp, The sturdy datapad was instantly crushed in his hand, encased in a special force field glove, twisting and shattering. Sparks flashed momentarily before fading completely, leaving behind a heap of plastic and metal debris that tumbled onto the carpet. A deathly silence enveloped the entire conference room. Only the faint sound of short circuits emanating from the remnants of the data board and Zheng, whose heavy, labored breaths filled the air. Zheng, who cast aside the fragments in his hand, as if discarding some repugnant filth. He slowly raised his crimson eyes, ablaze with fierce anger, scanning the nearly incapacitated perpetrators with a gaze akin to a radar sweeping the surroundings. Chapter 16. The truth beneath the stardust. Each word emerged as if extricated from the crevices of his teeth, frigid and piercing. Imbued with a resolute determination to shatter all, I, Zheng Hu, designed this. He deliberately paused, his gaze, a tempest of arrogance, disappointment, and fury, swept over every member of the Yuehua assembly, exuding an oppressive atmosphere that rendered the air suffocating. Do we need to resort to stealing from others? These 7 words struck like 7 heavy artillery shells, reverberating within the hearts of all present, obliterating the final veil of this vile slander. He scarcely cast a glance at the pallid instigators, abruptly turning away, his seemingly tangible gaze piercing through the air, landing squarely upon Lin Yi, who stood quietly at the periphery, as if untouched by the ensuing storm. Within his gaze swirled an intricate tapestry of emotions, the profound shock of uncovering the truth, a renewed scrutiny of Lin Yi's unfathomable expertise, a flicker of residual anger at his own deception and exploitation, and an intense, indescribable discomfort and shame in confronting this external prodigy, who remained astonishingly composed amidst the malicious machinations of his own kind. Zheng Hu's chest heaved violently. The muscles beneath his flight suit taut, as if struggling to contain the wrath and tumultuous emotions threatening to erupt. His face, typically adorned with pride, appeared distorted in its tension. Under the heavy silence, mingled with astonishment, inquiry, and reverence, this acknowledged technical genius of the Yuehua Jeju Division, the haughty mecha engineer, faced Lin Yi, who was not a member of Yuehua, and with considerable effort, almost instinctually against his nature, slowly lowered his head, which had never bowed to peers. Lin Yi. Engineer, his voice emerged hoarse and laden with unprecedented gravity, each syllable uttered with extreme difficulty. This incident was entirely due to my negligence in managing my team, allowing such despicable office politics and internal strife to fester, culminating in this thorough and unfounded frame-up against you. He nearly bit out the word frame-up, as if tasting the humiliation it bore. Taking another deep breath, the contrast between his bowed apology and the lingering ferocity of a top-tier mecha engineer was stark, revealing a profound and undeniable sincerity. I, Zheng Hu, hereby formally apologize to you for the reprehensible conduct of my team members. The mecha development team of Yuehua Group's Jeju Division has brought shame upon itself. We have betrayed the trust of the group, and, more importantly, you. The final proclamation escaped him in a near roar, heavy as the falling engine of a starship, crashing down upon the hearts of every Yuehua engineer, rendering them breathless. Lin Yi regarded the once proud genius engineer, who was now compelled to lower his head. In her eyes, there was no glimmer of a victor's smugness, nor a hint of resentment from the slander she had endured. Instead, the familiar tranquility and focus on the essence of technology returned to her gaze. She slightly inclined her body, not entirely accepting the gravity of the apology presented to her. Her voice remained clear and serene, akin to a stream of pure energy meticulously filtered, subtly alleviating the palpable tension and awkwardness that had nearly solidified in the atmosphere. Engineer Zheng, please rise. Technical disputes can be resolved with the revelation of truth. What truly matters is the continuation of the project and the purity of the technology. Her voice, though soft, resonated distinctly throughout the conference room, gradually dissipating the previously sharp and trust-threatening ambience. The focus, it seemed, had once again shifted back to the technology itself, which was her utmost concern. Chapter 17. The mission of the mecha engineer. The tumult surrounding the design theft at the Jeju branch of the Moonlight Group has finally settled. Thanks to Zheng Hu's decisive measures and public apology, the accuser faced stern repercussions from the internal disciplinary committee, creating an atmosphere within the branch tinged with a subtle mix of shame, reflection, and a renewed recognition of Lin Yi's technical prowess. Zheng Hui's somewhat stiff yet resounding apology undoubtedly restored Lin Yi's reputation. After the uproar, Lin Yi did not linger at the Moonlight branch for long. As an external consultant, her involvement in the project was limited, with the interstellar liquor flow system now delivered and the troubles resolved. She prepared to pack her belongings and depart from the Jeju branch, returning to her private studio to delve once more into her visionary and disruptive designs of mecha concepts and energy theories. However, before she could formally tender her resignation to her supervisor, an unexpected yet anticipated invitation arrived through a high-priority encrypted channel directly to her personal terminal. A few days later, on a gentle afternoon, soft artificial starlight streamed through the adjustable nanoglass of the viewing dome, casting warm rays in a minimalist yet technologically sophisticated VIP reception room on the top floor of the Moonlight branch. The air circulation system simulated the refreshing fragrance of a forest after rain. Lin Yi arrived as requested. Princess Yun Yanan, or rather, Special Technical Advisor Yun Yanan, had dismissed her attendants, leaving only the two of them in the expansive hall. The room was silent, save for the almost inaudible low-frequency hum of the concealed environmental system. Yun Yanan offered no superfluous pleasantries. Her eyes, capable of perceiving the mysteries of deep space, gazed intently at Lin Yi, revealing a depth of concern akin to an unmistakable anomaly in an observation screen. Engineer Lin Yi, her voice remained clear, yet it lacked the absolute composure she once exhibited as a representative of the Federation, now imbued with a trace of unmasked gravity. The recent turmoil has unjustly tarnished your reputation. Though the truth has emerged, I still feel a sense of guilt when I reflect upon it. You have maintained integrity, focusing solely on the technology, yet due to the internal mismanagement and ruthless competition within Moonlight, you have suffered this unwarranted calamity. She inclined her head slightly, her demeanor both graceful and sincere, a rare candor for a high-ranking official of the Federation. Lin Yi returned the gesture with a slight bow, her posture still upright, her expression calm with the familiar tranquility that accompanied her focus on technical matters, her gaze clear and untroubled. Your Excellency, you overstate the matter. In the universe of technology, truth is akin to the gravitational constant, eternal and unyielding. You have upheld justice, clarifying the fog with data and logic. I am deeply grateful and hold no resentment. This incident is akin to a minor bug in a program. It has been fixed, and there is no need for further concern. Her tone was serene, imbued with the rational strength of someone who truly viewed the situation as merely rectifying an inconsequential system error. Observing her composed and focused countenance, Yun Yanan's concern eased somewhat, though it did not entirely dissipate. Instead of returning to her seat, she lightly touched the desk's surface. In an instant, the previously pitch-black room was suddenly illuminated by a brilliant beam of light. This radiance spread rapidly, akin to the dawn breaking the horizon, ultimately coalescing into a magnificent holographic projection. Contrary to the anticipated star chart, this projection unveiled a breathtaking and heart-stirring depiction of interstellar territories. It presented itself in a profoundly awe-inspiring manner, as if encapsulating the entire universe within the confines of this small chamber. Within this interstellar map, the most striking feature was a region located at the northern frontier of the Interstellar Federation, distinctly marked and emphasized. This area was designated as NGC-7b, evidently a significant colonial star domain. The NGC-7b colonial star domain stood out remarkably on the map, its boundaries sharply defined, surrounded by a dense array of galaxies and nebulae. These galaxies and nebulae intertwined, forming a complex network that evoked a deep appreciation for the vastness and mystery of the cosmos. Chapter 18. The mission of the mecha engineer Yun Yanan's fingers glided over the control interface with an air of gravity, magnifying a region in the star map that was densely marked with ominous red warnings and symbols of extreme cold. This area encompassed the core of the NGC-7b star domain, a frozen planet known as Everfrost, and its surrounding orbital stations. I held great admiration for Engineer Lin's composure. Yun Yanan's gaze was fixated on the frigid star domain, her voice dropping to a somber tone, imbued with the palpable fatigue that accompanied immense responsibility. Today, beyond conveying my apologies, I bear a heavy burden that has plagued my mind day and night. This matter pertains to the NGC-7b star domain, the planet Everfrost. and the fate of over 1 million colonists and miners residing on its orbital stations, who are faced with the impending challenge of enduring the next prolonged 15 standard months of polar night. She raised her head, her eyes blazing with earnest anticipation as she looked at Lenny. Her profound gaze was now filled with a near-pleading hope. Having witnessed the exquisite mastery of energy and space-time control in the interstellar flowing wine system you designed, and having heard the director speak of the audacious anti-entropy core concept that defies the laws of physics, I am acutely aware of your unparalleled expertise in energy conversion, system integration, and design for extreme environments. It is unlikely that anyone in the entirety of the Federation could rival your capabilities. Engineer Lin, this is a desperate cry for help from the frigid star domain. I implore you to extend your hand. She began to elaborate on the dire situation in the Everfrost star domain. Due to its unique orbit and dim star, the planet endures extreme cold for nearly 3/4 of its time, with surface temperatures plummeting below -150 standard degrees, rendering metals as fragile as glass. The colonies and mining stations rely entirely on geothermal energy and core systems for their basic survival. However, a unique crystalline ore found in the star domain, vital for manufacturing advanced mecha energy shields, is a crucial strategic resource for the Federation that cannot be easily relinquished. Yet last year, an unforeseen solar flare severely disrupted the energy transmission network within the star domain, inadvertently damaging the largest geothermal power core on Everfrost and 3 orbital fusion supply stations. The efficiency of the backup systems is woefully inadequate, and the conventional fuel, high-concentration energy pellets, has been rapidly depleted. Now, the next polar night is on the horizon. The emergency fuel and parts dispatched by the Federation are but a drop in the bucket, hindered by the vast distances and perilous star routes. The environmental maintenance systems of the colonies, including heating, oxygen synthesis, and water recycling, are on the brink of total collapse. The existing heating units are either energy-intensive, insufficient in heat output, or incapable of stabilizing under such low temperatures. Countless lives will slowly fade away in the desperate cold. The Federation's Parliament is acutely aware of this situation, allocating significant funds and entrusting me with the urgent task of resolving the survival crisis in the Everfrost star domain, granting me the authority to mobilize all top-tier technological resources within the Federation, including the Moonlight Group. Yun Yanen's fingertips tightened unconsciously, the knuckles paling slightly, as a veil of inescapable sorrow enveloped her brow. We have explored every conceivable solution, from enhancing the efficiency of the fusion core to designing large-scale geothermal extraction pumps, and even attempting to deploy orbital reflectors to concentrate sunlight. Yet, either the costs soared to unbearable heights, or the technological implementation took far too long, or they simply proved inadequate for the extreme harshness of the eternal frost environment. A year has passed, and progress remains negligible. Chapter 19. The mission of the mecha engineer. A trace of despair resonated in her voice. Each day, I receive encrypted urgent messages from that star region, reporting a further drop in temperature, another area experiencing heating failure, and energy reserves falling below critical levels. The words conveyed a chilling sense of hopelessness. I have nearly exhausted all known methods and technological reserves. Engineer Len, could you assist us? Save the millions of lives at stake? Lenny listened quietly, her gentle and serene countenance gradually replaced by a profound gravity. Although her time in this virtual world had been brief, her understanding of the overall state of the Federation and the plight of the border star regions was limited. Yet, at this moment, through Yun Yanen's descriptions, it seemed as though a model of that frozen hell had taken shape in her mind. Twisted, frozen metal structures, the mournful cries of failing heating pipes, and people huddled in the cold darkness, awaiting their fate. Her gratitude for Yun Yanen's fair words amidst the turmoil was one aspect. However, the technical challenges and moral responsibilities concerning the lives of millions resonated within her like a massive star, its gravitational pull firmly grasping her core principles as a leading engineer in mecha and energy systems. Technology must ultimately serve life. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi stepped forward, meeting Yun Yanen's gaze, which was a blend of final hope and earnest plea. Her stance was as steady as a mecha, her eyes sharp and clear, her voice resonating with clarity and determination like the most efficient energy flow activation command echoing in the tranquil reception room. I deeply admire your commitment to the Federation's citizens and the burdens you carry. Addressing survival challenges in such extreme environments is indeed one of the paramount missions of an advanced energy and environmental control systems engineer. This is not merely your request. It is my inescapable responsibility and honor as a researcher in this field. Rest assured, I, Lin Yi, shall undertake this project. I will mobilize all my knowledge and creativity to discover or even create a glimmer of warmth for the eternal Frost Star region. In an instant, a look of incredulous joy erupted in Yuan Yanan's eyes, akin to the brilliance of a supernova. The burdens and shadows that had nearly overwhelmed her in recent days seemed to dissipate significantly in the wake of this resolute and powerful promise. She stood up in excitement, hastening forward, almost wishing to grasp Lin Yi's hand, but restrained herself at the last moment, instead clasping her hands tightly before her, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible, relieved tremor. Engineer Lin, thank you. Thank you. On behalf of the Federation Council and all the people of the NGC-7B Star region who await the dawn, I express my gratitude for your assistance. As she spoke, she even inclined her body slightly, performing a gesture of utmost respect typically reserved for those making outstanding contributions to the Federation. Lin Yi immediately stepped aside and raised her hand in a virtual gesture of invitation, softly replying, "Commander, there is no need for such formalities. This is merely the engineer's duty, a response to the most pressing needs. Kindly compile and send me all environmental data, existing equipment specifications, and resource constraints. I shall await your favorable reply." Her gaze was gentle, yet imbued with a steadfast and formidable confidence akin to the core of a star, conveying an unspoken, unequivocal assurance in her technical prowess. A technological rescue operation for the frigid realms of the cosmos is about to unfold within the mind of this brilliant engineer. Chapter 20. The hope of the frozen world. Lin Yi, entrusted with the monumental task of designing the survival system for the eternal Frost Star domain, did not immediately confine herself to her laboratory for ceaseless and futile trial and error. As a premier engineer, she understood well that any design detached from practical data and constraints when confronting extreme environments would be akin to building castles in the air. She first utilized Yuan Yanan's privileges to issue a high-priority data retrieval request to the Federal Environmental Agency, the NGC-7B Star Domain Colonial Administration, and the Materials Science Repository of the Moonlight Group. A deluge of information flooded into her private server. Precise temperature curves for various regions of the surface and orbital stations of the eternal frost planet, models of wind speed and cosmic radiation intensity, detailed performance reports and failure logs for existing environmental maintenance units, ranging from outdated fission battery heaters to inefficient energy shield derivatives, analyses of available energy types in the area, including low-grade radioactive ores, challenging industrial waste heat, sparse stellar wind energy, and, as a last resort, high-density chemical energy batteries. Even the processing precision of local colonial maintenance factories, the maximum build volume of 3D printers, and inventories of spare parts. Terabytes of compressed data packets were downloaded and loaded onto the immersive holographic analysis platform in her studio. Her private workshop, located on the periphery of the Moonlight Division and cast entirely from high-strength alloys, rarely saw its lights extinguished thereafter. The one-way transparent nanocrystal screens often reflected her silhouette, deep in thought before a cascade of immense flowing data or swiftly sketching modifications within the holographic modeling interface. The internal precision machining area intermittently resonated with the hum of energy field shaping, the delicate hissing of specialized metals cooling, or the unique low-frequency vibrations from the activation of miniature furnaces. She wholly discarded all superficial and ostentatious designs, directing her intellect entirely towards three unassailable core metrics: exceptionally high energy utilization efficiency, remarkably low manufacturing costs and maintenance requirements, and formidable environmental adaptability. The core module of the prototype underwent numerous iterations, with virtual design blueprints accumulating in cloud folders, adorned with energy flow simulation parameters, material stress test results, and extensive optimization annotations. Frequently, she would stand before the holographic projection of a burning virtual plasma core or a circulating energy flow for several standard hours, meticulously observing the real-time curves of energy conversion efficiency, the distribution maps of thermal radiation, and the system's stability readings under various extreme pressures. Her mental focus so intense that she lost track of time. Occasionally, Yun Yanin would conduct non-intrusive progress inquiries through encrypted communication channels, but more often than not, they would engage in profound discussions regarding specific technical parameters. Subsequently, Zheng Chun, having learned through some channel of Lin Yi's endeavor to tackle this challenging problem that even the headquarters found daunting, surprisingly set aside previous grievances and proactively requested to join the project team as a technical assistant through Yun Yanin. This core group, comprised of 3 individuals, functions as a cohesive team, frequently convening through the advanced technology of holographic conferencing to collaboratively explore and resolve a series of pivotal issues. Throughout this challenging endeavor, the members of the core group adeptly leverage their respective expertise and experience, engaging in vigorous yet efficient debates that propel the project forward. Their singular objective is to create a flawless system that fulfills user needs and achieves success in the marketplace. Chapter 21. The hope of the frozen world. Zheng Chu's profound knowledge in large-scale engineering system integration and the existing technological reserves of Yuehua provided vital grounding and optimization suggestions for Lin Yi's imaginative, yet occasionally overly ambitious concepts. Greatly advancing the design process, Yun Yanin utilized her authority to ensure that any special material samples, rare elemental isotopes, or even small experimental energy cores required by Lin Yi were delivered to her studio with utmost speed. She regularly forwarded the latest environmental monitoring reports from the Yongshuang Star region and summaries of urgent needs from the colonies. At times, she would stand in the observation corridor outside the studio, gazing through a brief, transparent window at the figure immersed in data and light. Filled with reverence and gratitude that transcended mere collaboration, she could sense the immense pressure concerning the lives of millions, carried beneath that extreme calmness. And her admiration for the astonishing creativity and resilience exhibited under such pressure only deepened. Several standard months slipped by in quiet passage, marked by intense focus and rigorous research and development. During a simulated morning cycle, the access control system of the studio emitted a gentle alert. Lin Yi's silhouette appeared at the door. Her eyes bore faint traces of prolonged work, her visage slightly more gaunt than before, yet those eyes, perpetually absorbed in the world of technology, shone remarkably bright, glimmering with a determined and clear radiance, akin to a precisely calibrated navigation beacon. In her hands, she carefully manipulated an anti-gravity floating platform, upon which rested a device approximately half her height, covered by a matte black protective shield. The contours of the device were simple and fluid, exuding a rational beauty characteristic of industrial design. Commander, Lin Yi's voice carried a subtle electronic quality from extended mental linkage. Yet her tone resonated with steady and reliable strength. The phase objective has been achieved. I have named this system the Warm Sun Life Support Unit Prototype. Yun Yanin's heart rate surged instantly, signaling all unrelated personnel to withdraw to the periphery. The VIP room now housed only her, Lin Yi, and Zheng Chu, who had just arrived upon receiving the news. The ambient lighting adjusted automatically to the optimal observation mode. Lin Yi stepped forward and gently tapped the control interface of the floating platform. The protective shield melted away silently like ink dispersing in water, retracting into the platform's base. What unfolded before the 3 was not the complex machinery imagined, brimming with exposed pipes and flickering indicators, but rather an embodiment of extreme functionalist aesthetics. It presented itself as an elegant, streamlined ellipsoid, its surface crafted from specially treated matte, deep gray composite material, warm to the touch and providing an excellent grip. Clearly designed for operability in extreme low temperatures. No conventional screws or interfaces were visible on the exterior, only a few nearly imperceptible seams hinting at its modular design. The most striking feature is its summit, beneath a transparent composite crystal observation window, where the intricate and sophisticated energy conduits and miniature exchangers are faintly discernible. They are not chaotic. Rather, they form a fractal structure imbued with a certain mathematical elegance, as a gentle luminescence, representing various energy states, flows in an orderly manner. Commander, Engineer Zheng, please observe. Lin Yi's voice was steady and clear, imbued with a calm confidence that dissected the complex principles layer by layer. Chapter 22. The hope of the frozen world. Her slender fingers glided through the air, conjuring a synchronized, intricate holographic anatomical diagram that precisely indicated the core modules of the system. The design philosophy of the warm sun system is rooted in the principles of energy closed-loop sustainability and intelligent adaptability. At its essence lies a triply nested energy processing architecture. Her fingertips illuminated a complex structure within the innermost layer, the core layer, which comprises high-throughput plasma conversion and energy extraction units. I reimagined the geometric configuration of the plasma confinement field as her fingers traced several pivotal energy focal points, along with the energy waste, typically challenging to manage radioactive dust or organic refuse, outlining the injection pathways and pre-processing protocols. She then directed her attention to a remarkably intricate channel connected to the core, ensuring that even the lowest-grade fuel obtainable from NGC-7B could be thoroughly decomposed and ionized under ultra-high temperatures and specific frequency energy fields, maximizing the extraction of its fundamental particle energy. The anticipated energy extraction efficiency is projected to exceed the existing colonial systems by over 300%. This forms the cornerstone of open source, guaranteeing the generation of ample energy. Her fingers smoothly transitioned to the middle layer, which encompasses an efficient thermal energy management and distribution network. The immense thermal energy produced by the reactions is captured by superconductive materials, not merely dissipated haphazardly, but precisely conveyed through a biomimetic vascular system. Her fingertips traced the golden network on the hologram, resembling the veins of life, as the intelligent system continuously monitored the thermal demands of various regions, allocating heat as needed to the radiating panels in living areas, the heating units of the water circulation system, and even the preheating pipelines in industrial zones, thereby minimizing thermal dissipation during transmission. Ultimately, her fingers rested upon the outermost shell and the exquisite crystalline observation window atop it, the outer layer, composed of adaptive composite armor and thermal energy recovery casings. This layer not only provides physical protection and radiation shielding, but is also embedded with millions of miniature thermoelectric conversion units. These units can capture the thermal radiation dissipated by the system itself and even utilize the terrifying outdoor low temperatures and indoor temperature differentials of the eternal frost planet to partially convert it back into electrical energy, feeding it to the system's low-power units and forming an auxiliary energy source. Here, cold and heat cease to be adversaries. Instead, they are integrated into a larger energy cyclical framework, without the need for additional large-scale power generation units or increased energy consumption. Precious thermal energy can be utilized efficiently. This epitomizes the pinnacle of throttling and represents a creative application of the law of energy conservation. Regarding form and integration, Lin E continued to elaborate, her tone imbued with the pragmatism characteristic of an engineer and a subtle dedication to design aesthetics. Functionality always takes precedence. However, good industrial design can enhance reliability and alleviate the psychological burden on users. She gently touched the hovering platform, causing portions of the prototype's exterior to become transparent, revealing its intricate internal structure. The casing is crafted from a low-cost, high-strength composite material reminiscent of starship armor, suitable for large-scale production utilizing local mineral resources and small smelting furnaces in the colonies. All interfaces are standardized and modular, allowing for swift replacement or maintenance without the need for specialized tools. Chapter 23. The twilight of the warm sun system and the dawn of interstellar voyage. Her gaze shifted towards the crystalline observation window above. It was not merely ornamental, but rather a multifunctional interface. It intuitively displayed the status of the core energy flow through the hue and intensity of the internal light pathways, and when necessary, it could serve as an emergency physical operations interface. The intricate patterns had been meticulously calculated to optimally distribute thermal stress, while she paused, reflecting that, under the condition of meeting all stringent criteria, it imparted a touch of technological, serene beauty to this life-saving creation. This was of utmost importance. She then summoned several optional designs for the shell modules, considering diverse application scenarios such as large habitation pods, small exploration stations, and even logistical modules for mobile exploration mechas. The form and mounting points of the shell could be swiftly adapted. Users could even select different colors for protective coatings or luminous markings based on their preferences for the fundamental functional modules. Efficiency and user-friendliness should coexist harmoniously. Much like mechas and their pilots, thriving in symbiosis. As Lin Yi elaborated, a complete, efficient, precise, and highly feasible blueprint for an extreme environmental maintenance system unfolded clearly before Yun Yanin and Zheng Chu. This was not merely a heater. It represented a highly integrated, intelligent microecological bastion capable of genuinely cultivating life in hellish conditions. Regarding the manufacturing process, Lin Yi slightly closed her eyes, seemingly conducting a final verification against the vast repository of knowledge within her mind, muttering that it needed to achieve shipborne-level environmental adaptability. She reopened her eyes, her gaze sharp and focused, locking onto Yun Yanin and Zheng Chu with the solemnity characteristic of an engineer entering the final technical review phase. The core module of the system, the high-throughput plasma chamber, and its energy conversion matrix, she highlighted the most complex components within the hologram. Production must occur at the Moonlight headquarters or at an orbital dock with equivalent microgravity precision casting capabilities. This would require the use of nanoscale metal powder sintering and quantum deposition technologies to ensure the absolute smoothness and structural integrity of the internal energy flow channels, capable of withstanding extreme thermal cycling stresses without developing microscopic fatigue cracks. This was the unwavering cornerstone of the entire system's efficiency and safety, allowing for no compromise whatsoever. She pivoted her focus, manipulating the hologram to direct attention towards the shell and secondary systems. However, the outer armor, heat dissipation fins, secondary energy conduits, and user interface modules could, and must, be produced locally on the Eternal Frost planet. She magnified the structure of a connecting component, noting that it could be accomplished using the existing industrial-grade 3D metal printers and composite material molding machines in the colony. The crux lay in the open-source and modular design of the documentation. All three-dimensional blueprints for non-core components, printing parameters, and material ratios would be fully disclosed, designed in a manner conducive to easy assembly and replacement through a plug-in structure. Moreover, she added, taking into account the extreme scarcity of equipment in the worst-case scenario, I have devised a simplified contingency plan for emergency manufacturing utilizing specific alloys from local derelict starship wreckage or mining apparatus. The essence lies in empowering the colony to replicate, maintain, and even make limited enhancements to this system, achieving a self-sustaining spark that ignites a prairie fire. Lin Yi's exposition was clear and assertive, imbued with an undeniable technical authority. Chapter 24. The Twilight of the Warm Sun System and the Interstellar Odyssey. The concept of Tao, for an engineer, embodies the adherence to the laws of physics while achieving functionality with utmost elegance. Lin Yi's gaze swept across the Hongshu prototype, profound and clear, as if she could perceive the motion of every quantum within. The core design philosophy of the Warm Sun System is the maximization of functionality, combined with a humane approach to survival. The primary objective is to exhaust all technological means to push the essential function of sustaining life to its limits. The activation speed must be as swift as a battle readiness alarm, transitioning from cold start to full power output within a standard time of 3 minutes. The thermal distribution must be as uniform and precise as the circulation of blood in a living organism, eliminating any potential cold spots that could lead to equipment freezing or personnel frostbite. Energy utilization efficiency must approach the theoretical maximum, ensuring that every joule of energy is dedicated to maintaining the flame of life, and system safety must meet the highest protective standards of the Federation, IP99X, guaranteeing that no secondary harm befalls the user under any foreseeable failure mode. Her voice was steady, yet imbued with a heavy sense of mission. As we endowed this absolutely reliable physical foundation with an external interactive form that aligns with the psychological needs of interstellar colonizers, simple, dependable, and capable of providing a modicum of spiritual solace. This equipment, originally designed to combat the frigid grasp of death, is transformed into a modest bastion that supports human will and preserves the dignity of civilization in dire environments. This, indeed, is the engineer's vessel to convey the Tao, and it embodies the technical ethics that Lin Yi holds dear. This prototype has undergone over 1,000 standard hours of continuous pressure testing in the simulated extreme conditions of NGC-7b. Lin Yi exuded unwavering confidence, a product of rigorous data validation, as she summoned a densely packed test report shimmering with green approval indicators suspended in the air. compared to any operational environmental maintenance unit in the Eternal Frost Star region. The warm sun system has reduced the time required to transition from low-temperature standby mode to habitable temperature by 67. The thermal stability error is controlled within 0.5 standard degrees, completely eliminating localized overheating or chilling dead zones. Most crucially, she emphasized, her fingertip pointing to a prominently displayed metric. Under the premise of maintaining equivalent living comfort, its net energy consumption is 55 to 70 lower than that of the most efficient existing systems. Furthermore, its plasma processing generates almost no harmful radiation leakage, with the internal air quality consistently rated at the optimal level. She paused, her gaze sweeping across the streamlined body. This system not only ignites the hope of survival for the colonizers of the Eternal Frost Star region, but its extraordinarily efficient, clean, stable, and highly self-sufficient characteristics are equally applicable to other frontier outposts of the Federation, deep space exploration vessels, and even the energy-intensive orbital docks and laboratories of the Moonlight Group, serving as either backup or primary life support units. This warm sun system may very well serve as my Lin Yi's inaugural practical gift to the Federation and to all the interstellar pioneers struggling on the brink of survival. Lin Yi's exposition spans from the grand architectural framework to the intricate principles, from the frigid material parameters to the gentle flow of energy, and from the meticulous manufacturing processes to the deeply humanistic design philosophies. Every fragment of wisdom, every iterative optimization, and the inherent sense of responsibility embedded within the warm sun system are presented with utmost clarity. Chapter 25. The twilight of the warm sun system and the launch into the stars. There exists no ornate language, only rigorous logic, groundbreaking technological innovation, and a profound reverence for life itself. Yun Yanin listened intently, her gaze steadfastly following the flowing data on the holographic display and Lin Yi's explanations. It was as if she could penetrate the muted gray exterior and behold the surging currents of energy and the exquisite artistry of control within. She could distinctly perceive the immeasurable value contained therein. This was not merely a monumental leap in technology, but a tangible hope capable of rescuing countless souls from the chilling brink of death. As Lin Yi's final syllable resonated, a profound silence enveloped the VIP room, interrupted only by the soft hum of the environmental system maintaining a steady temperature. Slowly, Yun Yanin rose to her feet, taking measured steps toward the hovering prototype of the warm sun system. With a hand clad in delicate command gloves, she reverently reached out to touch the warm, composite exterior. The steady warmth emanating from the system in standby mode pulsed through her fingertips, akin to the heartbeat of life, swiftly coursing through her entire being. She lifted her gaze to Lin Yi, whose normally calm and profound eyes now shone with astonishing brilliance, filled with indescribable shock, immense joy, and gratitude that seemed poised to overflow. A faint glimmer of moisture sparkled in her eyes, held in check by formidable willpower, refusing to cascade down. Engineer Lin. Her voice quivered slightly, unable to suppress the tremor of overwhelming emotion, a release from the immense pressure she had borne. The warm sun. A guardian of eternity. A harbinger of rebirth. This name, this system, is simply extraordinary. Drawing a deep breath as if requiring additional oxygen to articulate her thoughts, she solemnly declared, a miraculous engineering masterpiece. A bridge of life traversing the starry seas. Engineer Lin, your brilliance has unraveled the knot that has long tightened around the hearts of myself and the Federation, saving millions of citizens in the NGC-7B star region from the icy abyss. I, Yun Yanin, in my capacity as a special advisor of the Federation Academy and the project's chief representative, on behalf of the Federation Congress and all those in the Eternal Frost Star region who have eagerly awaited this warmth, extend to you the highest respect and most sincere gratitude. Thank you for your extraordinary contributions. As she spoke, she once again faced Lin Yi, offering a standard military salute, a gesture embodying the utmost reverence of the Federation. Bowing deeply and solemnly, this time, Lin Yi did not shy away immediately. He accepted her gratitude, stepping forward to gently steady her arm with warmth in his eyes, reflecting the purity and humility of a true engineer. Madam, you overstate my merits. This is the duty of an engineer, a response to the most pressing needs of survival. It is my honor, Lin Yi, to contribute my knowledge to alleviate such a crisis of existence. Their gazes met, and in that silent exchange, everything was conveyed without utterance. Amidst the turbulence, a profound trust has been forged through the intellectual collisions and remarkable achievements pursued for a shared ideal. This trust transcends identities and organizational boundaries. Firmly rooted in absolute professional competence, noble character, and shared beliefs, has been deeply established between the two individuals. This trust, akin to the stable microsun at the heart of the warm sun system, radiates a reliable and potent energy, capable of dispelling the most penetrating chill of the deep cosmos and illuminating the path towards survival and rebirth. The warm sun system not only warms the frozen soil of the eternal frost star domain, but also heralds a new chapter belonging to the genius engineer Lin Yi, the federal special advisor Yun Yanin, and the luminous intersection of technology and humanity. Its success is merely a beginning. Chapter 26. The Singularity of the Starry River. The pinnacle of mecha design, the tremendous success of the Warm Sun environmental maintenance system resonated throughout the Yuehua Group and even the entire technological sphere of the Federation. Akin to an impeccably precise hyperspace broadcast, its impact sweeping across with superluminal speed. It not only bestowed tangible survival assurance upon the eternal frost star domain, but also catapulted Lin Yi's name from that of an outsider suspected of technology theft to a revered engineer whose innovations define existence and benefit humanity. Within the Jeju branch of the Yuehua Group, astonishment and accolades completely eclipsed the fleeting doubts that had once arisen. The branch director lavishly praised this achievement during a high-level internal meeting as the most groundbreaking and humanistic technological accomplishment of the year. The previously arrogant Zheng Hu, after accessing certain non-core design summaries of the Warm Sun system through security permissions, remained silent in her laboratory for a prolonged period. Ultimately, she left a solitary remark in the internal log. Her understanding of energy and system dimensions, as well as her ability to translate theory into salvational applications, is beyond my reach. Yun Yanin's sense of accomplishment and gratification was ineffable. She had witnessed firsthand how Lin Yi, with pure engineering thought and creativity that transcends the era, resolved an imminent interstellar humanitarian crisis. Such a prodigious talent, possessing a pure heart and formidable execution capability, if not integrated into the Federation's top technological forces in some capacity to invigorate the development of interstellar civilization, would represent an immeasurable loss. On this day, Lin Yi was invited to the panoramic conference room atop the Yuehua branch. Outside the window lay a profound starry sky, occasionally pierced by the passage of large starships. The indoor climate control system maintained an exquisitely comfortable environment, with a faint aroma of synthetic pheromones conducive to mental focus permeating the air. Yun Yanin dismissed her assistant and personally activated a nutrient drink tailored to Lin Yi's biological signals. Observing the woman seated across from her, clad in her simple engineer's attire with a clear and focused gaze, it seemed that the accolades and academic invitations pouring in from the outside world had stirred no ripples within her. Engineer Lin, Yun Yanin gently placed the exquisite container down. Her tone earnest and respectful. The achievements of the Warm Sun system have been nominated for this year's highest technological contribution award by the federal parliament. Its promotion plan has been fully launched in the NGC-7B star domain, with expectations that all major colonial points and orbital stations will complete foundational deployments before the next polar night. Through this project, you have already ascended to the ranks of the Federation's top engineers. Lin Yi nodded slightly, her demeanor as serene as ever. Your praise is excessive, Commander. Solving specific technical challenges is the duty of an engineer. To witness technology transform into genuine hope for survival is, in itself, the greatest reward. You are far too modest. Yun Yanin smiled gently, a glimmer of admiration flickering in her azure eyes. She then shifted her tone, her gaze becoming more earnest and formal. Therefore, Engineer Lin, on behalf of the Federal Academy of Sciences and the Board of Directors of Yuehua Group, I extend to you the most sincere and highest-level invitation. She leaned slightly forward, her voice imbued with an undeniable gravity. We cordially invite you to officially join the cutting-edge technology laboratory of Yuehua Group as the Chief Energy Systems Architect. We shall provide you with the finest research and development resources within the Federation, boundless budgetary support, and complete autonomy in project leadership. Chapter 27. the pinnacle of mech design in the galaxy. Lin Yi paused imperceptibly for half a second, her hand holding the drink momentarily suspended. She lifted her gaze to meet the expectant eyes of Yun Yanin, where a glimmer of intricate calculation flitted through her warm and rational gaze. She did not immediately decline. Instead, she lingered in silence as if swiftly evaluating a complex technical proposal. Eventually, she gently placed the drink down, her voice remaining steady yet imbued with a clarity akin to the laws of physics, radiating both detachment and resolve. I am deeply honored by the appreciation and recognition from the commander and the Yuehua group. However, I must respectfully decline this position. Yun Yanin's heart sank slightly, though the response seemed to align with her expectations. She softly probed further, attempting to uncover the crux of the matter. Did Engineer Lin harbor lingering concerns about the previous data turmoil? Or was she dissatisfied with certain internal processes of the group? We can address these. Lin Yi gently shook her head, a hint of a smile gracing her lips, one that bore a touch of helplessness yet was remarkably clear. There was no trace of negative emotion, only an acute awareness rooted in absolute rationality. The commander is overthinking. The turmoil has already been clarified through data and logic. I hold no grudges. The Yuehua group, as a technological pillar of the Federation, possesses undeniable resources and strength. However, she paused slightly, as if meticulously organizing her thoughts, her gaze drifting towards the vast sea of stars outside. The structure of large corporate systems, steeped in history and complexity, inevitably harbors departmental barriers, resource competition, and inherent dependencies on established research paths. I am fundamentally an independent researcher. My thought process inclined towards unrestrained exploration and disruptive innovation across disciplines. What I seek is an environment that allows me to concentrate my full cognitive capacity on tackling the most avant-garde, even seemingly impossible, technological challenges, rather than expending energy to adapt to the intricate internal ecology and coordinate processes within a vast system. Her words were clear and composed, reminiscent of a verified experimental result. Yet they revealed her deepest choices and convictions. The incident of defamation, though dismantled, resembled a high-intensity system scan, illuminating the redundant processes and potential internal inefficiencies that might exist within a large organization. Her pursuit lay in the ultimate breakthroughs of technology and the freedom of thought, rather than in squandering precious creativity on the politics of a system. Yun Yanin listened quietly, feeling no trace of anger. Instead, her respect for Lin Yi's extraordinary clarity, independence, and unwavering dedication to technology deepened. She fully comprehended her concerns. Indeed, the colossal starship of Yuehua was not as agile as a small research vessel. Yet she firmly believed that to miss out on a genius like Lin Yi, capable of leading the next technological singularity due to the system's complexity, would be a monumental loss for interstellar civilization. Faced with such a critical decision, she refrained from coercive tactics or hastily attempting to persuade her with incentives. Instead, she fell into a moment of silence, as if contemplating something profound. In that fleeting silence, a glimmer of wisdom and foresight suddenly flickered in her eyes, as if she had discerned some truth or possibility concealed beneath the surface. I fully comprehend and respect your thoughts, she began slowly, her voice resonating with genuine empathy. The inertia of large organizations is indeed a double-edged sword for innovation. Forcing a mind like yours into predetermined pathways may inadvertently stifle the most precious creativity. Chapter 28. The Celestial Singularity. The pinnacle of mecha design, she shifted her tone, infusing it with a compelling allure, as though she were unveiling another gateway to a broader realm. However, Engineer Lin, are you aware that in merely 3 standard months, the Federation's premier academic and industrial event, the Celestial Singularity Innovation Summit and Mecha Design Competition, will be held in the capital city of the future? This is not merely a contest. It is the ultimate stage yearned for by every engineer and scientist who prides themselves on revolutionary ideas throughout the known universe. A flicker of subtle interest danced in Lin Yi's eyes, a natural response from a top engineer confronted with a profoundly challenging technical proposition. Yet, she refrained from interjecting, patiently awaiting further details, much like a precise sensor absorbing a flow of data. Observing this slight reaction, Yun Yanin recognized she had piqued Lin's curiosity and continued, her pace steady yet brimming with substantial information. She even summoned a small holographic interface, projecting a series of exhilarating visuals as she spoke. The history of the Celestial Singularity competition is nearly as ancient as the Interstellar Federation itself. It is co-hosted by the Interstellar Engineers Association, the Federal Academy of Sciences, and its consortium of cutting-edge laboratories, as well as elite military-industrial groups, including Moonlight, Aushing, and Titan Heavy Industries. Its sole governing principle is one of absolute openness. There are no barriers of identity. Whether you are a professor from one of the 3 major Starship Academies or a self-taught innovator from a remote mining planet, whether you are backed by a colossal corporation or are the sole proprietor of an independent studio, the only passport required is your creativity, your technology, and your prototype design or rigorously validated theoretical model that can dazzle the judging panel. Her gaze intensified, and the holographic display began to rapidly flicker with highlights from past competitions. You cannot fathom the grandeur of it, Engineer Lin. Each competition, the colossal Venugenesis Dome, suspended within the nebula of the city of the future, transforms into the nexus of intellect and inspiration across the galaxy. Contestants from various star systems and forms of civilization converge here. You will witness engineers from the Karish star system showcasing their living mechas based on the growth of biological crystals. Teams from engineering guilds demonstrating their exquisitely artistic macro-scale nanorobot clusters in synchronized operation, and even enigmatic independent researchers arriving with peculiar devices that, while incomprehensible to many, adhere to the laws of physics, challenging the conventions of understanding. The holographic imagery paused on several astonishing past award-winning entries. One was an armor that shimmered with a mercury-like sheen, as if imbued with life. Yun Yanin explained, Scavenger Mk-7 Adaptive Armor, the winner of the Best Material Innovation Award 2 competitions ago. It can absorb kinetic impacts and execute molecular-level instantaneous self-repair, inspired by the molting mechanism of a certain alien silicon-based organism. In a swift transition of imagery, a swarm of nimble microdrones, akin to hummingbirds, flits through an intricate maze of luminous beams. This is the Stardust Perception Cluster, the recipient of the previous Best Autonomous System Award, equipped with ultra-micro jump engines. They are capable of short-range collective leaps, serving purposes of deep space reconnaissance and signal relaying. While their collective intelligence algorithms remain one of the Federation's most closely guarded secrets to this day. Chapter 29. The pinnacle of mecha design in the galaxy's singularities. What unfolded next was a striking mecha framework, exuding power yet characterized by an extraordinary elegance in its lines. A tester, adorned with a complex neural interface helmet, synchronized seamlessly with the structure, executing movements effortlessly and without delay. The Nemesis Neural Interaction Exoskeleton, a laureate of the Galactic Supreme Award 5 years prior, achieved an almost flawless integration with the operator's central nervous system, reducing the latency between thought and action to a philosophical realm of near zero. It redefined the upper limits of human-machine integration and is now extensively employed within the elite mecha units of the Federation. Ultimately, a colossal, ring-like structure, seemingly woven from light, emerged, drawing upon the radiant essence of simulated stellar winds within a controlled environment. This was the conceptual core of the Sunlight Hunter deep space exploration platform. Although it did not clinch the championship, it was honored with the most visionary award. Its design harnessed the particle winds of stars as its primary propulsion and energy source, theoretically enabling near-infinite endurance and opening possibilities for exploring the dark regions at the galaxy's edge. Yun Yanin's voice brimmed with reverence for technological excellence. All of these creations encapsulate the designer's lifetime of learning, striving to redefine the very nature of warfare, exploration, and survival. Particularly regarding those works that ultimately garnered the highest accolade, the Galactic Supreme Award, her tone grew immensely solemn. They transcended the bounds of competition, becoming milestones of civilizational progress. Their names, along with desensitized core technical specifications, would be permanently enshrined in the Federation's central database within the technological canon section, receiving the highest level of protection and visibility. The creators would not only be awarded substantial research grants, but, more importantly, would gain unparalleled prestige and near-limitless resource support from the Federation to actualize their designs. The significance of their existence had long surpassed the competition itself. They ignited the brightest technological flame to propel interstellar civilization toward its next singularity. She gently pressed the button to deactivate the holographic projection. As the imagery gradually faded, the room's lighting softened correspondingly. Her gaze slowly shifted away from the screen, ultimately resting upon Lin Yi. He sat quietly, his expression clear and focused, as if everything around him was inconsequential. She inhaled deeply, steadying her voice to convey a tone of seriousness. "Engineer Lin, I have meticulously studied the warm sun system, and I am profoundly impressed by your deep understanding of the essence of energy and your exceptional ability to integrate systems. Your thought process seems tailor-made for a stage like the galactic singularity." She paused momentarily, contemplating how best to articulate her thoughts with precision. Then she continued, "This is not merely an ordinary position within a corporate structure. Rather, it is an expansive cosmos determined entirely by your talent and potential. In that realm, there is no need to conform to any established systems. You merely need to bring forth your creations and illuminate the world with your brilliance. The entire Federation, indeed the whole galaxy, will be transformed by your presence. I believe," Yun Yanin finally proclaimed, her voice imbued with an undeniable conviction, "that there lies the collision of your true aspirations with the most brilliant minds, the ultimate challenges that transcend technological boundaries, and the infinite possibilities your designs can usher forth to alter the course of interstellar civilization. This is far more suited to you than being the chief architect of a vast laboratory." Chapter 30. The Resonance of Creation. The virtual creation engine. Lin Yi listened intently, her usually calm and rational eyes now shimmering with a torrent of data, gradually igniting a fervent glow. This was the exhilaration of a top-tier engineer confronting an unprecedented technological challenge, a yearning to compete alongside the galaxy's most brilliant minds, and an intense impulse to have her design philosophy subjected to the most rigorous scrutiny, leaving an indelible mark in the annals of civilization. The majestic vision of the cosmic singularity, as articulated by Yun Yanin, resonated deeply with her ultimate pursuit of technological breakthroughs as an outsider, kindling her desire for recognition on the most professional platforms and her core drive to propel the progress of civilization through technology. However, that fervent glow flickered momentarily, seemingly constrained by an invisible logical barrier, dimming slightly. She furrowed her brow and analyzed rationally. The stage depicted by the commander was indeed exhilarating. Yet, the competition is co-hosted by the Federation's foremost institutions, with past victors predominantly emerging from the three major starship academies or colossal corporate laboratories, endowed with vast teams and resources. As an independent researcher, I am entering the competition, having previously encountered some unpleasant interactions with individuals from the Moonlight Division. Yun Yanin perceptively caught the glimmer of her aspirations intertwined with a thread of pragmatic concern. Elated, she recognized that the key attraction had already taken effect. What remained was to eliminate the final obstacle. "You are overthinking it, Engineer Lin," she interjected promptly, her voice infused with the characteristic confidence and resolve of a federal official grounded in regulations. "The paramount principle of the cosmic singularity is absolute technological neutrality. The judging panel comprises academicians from the Federal Academy of Sciences, veterans from the Interstellar Engineers Association, and even renowned scholars from neutral star domains. Their focus is solely on the technical content, innovation, and feasibility of the design itself. If you participate as an independent designer, your work will serve as your sole identification and passport. In the face of absolute technology, any argument regarding background becomes utterly insipid." Observing the rational appraisal in Lin Yi's eyes, Yun Yanin understood that she needed to present even more persuasive details regarding the inherent allure of the competition. With a conspiratorial smile, she began to elaborate on the astonishing competition structure and the secrets of its ultimate testing. The most captivating aspect of the cosmic singularity competition, ensuring fairness, lies precisely within its seemingly harsh and unyielding framework. Only those who have personally participated or delved deeply into its intricacies can appreciate its brilliance and impact. She gently tapped the table, bringing forth a secured holographic interface detailing the official competition regulations. "The core principle you must grasp is that the competition prohibits any form of resource pooling or living off past laurels, in order to ensure that all participants commence from an equal footing, competing solely on the basis of pure, spontaneous creativity, technical integration, and engineering execution. The competition enforces a stringent rule. the prohibition of any pre-completed tangible works or fully developed construction blueprints that could be directly utilized in production. A glimmer of appreciation flickered in Lin Yi's eyes as she slightly nodded, her previously furrowed brow easing into a more relaxed expression. Although this regulation is stringent, it maximally guarantees fairness, compelling all contestants to rely on their ingenuity in the moment, which resonates deeply with her values. Chapter 31. The Resonance of Creation. The virtual creation engine. Yun Yanen's smile deepened, infused with admiration for the architects of the competition. Indeed, from the moment you sign the participation agreement, regardless of whether you hail from the Starship Administration or a nascent Level 1 civilization on the fringes of the cosmos, all past accolades are rendered null. The competition offers an impeccably pristine arena for contestation. She began to elucidate the process in detail. The inaugural phase of the competition is the topic selection. This is far from a mere lottery. All topics are derived from a super database known as the Civilization Challenge Repository, which continuously aggregates the most pressing technological challenges faced by the Federation and its member states, alongside visionary concepts capable of ushering in the next technological era. The holographic screen commenced a rapid scroll of sample topics. Topic A. Livelihood design and efficient. Low-maintenance freshwater collection and purification system capable of withstanding the extreme solar exposure and sandstorm conditions of the planet Tatooine, utilizing predominantly local materials. Topic B. Foresight conceive a novel deep space propulsion system based on non-fusion principles, with an energy utilization efficiency exceeding that of current ion thrusters by over 50, and provide a theoretical validation model. Topic C. Extreme application using only the limited materials and tools provided in a standard engineering mech maintenance kit. Design and simulate the construction of a temporary shelter capable of withstanding temperatures of -200 degrees in level 10 winds. Upon selection of their topics, participants enter highly isolated personal design chambers. They possess the highest level of access to the Federation's open knowledge repository, along with a powerful suite of integrated design software. Within the stipulated time frame, they must complete all work from conceptual design to detailed schematics and virtual simulations. However, this is merely the preliminary selection. Yun Yanen's tone bore a hint of ruthless excitement. Next comes a series of intense proposal showdowns. These may manifest as brutal one-on-one offensive and defensive engagements, where both parties optimize around a core parameter, for example, which thruster generates greater thrust under equal energy input, within a time limit, with super AI determining the victor in real time, leading to immediate elimination of the loser. Alternatively, they may take the form of unpredictable team integration battles, wherein the system randomly assembles a temporary project group of 35 individuals to collaboratively tackle a complex, multifaceted challenge, rigorously testing the participants' technical communication, leadership, and rapid collaboration skills. Such rounds of elimination are akin to the gravitational sifting of materials by massive celestial bodies. Ultimately, only the 100 most exceptional engineers, distinguished by their ingenuity, solid technical prowess, and stable mindset, will earn the privilege to step into the final sanctum, the Tower of Creation. The Tower of Creation? Lenny murmured, the name imbued with a transcendent sense of technological sanctity. Indeed, Yun Yanen's expression grew profoundly solemn. It is the very soul of the Galaxy's Singularity competition, a crucible that tests the ultimate essence of an engineer, their pure creativity and mental fortitude. The top contenders, based on their previous overall rankings, are granted the privilege of priority selection to enter the creation studio corresponding to the designated number within the tower. These studios are entirely physically isolated and equipped with the most advanced immersive design terminals, molecular material printers, and essential life support systems available in this era. However, she paused momentarily. Chapter 32. Echoes of Creation. The virtual creation engine. With an unwavering tone, she declared that from the moment the airtight door closed, participants would be confined to the studio for a span of 30 standard days. No communication with the outside world would be permitted in any form. All necessary nutritional compounds and basic materials would be seamlessly delivered by an automated system through pneumatic pipelines. Inside the door lay absolute solitude, unbridled freedom, and profound responsibility, your existence intertwined with that of your yet-to-be-born design. In that realm, silence reigned supreme, save for the sparks of thought igniting fiercely at the intersection of the virtual and the real. Lin Yi listened intently. This extreme environment stripped away all external distractions, compelling the creator's potential to its utmost limits, an immensely alluring challenge. Yun Yanin observed the fervent focus ignited in her eyes, knowing that the pivotal moment had arrived. Her voice took on an air of mystery. Upon the expiration of the 30 days, the studio doors would simultaneously open. 100 prodigies, having endured a purgatorial creative cycle, would emerge with their final blueprints, culminations of their utmost dedication and wisdom, stored within their design terminals, destined for the heart of the Creation Tower, the echoes of Creation Hall. Her voice brimmed with reverence for the Federation's pinnacle of technological marvels. The core of that hall was not a mere physical testing platform, but rather a legendary fusion of quantum supercomputing and advanced artificial intelligence, the virtual creation engine. Designers would no longer be burdened by the protracted process of physical manufacturing. They would simply upload their final design data to the engine. Lin Yi involuntarily held her breath. As an engineer, she sensed the approach of something extraordinary. The miracle lay here. Yun Yanin's voice resonated with the thrill of witnessing a marvel. The virtual creation engine could instantaneously parse and fully comprehend every design parameter contained within the data packets, each material property, every energy pathway, and every logical command. Based on this absolute foundation, it could create the complete device depicted in the schematics within its meticulously constructed virtual universe, starting from the laws of physics. A perfect restoration, capable of simulating even the microscopic structure of materials and quantum effects. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with disbelief. This was a technology that transcended the era. It was the ultimate tool every engineer dreamed of. And this was merely the beginning. Yun Yanin's tone grew increasingly impassioned. Following generation, the virtual creation engine would conduct unprecedented, comprehensive, and destructive extreme performance tests on this virtual creation according to design objectives. It would simulate a myriad of extreme environments, from the high-energy radiation at the edge of a supernova explosion to the extreme gravitational tides near a black hole. It would perform various stress tests, overloads, impacts, and fatigue far exceeding theoretical limits. It would analyze energy efficiency, signal stability, and electromagnetic compatibility. All tests would be conducted within a virtual environment adhering to the fundamental laws of the universe, yielding results of precision and objectivity far surpassing any physical testing ground. Any attempts at deceit or cunning designs shall be laid bare before the Genesis Resonance. The galactic singularity competition, with its pinnacle of federal technological achievement, guarantees absolute fairness and authority in the final judgment. The supreme trophy shall be bestowed solely upon those designs that withstand the ultimate test of physical laws, showcasing unparalleled excellence. Chapter 33. Journey to the Starry Sea. The call of the Temple of Knowledge. Lin Yi inhaled deeply, drawing in the meticulously filtered air, attempting to steady her slightly accelerated heartbeat. In her eyes, which typically reflected streams of data and rational analysis, there now seemed to swirl a nebula, ablaze with a fervent glow of curiosity and the desire for challenge. How about this? Yun Yanin rose and approached Lin Yi, her gaze sparkling with sincerity and strategic intent. You need not make a final decision at this moment. Although the competition is still 3 standard months away, it is directly connected to the legendary Genesis Echo Central Archives at the headquarters of the Federation Academy and the Galactic Singularity Organizing Committee. Her voice carried an enchanting allure. The archives not only house comprehensive design data packages and holographic records of all winners of the Galactic Supreme Award since the inception of the competition, but also included numerous unpublished design manuscripts and thought trajectory logs from legendary engineers, as well as audacious concepts that, while not successful, greatly expanded the boundaries of technology. That place is regarded as the absolute sanctuary in the hearts of every engineer and scientist in the galaxy, embodying the pinnacle of wisdom from several interstellar civilizations. She extended her right hand to Lin Yi, a universal gesture of invitation and collaboration within the Interstellar Federation. Her posture elegant and sincere. As a special advisor of the Federation Academy, I formally invite you, with my special authority, to accompany me for a 3-day visit to the Genesis Echo Archive. You need only to witness for yourself how the masters of the past shattered conventional physics with their extraordinary ideas, reshaping the rules of warfare, transportation, and even existence. Observe the flowing energy paths and intricate structures on those three-dimensional dynamic blueprints, and feel the resonance of wisdom that transcends light years and time. Once you have witnessed it with your own eyes, you may then decide whether to step onto the arena of galactic singularity and compete among the stars, or continue your independent exploration. I, Yun, guarantee with my honor that I shall not attempt to influence your decision in any form. Yun Yanen's words were like a meticulously crafted activation code with the highest authority, precisely embedded in Lin Yi's core driving logic of exploring the unknown and creating the future. The technologies that defined an era, the concepts that challenged the laws of physics, the potential sparks of innovation that even her knowledge from another world had yet to touch. For Lin, whose soul bore the weight of diverse technological trees and an instinctive curiosity and obsession with the laws of the universe and engineering realization, the allure was cataclysmic. Her internal logic processor was operating at high speed, conducting a complex assessment of risks and rewards. The vigilance against the potential bureaucratic tendencies of large organizations and the yearning for that vast, boundless sanctuary of knowledge and ultimate arena transformed into rapid flashes of light in her clear eyes, symbolizing intense data conflicts. A few nanoseconds of silence stretched out like a century. Ultimately, her pure thirst for knowledge and challenge overwhelmingly eclipsed all risk-warning protocols. She lifted her head to meet Yun Yanen's expectant gaze, a calm yet profoundly confident smile re-emerging on her face, characteristic of a top-tier engineer. Chapter 34, Journey to the Starry Sea. The Call of the Temple of Knowledge. Lin Yi gently nodded, expressing profound gratitude for the commanding officer's gracious invitation and the invaluable opportunity presented to her. I accept your proposal and shall accompany you to the Echoes of Creation archive. I am eagerly anticipating this visit. In an instant, the eyes of Yun Yanen sparkled with a blend of relief and immense joy, as if she had finally completed an exceedingly intricate orbital docking. She understood that she had successfully directed this unique and immensely promising intellect towards the vast starry sea that was destined to create ripples. The next step involved awakening the dormant database within the Echoes of Creation archive, which harbored the wisdom of countless civilizations, to become the ultimate catalyst igniting her competitive spirit. Wonderful, Yun Yanen exclaimed, activating the itinerary management feature on her wristband. A luminous screen appeared, signifying that their visit was duly confirmed. The shuttle has been arranged. We shall depart punctually from Jeju Airport in 72 standard hours, heading to the archive located at the Lagrange 7 hub. Lin Yi shook her head, a hint of amusement and resignation playing across her features at her own instinctive reverence for knowledge. You have accurately calculated my every reaction. Faced with such an opportunity to directly access the core of civilizational wisdom, even the potential for unknown risks compels me to go. Upon hearing this, Yun Yanen could not help but laugh, her smile radiant and infectious, dispelling the formality typically associated with federal officials and revealing the vibrant essence characteristic of her youth. I knew that no true engineer could resist the call of the Echoes of Creation. Furthermore, are you aware of a special benefit associated with this event? Those who secure a place among the top 3 will have the opportunity to apply to the Temporal Bureau for a shuttle to traverse to designated historical periods. If you have connections to a specific period in a certain dimension, you may submit your request, and the Bureau will arrange a shuttle accordingly. Lin Yi, already in a state of readiness to embark, had all her vital data and research achievements stored in her personal server, secured by multiple layers of encryption. The prospect of such an incentive ignited her determination, as she eagerly prepared to engage in this grand endeavor. A shuttle, could it mean I might return? The following day, she bid a brief farewell to the director and supervisor of the Moonlight Division, expressing her gratitude for their support. To her surprise, Zheng Hu specifically intercepted her at the hangar. Engineer Lin. Zheng Hu's expression bore a hint of complexity, yet his gaze was more earnest than ever before. I have contemplated this for quite some time. In 3 standard months, I will represent the Jeju branch of the Moonlight Group in the Stellar Singularity competition. He paused, seemingly gathering courage. At that time, I shall officially challenge you with my design on the competition stage. I hope you do not let your previous achievements lead to complacency. For from this moment on, I will enter a state of full-scale development, mobilizing all resources with the aim of surpassing you in a fair competitive environment. His words resonated with unwavering confidence, yet the slight tightening of his knuckles and the hastened cadence of his speech betrayed an underlying tension. Lin Yi found this rather amusing. Yet he harbored no aversion to such a candid declaration of rivalry. "Very well, I shall see you at the competition," Lin Yi replied succinctly and affirmatively, akin to an immutable programming command. The agreement had been established, the code inscribed within the core. A technological tempest, sweeping across the galaxy, is poised to commence. Chapter 35, Genetic Testing, a heart-pounding experience. The Star Shuttle, resembling a magnificent black gemstone, boasts an elegant and unique spindle-shaped design, akin to a refined piece of art within the cosmos. It hovers silently at the dedicated berth of Lagrange Station 7, reminiscent of a slumbering giant awaiting the moment of awakening. The aerodynamically designed hull reflects a faint and mysterious sheen under the cold illumination of the station, akin to the starlight in the night sky, dim yet undeniably captivating. This subtle radiance bestows an air of enigma upon the shuttle, igniting curiosity about its internal structure and functionalities. Lin Yi stood within the observation corridor, gazing through the thick composite crystal window, calculating the angles of its engine nozzles and the potential efficiency of its propellant mixture. In 3 standard months, it would carry her to the venue of the Stellar Singularity competition, a pivotal step towards approaching the core of the Moonlight Group's headquarters and ultimately seeking a path back home. "Isn't it beautiful?" Yun Yanen's voice broke through her reverie. Dressed in a crisp uniform of the Federal Interstellar Affairs Bureau, she appeared both capable and focused. The Star Shuttle series is a pride of federal engineering, particularly its transition acceleration stability, unparalleled among vessels of its class. Lin Yi nodded slightly, her gaze unwavering from the spacecraft. Indeed, its curvature field generator layout is exceptionally ingenious, effectively counteracting over 80% of transition stress. "Commander, when can we commence adaptive drills?" she inquired, her interest piqued by practical operations. Yun Yanen turned to her, adopting a serious demeanor. "This is precisely why I sought you out, Engineer Lin. According to the Federal Deep Space Navigation Safety Regulations and the Supplementary Clause 117 of the Health and Safety Standards for competitors in the Stellar Singularity competition, any individual subjected to commercial-grade or higher transition acceleration, especially through the high-speed transition corridors designated for the competition, must undergo a comprehensive health assessment prior, particularly a genetic stability screening." Lin Yi's heartbeat faltered for a moment, yet her facial expression remained impeccably composed, with only her eyelashes betraying a slight tremor, as if pondering a technical parameter. Yun Yanen, oblivious to any anomaly, continued her explanation. "This is a mandatory procedure aimed at ensuring that the genetic chain of passengers does not undergo unpredictable mutations or, worse, collapse under the spatial temporal distortions induced by the transition. This is no jest, Engineer Lin. History has taught us painful lessons." A chill crept through Lin Yi's fingertips. A bodily examination? A genetic screening? This was precisely what she, or rather, he, had diligently sought to avoid. His soul hailed from another dimension, and the original owner of this body had likely long since dissipated. In order to escape an unknown pursuer and to safely integrate into this world while utilizing his design talents to capture the attention of the Moonlight higher-ups, he had no choice but to present himself as a woman. His disguise was not born of preference, but rather a necessary means of survival and achieving his goals. The admonitions left by his father resonate in his mind. Any potential exposure of his identity is fraught with peril. He must make his way to the headquarters of the Moonlight Group. The Starry River Singularity competition represents the most efficient and logical strategy he has devised. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that he cannot falter at the outset. He must not allow a mere medical examination to obliterate the carefully crafted FAAD and covert existence he has labored to maintain. Chapter 36, Genetic Testing, a heart-pounding experience. He fell silent for a few seconds, his mind operating like an overclocked processor, swiftly weighing the risks against the rewards. He required information, more details regarding the tests. "I comprehend the significance of safety, Commander." Lin Yi's voice remained calm, imbued with the rationality characteristic of an engineer. Habitually, he inquired about the specifics of this medical examination, particularly the depth and breadth of the genetic screening. Furthermore, he sought clarification on the storage methods of this data, access permissions, and its ultimate purpose. "You see, I have a keen sensitivity towards the security of personal data." He endeavored to frame his queries as those commonly posed by technologists concerned about privacy. Yun Yanen appeared unfazed by his apprehensions. Many of the brightest minds harbored similar concerns. She patiently elucidated, The testing encompasses routine physiological indicators, neurological stress responses, and most critically, a comprehensive genome stability scan and telomere activity assessment. All data, I refer to the original complete data, will be instantaneously encrypted upon collection and directly uploaded via a quantum key channel to the Federal Central Health Database, which is independently managed by the Guardian-class Interstellar Core supercomputing cluster. She paused, her tone growing gravely serious. According to the Federal Supreme Privacy Act and the special provisions on genetic information protection, this data is afforded the highest level of security. The core supercomputers operate autonomously on a daily basis, with their data access permissions segmented and encrypted. Even a joint directive from the federal president and the Academy of Sciences president cannot directly retrieve the original genetic sequence information. Lin Yi felt a slight alleviation of his anxiety, yet his concern lingered. In what circumstances would the data be accessed? What are the levels of permission? Yun Yanin regarded him with understanding in her blue eyes. I comprehend your worries, Engineer Lin. However, rest assured, the conditions that would trigger access to the original genetic data are exceedingly stringent, typically involving only the most high-level criminal investigations, requiring the authorization of both the Chief Justice of the Federal Supreme Court and the chairperson of the Parliamentary Security Committee. Alternatively, in the exceedingly rare case of a genetic plague outbreak affecting an entire star domain, approval from both the Academy's Ethics Committee and the highest official of the Federal Center for Disease Control is required. The number of individuals possessing full access permissions across the entire federal territory does not exceed this. She extended her palm, fingers splayed. As for the qualification assessment for this leap, she added, her tone lightening somewhat. UI. And the organizing committee will ultimately see only a binary result validated by the Guardian supercomputer, meets leap health standards or does not meet. Specific genetic sequences and physiological details will remain undisclosed to us. We need only to ascertain whether it is feasible, not why it is so. To dispel Lin Yi's final doubts, Yun Yanin lowered her voice, revealing a long-buried historical account. The reason for the exceedingly stringent regulations in place today is due to a shocking event known as the genetic catastrophe that occurred approximately 120 standard years ago. The genetic data of certain citizens was leaked by internal personnel, falling into the hands of a civilization that, while still on the fringes of the Federation, possessed remarkable expertise in gene-targeted research. Consequently, they developed an inducer capable of triggering the collapse of specific genetic sequences. Chapter 37. Genetic Testing. A heart-stopping revelation, a shadow flitted across her face as she slowly recounted this long-standing tale. The merciless interstellar pirates had acquired a certain induction agent and employed it during a raid on a civilian transport fleet. The outcome was not merely death, rather, it entailed the excruciating demise of tens of thousands as their genetic chains disintegrated, causing them to melt away. Even the first wave of Federal X-level mech soldiers who rushed to the rescue suffered significant non-combat casualties due to their lack of protection and understanding. The total losses exceeded 300,000 civilians and military personnel. It was a nightmare. Since that incident, any information pertaining to genetics has been safeguarded at the highest level by the Federation. Lin Yi listened intently, the chill behind him gradually replaced by a complex array of emotions. So that was the reason. Behind the stringent regulations lay a bloody lesson. This system was not designed to surveil individuals. Quite the opposite, it aimed to protect the most fundamental privacy and security of individuals, preventing them from becoming targets for specific attacks. This significantly mitigated the risk of his identity being exposed. As long as he was not a serious criminal requiring the utmost federal authority to investigate or coincidentally the source of a genetic plague, his data remained secure. I understand. Lin Yi exhaled slowly, the furrow in his brow easing as calm and resolute light flickered back into his eyes. Thank you for your detailed explanation, Commander. When shall we proceed with the testing? Noticing Lin Yi's change in demeanor, Yun Yanin smiled. Anytime. The testing chamber is located within the medical center. The process is swift, non-invasive, and painless. Let us go now. Lin Yi made his decision. The risks were manageable, while the opportunities were too precious to overlook. The testing process unfolded as Yun Yanin had described, efficient and automated. He reclined within a precision chamber bathed in soft blue light, various sensors silently scanning and collecting data. He felt a subtle flow of energy gliding over his skin, yet experienced no discomfort. His mind emptied. shifting focus from his identity to envisioning potential challenges and solutions for the upcoming competition. In less than an hour, Yun Yanen's wristband received a notification. She glanced at the screen displaying a simple green pass symbol alongside a health risk assessment report devoid of specific data, rated as optimal. And a satisfied smile graced her face. The results are in, Engineer Lin. She approached Lin Yi, who had just emerged from the testing chamber, and congratulated him. The evaluation from the Guardian supercomputer indicates that your genetic stability far exceeds the safety baseline for transitions, and your physiological indicators are perfectly suited for high-speed travel. Your body is entirely prepared. Lin Yi accepted the electronic certificate that Yun Yanen offered, which displayed only the final result and a green pass icon. The final stone of worry in his heart finally fell away, replaced by a wave of relief, even tinged with joy. One of his greatest concerns had been alleviated, and the path to the competition, to the headquarters of Moonlight, and to the truth and homeward journey became clearer. Excellent. He smiled faintly, his tone infused with a rare lightness. So, Commander, when shall we commence the transition adaptability training? Outside, the Star Shuttle seemed to await the answer, its engine pre-start indicator flickering softly, akin to a silent urging. Chapter 38. The Star Shuttle and the journey to the Lagrange points on the VIP departure platform of the capital's Star Jeju Orbital Airport. The radiance of the morning star intermingles with artificial light, outlining the sleek and elegant profile of a compact shuttle. It does not rest upon the ground. Rather, it is silently elevated by an invisible anti-gravity field, hovering several meters above the surface. Its exterior is cloaked in matte black composite armor, with ethereal blue energy glimmers flowing only at critical seams and engine nozzles, resembling a dormant interstellar cheetah, brimming with latent power. This is the Star Shuttle-class reconnaissance vessel, a civilian variant of the cutting-edge high-speed shuttle, summoned by Yun Yanen using her elevated clearance, belonging to the Federal Academy of Sciences. It eschews all unnecessary ornamentation. Every curve serves aerodynamics and energy flow, epitomizing functional aesthetics. Engineer Lin, please. Today, Yun Yanen is clad in a perfectly tailored uniform of the Federal Bureau of Interstellar Affairs. The deep blue fabric adorned only with subtle silver insignias at the shoulders and collar, exuding a sense of competence and poise. She is the first to ascend the extended magnetic ladder and enters the cabin, gesturing for Lin Yi to follow. A flicker of admiration and analytical curiosity crosses Lin Yi's eyes upon encountering such exquisite craftsmanship. She grips the auxiliary rail beside the hatch and gracefully steps into the vessel's interior. The space is not opulent, but is remarkably efficient. Ergonomically adaptive seating, a surrounding holographic tactical information display interface, and recycled air permeated with a faint scent of ozone and energy agents all accentuate its pure practicality and high-tech essence. With a nearly imperceptible low-frequency hum, the hatch closes silently. The ethereal blue glow coursing around the shuttle suddenly intensifies. The powerful anti-gravity field and attitude control thrusters work in unison, stabilizing the craft as if anchored in the void. Buckle up. We are preparing to enter the transition acceleration trajectory. Yun Yanen's voice resonates through the built-in communicator, clear and calm. Her slender fingers glide swiftly across the vibrant holographic control interface, inputting navigational commands. In an instant, Lin Yi feels a powerful and sustained pressure gently pushing her into her seat. Through the panoramic display interface, composed of high-strength composite crystals and external sensors, the vast dome of Jeju Airport rapidly descends, and the horizon of the planet visibly transforms from an arc into a colossal sphere. The shuttle does not immediately enter hyperspace. Instead, it accelerates outside the atmosphere. Outside the window, the stars become increasingly vivid and bright, set against a backdrop of black velvet, studded with countless diamonds. Below, the magnificent capital planet reveals a stunning blue and white palette, with swirling clouds that resemble the strokes of a divine artist. Have you adapted to the acceleration? On the southern side of the cloud, Yan'an turned her head and asked with a hint of a smile. The plasma pulse engine and inertial damping system of the Star Weaver are of the latest model. However, to conserve energy, the acceleration overload for the conventional flight segment is set at 4 standard gravities, which may still pose a challenge for those untrained. Lin Yi adjusted her breathing, and the energy circulation within her body seemed to instinctively adapt to this pressure. Not only did she acclimate, but she also attentively perceived every subtle vibration and fluctuation of energy flow as the spacecraft accelerated. Chapter 39. The Star Shuttle and the Journey to the Lagrange Point. Everything was flawless and remarkably smooth. The power output and vector control precision of the engine were truly impressive, while the coordination algorithms of the inertial dampers were masterfully crafted, nearly eliminating all detrimental resonances. She commented, her tone reminiscent of an analysis of an exquisite design blueprint. A flicker of surprise crossed Yunyanen's eyes, soon transformed into deeper admiration. While the average person might be awestruck by the grandeur of the scenery or struggling to acclimate to the overload, Lin Yi delved straight into the technical essence. It appears I was overly concerned, Yunyanen mused. The core propulsion module of the Star Shuttle indeed embodies the pinnacle of the Federation's current technology. Its plasma confinement field design draws inspiration from certain cruiser main engine technologies, while the inertial damping system is derived from reverse engineering gravitational well technology. The project is overseen by the Federation's Power and Motion Laboratory, those brilliant engineers who consistently produce innovations that defy conventional understanding. She paused, her gaze drifting to the vast expanse of the starry sea outside, her voice imbued with the pride and anticipation of a pioneer. This is merely humanity's first step out of the cradle. The Federation's centuries of interstellar exploration and technological accumulation run far deeper than most can imagine. Within lies preserved forbidden technologies, enigmatic artifacts unearthed from ancient relics that remain incomprehensible, and countless audacious concepts being nurtured in laboratories, capable of altering the very fabric of the galaxy. Engineer Lin. The Genesis Echo archive you are destined to visit is the confluence and repository of all this knowledge. I am confident that within, you will find something that will leave you equally awestruck. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt her anticipation ignite like a fusion core. Any prior concerns regarding a possible bureaucratic system paled in comparison to this pinnacle of human ingenuity and exploratory spirit. She nodded slightly, her clear eyes reflecting the brilliant river of stars, shimmering with the pure light of knowledge. The commander's description stirs the heart more than any star map. I have already begun to look forward to this visit. Just then, the ship's main control AI emitted a calm alert. Warning, approaching designated transition point. Initiating countdown for hyperspace engine. 10-9. The view outside the porthole began to warp strangely, stars stretching into elongated strands of light. As space itself seemed to fold and writhe, a more potent force, acting upon every cellular layer, enveloped the entire cabin. 3, 2, 1. Transition initiated. There was no deafening roar, only a low hum, seemingly emanating from the depths of the universe, permeating everything. All light outside vanished in an instant, replaced by an indescribable, flowing vortex of colorful energy. The Star Shuttle had already torn through the membrane of conventional space, plunging into the hyperspace corridor, racing toward the distant knowledge sanctuary at the Lagrange point. As the Star Shuttle glided silently into the designated dock of the Lagrange 7 hub, akin to a ghost, the magnetic locks emitted a subtle click as they secured the vessel. Lin Yi was immediately enveloped by an ambience starkly contrasting with that of the planetary surface. The recirculated air was infused with a delicate blend of various metallic ions, ozone, energy lubricants, and the enigmatic scents brought by visitors from distant star realms, creating a distinctive olfactory signature unique to the space station. In the distance, through the acoustically insulated bulkheads, the low hum of large machinery could be faintly heard, accompanied by the brief bursts of sound as the thrusters adjusted their orientation and the soft hiss of automated transport units gliding along their tracks. Everything unmistakably proclaimed that this was the very nexus of human cutting-edge technology and interstellar communication. Chapter 40. Quantum Weaving. A technological revolution in material restoration. The shuttle bay doors slid open, and Yunyanen stepped out first, stepping onto the mirror-like deck of the Lagrange 7 hub. A middle-aged man, clad in the uniform of a senior researcher from the Federation Academy, awaited them. His demeanor was austere, yet his gaze was sharp, akin to that of a scanning device. He was none other than Yunyanen's mentor, the esteemed Dr. Mo Yen, a luminary in the realm of materials science. Professor. Yunyanen respectfully performed a brief academic salute. Mo Yen's gaze swiftly traversed his student, honing in on Lin Yi with the precision of a high-resolution sensor. His scrutinizing glance betrayed an unmistakable intrigue and curiosity. The comprehensive technical report on the Warm Sun environmental maintenance system had already arrived at his data terminal via encrypted channels. The core concepts of energy cycling and extreme environmental adaptability had astonished him, even as a seasoned authority in materials and energy for decades. "Is this Engineer Lin Yi?" Mo Yan's voice was steady, imbued with the calmness characteristic of a scholar. The Warm Sun system holds significant implications. Its ingenious application of energy level conversion and the material's resistance to extreme temperature fatigue is truly impressive. Lin Yi, neither servile nor arrogant, slightly inclined his head in acknowledgement. "Hello, Dr. Mo. It is an honor to receive your attention regarding my humble work. Do not be modest. In the realm of technology, results speak the loudest." A rare smile flickered across Mo Yan's lips. "Yanin has already submitted your visitation request. As the academic head of this region, I shall offer you 2 privileges." He extended 2 fingers. "Firstly, apart from areas involving the Federation's highest secrets and private laboratories, you possess Level 3 access to most open research zones within the archives, including the data reading room and material sample repository. You are free to peruse and observe at your leisure. Secondly, here is your temporary access key." He transmitted a stream of encrypted data to Lin Yi's wristband via near-field communication. "With this, you may initiate technical consultation requests with any on-duty senior researcher or visiting scholar within the archives. They are obliged to respond within their authority." The elevated status of this privilege drew the attention of several passing research assistants. Lin Yi felt the vibration of his wristband and nodded solemnly. "Thank you very much for your arrangements, Dr. Mo. Professor. I would like to take Engineer Lin to the Material Restoration and Enhancement Laboratory for a visit," Yin Yanin suggested at an opportune moment. "Oh, to observe the quantum weaving project?" A glimmer of understanding flickered in Mo Yan's eyes. "An excellent choice. That technology exemplifies the mastery of materials science from the microscopic to the macroscopic level. Go ahead, Dr. Kent happens to be on duty today." The Material Restoration and Enhancement Laboratory was situated at the center of a circular area within the archives, through which one could glimpse a pristine environment housing an array of sophisticated equipment. In the laboratory center, Dr. Kent, a venerable professor with silver hair and an expression so intent that he seemed to merge with the surrounding apparatus, stood before a complex workstation. Upon the desk lay several severely damaged components: a shoulder plate from an antiquated reconnaissance mech, marred by honeycomb-like holes from laser ablation, and a superconducting energy conduit interface, its intricate internal circuitry fractured in multiple places. Chapter 41. Quantum Weaving. A technological revolution in material restoration. Dr. Kent deftly manipulated a device akin to an ultra-fine mechanical arm, its tip emitting a nearly imperceptible stream of particles. He was wholly absorbed in his task, meticulously guiding the particle flow over the damaged area, his movements marked by unwavering steadiness. Beside him, another hovering interface displayed real-time data on the deposition of nanoscale materials and the fine-tuning parameters of the energy field. Yun Yanin and Lin Yi donned dust suits and quietly entered the observation zone, careful not to disturb him. Lin Yi's gaze was riveted on every action of Dr. Kent and the data stream on the hovering interface. She observed how Dr. Kent activated the material substrate in the damaged region using a directed energy field, how he precisely controlled a swarm of nanobots carrying restorative materials for atomic-level deposition and arrangement, and how he employed a feedback system to monitor the structural integrity of the repair site in real time, enabling the damaged area to begin its restoration at the molecular level. The principle of quantum weaving, Dr. Kent's voice emanated from the built-in communicator, calm and composed, is not merely about covering damage, but rather understanding the memory of materials and guiding them to self-repair based on their original lattice structure. With the energy field as our pen and nanobots as our ink, we reshape their form, restore their properties, and even surpass their former state. Lin Yi felt a spark of inspiration. This concept resonated profoundly with some cutting-edge self-repair ideas she had encountered. However, the technology before her was evidently more advanced and proactive, achieving astonishing precision in the manipulation of energy fields and nanoscale elements. She quietly observed, her mind racing as she compared the observed technology with her knowledge from another world. Analyzing and deducing, she discerned that the quantum weaving technology in the archives emphasized restoring the original performance and structural integrity of components, striving for complete consistency with the original design parameters. Although there were mentions of possibilities for functional enhancement or adaptive evolution, such as Dr. Kent's notion of surpassing the actual applications appeared relatively conservative, relying more on the properties of the raw materials. An innovative idea began to take shape in her mind. Days later, Lin returned to the Material Restoration and Enhancement Laboratory, holding the damaged reconnaissance mech shoulder sample, a piece that Dr. Kent had yet to address. She respectfully sought Dr. Kent's guidance on critical issues such as energy field frequency tuning and the core programming instruction set for the nanobots, requesting access to some basic experimental materials and permission to use a small multidimensional material printer. Dr. Kent held a favorable impression of the young engineer who had designed the Sunny system, and upon confirming her qualifications for safe operation, he granted her requests. Lin retreated to her assigned temporary research space, closing the door behind her. She did not aim to discredit quantum weaving. Rather, she sought to introduce a grander systemic thinking and material philosophy atop its exquisite technical foundation. She endeavored to devise a novel collaborative algorithm for nanorobots, transcending mere restoration directives by incorporating an adaptive optimization module grounded in damage morphology and environmental stress analysis. Concurrently, she re-engineered the formulation of the repair materials, shifting away from the pursuit of perfect conformity with the original substances and instead integrating a unique, intelligent metallic fiber characterized by energy conductivity and shape memory properties. Tailoring the enhancements according to varying damage types and anticipated functional requirements, she augmented energy diffusion, bolstered local defenses, optimized heat dissipation pathways, and meticulously adjusted the specific catalytic particles incorporated. Chapter 42. Quantum Weaving, a technological revolution in material restoration after countless simulations and parameter adjustments. She finally succeeded in compiling a viable new algorithm and material combination. When Lin re-entered the laboratory and gently placed the repaired shoulder blade on Dr. Kent's analysis platform, the monitoring equipment in the entire laboratory seemed to fall silent for a moment. The once menacing honeycomb-like ablation holes were not merely filled in, but replaced by a composite structure exuding a sense of technological elegance. This nascent structure did not attempt to masquerade as flawless. Instead, it presented an exquisitely intricate, biomimetic porous architecture. Resilient metallic fibers formed a robust supporting network, embedded with minuscule energy conduits. Under specific energy stimuli, these delicate channels emitted a soft glow, indicating the state of energy flow. This not only restored the structural integrity, but seemingly endowed the repaired area with a new organ-like quality. The energy diffusion efficiency increased by 15, and the local resistance to specific frequency energy weapons was significantly enhanced, even visually displaying the energy load status of the area through the gentle illumination. This restoration technique did not merely conceal the damage but transformed it into a unique reinforced node, integrating new functionalities. It was a magnificent engineering marvel, a perfect amalgamation of destruction and rebirth, repair and evolution. This is. Even the usually composed Dr. Kent widened his eyes, his fingers swiftly navigating the control interface, calling forth various scanning modes, incredulously observing the analysis data. Structural integrity at 102. Enhanced energy diffusion efficiency. How is this possible? You reconstructed its material genetic expression? Upon hearing the news, Yun Yanin rushed over, and upon seeing the analysis data and high-definition scans, she was rendered speechless by astonishment. The unusual energy signals and structural changes also attracted several senior project supervisors accompanying the archive's technical director on their inspection. Technical Director Zhao Wangshu, tall and stern in demeanor, was a staunch advocate of traditional material restoration and standardization. Initially critical of Lin Yi's advanced access as an external visitor, he found himself halted in his tracks upon witnessing the real-time data transmission. Lin Yi explained softly, her voice calm yet imbued with a pioneering spirit. I have studied Dr. Kent's quantum weaving technology and found it deeply inspiring. However, I believe the ultimate goal of restoration may not merely be to return to the original state, but to contemplate how to make it better, more adaptable to future challenges. I endeavored to optimize the algorithm for the nanoclusters, introducing intelligent materials and multifunctional designs, not to conceal the damage but to transform it into an opportunity for functional enhancement and a unique identity. I have temporarily named this approach adaptive functional weaving. Adaptive functional weaving, Dr. Kent murmured, a newfound fervor igniting in his eyes. What a splendid concept of becoming better. What a splendid opportunity for functional enhancement. This transcends mere technological advancement. It represents a philosophical leap, embracing imperfection, guiding evolution, and transforming weaknesses into strengths is indeed the future trajectory of material science. Zhao Wangshu stood at the back of the crowd, and for the first time, a profound fluctuation appeared on his stern visage. He fixated intently on the parameters displayed on the data screen that exceeded standard values, then turned his gaze towards Lin Yi's calm, yet confident countenance. Chapter 43. The Storm and Battle of Genius in Adaptive Functional Repair. The steadfast belief he held regarding absolute restoration, adhering to the original design specifications, appeared to be profoundly shaken by this vibrant new structure. He pressed his lips tightly together, his gaze a complex tapestry of emotions, shock at the upheaval of technical norms, an instinctive aversion to deviation from standards, and a simmering anger at the challenge to authority. Yet, as a scientist, the flicker of desire for technological breakthroughs deep within him seemed to be quietly ignited by this dazzling innovation. He refrained from comment, instead casting a lingering look at Lin Yi before silently turning away. This wordless departure signified the onset of a contemplative storm within the foremost archives of the Federation. A discourse on whether the essence of repair is rooted in regression or evolution, and whether technical standards should serve as a baseline or a ceiling, all spurred by Lin Yi's arrival. The adaptive functional repair technology and philosophy introduced by Lin Yi acted as a variable within a meticulously operating system, destined to evoke profound technological ripples and philosophical reflections within this sanctuary of absolute knowledge. The display and data report of Lin Yi's pioneering adaptive functional repair technology detonated like an information bomb, its shockwaves rapidly engulfing multiple research sectors within the Genesis Echo archive. The newly endowed reconnaissance mech shoulder armor was solemnly showcased by Dr. Kent in the core display cabinet of the laboratory, its internal flowing energy glimmering softly, coupled with a unique biomimetic structure, drawing the attention of numerous researchers and visiting scholars, eliciting waves of admiration. This was not merely a revolutionary material repair technology. It embodied a forward-thinking design philosophy that regarded each instance of damage as an opportunity for system upgrade and functional specialization, transforming flaws into advantages, guiding materials and structures toward evolutionary adaptation to their environments. This vibrant technological concept injected an efficient activation code into the archive's pursuit of absolute knowledge, which, despite its inherent path dependence, resonated profoundly among the intellectually agile young researchers and engineers, sparking significant cognitive upheaval. Yun Yanin observed keenly, her heart brimming with joy. Lin Yi's talent, akin to a diamond meticulously polished, finally radiated an undeniable brilliance within this elite academic sanctuary. She understood that such genius could not be content with mere validation within the laboratory. He deserved to ascend to the highest competitive stage of the galaxy, to engage with the finest minds from various civilizations in the stellar singularity competition, allowing his ingenious ideas to illuminate the entire cosmos. She first sought her mentor, Dr. Mo Yin. He was in his private laboratory, filled with an array of peculiar material samples and suspended complex structural holograms. The air suffused with the distinctive aroma of ozone and energy fields, making fine adjustments to an exceptionally intricate energy conduction model. Teacher, Yun Yanin greeted respectfully. Mo Yin lifted his head, and his sharp eyes softened slightly upon seeing his proud disciple. Is it regarding Engineer Lin? His exceptional data processing capabilities had evidently anticipated Yun Yanin's intentions. Indeed, Yun Yanin spoke directly, her eyes sparkling with the fervor of discovering a rare energy source. The success of the adaptive functionality weave has thoroughly demonstrated that Engineer Lin not only possesses a profound theoretical foundation, but also embodies the creativity to transcend conventions and define the future. It would be a regrettable loss for our archives, and indeed for the entire federal scientific community, if such talent were unable to participate in this year's galactic singularity competition alongside the galaxy's elite. I earnestly implore you, esteemed teacher, to join me in encouraging Engineer Lin to compete. Chapter 44. The Contest of Storms and Geniuses in Adaptive Functional Weaving. Mo Yin set down the energy field regulator in his hand and picked up an optical cleaning cloth to wipe the lens that bore no dust. A profound smile, characteristic of a seasoned scholar, graced his lips as he remarked, Yanin, your astuteness always captures the essence. It was evident that I would not let the ingenuity of Engineer Lin go unnoticed. Naturally, she must participate in the competition, however. He paused, his gaze sharpening like a beam of high-energy particles focused on Yun Yanin. after the competition concludes, regardless of the outcome. I sincerely hope she will accept my invitation to join my Advanced Materials and Energy Systems Laboratory as a co-chief researcher. Her talent and intuition in energy level conversion and microstructure design are unparalleled in my career. With the right resources and platform, her achievements will be boundless. Yun Yanin felt a surge of joy at her mentor's high regard for Lin Yi, yet she sensed that the unfolding events might surpass a mere invitation. As she prepared to respond, the soundproof door of the laboratory slid open silently, and a resonant, excited voice filled the room. "Huh, Mo Yin. I knew you old fox would act swiftly. Such a promising talent, and you think to keep her all to yourself in the materials lab?" Before he could finish, the vivacious Dr. Kent strode in, his face aglow with the excitement from the latest experimental data. Today, he seemed to have made a special effort with his appearance. His lab coat was impeccably neat, and even his signature tousled hair appeared somewhat tamed. Mo Yin arched an eyebrow. "Kent, what brings you to this chaotic realm of energy fields instead of monitoring your weaving platform with the nanorobots?" Ignoring the teasing in Mo Yin's words, Dr. Kent approached Yun Yanin with the exuberance of a child who had discovered a new continent. He turned to Mo Yin, declaring, "I too have come for Engineer Lin. Yanin is absolutely right. A genius capable of redefining disciplinary boundaries must be showcased at galactic singularity. The entire galaxy must witness what true innovation entails." However, he deliberately elongated his tone, his eyes shimmering with the brilliance of discovering a perfect lattice structure. "Inviting her to join your laboratory? Heh, Mo Yin. It seems you must adhere to the principle of first come, first serve this time." "Oh." Mo Yin's eyes instantly sharpened. "What do you mean?" Dr. Kent gleefully waved the data pad in his hand. "I just emerged from the archives of the academic committee." He chuckled. Several executive members of the committee, particularly the vice chairman in charge of technological innovation, have taken a keen interest in the preliminary report on adaptive functional weaving and specifically summoned me for inquiries. Naturally, I elaborated on Engineer Lin's miraculous technology of transforming damage into evolution, as well as the systemic philosophy embedded within it. The vice chairman was immensely impressed, exclaiming revolutionary thinking 3 times. I was also specifically instructed to wholeheartedly support Engineer Lin's subsequent research, ensuring that her talents are maximally utilized. The implications behind this. Hee, Mo Yin. What are your insights? Mo Yin's expression instantly became somewhat nuanced. The personal attention and explicit support from the upper echelons of the academic committee carry an entirely different significance. This indicates that Lin Yi's name has now entered the purview of the highest management levels of the archives. The difficulty level of his original invitation has suddenly surged exponentially. Chapter 45. The Battle of Storms and Geniuses in Adaptive Functional Weaving. Yun Yanin observed the 2 eminent scholars, each a towering figure in their respective fields, now resembling titans vying for the rights to a rare mineral discovery. Amusement and exasperation filled her heart. She swiftly interjected, "Esteemed professors, Engineer Lin has yet to make a definitive decision regarding her participation in the competition. As for future research directions, that remains a distant concern. Our most pressing task at hand is to persuade her to participate in the galactic singularity." Mo Yin and Dr. Kent exchanged glances, each recognizing the unabashed competitive spirit and determination reflected in the other's eyes. Mo Yin scoffed lightly, his tone imbued with the confidence characteristic of a materials scientist. "Humph. I shall personally converse with her." His voice resolute, he continued, "Engineer Lin's potential in the realm of energy-material interactions is immeasurable. My laboratory can provide the most superior research environment. Participating in the competition is the optimal avenue for her to validate her theories and broaden her horizons." Dr. Kent, unyielding, rapped his fingers on the table, producing a crisp sound. "What nonsense. The essence of adaptive functional weaving lies in micromanipulation and the responsive nature of smart materials, which aligns perfectly with my leadership of the nano-reconstruction project. Engineer Lin's intuition is practically tailor-made for this field." A subtle smile graced Dr. Kent's lips. "As for the competition, I shall analyze the pros and cons with her. She will surely recognize its value." As the 2 authoritative scholars appeared poised to descend into yet another academic dispute, a spark ignited in Mo Yin's eyes as a clever idea crossed his mind. He stroked his chin, revealing a sly smile typical of a researcher. "Kent, our debate here, devoid of data support, is futile," he stated seriously. "Ultimately, Engineer Lin's choice of research direction rests with her. Why not establish a verification condition?" "A verification condition?" Kent narrowed his eyes, intrigued. What condition? Let us wager on who can first persuade Engineer Lin to enroll in this year's galactic singularity competition. Mo Yan's eyes gleamed with a challenge. Whosoever secures her unequivocal commitment to participate shall possess the privilege of proposing first when vying for her collaboration in future research projects. What say you? Dare to accept this condition? Upon hearing this, Dr. Kent's white brows arched in surprise, his scientific zeal ignited in an instant. Why would I shy away? Mo Yan, do not presume that your laboratory's high rating grants you an advantage. I have my own negotiation strategies. I accept this condition. Excellent. Mo Yan lightly clapped the control panel. Sealing their consensus, Yun Yanin watched the two scientific titans, akin to rival collectors of rare specimens, and could not suppress a smile. She felt a surge of delight. With these two heavyweights advocating for her, Lin Yi's participation seemed almost assured. As for which laboratory she would ultimately choose, Yun Yanin glanced at her spirited mentor and the confident Dr. Kent, a smirk of amusement gracing her lips. The impending academic contest for the future promises to be as exhilarating as the stellar singularity competition itself. So, esteemed professors, when shall we seek out Engineer Lin? Yun Yanin inquired at the opportune moment. Mo Yan and Kent simultaneously straightened their postures, as if preparing to enter a crucial negotiation, and declared in unison, "Let us go now." The two, unwavering in their resolve, flanked one another, like loyal guardians yet also fierce competitors, as they strode. Under Yun Yanin's barely suppressed laughter, towards the guest researcher suite where Lin Yi was temporarily residing, their steps resolute and tinged with urgency. Thus commenced a fierce academic struggle and persuasive campaign surrounding an unparalleled genius within the hallowed halls of knowledge at the Lagrange point. Chapter 46. The temptation of quantum immersion fields and the competition of zero-interference workshops within the advanced research zone of the Jeju branch of the Moonlight Group. Under the auspices of the Galactic Federation, the atmosphere is imbued with a soft, technologically sophisticated glow. Two pivotal figures within the organization, Dr. Mo Yan, an authority on materials and energy systems, and Dr. Kent, a specialist in nanomaterials and repair technologies, flank a young woman named Yun Yanin, a senior advisor from the Federation Academy. Despite her evident exasperation, her demeanor exudes remarkable competence as they hasten towards the independent studio of Lin Yi. The corridor is flanked by intelligent glass walls that shimmer with a bluish hue, continuously streaming intricate star maps, mecha performance parameters, and real-time communication summaries from distant star domains. The air is tinged with a faint scent of ozone and coolant, mingled with the fragrance of advanced synthetic materials. The matte metallic door of Lin Yi's studio is ajar, allowing a subtle hum from the transitioning holographic interfaces, and the deep thrum of stable energy flows to escape. Dr. Mo Yan adjusts his silver-gray, impeccably tailored engineer's jacket, striving to soften the severe lines of his face, and, with a swipe of his access bracelet, opens the door and steps inside. Dr. Kent, not to be outdone, follows closely behind, his stride vigorous despite his seniority. Grasping his distinctive multifunctional cane, equipped with various miniature detectors and a holographic projector, he enters, the cane's non-slip base producing a soft click against the polished composite floor. Inside, the studio is far more spacious than it appears from the outside, resembling a fusion of a cutting-edge laboratory and a design workshop. Towering shelves of materials and tool cabinets encircle the space, with an array of unfamiliar instruments twinkling with indicator lights. At the center stands a large holographic design platform, currently displaying a remarkably intricate dissected diagram of a mecha transmission structure, where countless fine energy streams and data parameters circulate like a living neural network. Lin Yi stands before the platform, attired in a simple, deep blue jumpsuit that accentuates her poised stature. Her slightly curled black hair is neatly tied back, revealing a smooth forehead and a focused profile. The ethereal blue glow emanating from the design table illuminates her clear eyes as she furrows her brow, intently observing a node within the structure that persistently reports errors, its energy flow evidently sluggish. Her slender fingers swiftly tap the virtual keyboard, conducting simulations. Upon hearing commotion at the door, she lifts her gaze and is momentarily taken aback by the arrival of these three significant figures. Quickly saving her current progress, she gestures, causing the central holographic image to shrink instantaneously and archive itself. Turning towards them, a perfectly polite smile graces her face. Lin Yi slightly nods. Dr. Mo, Dr. Kent, Advisor Yun, have the three of you come together regarding new developments or directives for the project? Her voice is clear and composed. Her gaze swiftly traversed the figure of Mo Yin, who endeavored to maintain an air of authority, yet could not conceal his palpable eagerness, as well as Dr. Kent, whose white eyebrows seemed on the verge of soaring, complemented by his eyes that sparkled with excitement. She had already surmised their intentions. The screen of the smart bracelet adorning her left wrist glimmered softly, activating its fundamental biological information scanning function, seemingly analyzing the visitor's microexpressions and heart rate data in the background. Chapter 47. The Allure of Quantum Immersion Fields and the Contest of Zero Interference Workshops. Engineer Lin. I hope I am not interrupting your efforts to conquer technical challenges. Dr. Kin exclaimed, his beaming smile radiating warmth as he approached Lin Yi with an air of familiarity, gently patting her arm with just the right amount of force to convey his excitement without causing her to stumble. I have come specifically to express my gratitude. Your concept of adaptive functional weaving, my goodness. It has opened a gateway to a new universe for our nanomaterials repair team. The chief technical officer of the corporation reviewed the preliminary report and sent 3 encrypted messages, all filled with the highest commendations. As he spoke, he seemed eager to pull Lin Yi to the workbench beside them, where an energy wrench and laser calibrator lay, his gaze intense as if he were beholding a rare treasure. Mo Yin observed Dr. Kent's eagerness to whisk Lin Yi into his laboratory, and a barely perceptible twitch flickered at the corner of his eye. He swiftly moved forward, taking a position on Lin Yi's other side, his voice steady yet imbued with undeniable authority. Engineer Lin, we have noticed you have been perusing the archives of the Genesis Echo related to the early interstellar exploration era's mecha transmission structures. Are you intrigued by classical mechanical aesthetics? Or are you in search of a specific design inspiration? He gestured toward the remnants of the holographic projection that Lin Yi had just stored away. If I am not mistaken, that was the design schematic of the nonlinear transmission arm of the Explorer Type 4 deep space operational mecha, correct? The concept is quite audacious, attempting to simulate the explosive power of biological tendons through mechanical structures. The idea is commendable, yet its energy circuit design is based on the previous generation's plasma transmission theory, rendering it inefficient and unstable. Running simulations is akin to using antiquated chemical fuel rockets for galactic transitions, excessively redundant, with a painfully weak core kinetic output. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's eyes indeed sparkled with profound interest. Doctor, you have discerned the crux of the matter. I do believe the original concept of this blueprint is remarkably intricate, striving for a high degree of torque variation with a relatively simple mechanical structure. However, its energy compatibility is woefully inadequate. I am endeavoring to optimize the circuit using modern energy diversion materials, yet the limitations of the foundational design are significant. Mo Yin felt a surge of delight within, yet maintained an air of expert rigor. He continued to guide her with gentle persuasion. These early designs were constrained by the material sciences and energy theories of their time. Many ideas were either unfeasible or prohibitively costly to realize. While deducing and optimizing them can certainly sharpen one's intellect, it often proves to be a laborious endeavor. He shifted his tone, infusing it with temptation. However, Engineer Lin, do you know what lies within the very core database of the Genesis Echo archives? He paused deliberately, allowing the suspense to build. There resides the complete design blueprint of the latest experimental mecha from the Stellar Guardian series, Dawn. Not merely the blueprints, but also the intricate construction of the superfluid energy matrix, the synchronization algorithms for biological neural network interfaces, and the comprehensive testing data for short-range spatial leap propulsion systems. This represents the culmination of the Federation's most advanced technological achievements, a true treasure worthy of a lifetime's dedication to exploration. His tone intensified, and his gaze bore into Lin Yi, to attain permanent access to the Genesis Echo Core database, to personally engage with knowledge capable of altering the interstellar battlefield and expanding the frontiers of exploration. He paused momentarily, only through the forthcoming Galactic Singularity Innovation Summit's ultimate challenge. By advancing to the finals of the Mecha Design competition and being recognized as a future star by the Federation Academy, will your access key be activated? That is the sole ticket to the Temple of Truth. Chapter 48. The Temptation of Quantum Immersion Fields and the Contest of Zero Interference Workshops. Upon hearing Mo Yin mention the Starry River Singularity Competition and the core privileges of the Genesis Echo as bait, Kent immediately felt a surge of urgency. He could not allow the brilliant nanomaterial prodigy he had his eye on to be swayed by Mo Yin's mechanical constructs. He interjected hastily, his voice rising in pitch due to his eagerness. What Brother Mo said is indeed true. The Starry River Singularity is the finest stage for young talents. However, Engineer Lin. He turned to Lin Yi, his expression fervent, his white brows almost soaring. Consider your innovative adaptive function weaving. The philosophy that transforms damage and defects into structural enhancements and new functional beginnings. What a transcendent concept that turns decay into wonder, bestowing rebirth upon the broken. He waved his cane, the tip projecting a series of rapidly shifting holographic images that showcased the microscopic structure of components whose performance had not only been restored but enhanced through Lin Yi's technology. Such profound wisdom, embodying dynamic balance and entropy reduction optimization, should not languish merely in the confines of a laboratory sample library or be relegated to prolonging the life of antiquated mechs. No, it should blaze forth like a supernova, illuminating the expanse of the entire interstellar federation. Dr. Kent was nearly delivering a proclamation. He urged the engineers of the universe to see that damage and limitations are not the terminus of design, but rather the inception of the next revolutionary evolution. The Starry River Singularity Competition is the most expansive and resplendent platform. The design that claims the crown will have its name etched upon the eternal star monument of the Federal Academy, and its technical details will be made accessible to all member states. Your weaving method deserves to be immortalized by the entirety of interstellar civilization. It will transform our entire logic from construction to maintenance. Lin Yi was moved by Dr. Kent's impassioned and visionary exposition. She indeed wished for her technological philosophy to have a broader impact, transcending mere localized repairs. Observing that Kent had begun to appeal to Lin Yi's aspirations for civilizational change, Mo Yin swiftly altered his strategy, unveiling his long-prepared, irresistibly alluring ace tailored for technological researchers. Brother Kent's idealistic sentiments are commendable, Mo Yin acknowledged, then leaned slightly forward, lowering his voice as if sharing a top-secret revelation. However, Engineer Lin, the competition offers far more than mere fame and privileges. His gaze sharpened significantly. Have you heard of the quantum immersive simulation testing grounds prepared for the finalists? Lin Yi's eyes instantly sharpened with focus. Mo Yin continued, his tone rich with temptation. This is no ordinary virtual reality. It is constructed from the Federation's most advanced quantum computing arrays, creating an almost entirely realistic digital universe. You need only upload the complete design blueprints and data. He paused for emphasis, declaring, there is no need to expend a precious ounce of zero-element alloy. No need to endure the lengthy precision component fabrication, nor even to manually assemble. The system can instantaneously construct a perfect digital avatar of your design at the quantum level and subject it to any extreme environment you can conceive, whether it be hypergravity, plasma storms, intensely radiative nebulae, or even the gravitational tidal forces at the edge of a black hole. Any signs of material fatigue, delays in energy conduction measured in trillionths of a second, and nanoscale structural stress fractures will be unveiled. It will furnish you with a data report that is 1 billion times more comprehensive than what you could achieve through 1,000 personal tests. Mo Yan's voice resonated with a near-religious fervor. For an engineer who pursues the pinnacle of technology and yearns to glimpse the truth of design, this is the coveted universal laboratory. It serves as the ultimate crucible for testing all your imaginative ideas. It allows you to clearly touch the boundaries of physical laws and even discover the potential to bend or reshape these boundaries. Such an opportunity, Mo Yin gazed at Lin Yi and articulated word by word, for a true genius. Missing it once could mean missing an entire era. Chapter 49. The provocation at the Starport Registration Office. Mo Yan's depiction struck at the very heart of Lin Yi's core desires and needs as a technological developer with remarkable precision. The quantum immersive simulation testing ground symbolized an infinite realm of trial and error and boundless exploration possibilities, exuding an almost irresistible allure for her. Her eyes sparkled instantaneously, as if reflecting the entirety of the galaxy. The air within the studio grew fervent, charged with this temptation. Yun Yanin stood a short distance away, observing the two scientific giants exhaust their efforts, witnessing the spark ignited in Lin Yi's gaze, a subtle smile gracing her lips. She recognized that the persuasion had already achieved considerable success. What followed would determine whose advice Lin Yi would heed, or whether she would carve out a path uniquely her own. At last, the day for registration for the Star River Singularity Innovation Summit and Mecha Design Grand Prix arrived, fulfilling the anticipations of countless young engineers and designers. The headquarters of the Moonlight Group, located in the core port area of the Creator Space Station in near-Earth orbit. Buzzed with activity, its atmosphere electrifyingly vibrant. Within the vast circular docking bay, private spacecraft of diverse designs from various star domains of the Interstellar Federation were birthed, including academic ships and even small military escort vessels, showcasing the extraordinary strength of their participants or the formidable forces backing them. Beyond the transparent composite dome, the profound and boundless starry expanse and the slowly rotating azure mother planet formed a striking backdrop. The air resonated with the deep hum of energy engines, the animated conversations in myriad languages from different star domains, and a palpable sense of excitement and tension as competitors prepared to engage in a monumental contest. Esteemed graduates from prestigious engineering academies across the star domains, signs of long-established military families, and emerging independent genius designers converged here. Clad in tailored uniforms adorned with luminous emblems and energy circuits representing their respective schools or families, or donning high-performance exoskeletons and intelligent accessories that exuded personality and technological sophistication. Their gazes met, shimmering with confidence, ambition, and mutual scrutiny. Today, Yin Yanin donned an impeccably tailored senior advisor uniform of the Federal Academy. The deep navy fabric interwoven with subtle silver stripes, with miniature holographic epaulets signifying her rank, glimmering with her every move. She personally accompanied Lin Yi through the bustling, futuristic crowd towards the core area of the Event Management Center responsible for the competition registration. The Event Management Center, situated in the heart of the Creator Space Station, was less a hall and more a grand, expansive atrium. The entrance featured a colossal 10-meter-tall alloy gate, its frame forged from luminescent zero-element alloy, adorned with a dynamic display of the ever-changing insignia of the Interstellar Federation and the Moonlight Group, alongside a holographic dynamic poster for the Star River Singularity competition, showcasing the classic mechs and their glorious achievements from previous years. A solemn, efficient, yet profoundly technological atmosphere enveloped all who entered. The air, meticulously filtered, carries a refreshing chill, with both temperature and humidity meticulously maintained within the optimal range for human activity. Upon entering the Grand Hall, the clamor of the outside world is significantly diminished by an efficient energy barrier. The interior space is astonishingly expansive, with numerous colossal pillars embedded with luminous information streams, soaring upwards to support a gigantic domed screen that envelopes the entire hall. This screen showcases real-time star charts of the Federation's various star territories, succinct summaries of important news, as well as a continuous display of crucial competition guidelines and highlights from past events. The sheer volume of information and the stunning visual effects are truly breathtaking. Chapter 50. The provocation at the Starport Registration Office. The floor of the hall gleamed like a mirror, crafted from high-intensity composite materials, vividly reflecting the flowing lights above and the silhouettes of the bustling crowd. At the heart of the hall, a colossal and intricately designed dynamic holographic star map model hovered, meticulously outlining the entire registration process, temporary material requisition points, qualification verification stations, as well as the simulated environmental parameters and detailed regulations for each competition round. Its intuitive interaction and the precision of information presented it as a showcase of the Federation's pinnacle technology. At this moment, a considerable number of individuals had gathered in the hall. Most exuded an air of distinction, accompanied by service robots or small transport platforms laden with what appeared to be preliminary design drafts or conceptual models. These individuals conversed in hushed tones, employing a myriad of technical terms, their sharp gazes brimming with absolute confidence in their own capabilities and a keen scrutiny of their competitors. They were elite engineers nurtured within the ranks of the Moonlight Group, promising talents from the major military-industrial conglomerates of the Federation, as well as young heirs or chief designer apprentices from renowned industrial giants such as Star Shield, Deep Blue Smelting, and Augustus Mechanics. The moment Lin Yi and Yun Yanin appeared, they instantly attracted considerable attention. Lin Yi donned a somewhat outdated, yet impeccably clean deep gray engineer's uniform, characterized by its minimalist design, devoid of any brand insignia or dazzling optical effects, rendering her conspicuous amidst the surrounding opulence of high-tech attire. Nevertheless, her calm focus, seemingly impervious to the surrounding clamor, rendered her remarkably prominent. The basic smart bracelet on her left wrist flickered to life, as if scanning the environmental data. Look, it's Lin Yi, the one from the Moonlight Jeju branch, the designer of the Warm Sun Environmental Maintenance System. That's her. I heard her adaptive function weaving technology has even garnered praise from Dr. Kent. Humph, just a product of a peripheral branch. She got lucky solving a couple of specific issues. Perhaps she merely purchased the patents. Fragmented whispers circulated like static in an encrypted channel, swiftly traversing the crowd. There were tones of curiosity and inquiry. Genuine admiration based on technical merit, yet more prevalent were the scrutinizing, skeptical, and unabashedly envious glances. In this circle that revered cutting-edge technology and formidable backgrounds, Lin Yi's emergence as a raw talent challenged many entrenched perceptions. Yun Yanin disregarded these gazes, having long accustomed herself to the scrutiny of various occasions. She confidently guided Lin Yi towards the area designated for independent designer registration, illuminated by gentle blue light strips. The queue was relatively short, with only a few individuals ahead interacting with the holographic interface to complete identity verification and initial data uploads. As they were about to reach the end of the queue, a voice, sharp and laced with arrogance and mockery, pierced through the subdued murmurs of the hall. "Oh, is that not our illustrious engineer Lin? What brings you here? Gracing us with your presence to register for the Galactic Singularity Competition? Do you truly believe that with your warm sun system, designed to provide warmth to border outposts, and that so-called weaving technique for patching up old mechs, you are worthy to step into this sanctuary of the Federation's genuine geniuses, seeking to bask in their brilliance?" Chapter 51. The provocation at the Starport registration desk. The speaker was a young man clad in an extraordinarily luxurious custom-made outfit. His coat was crafted from a rare metallic fiber that changed color depending on the angle of the light, intricately embroidered with dark golden energy lines depicting the emblem and circuit patterns of an ancient industrial family. The collar and cuffs were adorned with minute yet brilliantly luminous microdot lights, while a wide belt, embedded with a large and slowly rotating blue energy crystal, cinched his waist. He exuded opulence and a strong sense of technology, yet there was an unmistakable air of arrogance, cultivated through wealth and lineage. His countenance could be deemed handsome, but the haughty demeanor reflected in his brows, as if he regarded all around him as inferior, significantly marred the impression his appearance might have made. Surrounding him were several equally resplendent young men and women, unmistakably of noble descent, all wearing expressions of condescension and mockery as they regarded Lin, as though he were an unwelcome intruder in a prestigious club. The newcomer was Nangong Xian, the third heir of Augustus Mechanical Consortium, one of the four major military-industrial giants of the Interstellar Federation. Yan introduced this provocative figure to Lin. The Nangong family was renowned for monopolizing the smelting of high-end mech-specific alloys and the manufacturing of heavy weapon platforms. Boasting a profound historical legacy and close ties with the federal military, Nangong Xian himself was endowed with the best educational resources and harbored lofty expectations, often perceiving geniuses of non-aristocratic origins as usurpers. Lin Yi's steps did not falter, his expression remained serene, as if the provocative words were merely the ambient noise of air passing by his ears. Noticing Lin Yi's complete disregard, a flicker of indignation crossed Nangong Xian's eyes. He abruptly raised his voice, amplifying his taunting remarks to echo through a significant portion of the registration hall. "What is this? Has Engineer Lin conceded? Or has it suddenly dawned on you that your meager skills in patching up a dilapidated mech and creating a rudimentary heater are wholly unworthy of this stage, which represents the pinnacle of design excellence in the Federation? Afraid that in the presence of true mech prodigies, your flimsy FAAD will be utterly stripped away?" He deliberately emphasized the phrase flimsy FAAD, drawing the attention of more onlookers, many of whom instinctively adjusted their devices to capture the unfolding scene. Whispers grew louder. Yan's ice-blue eyes flashed with a glint of coldness. She slightly turned her head and murmured to Lin Yi, "Nangong Xian of Augustus Mechanical, a core scion built up by resources. His abilities hardly match his bravado, a quintessential wastrel." With a disdainful huff, she, by virtue of her status and refinement, would typically refrain from engaging with such individuals, yet in this moment, she prepared to step forward and quell this tiresome provocation in her capacity as a federal advisor. However, Lin Yi gently raised his hand, a subtle gesture indicating that she need not intervene. "Flimsy FAAD." Lin Yi softly echoed the term, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips, though that smile did not reach the depths of her clear, discerning eyes. She halted her steps, turned around, and her calm gaze met Nangong Xian directly. In her eyes, there was neither the fury of provocation nor the trepidation of the powerful. Instead, there existed a near-pure clarity, tinged with a hint of inquiry, as if she were scrutinizing a cacophonous machine operating under a flawed logic. Chapter 52. The Intervention of the Chief of Starlight, Mr. Nangong. Lin Yi's voice remained gentle, cutting through the ambient noise of the hall with clarity, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Nangong Xian felt an inexplicable pang in his heart at Lin Yi's overly calm gaze and address, as if his long-prepared punch had struck a formless yet resilient energy shield, absorbing all his force without a sound. His expression darkened, chin lifted higher, nearly directing his nostrils toward Lin Yi, his tone growing sharper. Advice? Humph, do you even deserve that? This young master merely finds certain individuals intolerable. Relying on a stroke of luck and some inexplicable skill, you dare to believe you've gained the favor of Consultant Yun. This galactic singularity competition truly tests real design prowess, elite resource integration, and profound industrial heritage. It is not a playground for those like you, who rely on petty tricks and makeshift methods to muddle through. This is not a stage for the trivial games of marginal planets and peripheral divisions. Nangong Xian stepped forward. Exuding an intense pressure, his voice amplified through the miniature speaker at his collar, akin to a venomous ion dagger, piercing sharply toward Lin Yi. Lin Yi, listen carefully. In this competition, I will expose your true self. You shall understand what it means to be a top-tier designer of the Federation. What it means to possess the deep heritage of a century-old industrial giant. The chasm that you, a mere upstart, can never hope to cross. I will personally trample you and your patchwork theories underfoot, turning you, a fame without substance opportunist, into the greatest joke of this galactic singularity. Let all those deceived by your hollow reputation see the truth, and vindicate the true geniuses whom you have luckily overshadowed with your underhanded tactics. His words dripped with arrogance, infused with the haughtiness of an industrial aristocrat and profound disdain for Lin Yi, a genius of humble origins and sudden technical prowess. The entourage surrounding him erupted in derisive laughter, with some deliberately manipulating the terminals on their wrists to project the emblem of the Augustus mechanical family, shimmering momentarily in the air. Within the event coordination center, the atmosphere became taut, as if an invisible energy field was vibrating. Countless gazes fixed upon Lin Yi, while sensors and hidden recording devices perhaps operated quietly in the background. The looks ranged from sympathy and concern to pure curiosity, but most bore the anticipation of witnessing how this suddenly ascendant dark horse would respond to such blatant humiliation. In the face of this malicious proclamation and provocation, Lin Yi's expression remained unperturbed, devoid of any trace of anger. She even slightly curled her lips, revealing a faint smile that seemed to penetrate all superficialities and discern the essence beneath. She did not gaze at Nangong Xian. Instead, her eyes transcended his animated figure, fixating upon the colossal dynamic holographic star map at the heart of the hall, a swirling tapestry of vast information and regulatory texts. It seemed that the meticulous logic and boundless possibilities encapsulated within it were the sole focal point worthy of her attention at that moment. Oh, Lin Yi responded softly, his voice not loud yet peculiarly piercing through the background noise, resonating distinctly in the ears of those around him, even transmitted by some individuals' recording devices. It carried an air of almost pure technical inquiry. Was it indeed the case that Mr. Nangong's primary objective in the competition was to clear his name? Chapter 53. The Intervention of the Stellar Chief. She paused momentarily, her tone remaining steady and gentle, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. I wish Mr. Nangong success in his mission. She refrained from arguing, retaliating, or even denying the accusations directed at her. Instead, she casually reduced Nangong Xian's declaration, which was steeped in personal grievances and corporate stances, to a somewhat peculiar and altruistic motive for participation. That seemingly weightless statement, akin to a deft touch that could shift 100 pounds, instantly pierced the righteous facade that Nangong Xian had constructed around his noble intentions, revealing his emotionally charged outburst as nothing more than a narrow-minded and suspicious farce. You. Nangong Xian's face flushed crimson, his finger trembling as he pointed at Lin Yi. He initially intended to provoke Lin Yi, hoping to elicit an uncomposed reaction in front of the onlookers. Yet he was taken aback by Lin Yi's utterly insulated demeanor, as if all his assaults had fallen into a void, rendering him a fool shouting at an intricate machine, leaving him without recourse. Yun Yanin observed Nangong Xian's exasperated and nearly overloaded expression, contrasting it with Lin Yi's calmness, which resembled the stillness of deep space. As if the previous exchange had merely been an inconsequential data interaction. A fleeting glimmer of amusement flickered in her ice-blue eyes. She stifled the urge to smile. gently tapping Lin Yi's arm. In a clear voice, she remarked, "Engineer Lin, there's no need to address irrelevant data streams. The registration process takes precedence." She deliberately articulated irrelevant data streams with clarity and calmness, laced with unmistakable disdain. Lin Yi acquiesced, retracting his gaze from the holographic star map and nodding slightly at Yun Yanan. "You are correct, Consultant Yun." The two of them disregarded the palpable fury behind them, turning to continue toward the independent designer registration terminal, as if the earlier uproar had merely been a trivial disturbance in the system's operation. Nangong Xian stood frozen in place, feeling the mixed stares of curiosity, mockery, and even pity directed at him, his face burning as though scorched by plasma flames. He locked his gaze on Lin Yi's dark gray work attire, his eyes alight with resentment and fury, nearly growling through clenched teeth. "Lin Yi, we'll see whose true colors emerge in the competition. I will make you regret your arrogance today." This enmity, witnessed by countless censors, was indelibly recorded. The registration process for the Galaxy Singularity competition, amidst this silent turbulence, foreshadowed the intensity of the impending contest. Nangong Xian's venomous threat lingered in the air, vibrating with low frequency, leaving the atmosphere in the hall somewhat stagnant. However, just as Nangong Xian's chest heaved violently, struggling to conjure more venomous words, a clear and gentle voice, seemingly optimized by a top-tier audio processor, sliced through the background noise and resonated within the hall. "Nangong, mind your words and actions." The voice, though not loud, carried an extraordinary penetrating quality and an undeniable calm authority, instantly quieting a small area around him. The gaze of many, including those engaged in the registration process, was irresistibly drawn to the source of the sound. At the rear of the crowd, near the materials display area, a remarkably tall young man had appeared seemingly out of nowhere. His stature was as upright as a precisely calibrated mechanized frame, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, embodying a perfect proportion akin to a paragon of genetic optimization. Chapter 54. The intervention of the Chief of Starshine. He donned a meticulously tailored suit of deep space blue, crafted from luxurious materials. Yet, upon closer inspection, the fabric revealed itself as an exquisite weave of advanced intelligent fibers, shimmering under the light with a subtle, nebula-like iridescence. Adorning the lapel of his jacket was a silver badge, striking in its simplicity yet imbued with a sense of cutting-edge technology, representing the highest honor bestowed by the prestigious Institute of Deep Space Technology. The cuffs of his suit unveiled a lining reminiscent of liquid metal, softly emanating a luminescent flow of data streams. His visage was strikingly handsome, nearly sharp in its features, pronounced brows, a regal nose, and distinctly defined lips complemented his healthily tanned, yet uniformly smooth complexion. Most captivating were his eyes, a rare shade of deep amber, exuding clarity and tranquility, imbued with a perceptive wisdom and an unhurried elegance, as if the chaos of data could be effortlessly deciphered in his gaze. Merely standing there, he resembled a powerful core of low-energy force, drawing all attention and focus toward him with an undeniable magnetism. The extraordinary aura he radiated, combined with the refined demeanor of a technological aristocrat, evoked deep admiration. This individual was none other than Zhao Wanshu, the youngest chief consultant of the design department at Moonlight Corporation, a star member of the Federation's Mecha Design Association, renowned for his brilliance akin to that of starlight. He moved with a calm and steady grace, akin to a precisely navigated hovercraft, parting the crowd with an almost imperceptible force. Whether among the elite engineers of Moonlight Corporation or the lofty scions of noble families and academic prodigies, all who encountered him displayed a profound respect. Nodding in acknowledgement, Chief Zhao, Senior Wanshu, even Nangong Xian, who had previously exuded arrogance, found his hostility swiftly subdued upon recognizing the visitor. Though still laden with reluctance, he begrudgingly restrained his expression, offering a curt nod. "Chief Zhao." Zhao Wanshu inclined his head slightly, his gaze calmly sweeping over the assembly before finally resting on Nangong Xian. Approaching him, his deep amber eyes regarded him with a serene intensity, his voice gentle yet laced with an invisible pressure derived from his absolute strength and status. "Nangong, the competitive stage is a realm where design speaks for itself. It is a grand event within the technological sphere. However, personal attacks and malicious disparagement contravene the collaborative spirit that Moonlight Corporation champions, and are unbecoming of an engineer aspiring to the pinnacle of the field. With the competition imminent, let us honor our craft through blueprints and performance, rather than squander energy on futile disputes. Be mindful of your position. His words flowed steadily, marked by logical clarity. Devoid of any admonishing tone, yet each syllable resonated with undeniable authority, akin to an irrefutable code directly input into the cognitive systems of all present. Nan Gongshuan's face fluctuated between crimson and pallor. Under the weight of Zhao Wangshu's calm, yet imposing gaze and words, he felt his actions rendered particularly juvenile and devalued. He parted his lips, feeling a dryness in his throat, yet he ultimately refrained from further rebuttal, reluctantly averted his gaze, and mumbled indistinctly, "I understand." Zhao Wangshu no longer regarded him, his attention shifting to Lin Yi and Yun Yanan, who had completed their registration details and were now looking in this direction. A perfectly timed smile graced his face, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, as he inclined slightly toward Yun Yanan, addressing her as Advisor Yun. Turning his gaze to Lin Yi, he extended his right hand, his fingers long and strong, with meticulously trimmed nails. "Engineer Lin Yi, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. I am Zhao Wangshu. I hope the earlier incident did not detract from your registration experience. On behalf of the design department of Yuehua Group, I extend a warm welcome to all truly talented designers." Lin Yi lifted her eyes, and in that moment, her mind was no longer filled with ancient poetry, but rather a series of precise evaluations, impeccable posture control, exceptional energy management, and a remarkable density and influence in his words. A powerful presence, characterized by superior intellect, vast social resources, and a high degree of self-discipline. Chapter 55. The Clash of Design Philosophies. Lin Yi gazed at the remarkable figure before her. The chief consultant, whose demeanor seemed to embody the pinnacle of both federal technology and cultural sophistication, feeling a genuine sense of admiration swell within her. The poise of this individual was not a facade of insincerity, but rather a natural manifestation of strength and status, akin to a meticulously crafted work of art. She stepped forward, foregoing ancient formalities, and, adopting a stance familiar among engineers, met Zhao Wangshu's gaze with sincerity in her tone. "Chief Zhao, you flatter me. Discussions surrounding technical pathways are quite commonplace. I take no offense. I must also express my gratitude for your earlier intervention in maintaining order here." Her voice was clear and steady, betraying no hint of offense or trepidation. Lin, an open-minded engineer, focused on the core issues at hand, earning Zhao's admiration. Zhao Wangshu's smile was gentle, effortlessly dispelling praise, yet his words, akin to a precise probe, deftly shifted the conversation toward the crux of the technology. However, since fate had granted him the chance to encounter Engineer Lin, he harbored a genuine inquiry regarding design philosophy. After much contemplation, he seized the opportunity to glean her insights. His expression was exceedingly polite, yet the subject he broached was undeniably provocative. "Please, Chief Zhao, proceed," Lin Yi responded, her demeanor unperturbed, radiating a singular focus on the discourse surrounding technology. The screen of her smart wristband flickered to life, seemingly entering a mode of recording or analysis. Zhao Wangshu silently commended Lin Yi, recognizing that such calmness in the face of probing questions required immense composure and confidence. His gaze appeared to transcend spatial barriers, as if he were retrieving and scrutinizing the three-dimensional models and data metrics of the Warm Sun environmental maintenance system. Zhao spoke slowly, his voice melodious and clear, infused with a contemplation rooted in design principles. The core algorithms and energy conversion efficiency of the Warm Sun system, designed by engineers, are nothing short of exquisite, effectively addressing the survival crisis in the eternal frost star domain, earning my heartfelt admiration for the Federation. He paused, seemingly weighing his subsequent words with caution to avoid any potential misunderstandings. However, he continued candidly, "May I be so bold as to inquire whether the industrial design and user experience aspects of this system have perhaps become overly focused on the absolute realization of functionality?" As his words hung in the air, the atmosphere, previously eased by Zhao Wangshu's involvement, shifted dramatically, becoming nuanced and charged with tension. Surrounding engineers and designers, who had been listening intently, exhibited expressions of keen interest. This was the unvoiced sentiment shared among them. The system's design seemed excessively simplistic, devoid of aesthetic appeal. Indeed, it prioritized practicality while neglecting user experience. Contemporary technological products must not only be functional, but also visually appealing. Lin Yi could greatly benefit from learning from other designers to elevate her aesthetic sensibilities. It appeared that she lacked an innovative spirit, fixated solely on the pursuit of utility. I hope he can recognize this issue and make improvements to the design. When the Warm Sun system was introduced, It met the urgent needs of the Federation and received high praise from the upper echelons. Despite harboring numerous reservations regarding its aesthetics and form, the public felt it inappropriate to voice their doubts. To those elites, deeply influenced by modern design education and in pursuit of technological aesthetics, the exterior design of the Warm Sun system appeared starkly rudimentary, lacking any semblance of streamlined consideration, devoid of brand identity. The user interface consisted merely of the most basic indicator lights and physical buttons, standing in stark contrast to the current trends of holographic interaction, biomimetic forms, and emotionally resonant design. In terms of appearance and human-computer interaction, it could be described as utterly devoid of any design sensibility. Chapter 56. The collision of design philosophies. At this moment, the esteemed Zhao Wangshu, renowned for his exceptional taste and elevated status, posed a provocative question that captured the attention of many present, including representatives from various prominent design firms, who were keen to observe how the pragmatic engineer Lin would respond to this challenge emanating from the heights of aesthetics. Zhao Wangshu, ever perceptive of the subtle dynamics surrounding him, understood the mixed sentiments of those in attendance. However, his pursuit lay not in partisanship, but in the exploration of design truth. Encountering the unique presence of Lin Yi, he chose to engage in a candid inquiry. With an air of composure, Zhao spoke with eloquence and clarity, his tone calm yet precise, as if articulating undeniable data. I have examined the public data package of Warm Sunday. Its internal structure is intricate and remarkably efficient. Yet, its external form and interaction logic are starkly straightforward and rigid, serving almost exclusively the encapsulation and heat dissipation of the internal structure. It emphasizes utility to the detriment of the form aesthetic, the interaction intuitiveness, and the technological warmth and emotional value that the product could convey, seemingly with little consideration for these aspects. In the realm of industrial design, particularly for end-user equipment, the relationship between form, function, and emotion must coalesce, akin to the synergy between a mech and its pilot. A true masterpiece that can lead trends, resonate deeply, and even become a cultural symbol transcends mere task completion. It embodies an aesthetic language and offers an emotional experience that brings joy, security, and even pride to its users. His eyes reflected a sincere desire for discourse, and his words naturally exuded a guiding influence. Such inquiries easily resonated with many designers present, who had been profoundly influenced by the mainstream Federal Design School. Chief Zhao has hit the nail on the head. While functionality is foundational, emotional design is the future trend. Our Institute of Deep Space Science and Technology has consistently emphasized that design is a synthesis of technology and art. As for the Warm Sun system, while its performance metrics are unquestionable, its design language and user experience indeed feel reminiscent of an engineering prototype from the previous era. Indeed, especially in the context of interstellar pioneering, the psychological comfort provided by equipment is of paramount importance. A low murmur of agreement and discussion arose among the attendees. Many designers, particularly those hailing from prestigious institutions and having been exposed to cutting-edge design concepts from a young age, nodded in affirmation, feeling that Zhao Wangshu had articulated their sentiments with precision. They were accustomed to pursuing the pinnacle of CMF, color, material, finish, in design, ergonomic streamlined shapes, delightful interactive details, and the luxurious tactile qualities of materials, believing these elements to be the hallmarks of top-tier design. In contrast, Lin Yi's Warm Sun, despite addressing critical practical issues, appeared to them overly blunt and direct, lacking in design sensibility and humanistic care, rendering it somewhat primitive and less sophisticated. Nangong Xin stood by, his eyes gleaming with unrestrained glee at the misfortune of another. Even someone as esteemed as Zhao Wangshu pointed out the flaws in your design philosophy. How can you possibly maintain your facade of composure now? Yin Yan furrowed her brow slightly, fully aware that Zhao Wangshu's intentions were not malicious. His inquiries represented a prevailing sentiment within the Federation's design community, a relentless pursuit of perfection in products. She cast a worried glance at Lin Yi, concerned that these philosophical critiques would prove far more challenging to address than Nangong Xin's mere insults. Chapter 57. The clash of design philosophies in the face of sudden ideological challenges from the luminaries of the design realm, accompanied by the unconscious resonance among many peers present. Lin Yi's demeanor remained as tranquil as a still lake. She did not hastily refute. Rather, her clear eyes radiated a light of earnest listening and profound contemplation, as if engaging in a valuable data input. Meeting Zhao Wangshu's deep and purely inquisitive amber gaze. She gently nodded and spoke with sincerity. Chief Zhao's perspective touches upon one of the fundamental purposes of design, which is the emotional connection and value resonance with users. Your insights have been quite enlightening for me. Her candid acknowledgement of the value in the opposing viewpoint evoked a flicker of mild surprise and admiration in Zhao Wangshu's eyes. However, Lin Yi swiftly shifted her tone, maintaining a gentle voice imbued with an undeniable conviction rooted in reality and a sense of mission. Nevertheless, the inception of the Warm Sun system was primarily driven by the urgent survival crisis faced by the pioneers and stationed troops in the Eternal Frost Star region, a crisis that unfolds every minute. At that moment, what they required was not a sleek, extravagant exterior, nor a holographic interface replete with dazzling animations, and certainly not cultural symbols that evoke emotional resonance. Their singular need was a heat source capable of stable, efficient, and rapid deployment to provide life support in extreme low temperatures. This is the utmost priority, a matter of life and death. I wonder how many among you have ventured into the Eternal Frost Star region, and how many have thoroughly examined the local information. She surveyed the faces before her, noting the expressions of confusion that adorned many. The Eternal Frost Star region, Lin Yi stated gravely, is an area of extreme cold, with temperatures hovering around -273 degrees Celsius year-round. In this zone, the warmth emitted by stars is feeble, insufficient to provide adequate heat. The planetary surface is encrusted with thick layers of ice, which are both hard and transparent, and at such low temperatures, any object that comes into contact with it will freeze instantaneously. Interstellar dust condenses into ice crystals due to the frigid temperatures floating in the void. This means that even ordinary starships, upon arrival, would be instantly encased in ice. The environmental conditions are exceedingly cold, with minimal heat exchange. Any object entering this region will rapidly lose heat, aligning with the frigid ambient temperature. Her clear gaze swept across the faces of the designers and engineers, many of whom exhibited signs of understanding. Her voice was steady and articulate, akin to presenting a meticulous engineering analysis. As designers, our design decisions must serve the core objectives and constraints. The form arises from the optimization of multiple factors, including reliability in extreme environments, mass production speed, ease of deployment, and stringent cost control. As an ancient Earth saying encapsulates, matters arise from the world and are adapted to circumstances. Esteemed guests, most of you serve prestigious enterprises or research institutions abundant in resources, relentlessly pursuing the pinnacle of design perfection. You are willing to invest an extraordinary amount of time and resources for a mere fractional enhancement in aesthetics. This is undoubtedly dictated by the environment and goals you inhabit. However, Lin Yi's gaze sharpened with acute discernment. If the Warm Sun system seeks to embrace the form, rhythm, and emotional value as articulated by Chief Zhao, by employing more intricate curved shells and precision interactive modules, necessitating specialized production lines for material processing, I pose the question, can it still be mass-produced within the exceedingly brief time frame mandated by the Federation at a sustainable cost, and delivered promptly to each outpost struggling on the brink of death? Should those pioneers awaiting rescue risk further frostbite or even death for the sake of a more exquisite design blueprint? Chapter 58, Design Ethics and the Future of Mecha. Lin Yi's words resonated like a calm, yet powerful code, swiftly infiltrating the cognitive frameworks of those elites accustomed to pursuing flawless designs under ideal conditions, provoking intense logical conflicts and profound reflections. The sense of consensus on many faces began to waver, compelling them to contemplate the intricacies of design ethics, prioritization, and the constraints of reality. Zhao Wangshu listened intently, the amber glow of his eyes flickering with streams of data. He neither immediately countered nor expressed agreement. Rather, his focused gaze deepened as he reassessed the value dimensions of the engineer before him. This clash of ideals between functional supremacy and design perfectionism unfolded quietly within the technologically infused registration hall. As a practitioner from the periphery, Lin Yi had etched a distinct mark upon the barriers of the Federation's mainstream design philosophy, inscribed with the themes of priority of needs and design ethics. Employing her most direct and reality-based logic, Zhao Wangshu's discourse on the fusion of form, function, and emotion detonated like an informational bomb within the Event Coordination Center, its shockwaves reverberating in the hearts of numerous designers and engineers. Many found resonance in his arguments, with Nangong Xian unabashedly displaying his delight, as if Zhao Wangshu had delivered a decisive blow on his behalf, while Lin Yi's response, grounded in the prioritization of needs and real-world constraints, sparked some contemplation regarding design ethics and costs. It evidently failed to fully unsettle the core beliefs of those who staunchly upheld the supremacy of design and the pursuit of an impeccable product experience. This ideological contest, fundamental to design philosophy, was too profound and expansive to be hastily concluded before the registration terminal. Zhao Wangshu's deep amber eyes betrayed no sense of victory or defeat in light of Lin Yi's response. Instead, they ignited a purer, more fervent flame of curiosity to delve deeper into the essence of design. He recognized that Lin Yi embodied a distinctly different, yet profoundly pragmatic design ethos. With a subtle shift of his posture, he gestured gracefully towards the central observation hall, his tone still gentle yet imbued with an irresistible, scholarly invitation. Engineer Lin's perspective is unique and profound. I have greatly benefited, yet my confusion has only deepened. This venue is rather noisy and unsuitable for an in-depth discussion. Might Engineer Lin be willing to proceed to the Celestial Dome viewing platform for a more profound exchange on the ultimate purpose of design? He chose the term exchange rather than debate, adopting a low stance that underscored his earnestness and sincerity. Lin Yi met Zhao Wangshu's candid and inquisitive gaze, her intrinsic dedication to truth as an engineer fully ignited. She understood that this transcended mere personal ambition. It was the inaugural direct confrontation of two design philosophies, two value systems, upon the Federation's premier stage. Lin Yi nodded slightly, her expression serene and composed. It is an honor. The two of them walked out of the bustling registration area, surrounded by the curious, expectant, and even somewhat anxious gazes of numerous designers and engineers, and arrived at the Grand Starry Dome observation deck, which was connected to the Event Coordination Center. Chapter 59. Design Ethics and the Future of Mecha. Beyond the transparent, colossal dome stretches an unblemished expanse of starry sky, where nebulae swirl and the immense solar panels of distant space stations flutter like the wings of angels. The cold yet majestic cosmic panorama serves as a striking backdrop, accentuating the figures of the two individuals present. Zhao Wangshu, adorned in a deep space blue suit woven from intelligent fibers, stands tall and poised like a meticulously crafted flagship mecha, exuding elegance and strength. In contrast, Lin Yi dons a simple, deep gray work outfit, his tall and stable form resembling a reliable mechanical arm honed through countless trials. His demeanor warm yet understated, concealing a formidable power. They stand facing each other, instantly becoming the focal point on this platform bridging the celestial and the artificial world. Yin Yanin observes from a distance, her ice blue eyes reflecting concern and keen interest. Meanwhile, Nangong Xian mingles with the crowd of onlookers, arms crossed and a sardonic smile playing on his lips, eagerly anticipating how Lin Yi will be thoroughly dismantled under the broader scrutiny. Zhao Wangshu speaks first, his voice resonating clearly through the observation deck's superior acoustics, infused with the logic and charisma fostered by the Federation's premier academic institutions. He acknowledges the concepts of priority of needs and real-world constraints recently introduced by Engineer Lin, recognizing their considerable value in specific contexts. However, he asserts that the core of the galactic singularity competition is not merely about addressing survival crises like that in the Eternal Frost Star region. His gaze sweeps over the attentive peers around him, his tone calm, yet imbued with conviction. Based on the data from previous competitions and the information that has surfaced regarding the current event, the ultimate challenge is likely to design a next-generation main battle mecha prototype aimed at future battlefields or deep interstellar exploration, or at the very least, its core subsystems. The users of such creations will be the Federation's elite mecha pilots or explorers. Their requirements extend far beyond rudimentary tools that merely function or are adequate. They operate in extreme environments, where each action can mean the difference between life and death, and every interaction impacts the success of their missions. At this juncture, the engineers still cling to an extreme functionality above all, even at the expense of intuitive human-machine interaction, the positive psychological effects of exoskeletal forms in combat, and the deterrent aesthetics and technological pride that a mecha, as a symbol of Federation might, should embody. Is this not overly restrictive? He articulates his philosophy, his tone resonating with a steadfast commitment to and pride in the Federation's cutting-edge design aesthetics. The Moonlight Group, and indeed the Federation's foremost design philosophy, centers on the perfect harmony of performance, aesthetics, and humanization. A formidable mecha is not merely a weapon platform. It is an extension of the pilot's consciousness, a companion in their darkest hour, The exterior contours must adhere to the principles of aerodynamics and cosmic fluid dynamics, embodying both a sense of power and the elegance of fluidity. The paintwork and insignia should inspire our own morale while instilling trepidation in our adversaries. The cockpit's interactive interface must conform to the pinnacle of human ergonomics, offering an intuitive, efficient, and immersive experience that alleviates the cognitive load on the pilot. The sound of each joint's movement, the hum of the engine, should be meticulously calibrated, creating an industrial symphony that conveys strength and reliability. Our pursuit of exquisite detail and emotive design is not a futile endeavor. It aims to imbue steel with a soul, transforming it from a mere combat machine into a creation capable of forging profound connections with its pilot, embodying the glory of the Federation and the spirit of human exploration. Should we prioritize only the fundamental functionality while neglecting the experience, emotion, and symbolic value, the mech would lose its potential for transcendence, devolving into a cold instrument of slaughter. Despite possessing formidable firepower, it could never attain the status of a true legend, nor inspire the pilot's utmost potential and sense of belonging. This is not the exalted realm that we, as designers, ought to aspire to. Chapter 60, Design Ethics and the Future of Mechas. Zhao Wangshu's exposition draws extensively from contemporary design theory, engineering psychology, and even semiotics, exuding an air of composure. He articulates the mainstream design community's pursuit of an ultimate integrated experience with remarkable eloquence, captivating numerous designers, particularly those from large enterprises and renowned studios, who nod along in agreement. Nangong Xian can hardly contain a muted exclamation of approval. Well said. This is the pinnacle of design. All eyes converge upon Lin, eager to see how she responds to this probing inquiry that touches upon the heights of design and humanistic values. Against the backdrop of a starry sky, the debate seems to ascend to infinite heights. Lin remains tranquil, her gaze clear, unfazed by the grand visions and emotional appeals painted by her counterpart. She takes a step forward, her voice gentle yet imbued with a calm strength that cuts through ornate rhetoric to reach the heart of the matter. The vision of unity of performance, aesthetics, and humanity as portrayed by Chief Zhao is undoubtedly compelling and represents a beautiful direction for the evolution of design. Lin does not dismiss its value, yet she concurrently observes. You juxtapose functionality against experience and emotion, positing that the former inevitably leads to crude tools and cold machines. This presumption may harbor inherent biases. She pauses, introducing her perspective from a different realm, rooted in fundamental and essential design thinking. Chief Zhao, have you contemplated what constitutes the most fundamental and ultimate humanization of mechas? Indeed, what embodies true humanization? Is it the dazzling lights and elegant lines? Or is it the ability for a pilot, in a life-or-death moment, to rely on muscle memory to instinctively access the most critical control units without conscious thought? Is it the meticulously tuned roar of an engine, or the cockpit's capacity to respond within milliseconds to absorb impact energy, thereby maximizing the pilot's safety? Zhao Wangshu falls into contemplation. Lin begins to illustrate, her hands gesturing as if invoking a holographic modeling software. In my understanding, there exists a design philosophy centered on form follows function, yet it does not cease there. It aspires to essential design and absolute user-centrism. For instance, consider a firearm designed for interstellar marines. Lin Yi's gestures outline sleek and efficient contours. Its exterior bears no superfluous embellishments. Every protrusion and indentation serves a purpose: anti-slip, heat dissipation, rapid targeting, and prevention of snagging in adverse conditions. Its center of gravity is meticulously calculated to ensure that soldiers can wield it for prolonged periods without fatigue. The safety mechanism is distinctly tactile, allowing differentiation by touch even when gloved or in darkness, thus preventing accidental discharge. Is this not the deepest form of humanization? This profound user consideration, rooted in extreme functionality, surely possesses more soul than mere aesthetic appeal. Furthermore, consider the arrangement of the mecha cockpit. Lin delved deeper, her voice imbued with a distinctive, convincing rigor characteristic of an engineer. She meticulously arranged all critical control units according to operational frequency, urgency, and human ergonomics, thereby crafting an optimized workflow that minimizes the time taken by the driver from perception to decision-making and execution, alleviating cognitive load, and enabling peak performance even in high-pressure environments. This design, born from profound insight and respect for the limits and needs of human capabilities, embodies the most exalted and purest essence of spiritual meaning. It reflects an unwavering commitment to the driver's life and the success rate of their mission. Chapter 61. The Ripples of Ideals and the Horns of Competition. I believe that truly exceptional, even great design, derives its emotional value and spiritual essence primarily from a profound understanding of and an exquisite response to the fundamental needs of users. It is rooted in impeccable reliability and efficiency, and it evokes a sense of trust that is worthy of one's life at critical moments. Such trust and reliance forge the most poignant and enduring emotional connections. Lin Yi's description strips away the ornate veneer, revealing a more essential, more robust design philosophy imbued with humanistic care. Centered on humanity, this approach prioritizes the core needs of users and their authentic usage scenarios, achieving optimal refinement. The rational beauty and deep concern inherent in this design compel many accustomed to surface-level considerations to engage in genuine reflection. Might the most profound humanization lie hidden behind the simplest and most efficient interactive logic? Could the strongest emotional resonance emerge from an immediate, unwavering response in life-and-death situations? Zhao Wangshu furrowed his brow, the amber glow of his eyes flickering like streams of data. He was evidently captivated by Lin Yi's more foundational perspective, inclined towards engineering ethics and cognitive science, and had descended into profound contemplation. He recognized that Lin Yi was not dismissing beauty and emotion. Rather, she redirected their origins toward a dimension he had yet to explore in depth. After articulating her philosophy rooted in essential design and absolute user-centrism, Lin Yi did not pause. She realized this was not merely a rebuttal but the dawn of a potentially transformative design philosophy. She continued to offer deeper, more disruptive thoughts, her gaze sweeping over Zhao Wangshu and the attentive designers surrounding them. Furthermore, Chief Zhao, we might transcend the binary opposition of function and form to contemplate a more fundamental design philosophy. She introduced a concept somewhat unfamiliar to most present in the ancient history of our home planet's design. There existed a movement known as Bauhaus, one of whose core principles was form follows function. She provided a brief explanation without delving too deeply into history. This principle does not simply negate form, but emphasizes that form should organically and logically emerge from functional needs, eliminating all unnecessary and deceptive embellishments in pursuit of a design that embodies high rationality and honesty. With another gesture, she seemed to construct a simple yet powerful three-dimensional model. The buildings they designed discarded all redundant classical ornamentation, embracing clear geometric shapes, expansive glass facades, and steel structures, allowing space, light, and functionality to take center stage, showcasing a beauty of rationality, efficiency, and modernity. Similarly, the chairs they designed are described by Lin Yi with remarkable clarity and specificity. Constructed from standardized steel tubing and leather, their structure is exposed and the form is strikingly minimalist, devoid of any carvings or patterns. Yet, due to their ergonomic curves, durability, and the egalitarian nature of industrial production, these chairs have emerged as timeless classics. Their beauty lies not in visual opulence, but rather in the logical integrity of their structure, the efficiency of their production, and a profound return to the essence of the act of sitting. Chapter 62. The Ripples of Ideals and the Call to Competition. Bauhaus, form follows function, rationality, and honesty. The elimination of false ornamentation, standardization, democracy. These terms struck Zhao Wangshu and the elite designers around him, who were accustomed to emotional design and technological aesthetics, like encrypted data packets, forcefully colliding with their cognitive firewall. They had never contemplated so systematically that the beauty of design could stem from an unwavering honesty towards functionality and a rational consideration of production and usage. Could such a starkly cold rational beauty indeed harbor such formidable power? This stood in stark contrast to their mainstream design philosophies that pursued sensory stimulation, emotional resonance, and uniqueness. Lin Yi observed Zhao Wangshu, deep in contemplation, alongside numerous designers with glimmering eyes. Her voice resonated clearly and firmly, akin to the announcement of a meticulous technical bulletin. Chief Zhao, I do not dismiss the emotional design and symbolic significance required by mechas as complex systems. However, I wish to inquire about the spiritual core and ultimate concern of mecha design. What does their essence truly lie? Is it merely attached to a superficial visual language, prone to the whims of trends? Or does it stem from the impeccable reliability of its core systems, a profound understanding of the pilot's extreme operational needs, and an unwavering commitment to safeguarding life and mission success in the most harrowing battlefields? She gestured towards the vast starry sky and the occasional passing transport ships. Moonlight Group stands at the pinnacle of technology within the Federation. If we could amalgamate the emotive design aimed at user experience and emotional connection with the practical engineering spirit of functionality first, rational honesty, manufacturing feasibility, and cost control, distilling their essence and optimizing them in synergy, we would no longer be trapped in the fallacy that form must sacrifice function or function must exclude aesthetics. The path of mecha design within the Federation would undoubtedly usher in a new era, one that is more efficient, more reliable, and capable of genuinely touching hearts while carrying forth its mission. This is the higher dimensional integration of design. Lin Yi's words surged through the minds of everyone present like an amplified stream of information. She not only addressed Zhao Wangshu's doubts, but also painted a vision of a new design paradigm that harmoniously fused rationality and emotion, engineering and aesthetics, ideals and reality. Standing beneath the starlit sky in her simple work attire, her eyes were clear and resolute, resembling a guide holding a blueprint for design, pointing towards another possibility for the future. Zhao Wangshu fell silent. In his profound amber eyes, there was no longer gentle scrutiny or polite debate, but rather an intense storm of thought, deep shock, and a flicker of fiery brilliance ignited by newfound possibilities. His handsome face, often adorned with a calm smile, was now furrowed in thought, lips pressed together, as his habitual grace was supplanted by an almost obsessive state of contemplation. Evidently, the Bauhaus principles proposed by Lin Yi, characterized by rationality, honesty, standardization, and democracy, have exerted an unprecedented structural impact on his inherent design philosophy, which leans towards postmodern emotional expression. The performance, aesthetics, and humanistic unity he takes pride in appear to be subsumed within a grander, more foundational framework that emphasizes logic and feasibility. Chapter 63. The ripples of ideals and the call of the competition. A profound silence enveloped the starry sky viewing platform, punctuated only by the low hum of the space station's environmental systems. All gazes were fixed upon the silent Zhao Wangshu and the composed Lin Yi. The debate concerning the essence of design had transcended mere personal triumphs and failures, rippling outward like waves. Yun Yanin observed Lin Yi's striking silhouette against the backdrop of the cosmos, her eyes shimmering with newfound possibilities of leadership, which she realized emanated not from power or status, but from the strength of ideas. In stark contrast, Nangong Xian's expression darkened. He utterly failed to grasp the depth of the discourse, perceiving only that Lin Yi had once again stolen the limelight with incomprehensible words, leaving even Zhao Wangshu seemingly awestruck. Just as the tension-laden silence was about to be shattered, a steady and authoritative voice resonated from the entrance of the viewing platform. The discussion may now reach a temporary conclusion. Dr. Mo Yin, unbeknownst to them, had already taken his place there, clad in the uniform of the Research Institute's director. His gaze traversed the pensive crowd like a scanning beam, ultimately resting on Lin Yi and Zhao Wangshu, his voice imbued with the characteristic calmness and decisiveness of a researcher. The collision of ideas is the wellspring of innovation. Yet endless debate will only delay practical application. The final technical brief and scope of the Galactic Singularity Competition have been dispatched to your authorized terminals. He raised his wrist, showcasing his advanced access wristband. The determination of superiority and the ideals that best represent the future will be subject to the rigorous testing ground of the competition, the quantum immersive simulation testing ground. Let your design blueprints, performance data, and battlefield simulation results speak for themselves. Allow the Federation's most stringent standards and the most unpredictable virtual battlefield environment to validate the Tao each of you espouses. Mo Yan's words struck like a gavel at a fervent academic symposium, instantly pulling the attendees from the ethereal realms of speculation back to the reality of competition preparation. Indeed, no matter how captivating the debate, it remained a theoretical exercise. The true contest lay ahead in the brutally demanding Galactic Singularity Competition. Zhao Wangshu inhaled deeply, as if to compress and store the vast amounts of information he had just received. The shock and contemplation in his eyes gradually settled, coalescing into the sharpness and focus characteristic of a top designer. He turned to Lin Yi, nodding solemnly in acknowledgement. his voice imbued with an unprecedented seriousness and challenge. Engineer Lin, your perspective is profoundly disruptive and enlightening. I have gained immensely from our discourse. Today's discussion is akin to a system upgrade for me. In the competition, I shall integrate all that I have learned and present a work that embodies my current highest understanding. Let us then engage in a true contest of performance on the simulation battlefield, continuing today's debate. Lin Yi responded with equal gravity, his eyes sparkling with the same earnestness. Chief Zhao, you flatter me. It is my honor to converse with you. I too look forward to witnessing your work, which will surely reflect your innovative thoughts. In the competition, let each showcase their capabilities and allow design and data to speak for themselves. A tempest regarding design philosophy has reached a temporary respite under the intervention of Dr. Mo Yin. However, the seeds of rationality, honesty, essence, and integration sown by Lin Yi have insidiously embedded themselves within the depths of many attending designers' minds, akin to nanobots, beginning to replicate and disseminate silently. Shi and Zhao Wangshu, two prodigies representing divergent philosophical inclinations in design, are destined to engage in an epic confrontation on the forthcoming stage of the Stellar Singularity competition, a platform both resplendent and ruthlessly challenging, which may transcend mere personal victories and potentially steer the future trajectory of the Federation's mecha design. The clarion call of the competition has discreetly sounded amidst the lingering echoes of intellectual discourse. Chapter 64. A design revolution in the abandoned parts room. The reverberation of Zhao Wangshu's profoundly enlightening words seemed to linger in the tranquil air of the starlit observation deck. Enveloped in a serene stillness born from intense intellectual exchanges and deep contemplation, the expressions of the designers and engineers around him transformed from mere support or opposition into profound reflections and reconstructions of their design philosophies. Lin Yi's discourse on essential design, characterized by rational honesty, user-centeredness, and the democratic ethos of Bauhaus, struck them like a newly injected core code into a system, causing a seismic shift in their ingrained cognitive frameworks. These elites, who had dedicated their lives to the forefront of technology and aesthetics, possessed vibrant minds that, once touched at their very core, became immersed in contemplation, reluctant to disperse. Amidst this atmosphere charged with intellectual tension, Lin Yi's gaze swept across a corner of the observation deck's connecting passage, where an open, makeshift recycling point lay. It was a collection of various discarded components and scraps from the space station's routine maintenance and competition preparations. Among the remnants were leftover pieces of high-strength composite panels, segments of discarded energy conduits with intact insulation layers, though the internal wiring might have been compromised, irregularly shaped fragments of discarded armor, still smooth to the touch, and several small, standardized servo motors and connectors were also present. What appeared to others as mere electronic waste and industrial refuse shimmered in her eyes with the potential for functional rebirth. Without further theoretical elaboration, she approached the collection with deliberate grace. Under the curious and puzzled gazes of the onlookers, she bent down, swiftly and precisely selecting a few items. A composite panel measuring approximately 30 centimeters in length and 10 centimeters in width, lightweight yet sturdy. An energy conduit with excellent flexibility and intact outer insulation. Two irregularly shaped fragments of armor, marked by burn scars yet structurally sound, and two small standardized servo motors, perhaps discarded due to a decline in precision, but still retaining their fundamental capabilities. Chief Zhao, esteemed colleagues, Lin Yi's voice resonated steadily, imbued with an invitation to witness practical application. The differences in our philosophies ultimately require validation and perception through tangible forms. With an audacity that bordered on boldness, she expressed her desire to utilize these abandoned parts for a rapid on-site prototyping endeavor, aiming to materialize the concepts she had just articulated. Seating herself on the polished floor with effortless fluidity, she displayed no signs of awkwardness or theatricality, as if this were merely a routine occurrence in her studio. The starlight cascaded through the dome, illuminating her dark gray work attire and the scraps in her hands, creating a striking tableau where supreme intellect converged with the most rudimentary materials. With dexterous fingers that moved as efficiently as the most advanced mechanical arms, she set to work. Employing no large tools, she relied solely on a multifunctional engineering wristband that extended into a miniature energy-cutting pen, precision screwdriver, and molecular adhesive, executing her operations with remarkable precision. She first employed an energy-cutting pen to swiftly carve precise notches at both ends of the composite panel. Then, with deft skill, she embedded and secured the resilient energy conduit at both ends, utilizing its inherent elasticity to instantaneously create a taut and flexible arc above the panel. This formed the foundation of the primary load-bearing and adaptive structure. Calmly elucidating her process, her hands remained in constant motion. Next, she rapidly disassembled the two small servo motors, extracting the core miniature motor and gear assembly. With a molecular adhesive, she meticulously fixed them at the predetermined locations on the underside of the composite panel, connecting them to the faint wireless energy signal temporarily released from her wristband. The output shaft of the motor was ingeniously modified to serve as a retractable and angularly adjustable support leg, establishing a simple active adjustment and stabilization module. Her explanation flowed as if she were reciting an experimental log. Chapter 65. The Design Revolution. In the abandoned parts room, she picked up the two curved fragments of armor again. The larger piece was embedded into the arched center formed by the energy conduits, taking advantage of its smoothness, durability, and slight curvature. The smaller piece was rapidly cut and polished, wedged at the end of the composite panel, creating a diminutive platform. The functional surface extension and attachment platform were coming together seamlessly. As she worked, she exuded an air of calm and composure, transforming what appeared to be useless debris into an integral part of her design. In merely 10 minutes, a prototype emerged before everyone's eyes, one that was structurally clear, imbued with an industrial aesthetic, and brimming with ingenuity. It was an exceedingly simple, yet evidently versatile multifunctional adaptive support platform prototype. Lin gently lifted it to showcase it to the audience. Her smart wristband projected a beam of light, forming a minuscule interactive interface above the device. It could serve as a temporary fixture and angle adjuster for heavy tools or data panels. As she spoke, she gestured to place a somewhat heavy portable energy detector, considerably heavier than the prototype she had just created, onto the taut surface of the energy conduit. The conduit's resilience automatically adapted to the weight, providing stable support, while the armor fragments perfectly cradled the instrument's base to prevent it from slipping. She subtly adjusted the length and angle of the servo motor support legs via the wristband interface, positioning the heavy instrument at an ergonomically optimal observation and operation angle. This was a compact, rapidly deployable temporary workstation or equipment placement platform. She cleverly nestled several small repair tools and a few standard energy battery modules within the space formed by the arc of the energy conduit and the composite panel, as well as on the armor fragment platform at the end, achieving a remarkably high utilization of space with convenient access. It could even function as a temporary emergency microsensor arm or signal reflector. With a slight adjustment of the servo motor through her wristband, she tilted the entire structure, allowing for various directional orientations for any simple sensors installed or reflecting specific communication signals. The entire demonstration flowed effortlessly, devoid of complex programming or extravagant laser engravings. Relying solely on the fundamental principles of physics, material characteristics, and the ultimate expression of modular thinking. Its rapid deployment capability, functional adaptability, spatial efficiency, and the ability to repurpose discarded materials were astonishingly intuitive. Ladies and gentlemen, Lin Yi's voice remained steady, yet it carried a penetrating force that struck at the very essence. This prototype is composed entirely of discarded parts and was assembled in a remarkably short time. Its form stems from functional necessity, devoid of any superfluous embellishments. Yet, its utility can flexibly evolve according to demand. It lacks the dazzling luminescent coating, the intricate holographic insignia, yet its very structure, comprising the lightweight resilience of composite materials, the elasticity of energy conduits, the robustness of armored fragments, and the precision of servo motors, functions in harmonious synergy, embodying an inherent beauty rooted in the logic, efficiency, and functionality of industrial design. Her gaze traversed the faces ensnared in astonishment and contemplation, particularly lingering on Zhao Wangshu's amber-hued eyes, focused and imbued with curiosity. I do not intend to wholly dismiss the value of emotional design and aesthetic experience. However, in certain pivotal domains, an excessive pursuit of uniqueness in form and visual stimulation can, at times, not only fail to enhance value but also obscure the intrinsic beauty of logical design and user convenience. Moreover, it can significantly escalate manufacturing costs, production cycles, and system complexity, rendering it challenging to swiftly respond to urgent demands and hindering widespread applicability. Ultimately, it risks devolving into a mere technical artwork appreciated by a select few, rather than serving as a practical engine propelling society and production forward. Chapter 66. The convergence of ideals and echoes of the future. Lin Yi's fingers gently traced the sleek and efficient lines of the multifunctional support prototype. Her voice, steady yet imbued with a profound, almost philosophical insight into engineering, conveyed a truth. Genuine design innovation is never a wholesale repudiation of existing achievements. On the contrary, it seeks a novel optimal solution amid the vast soil of accumulated technology, balancing performance, aesthetics, cost, and feasibility. It is imperative that design returns to its core mission of serving humans, or rather, users. This entails addressing their fundamental needs within specific contexts, ensuring absolute efficiency and safety in operation, providing reliability and trustworthiness over prolonged use, and even fostering positive emotional experiences during interactions. She pointed to the naturally supportive surface formed by repurposed curved armor fragments, as well as the perfectly elastic curves of the energy conduits. The spiritual core or technological aesthetics we discuss must, and indeed should, manifest in the relentless pursuit of functional utility. How can every interface of the mech align with the driver's intuitive operations under extreme pressure? How can maintenance tools be swiftly located and accessed, even in weightless environments? How can the limited cabin space be utilized to its utmost potential? This pursuit can be reflected in a profound understanding and creative application of material properties. How to showcase the absolute strength and lightweight characteristics of alloy composites. How to leverage the flexibility and self-repairing abilities of energy conduits. How can the modular interfaces of composite armor themselves embody a structural aesthetic? Moreover, it must be evident in an unwavering attention to every nuance of user experience. Does the grip of the handle alleviate fatigue during prolonged operation? Is the information presented on the interface clear and unambiguous, reducing cognitive load? In moments of crisis, can the tactile feedback from every control unit instill an absolute reliability in the driver? Lin Yi's words flowed like a precisely calibrated stream of energy, steady and penetrating. She was no longer merely countering Zhao Wangshu, but was endeavoring towards a constructive fusion and elevation of ideas. She anchored Zhao's emphasis on emotional value and experience to a deeper, more fundamental foundation of functionality, reliability, and human-machine interaction logic. Exceptional experiences need not rely on superficial embellishments. Rather, they should be rooted in the inherent qualities of the design itself. Zhao Wangshu listened intently, his gaze fixed on the prototype composed of discarded parts, which shimmered with sparks of wisdom. The concepts of essential design, user-centeredness, and rational honesty resonated in his mind. The last vestiges of confusion and skepticism melted away like ice crystals subjected to high temperatures, replaced by a profound clarity and heartfelt respect for a different kind of design intelligence. He nodded slowly, with utmost seriousness, his voice deep and clear, embodying a sincere acceptance and an engineer's straightforwardness. Engineer Lin. I understand. The essence of design lies not in its dazzling exterior, but in the meticulous logic inherent within and its profound responsiveness to the needs of its users. Your relentless pursuit of functionality, your respect for the characteristics of materials, and your creative application of them, along with your careful consideration of every detail in the user experience, the wisdom, sincerity, and beauty of logic contained within are, in themselves, the most profound and captivating charm, embodying the most robust path of design. I am deeply enlightened by your insights. Chapter 67. The confluence of ideals and the echoes of the future. He respectfully nodded to Lin Yi, his demeanor exuding a formality that transcended conventional etiquette, resembling the highest recognition a scholar could bestow upon another. The surrounding atmosphere was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop, as if time itself had come to a standstill in that moment. Only the low hum of the space station's environmental systems pierced the stillness, resonating with clarity amidst the tranquility. Yet, abruptly, amidst the profound silence, a spark ignited within the crowd, erupting into a subdued wave of astonishment. Though the murmurs were soft, the shock they conveyed was ineffable. This awe quickly spread like ripples through the audience. As whispers began to circulate, discussions blossomed, and the initial gasps were gradually overwhelmed by heartfelt applause, echoing the recognition from peers. Those designers and engineers who had once harbored skepticism towards Lin Yi's designs now gazed upon him with transformed expressions. Their eyes, once filled with doubt and disdain, now sparkled with admiration and appreciation. No longer were they mere onlookers, scrutinizing with curiosity or a hint of superiority. Instead, they were enveloped in genuine respect and profound contemplation. They had witnessed a live demonstration of design philosophy, achieving the most compelling effects with the most unassuming materials. Through discarded components, efficient execution, and profound insights, Lin Yi had clearly illuminated a pathway to excellence that was equally universal, vibrant, and potent. Rationality was not synonymous with indifference. Functionality did not equate to a lack of imagination. The rigorous logic, respect for resources, and deep-seated care for humanity contained within his work radiated a brilliant and persuasive glow. Yun Yanin stood amidst the throng, observing the figure clad in simple work attire against the backdrop of a starry sky, captivating the elite present with an intellect grounded in absolute rationality and an almost artistic practical skill. The icy blue of her eyes shimmered with an indescribable complexity. She understood that the events unfolding on this stargazing platform transcended a mere ideological dispute. They might very well send ripples through the design community within the Federation. The work Lin Yi was about to present at the Galactic Singularity Competition filled her with an unprecedented anticipation. A mecha design embodying such ideals, forged through relentless refinement, would undoubtedly shine with undeniable brilliance, much like her own presentation today, garnering true respect through its inherent logic and exceptional performance. What began as a clash of ideals did not culminate in opposition, but rather serendipitously pointed towards a more inclusive and profound consensus, centered around users and their core missions. The integration of functional intelligence, material essence, interactive sincerity, and experiential delight would give birth to masterpieces that transcend eras. The prologue to the Galactic Singularity Competition, enriched by this high-quality intellectual exchange and captivating demonstration, had officially commenced, imbued with deeper significance. Amidst the vibrant and bustling scene, there exists a certain tranquility in a semi-enclosed observation corridor located on the upper level of the viewing platform. This place is largely overlooked by the throngs of people, as if it were a figment of imagination. Yet, within this seemingly inconspicuous corner, a few figures of distinctly elevated significance remain concealed. They stand there in silence, resembling sculptures, quietly observing all that unfolds beneath them. Though their presence may not attract attention, their gazes are remarkably sharp and profound. Their eyes, akin to X-rays, penetrate the fervor and clamor of the surroundings, reaching the very essence of reality. It appears they possess the ability to glimpse into a more distant future, foreseeing the events that may soon transpire. This profound insight and foresight render them an anomaly within the lively gathering, yet simultaneously, they become impossible to overlook. Chapter 68. Collaborative Design. The crucible of inspiration beneath the starlight. The fervent debate regarding the essence of design at the Astral Observatory did not yield a definitive verdict on superiority. Rather, it forged a new consensus through the vigorous clash of ideas, illuminating a more diverse path for the future of Federation mech design. Lin Yi's multifunctional prototype, crafted from discarded components and radiating brilliance in both ingenuity and pragmatism, along with her expositions on rational honesty, user centricity, and the beauty of industrial design, served as a precise system reset, refreshing the entrenched cognitive patterns of many elite designers and engineers. Zhao Wangshu's earnest tribute, imbued with heartfelt appreciation, gracefully concluded this high-caliber ideological exchange with a note of respect and an open spirit. Once the dust of ideas had settled, Zhao Wangshu did not take his leave. Approaching Lin Yi, his handsome visage, often adorned with a calm smile, retained its elegance while revealing a newfound sincerity and anticipation for mutual dialogue. His deep space blue intelligent suit shimmered subtly against the backdrop of the cosmos, contrasting yet harmoniously complementing Lin Yi's understated deep gray work attire, symbolizing the juxtaposition of two distinct design philosophies. Engineer Lin. Zhao Wangshu's voice was clear and melodious, carrying an unmistakable sincerity in his pursuit of collaboration. Today's discussion has been a significant cognitive upgrade for me. With the galactic singularity competition on the horizon, might you consider forming a temporary technical exchange group with me to refine our skills and face the challenges ahead together? In the depths of his amber eyes flickered a pure pursuit of technological limits and a recognition of true wisdom. Lin Yi regarded this remarkable individual, whose expansive thinking mirrored her own relentless pursuit of excellence, and felt a kinship among fellow technologists. She composedly nodded, responding, "I would be delighted, Chief Zhao. Engaging with you on technical concepts is a valuable opportunity. I look forward to our collaboration." "Excellent." A genuine smile briefly illuminated Zhao Wangshu's eyes. "Let us commence immediately." The deep database of the Genesis Echo Archive houses numerous sealed pioneering design blueprints and detailed data packets from failed projects, all worthy of our joint analysis. The Avant-Garde Materials Laboratory and Simulation Testing Platform of the Moonlight Group also offer ample resources for shared verification. From that moment forth, the cutting-edge research area of the Genesis Space Station became graced with a captivating new presence. Within the core data hall of the Genesis Echo Archive, replete with ethereal blue data streams and the silent rotation of a colossal holographic star map, two figures could frequently be seen. Zhao Wangshu, clad in a perfectly tailored deep space blue suit, stood tall, his long fingers gliding swiftly across the interactive interface as he accessed hyper-precise holographic models of past galactic singularity champions and declassified structural diagrams of experimental mechs from the Federation military. At times, he furrowed his brow in contemplation. At others, he engaged in quiet discussions with Lin Yi regarding the efficiency bottlenecks of a certain energy transmission node or the intricacies of stress distribution in a biomimetic joint structure. Lin Yi, clad in a streamlined work uniform, exuded an air of calm concentration, her clear gaze akin to the most precise sensor. Adeptly navigating through the dizzying complexities of data streams and three-dimensional wireframe diagrams. Occasionally, she posed uniquely angled yet incisive questions that struck at the heart of the matter, or offered bold hypotheses grounded in an alternative design logic, often leading Zhao Wangshu into deeper reflection and subsequently sparking more profound discussions. Chapter 69, Collaborative Design. The inspiration forged under the starlight. The exchange between the two was devoid of prejudice or distinctions in qualifications. It was solely an earnest pursuit of technical truth and an unwavering quest for design perfection. They were never content with mere theoretical deliberations. Rather, they were ardent practitioners. Whether in Dr. Mo Yan's materials research department, suffused with the atmosphere of high-temperature furnaces and brimming with samples of novel alloys, or in Dr. Kent's advanced materials laboratory, replete with nanoscale workstations dedicated to the repair of microstructures, or within other cutting-edge project teams investigating neural interface synchronization, the miniaturization of energy weapons, and planetarily adaptive chassis. Their partnership was evident as they sought access permissions for technical investigations. They meticulously observed experimental processes, humbly inquired about technical bottlenecks, and fervently debated the merits of various technological paths and the potential for interdisciplinary integration. Zhao Wangshu's profound theoretical foundation, mastery of federal standards and mainstream technologies, coupled with Lin Yi's imaginative yet fundamentally sound engineering principles and keen intuition regarding cost and manufacturability, resulted in a vigorous collision of ideas, igniting countless sparks of inspiration. Soon, this distinctive scene was no longer confined to the two of them. The first to join was Yun Yanan. She exchanged her formal consultant uniform for practical attire conducive to movement, resembling an efficient project coordinator. Although her grasp of specific technical details may not have matched that of Zhao and Lin, her expansive federal perspective, formidable resource coordination abilities, and deep understanding of end-user needs, military and explorers, provided indispensable support to this informal research group. She consistently offered timely feedback from an application standpoint, leveraging her seniority to procure classified research reports or rare experimental material quotas. Often, she would sit beside Zhao Wangshu and Lin Yi, absorbing their rapid-fire discussions of esoteric technical parameters, occasionally interjecting with incisive questions or presenting real-world examples from peripheral star regions as corroboration, her calm gaze sparkling with sharp insight. Together, the trio functioned as a highly efficient core engine, capturing the attention of numerous young engineers and designers at headquarters. Like a powerful gravitational force, They attracted increasingly talented young engineers drawn to this open, focused, and creatively charged technological atmosphere. Initially, a few intellectually vibrant young engineers, resonating deeply with Lin Yi's design concepts, cautiously approached to share their perspectives. Then, some project stalwarts who had long admired Zhao Wangshu's technical leadership joined in. Ultimately, even seasoned technicians, who had initially harbored reservations about Lin Yi as an outsider, were moved by this spirit of pure technical orientation, selfless sharing, and collaborative problem-solving, willingly engaging in the discourse. In the data terminal area of the archives, the open collaborative design platform, and even within the cozy confines of a laboratory's lounge, one often finds a small assembly of individuals. At the heart of this gathering are Zhao Wangshu and Lin Yi, fervently engaged in spirited debates over a technological conundrum or collectively simulating structures on a hovering interface. Surrounding them are engineers and designers, attentively listening, occasionally contributing ideas or offering data support. They share data packets, exchange insights on algorithms, and engage in passionate discussions about technical solutions, creating an atmosphere that is both vibrant and pure. Lin Yi's reputation and recognition within this engineer culture that values strength and intellect naturally ascend to new heights. An informal innovation consortium, transcending departmental boundaries and centered around core design principles, is quietly taking shape under the catalysis of the Galactic Singularity Competition. Chapter 70. Undercurrents and Will Yet. As the tree yearns for tranquility, the winds refuse to cease. Even within the Moonlight Group headquarters, a bastion of the Federation's foremost intellects, where the pursuit of technological zenith ought to be pure, jealousy and narrow-mindedness linger like interstellar dust, omnipresent and insidious. After a standard workday, the team had just concluded a fervent debate regarding the application of high-entropy alloys in the main load-bearing frameworks of mechs. They were dispersing to the rest areas for energy replenishment and brief respite when Zhao Wangshu and Lin Yi strolled side by side along the transparent corridor leading to the central lounge. Overlooking the sea of stars, still engaged in a hushed discussion about several material fatigue parameters that had yet to reach consensus. A technical specialist, who frequently collaborated with Zhao Wangshu's department and was known for his cunning, seized this relatively private moment. Activating the miniature sonic shield on his collar to create a confined privacy zone, he leaned closer to Zhao Wangshu, lowering his voice and feigning concern. "Chief Zhao, why must you demean yourself to accommodate Engineer Lin? Look at the recent internal communications. Nearly all the focus is on her. Terms like reverse thinking, cost killer, and pragmatic genius abound. Some short-sighted individuals even whisper that you appear somewhat conservative and outdated in her presence. She, merely a transfer from a peripheral division, is so unrestrained in her prominence. It is rather unbecoming. I genuinely feel for you." Zhao Wangshu abruptly halted his stride. The gentle, spring-like smile that typically graced his face vanished without a trace, replaced by a chill as frigid as liquid nitrogen. The surrounding air seemed to thicken under the sudden shift in his aura. Slowly, he turned his head, his deep amber eyes now sharp as a high-energy particle beam, piercing through the duplicitous specialist. The immense pressure emanating from him rendered the latter breathless. "Feel for me." Zhao Wangshu's voice, though not raised, resonated like metals frozen in extreme cold, imbued with piercing chill and absolute authority. "When have I, Zhao Wangshu, required your assessment of my interactions or the value of talents I choose to recognize?" He stepped forward, and the intangible weight of his presence drained color from the specialist's face, causing beads of cold sweat to form at his temples, involuntarily stumbling back a step. Engineer Lin's talent shines like a supernova, bright and undeniable. To engage in equal technical discourse with her is my honor and opportunity. Where is this notion of demeaning or outdated? Each of his words, meticulously crafted, struck the air with resonant clarity. It is you, with your unworthy motives, neglecting the advancement of your own skills, merely seeking to gauge the winds, spreading rumors, and sowing discord. Such behavior tarnishes the reputation and integrity of the technical personnel at Moonlight Group. "Chief, I did not mean it that way." The specialist stammered, his voice trembling, desperate to flee the oppressive atmosphere. "Leave my sight at once." Zhao Wangshu uttered a cold reprimand, and the scholarly aura that once surrounded him dissipated, replaced by an unmistakable decisiveness that stemmed from his prolonged tenure in a position of authority. Should I detect any further attempts to engage in such inefficient and detrimental dissemination of information, I shall personally submit a report to the disciplinary committee, advocating for a reassessment of your position. Chapter 71. Undercurrents and willpower. The commissioner, as if granted a reprieve, almost sprinted away from the corridor, forgetting to deactivate the privacy field generator, leaving behind a trace of distorted energy residue. This scene was witnessed by Yun Yanin, who had returned after recalling a data board left in the discussion area. She approached with measured steps, her impeccably tailored federal advisor uniform accentuating her poised stature and commanding presence. Observing the commissioner's hasty retreat, an unmasked disdain crossed her exquisite visage, akin to one observing a malfunctioning algorithm. "How pitiful and futile," she scoffed, her crimson lips parting slightly, her voice cold yet penetrating through the ambient noise. Reaching Zhao Wangshu and Lin Yi's ears, laced with the icy sarcasm characteristic of a high-ranking federal official. There are always redundant processes in the system attempting to elevate their own weight by disrupting core operations. Zhao Wangshu handled the situation with decisiveness. Such noise nodes within the collaborative network should have long been identified and isolated. Her contempt was chilling and absolute. Lin Yi stood quietly by, her expression remaining that of calm focus. She displayed no anger at the commissioner's malicious insinuations, nor did she exhibit any pride in the support from Zhao Wangshu and Yun Yanin. Instead, she merely shook her head slightly, a faint, almost pitying curve gracing her lips, as if she had just witnessed an inconsequential error log. Cognitive disparities are universally prevalent. Focusing on core objectives and optimizing one's algorithms is the most efficient path. Such levels of informational interference should not consume any valuable computational resources. Her tone was serene, akin to stating a fundamental code logic. This near-absolute rationality, her open-mindedness, and her detached focus on ultimate goals stirred Zhao Wangshu's heart once more. He gazed into Lin Yi's clear, bottomless eyes, seemingly reflecting only stars and data streams. The last vestige of subtle turbulence within him, stemming from status and reputation, settled completely, replaced by a purer appreciation and admiration. He realized that Lin Yi's inner strength was far more formidable and stable than she projected. Drawing a deep breath to recalibrate his emotions, he solemnly addressed Lin Yi. "Your focus and composure command my respect. Walking alongside you is indeed one of the greatest rewards of this preparatory phase for the competition." Yun Yanin also regarded Lin Yi, her previously sharp gaze softening into a deeper recognition. She understood well that it was this almost absolute technical focus, untouched by external noise, that served as the core driving force behind Lin Yi's continuous breakthroughs and miraculous achievements. This minor episode was but a speck of dust cast into the vast ocean of data, swiftly submerged within the torrent of the main process. The cohesion of the preparation team, having withstood this trivial test, became even more solidified, with their goals growing increasingly clear. Under the guidance of Zhao Wangshu and with the support of Yun Yanin's resources, Lin Yi devoted herself wholeheartedly to the pursuit of excellence in the final design, collaborating with a multitude of exceptional engineers who were drawn to the endeavor. The design scheme for the mecha subsystem, which harmoniously integrates efficiency, reliability, cost-effectiveness, and profound ergonomic considerations, gradually approached perfection through countless simulations, material tests, and interdepartmental discussions, radiating a cold brilliance that melded reason and wisdom. Within the technological cosmos of the headquarters of Yuehua Group, a fervor of collective determination and aspiration for competition has already taken shape. Everyone eagerly anticipates that in the upcoming Starry Singularity contest, upon the harsh yet fair battlefield of quantum simulation, the design they have collectively poured their hearts into will illuminate the starry realms with the most resplendent light of technology. Chapter 72. Precision Transmission. Dr. Mo Yan's ultimate classroom. The rhythm of the competition felt akin to an engine operating under overload, increasingly tense. Lin Yi was acutely aware that, despite her advantages in system integration and innovative concepts, she still needed to refine her understanding of the intricacies of the precision transmission system, the very heart of mecha technology, especially regarding high-load energy transmission and the application of specialized materials. In comparison to the seasoned experts at the headquarters of the Yuehua Group who had long been immersed in this field, Yun Yanin, perceptive to her needs, proactively suggested. My mentor, Dr. Mo Yan, leads the Advanced Materials and Energy Systems Laboratory, which stands as a benchmark for the Federation in ultra-high precision transmission structures and efficient energy circuit design. He excels at resolving the conflict between miniaturization and high-power output. If you wish to delve into the cutting-edge applications in this domain, I can arrange a visit for you. Linny expressed her gratitude immediately, as this was precisely what she required at that moment. Consequently, Yun Yanin escorted Lin Yi to the Advanced Materials and Energy Systems Laboratory. Nestled within the core research area of the Yuehua Group headquarters, surrounded by layers of security and an independent energy system. Inside the laboratory, the air maintained a constant low temperature and humidity, imbued with a faint scent of ozone, the refreshing aroma of specialized cooling fluids, and the distinctive metallic essence resulting from high-temperature alloy quenching. The atmosphere was accompanied by the stable low-frequency hum of various high-precision instruments, the subtle hiss of energy flowing through conduits, and the almost inaudible sounds of mechanical arms executing nanoscale operations with precision. At that moment, Dr. Mo Yin had his back to the entrance, bent over a composite workbench filled with intricate holographic interfaces and precise physical manipulators. He wore a high-resolution microscope and sensor gloves, fully engrossed in adjusting a complex miniature transmission module suspended within a magnetic confinement field, no larger than a button, yet incorporating dozens of micron-sized gears, energy guiding plates, and stress sensors. Clad in a deep-colored engineer's uniform, with sleeves rolled to the elbows revealing well-defined forearms adorned with a delicate energy circuit tattoo, displaying real-time physiological data and operational status. His slightly tousled gray-white hair radiated an aura of complete immersion in technical challenges. Professor, Yun Yanin called softly, her voice calibrated to penetrate the ambient noise without causing disruption. Dr. Mo Yan's operations hesitated momentarily, his voice tinged with the irritation characteristic of being interrupted during profound contemplation. What is it? Can't you see I'm at a critical juncture in calibrating the resonant frequency? The micromanipulator he controlled remained stably suspended above the precision module, as though even the slightest breath could undo his efforts. I have brought Engineer Lenny here, hoping to consult you on the core technical aspects of the multi-axis synchronous harmonic transmission system, particularly its application bottlenecks in the joints of heavy mechas. Yun Yanin articulated respectfully, yet directly. Hybrid harmonic transmission? Dr. Mo Yin finally paused his work, pushing the microscope up onto his forehead, and turned slowly to face them. His piercing gaze first swept over Yun Yanin, then settled upon Lin Yi, imbued with his customary scrutiny. Ultimately, however, it came to rest upon a figure clad in a deep space blue intelligence suit, who had quietly approached without notice, standing behind Yun Yanin. Zhao Wangshu. Mo Yan's brow furrowed ever so slightly, a barely perceptible arc of irritation forming. The displeasure of being interrupted during a crucial task was already present, and now, upon seeing this esteemed protege of his brother, whom he subconsciously always compared himself to, there mingled a thread of exceedingly subtle, ineffable awkwardness within that annoyance. Chapter 73, Precision Transmission. Dr. Mo Yan's ultimate classroom. How did you find your way into my laboratory? Mo Yan's tone was as rigid as the unrefined surface of a coarse alloy. He was the younger brother of Mo Hang, the current chief technology officer of Yuehua Group and mentor to Zhao Wangshu. Gifted from a young age, he always lived in the imposing shadow of his elder brother. While Mo Hang ascended to the esteemed position of CTO, Mo Yin, despite being a recognized authority in his field, often felt a lingering sense of inadequacy. This dynamic fostered a complex blend of admiration and rivalry within him, particularly in the presence of the young chief, regarded by his brother as a worthy successor, whose talents were unparalleled and whose demeanor was impeccably refined. Zhao Wangshu seemed entirely oblivious to the subtle fluctuations in Mo Yan's tone, maintaining his impeccably gentle and humble demeanor. He slightly bowed to Mo Yin, addressing him with respect. Dr. Mo Yin, I learned that you are to calibrate the prototype of the hybrid system today. This project has long been a topic of great interest to me, yet I have not had the opportunity to delve deeply into it. It is a rare chance, and I humbly request your permission to sit in and learn. His posture was flawless, and his reasoning compelling, leaving no room for critique. Mo Yin regarded Zhao Wangshu's impeccably handsome face, marked by an appropriately respectful demeanor, and felt a lump in his throat, caught between acceptance and discontent. He let out a begrudging grunt, signaling a reluctant acquiescence, yet his gaze was predominantly directed at Lin Yi, his tone slightly tempered from that of a technical mogul, though still imbued with a condescending air of scrutiny. The hybrid harmonic drive is not the ordinary mechanism you might encounter in textbooks. It is founded upon the principles of nonlinear wave dynamics, employing 9 sets of miniaturized, non-circular strain wave generators as its core to achieve torque amplification, motion conversion, and precise force feedback within a system of extraordinary accuracy. The principal challenge lies in nanometer-level precision control and dynamic coordination of multiple nonlinear systems. Any error exceeding the atomic scale in any of these processes will lead to an exponential decline in the system's efficiency and reliability. He began his exposition, gesturing to summon a holographic anatomical diagram of the miniature drive module on the workbench. His explanation was deeply insightful, and although his tone was brusque, each word bore a high density of information drawn from years of practical experience. First, he elaborated on material selection and composites, pointing out key components in the holographic image. The base must utilize a molecular-level eutectic composite of zero-sum crystallization and shape memory tantalum alloy. The former offers near-infinite fatigue strength and absolute stability, while the latter adapts to load variations on a microscopic level, absorbing stress waves. The formulation and heat treatment processes are classified. Even the slightest deviation would yield drastically inferior performance. Next came the precision of processing and assembly. He magnified the simulation of the gear meshing area, where the gaps were suffocatingly minute. All tolerances for the motion pairs must be stably controlled at the atomic diameter level. Otherwise, one would either suffer energy leakage leading to a catastrophic drop in efficiency or experience immediate thermal seizure resulting in complete failure. The precision here does not rely on craftsmanship. It is assured by quantum interference measurement instruments and molecular-level deposition printers. The most crucial aspect lies in the conformal design and integration of the energy circuits. Mo Yan's expression became intensely focused as he manipulated the interface, demonstrating how to seamlessly embed superconducting lines, capable of conducting ultra-high-density energy, into the intricate internal structures of miniature gears and bearings, akin to sketching a neural network. This process demands not only the assurance of zero-loss energy transmission, but also the absolute preservation of the mechanical structure's microscopic integrity, all while avoiding the introduction of any additional stress. It is reminiscent of sculpting a vascular network within a diamond using a high-energy particle beam, ensuring unobstructed blood circulation without fracturing the diamond. Another easily underestimated challenge is the dynamic thermal management and self-lubricating system. He straightened up and took a sip of the energy drink handed to him by the assisting robot, his gaze still fixed on the holographic model. When the system operates under extremely high loads and frequencies, localized instantaneous temperature surges and microscopic deformations can be fatal. It is imperative to meticulously simulate the thermal flow distribution and stress fields under various operating conditions. Designing a directional microcirculation system based on nanorobots that carries specialized active cooling lubricants for precise point-to-point heat dissipation and lubrication, compensating in real time for microscopic deformations. Otherwise, not even the finest materials can withstand 3 cycles of full load operation. Chapter 74. The Revolutionary Concepts of Extraterrestrial Thought on Structural Optimization. Zhao Wangshu listened with utmost concentration, his high-performance smart wristband projecting a diminutive holographic interface. His fingertips danced swiftly across the virtual keyboard, meticulously recording pivotal parameters and formulas. Whenever he encountered the crux of a challenging concept elucidated by Mo Yan, he would pose a series of remarkably precise questions that penetrated the essence of the issue, showcasing his profound comprehension of the Federation's premier transmission technology and his exceptional mathematical modeling prowess. Though Dr. Mo Yan typically responded with a stern countenance and a brusque tone, a fleeting glimmer of satisfaction would occasionally flicker in his eyes, nearly imperceptible. This young man always manages to inquire at the most critical juncture. Such intellectual sparring was, for him, an alternative source of enjoyment. Yun Yanin focused more on the collaborative dynamics between the entire transmission system, the mecha's energy core, and the main control AI, occasionally nodding slightly as she internally assessed the implications of these technologies on the overall design. Lin Yi was equally engrossed. her mind operating like a hyper-efficient multi-core processor executing parallel computations. As Dr. Mo Yin elaborated on the challenges and solutions pertaining to nano-level precision control, nonlinear system coordination, molecular composite materials, and dynamic thermal management, Lin Yi found an astonishing resonance and reflection with her previous life's expertise in modern precision engineering, materials science, fluid dynamics, and control theory, transcending the boundaries of time and space. When Dr. Mo Yin discussed methods to suppress the harmful resonances and impact loads generated by strain wave generators at ultra-high frequencies, he proposed embedding miniature energy damping field generators at critical nodes. Although effective, the system was exceedingly complex, energy-intensive, and required regular calibration and maintenance, posing potential risks to overall reliability. A thought sparked within Lin Yi. Once Dr. Mo Yin concluded this segment, she respectfully interjected, her tone imbued with the essence of pure technical discourse. The energy field damping scheme you described, Doctor, is remarkably ingenious. In my research of certain ancient non-Federation standards, I encountered an alternative approach to addressing similar structural vibration issues, albeit from a slightly different perspective. May I kindly seek your guidance on this? Dr. Mo Yin raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, a non-standard approach? Do share. He was notably impressed by Lin Yi's uncanny ability to approach problems from unconventional angles. Lin Yi activated her engineer wristband, swiftly constructing a simple, three-dimensional model of a strain wave generator in the air. Rather than relying on an external energy field to mitigate vibrations, they endeavored to optimize the generator's geometric form by addressing the structure itself. As she spoke, she manipulated the model, gradually transforming a standard circular generator into a subtly convex, non-circular profile based on a specific mathematical curve, while meticulously performing topological optimization in the area where it initially contacted the flexible wheel, resulting in a gradient change in the contact interface. This design facilitates the transformation of the power transmission engagement process from a harsh impact contact into a more seamless and gradual force transition, fundamentally reducing the baseline for vibration and noise generation. As she spoke, she demonstrated the stress distribution maps and vibration spectrum graphs under two different conditions using the wristband, with the data comparison being strikingly evident. Furthermore, she added that this approach, rooted in pure structural optimization, diminishes reliance on additional damping systems, theoretically decreasing system complexity, reducing energy consumption, and potentially enhancing inherent reliability in extreme environments. Chapter 75. Extraterrestrial Insights. The Revolution of Structural Optimization. Dr. Mo Yin's eyes widened in astonishment. He fixated intently on the dynamic stress cloud maps and spectral analysis comparisons displayed on the holographic screen. As a master who has devoted decades to the study of transmission systems, he immediately grasped the profound mechanical wisdom and the elegance of simplification inherent in this concept. This idea is nothing short of a subversion of the traditional mindset that seeks to solve problems by adding complexity to the system. It aspires to eliminate issues from the design's very inception. Although the specific curve equations and topology optimization algorithms will necessitate extensive calculations and experiments for validation, this pathway itself embodies a higher-order approach to problem-solving. This optimization philosophy. Mo Yin was so exhilarated he could scarcely contain himself. As he eagerly pulled Lin Yi's constructed model data to his main console, magnifying every detail, his eyes ablaze with the fervor akin to discovering a new star system. Brilliant. Simply brilliant. Reconstructing the transmission of forces from a geometric topology perspective, transforming passive cancellation into proactive avoidance. Engineer Lin, the ancient texts you referred to, are of immeasurable value. Zhao Wanshu was equally captivated, his eyes shimmering with excitement, even instinctively holding his breath. Having meticulously studied various advanced technologies currently available within the Federation, he found Lin Yi's proposal, rooted in pure mathematics and structural physics, profoundly novel and exhilarating. He swiftly established a new mathematical model on his wristband, commencing the exploration of the feasibility and potential benefits of applying this non-circular profile within the Heberlong system. Seeing Mo Yin's enthusiasm and complete engagement, Lin Yi seized the moment, deftly introducing the embryonic concept of modern control related to the synchronization of multiple strain wave generators and how to reduce cumulative phase errors. Though she employed terminology more aligned with contemporary technological contexts, such as reference timing core and adaptive feedback calibration mechanism. The essence of her idea, establishing an absolute time position reference frame and dynamically fine-tuning through real-time data feedback, served as a key, instantly unlocking a new dimension of thought for both Mo Yin and Zhao Wangshu regarding such challenges. Excellent. What a splendid reference timing core. What an extraordinary adaptive feedback. Mo Yin excitedly slapped the console, his gaze towards Lin Yi brimming with unabashed admiration, akin to discovering a hidden treasure. Engineer Lin, your thought process is truly an anomaly within the Federation's standard educational framework. These concepts, though they may seem somewhat unconventional, strike at the very heart of the ultimate essence of complex system control. They hold tremendous inspirational significance for our current project. He paced energetically around the laboratory, the energy circuit tattoo on his forearm faintly glowing, completely oblivious to the subtle emotions he had just harbored towards Zhao Wangshu. Even instinctively, he commanded Zhao Wangshu, quickly, integrate the non-circular profile optimization and adaptive feedback concepts proposed by Engineer Lin with the third linkage module of the Heberlong system, and immediately establish a preliminary simulation. I want to see the initial data. Now. The tone conveyed a complete trust in him as the most capable and reliable technical partner, an extension of execution. Zhao Wangshu was momentarily taken aback as he observed Dr. Mo Yan's expression, which was steeped in the ecstasy of a technological breakthrough. Akin to a child who had just discovered a new toy, the seamless and intuitive technical directives evoked a peculiar warmth and a sense of familiarity that he had not felt in a long time. A genuine, unreserved smile graced his handsome face as he promptly responded, "Understood, Dr. Mo Yin. I shall commence modeling and simulations at once." He then approached the adjacent large holographic modeling platform, his fingertips dancing across the interface as he harnessed formidable computational power to construct intricate simulation models. Chapter 76, Data Theft. The star trails of conspiracy within the Advanced Materials and Energy Systems Laboratory, the collaborative optimization of the new transmission system, the Hybelong Harmonic Transmission Module, by Lin Yi, Zhao Wangshu, and Dr. Mo Yin, is nearing completion. This system, which seamlessly integrates the traditional cutting-edge craftsmanship of the Yuehua Group with Lin Yi's innovative concepts such as non-circular contour topological optimization and adaptive real-time feedback calibration, is unanimously regarded as the most competitive technological foundation for Lin Yi's pursuit of the championship at the Galactic Singularity Competition. The intricately complex design blueprints, key algorithms, and certain core component prototypes printed at the molecular level are securely stored by Lin Yi in her personal secure data core, protected by multiple layers of encryption, and physically housed within a zero-security cabinet in the laboratory equipped with biometric authentication, quantum key locks, and self-destruction mechanisms. Lin Yi's reputation shines at headquarters like a supernova, with accolades such as innovator and genius from the outer galaxy circulating within the internal networks. This dazzling brilliance not only scorches the twisted heart of Nangong Xian, consumed by jealousy, but also subtly stirs certain discontented forces within the Yuehua Group and the broader federal technology sphere, which harbor grievances against the existing order. Nangong Xian's retaliation is both direct and despicable. He exploits a technician named Wang Mai, who is deeply ensnared in a web of virtual reality gambling debts and is fully under his control. Wang Mai, greedy and reckless, harbors a malevolent envy towards Lin Yi, a lowly engineer who has unexpectedly eclipsed him. In a signal blind spot located in the abandoned maintenance area of the space station, Nangong Xian tosses a chip containing a substantial amount of anonymous cryptocurrency to Wang Mai, his voice cold as the depths of space. "Listen, I need you to borrow the core data regarding the new transmission system from Lin Yi's secure cabinet. Remember, just copy it. Do not disturb any physical components or core defense logs." Mo Yin and Zhao Wangshu's surveillance systems are not mere decorations. If an alarm is triggered, we will both be instantly vaporized. Wang Mai, fingering the valuable chip, is torn between greed and fear. Copy data? Young Master Nangong, what use is that? It won't directly take her down. Nangong Xian's face contorts into a cold smirk. Fool. Directly taking her down is far too mundane. What I desire is for her to be utterly disgraced in the spotlight of the competition. All you need to do is to fragment the copied data and, at the perfect moment, leak it into a public data network as trash cache as an accidental disclosure. Naturally, someone will happen upon it and recognize it as Lin Yi's secret technique. With the core design data leaked just before the competition, what chance will she have left? And where will Mo Yin and Zhao Wangshu's faces be? This is about destroying hope, striking at the heart. His eyes gleam with malicious delight. Wang Mai suddenly comprehends, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Young Master Nangong, your brilliance is unmatched. I shall ensure it is done flawlessly, like a ghost. However, neither Nangong Xian nor Wang Mai were aware that their conspiracy was entirely captured by an exceptionally advanced miniature submersible detector concealed within the shadows of the maintenance zone's dome. This detector, akin to a living metallic droplet, silently documented every detail before vanishing into the intricate maze of pipes, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 77, Data Theft. The Conspiracy of Celestial Trajectories. Several hours later, in a concealed chamber nestled within the asteroid belt. Here, no natural light penetrated. Only the ethereal glow emanating from various instrument screens illuminated the intricate celestial operation diagrams. A figure sat poised at the control station, shrouded in a cloak that distorted light. Their presence enigmatic. Before them, a display showcased processed audio and video data. The brain, an electronically altered voice, resonated within the chamber. Shadow reports. Nangong Xian has initiated the frame job protocol as planned. The seated figure listened intently to the briefing. Their voice, deep and modulated, emerged like the rasp of interstellar dust. No intervention is necessary. Peripheral technical support may be provided if required to ensure the progression of the plan. The nebula requires more violent disturbances to take shape. The virtual avatar of the reporter flickered on the screen, seemingly struggling to discern the figure at the control station. A minuscule watermark, emblematic of the notorious Interstellar Intelligence Organization, Dark Current, briefly flashed at the edge of the avatar. This organization boasted a long and tangled history, operating through clandestine means. Its rare interventions had consistently incited widespread technological panic or market turmoil within the Federation. Lin Yi's sudden emergence, alongside the revolutionary design concepts he introduced and the Moonlight Group's heightened attention, presented Dark Current with an unparalleled opportunity, one that could not only devastate the reputation of the Moonlight Group, but also undermine the Federation's technological advancement, thereby muddling the waters to facilitate Dark Current's profiting from chaos or pilfering advanced confidential technologies. The brain, Nangong Xian, Wang Mao, these two mere pawns serve as perfect springboards. The electronic voice, begrudgingly attempting to advise, hoped the supreme decision-maker would adopt a more aggressive approach. They are indeed fools. Yet your judgment is scarcely superior. From beneath the cloak, a hand clad in black, flexible operational gloves emerged, elegantly sweeping across the control interface. In an instant, the reporter's virtual avatar was engulfed by an array of red warning boxes and intrusion notifications. A chilling, synthesized laugh echoed, as the deep voice intoned once more, "Your redundancy has exceeded the tolerance threshold." Before the words could fully dissipate, the avatar's signal was abruptly severed, and it was entirely erased from the online roster. The figure at the control station melded deeper into the shadows, issuing new commands into the empty chamber. Their voice, transmitted through an embedded communicator, reached unknown distances. Notify Shadow. Execute the Phantom Plan. Escalating data breach to technological defection and aid to the enemy. Let this fire engulf the entire Federation's technological sphere. Days later, Wang Mao, utilizing his official authority, seized an opportunity during a routine maintenance of the laboratory's external auxiliary systems. Employing an exceedingly rare intrusion tool capable of briefly simulating authorization signals and bypassing fundamental biological detection, he swiftly copied non-encrypted design fragments of core components from Lin Yi's data core cache. He meticulously packaged the data fragments into an encrypted data packet disguised as a system log file, preparing to inject it into the garbage rollback area of the public data network. However, shortly after he completed the operation and believed he had left without a trace, a shadow, barely perceptible within the visible spectrum, swept past the data interface. Chapter 78, Data Storm. Auctions and defection allegations in the void market. The term void market resonated like thunder within the internal network of the Moonlight Group's Jeju branch. instilling an overwhelming sense of panic through each employee's smart wristband. It was not a tangible location, but rather a notorious quantum information black market lurking within the shadows of the interstellar network, maintained by elusive and mysterious forces. This market specialized in trading illicit cutting-edge technology blueprints, confidential data, and even living technology, such as captured extraterrestrial biological samples. The auction announcements disseminated through untraceable quantum channels bore an unsettling authenticity and influence. Anything auctioned in the void market was often genuine and exceedingly sensitive. The entire Moonlight branch was instantaneously engulfed by an invisible tsunami of data. The void market. How could Engineer Lin's adaptive function weaving architecture and warm sun system optimization data packets appear there for auction? One engineer, trembling, gazed at the encrypted news summary pushed by his wristband. Core algorithms, foundational structural parameters, auctioned? This was no mere act of espionage. It was a severe technological defection. It represented a betrayal of the group and the Federation's interests to competitors and even extraterrestrial forces. Another senior technical supervisor, pale as a ghost, struggled to remain upright. I had suspected her technical ideas were heterogeneous. She must have stolen confidential information to exchange for resources. What an innovator! She was nothing but an industrial spy lurking among them. Panic, anger, disbelief, and even a hint of schadenfreude coursed through the office spaces, laboratories, and corridors, transmitted rapidly through whispers and astonished glances. This incident transcended mere internal competition or clashes of design philosophies. It constituted a grave leakage of core technology, severe enough to alarm the Interstellar Federation's security department. In his advanced materials laboratory, Dr. Mo Yin received an urgent, heavily encrypted auction catalog fragment, forwarded by Yun Yanin. The elderly man trembled with rage upon merely glancing at the dynamic structural diagrams and data feature descriptions. His age-spotted hand slammed down, causing a nearby precision platform, automatically depositing nanomaterials, to ignite a red overload warning light, emitting a piercing alarm. He admired Lin Yi and even competed with that old codger Kent for her attention. Yet, the items displayed in the catalog bore over 75% similarity to the core module of the adaptive function weaving that the three of them, Dr. Mo, Kent, and Lin Yi, had recently simulated and optimized. Several concepts they collectively deemed highly innovative yet fraught with risk, still unverified, were shockingly included. This could not possibly be a coincidence of independent development. Investigate. Utilize the highest level of authority to uncover the source of the data leak. From which port, and at what time did it escape? Is the firewall merely decorative? Mo Yan's roar reverberated throughout the laboratory, yet within the depths of those piercing eyes, a trace of subtle uncertainty flickered for the first time. Could it be that Lin Yi, that child, truly? Zhao Wangshu's private studio lay in profound silence, with only the faint glow emitted by the incessantly scrolling data streams on the holographic projection. His countenance was ashen, the typically warm and elegant features now shrouded in a veil of frost, as his slender fingers swiftly moved through the air, retrieving one surveillance log and access record after another. Chapter 79, Data Storm. Auctions and defection accusations in the void market. He could not fathom that Lin Yi would commit such an act. Her brilliance, her genuine passion for technology, and her pragmatic philosophy, so starkly at odds with the modern aesthetics of mecha design, yet piercingly focused on core functionality, were irrefutable. However, the reputation of the void market, the profound depth and critical nature of the data breach, it was too devastating. It was sufficient to cast her into the depths of disgrace, rendering her incapable of redemption. Immediately, he invoked his senior authority as the chief design consultant of the Yuehua Group to initiate an internal covert investigation, tracing the origins of the data breach. Simultaneously, he sought to connect through private channels with the information brokers lurking in the abyss of data, keeping a vigilant watch on the forthcoming maneuvers of the void market. Yun Yanin was the most well-informed. She arrived at Lin Yi's temporary laboratory at breakneck speed, almost immediately after the alarm was raised. Her expression was graver than ever, and even her impeccably tailored, temperature-regulating ice blue executive uniform seemed inadequate against the chill that pervaded the air. Linny, Yun Yanin's voice was low yet urgent. Have you seen the auction announcement from the void market? The situation has completely transformed. Lin Yi stood before the control panel, her complexion as pale as parchment. Her gaze fixed intently on the partially intercepted and decrypted auction listing displayed on the screen by the network security department. Her smart wristband blinked incessantly with red emergency notifications and high-priority inquiries, yet she appeared oblivious. Data breach? Auction? Technical defection? This murky affair was far more sinister than the petty schemes concocted by Nangong Xian, aimed at tarnishing her reputation. It was a malignant plot of 100-fold malice. This was an attempt to brand her a traitor to both the Federation and the group, utterly obliterating her reputation and future, potentially subjecting her to the judgment of an interstellar court. In an instant, she recalled the fleeting figure of the logistics assistant Wang Mai, panicked in the shadows of the laboratory's surveillance blind spot that night, along with the internal log marked as anomalous but ultimately unsuccessful in its access attempt. Yet, if the adversary had merely sought to undermine her competition by stealing data, why would they risk placing it in the void market? That realm was a lawless territory of the stars. Once implicated, one would likely never regain their innocence. There was undoubtedly another force at play, one more insidious, more cunning, whose intentions extended far beyond merely suppressing a genius engineer. It had deftly exploited Nangong Xian's foolish conspiracy, magnifying its toxicity to a lethal degree. Advisor Yun, this is a setup. Lin Yi's voice, taut and somewhat hoarse, belied the clarity and determination shimmering in her eyes, akin to tempered ice. The data indeed experienced unauthorized access attempts, but I can assure you that the physical isolation gate of the core database was not breached at that time. This is not my doing, nor could it ever be sent to auction. Someone is manipulating this theft, fabricating evidence, and seeking to destroy me. At that moment, the alloy door of the laboratory slid open silently. A tactical team from the division's security department entered, led by a high-ranking officer clad in armor equipped with body-worn cameras, whose countenance was as stern as it was imposing. A frigid gaze swept across every individual within the laboratory, ultimately settling on Lin Yi. Chapter 80, Data Storm. The auction of the void market and defection allegations. The voice of the security supervisor, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, resonated like a synthetic machine. By the joint directive of the highest management committee of the headquarters and its branches, you are hereby ordered to proceed immediately to the Security Review Center for questioning. Until the investigation is concluded, all your privileges have been suspended. You are prohibited from leaving the branch premises. All personal terminals, experimental data, and research materials pertaining to this project must be sealed and subjected to a comprehensive review. We request your full cooperation. The frigid command enveloped Lin Yi like invisible shackles, instantly immobilizing him. Outside the laboratory, engineers and researchers from other departments, having heard the news, gathered around, casting glances of anger, suspicion, sympathy, or mere curiosity. Whispers surged like an ebbing tide. Nangong Xian lingered at the edge of the crowd, observing Lin Yi encircled by security personnel, his face initially betraying uncontrollable glee at the success of his scheme, only to be swiftly replaced by a flicker of doubt and an undercurrent of unease. The void market? He merely instructed Wang Mai, that fool, to find a way to replicate some data and fabricate a scandal that would prevent her from competing. How could it escalate to the interstellar black market? The outcome was excessively fortuitous, instilling a sense of dread within him. Meanwhile, in the shadow of a distant corridor, Wang Mai slumped against the cold wall, his face ashen, cold sweat nearly saturating his uniform shirt. He trembled as he watched the security personnel, unable to contain the shivers coursing through his body. He had merely followed Nangong Xian's instructions, utilizing logistical privileges to attempt a data copy. Although he had failed, he thought the worst he would face was a reprimand. How had it now escalated to accusations of technological defection, entwined with the void market and covert organizations? A colossal, unforeseen terror gripped his heart like a chilling mechanical appendage, rendering him nearly breathless. He felt as though he had fallen into an unfathomable abyss, and the situation had spiraled entirely out of control. Lin Yi inhaled deeply, diverting his gaze from the encroaching security personnel to Yun Yanan, who stood beside him, her face etched with concern yet offering him steadfast support. He stole a glance at Zhao Wangshu, whose holographic communication window had just connected, her expression equally grave. She understood that the true storm was only just beginning. This had transcended personal grievances and might not be solely directed at her. It was a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy against the Yuehua Group and the very essence of federal technological innovation. The adversary's objective might extend beyond her destruction. It sought to disrupt the galactic singularity competition, tarnish the reputation of the Yuehua Group, and potentially sow seeds of distrust and panic within the federal scientific community. She had to remain composed. She must uncover the hidden flaw within this seemingly insurmountable deadlock and identify the key to counterattack. I will accompany you. Lin Yi's voice regained its usual calmness as she raised her hand, deliberately removing her smart wristband and relinquishing all permissions, placing it upon the data storage platform beside her. She adjusted her plain engineer's coat, straightened her back, and with unwavering composure, walked towards the security forces under the scrutiny of countless complex gazes. Her silhouette remained upright in the spacious and brightly lit sci-fi corridor, yet each step felt as though it were teetering on the brink of an energy furnace, where a moment's misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. The starry galaxy singularity competition had yet to officially commence, yet a foreboding cloud of peril already loomed. Lin Yi found herself ensnared in the gravest survival crisis she had encountered since her arrival. Meanwhile, the true magnitude and shadowy depths of the mysterious organization lurking behind Ningongxian's clumsy machinations were only just beginning to reveal themselves. Chapter 81. Data Tracking. Clues and framing. In the command room of the Yuehua Group's Security Review Center, the atmosphere was as heavy as the silence preceding a supernova explosion. The air circulation system seemed oppressed, emitting a low hum that could not dissipate the almost tangible weight of pressure. On the enormous curved main screen, intricate star maps, data streams, internal schematics, and continuously refreshing log information cascaded like a waterfall, the ethereal blue light casting shadows on the tense faces of the personnel present. In the adjacent isolation inquiry room, Lin Yi sat alone on a cold, ergonomically designed polymer chair. The walls of the room were a soft milky white, yet embedded with multiple sensors and shielding field generators, ensuring that any subtle physiological reactions and energy fluctuations within were monitored, while simultaneously blocking all unauthorized internal and external communications. She sat upright, resembling a precisely calibrated, unyielding composite cantilever beam. The plain engineer's coat she wore appeared somewhat thin under the even cold light, its cuffs marked with barely discernible traces of energy conduction fluid, a remnant from her previous laboratory work, now serving as a symbol of her isolation from the outside world. Her gaze fell upon her hands, which were interlaced and resting on her lap, the knuckles slightly paling from the pressure she exerted. The intangible weight of suspicion, akin to the force of a strong gravitational field, pressed upon every nerve in her body. The muffled anger faintly audible from the command room, even after being dulled by soundproofing materials, made the air in the small isolation room feel as though it were closing in on her. Within the main command room, the atmosphere was even more tense. Dr. Mo Yin occupied the control seat, his face, weathered by time and often animated by technical challenges, now bore a somber expression akin to the event horizon of a black hole. Suppressed fury flickered in his eyes, resembling two overloaded plasma engines poised to unleash devastating energy at any moment. The ominous low pressure emanating from him rendered the security technicians and data analysts flanking him mute. Even their keystrokes on the virtual keyboards slowed to a crawl. His modified mechanical hand, covered with intricate bionic skin yet infused with terrifying strength, unconsciously tapped against the alloy armrest, producing a disquieting rhythm. Zhao Wangshu stood beside Mo Yin like a silent mech sculpture, poised before the holographic tactical platform. Dressed in a tailored, deep gray technical officer uniform, he appeared even more imposing and solitary. The handsome visage, once celebrated for its wisdom akin to starlight, was now veiled in a frost of absolute zero, his icy blue eyes no longer reflecting the calm and admiration of technical discussions, but blazed with a cold, sharp fury, resembling the cutting edge of high-frequency blades. Deep within his pupils, an unprecedented focus coalesced, akin to a top reconnaissance satellite locking onto its target. No slightest discord in the data stream, no minor temporal deviation in the log records could escape the scrutiny of those genetically enhanced and neural network-optimized eyes. Federal Special Advisor Yun Yanan sat in the hovering advisory seat to the side, clad in a minimalist yet imposing silver-gray federal uniform. With a miniature quantum communication badge adorning her collar, signifying her esteemed status. Her expression was equally grave, and within the depths of her tranquil eyes, reminiscent of a serene starry expanse, lay a profound sense of anxiety. Her pale, slender fingers unconsciously caressed the edge of the data panel resting on her knee, revealing that her inner turmoil was far from the calm exterior she projected. Chapter 82. Data Tracking, Clues and Frame UPS at last. Mo Yan's voice erupted like a long-suppressed torrent of energy, reverberating through the stillness of the command room and causing the air to tremble. Utilize all permissions. Initiate the highest-level data deep dive protocol. Even if it means turning the core server matrix of the division inside out, I demand that we unearth that data thief and the sinister puppeteer behind the scenes. Not a single one shall be spared. His graying hair seemed to stand on end, each word resonating with an energy akin to a weapon charging. Lin, he would never defect. This clumsy frame-up is riddled with flaws. There must be a more malevolent conspiracy lurking behind it. Without further prompting from Mo Yan, Zhao Wangshu had already engaged in the data ocean with the fervor of a mech activated to its highest performance mode. As the chief design consultant of the Yuehua Group, he wielded immense authority within the organization, sufficient to mobilize the majority of the division's computational resources and surveillance networks. His slender fingers danced swiftly across the holographic interface of the tactical table, leaving behind a cascade of afterimages. His obsidian eyes scanned the screen, absorbing the vast data streams flowing like the auroras, security access logs, energy fluctuation records, internal network access tracking, personnel movement heat maps, and even the operational paths of cleaning robots. His formidable logical processing ability and near-intuitive pattern recognition allowed him to function like the most intricate filtering algorithm, swiftly stripping away extraneous information while seizing upon potential anomalies. The gazes of Mo Yan and Yun Yanin were fixated upon him, the command room enveloped in the low hum of server operations, punctuated only by the subtle crackling of the holographic interface and the crisp sounds emanating from Zhao Wangshu's fingertips gliding across the screen. As time ticked away, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Suddenly, Zhao Wangshu's movements came to an abrupt halt. His fingertip decisively froze over a particular line within the rapidly scrolling access log list. That line was instantly highlighted and magnified, its associated secondary data streams swirling around it as if drawn by gravity. Wang Mao, he uttered, his voice low yet piercing through the tense air of the command room like an absolute zero ice line, carrying a chilling resonance that could freeze blood. Logistics Department Level 3 Technical Assistant, responsible for the daily maintenance and supply of consumables for certain laboratories in the 7th RD Zone, formerly the Qinji Institute's Zone C. His gaze was locked onto that record, the access log displayed, stellar date 5742, 8-3, standard time 2047-33. Indicating that his access card had opened the airtight door outside the temporary laboratory number 7 used by engineer Lin E, with an entry duration of 3 minutes and 4 seconds. The internal monitoring log indicated that during this time frame, there was a brief, unauthorized low-level detection pulse in the core data isolation gate system log, lasting 0.12 seconds, with an intensity below the conventional alarm threshold, yet exhibiting an abnormal pattern. Zhao Wangshu directed his gaze towards the supervisor of the Security Forces Network Monitoring. According to Engineer Lin's account, she completed her work for the day around 2030 Standard Time, confirming that the core data had been securely stored and that physical isolation had been initiated. Subsequently, she departed the laboratory for the rest area. Upon her return, she discovered an anomaly alert concerning the data, triggered by a low-level warning indicating an unauthorized probing attempt, which occurred around 21:15 Standard Time. The timing is strikingly precise. Chapter 83. Data Tracking, Clues and Framing. Zhao Wangshu's gaze resembled two beams of high-energy particle streams as it swept toward the surveillance supervisor. Retrieve all surveillance footage from a specified time frame, particularly focusing on the corridors and entrances of the 7th Research Zone, with an emphasis on identifying individuals exhibiting anomalous behavior. The vast stream of surveillance data was swiftly accessed, and the AI-assisted recognition system was activated. Soon, a segment of enhanced video footage was extracted and projected onto a corner of the main screen. In the frame, a diminutive figure clad in a logistics department uniform darted past. The screen flashed a red alert. Facial features confirmed as Wang Mao through algorithmic comparison. He was seen hastily exiting through the airlock of the 7th Research Zone, his steps rapid, almost a jog. One hand instinctively clutched the left pocket of his uniform jacket, which appeared somewhat bulging and out of sync with his hurried pace. As he rounded a corner, he nearly collided with an automated cleaning robot, exuding an unmistakable air of panic, rushed demeanor, concealed belongings, and a flustered expression. Zhao Wangshu murmured, her cold gaze like an invisible data chain, firmly locking onto the name Wang Mao. Locate Wang Mao's current coordinates. Security team, bring him here immediately. Zhao Wangshu's voice suddenly rose, akin to the command issued during the charging of a starship's main cannon, void of emotion, yet imbued with an undeniable, authoritative mandate. The order was dispatched through an encrypted communication channel in an instant. The internal security system sprang into efficient action. In less than 5 minutes, 2 members of the security team clad in black armored uniforms, their helmet visors reflecting cold light, escorted a short man in a logistics department uniform, his face pale as parchment, into the command room. Upon entering this chamber, which housed the highest authorities of the division and prominent figures of the Federation, filled with the chilling aura of advanced technology, Wang Mao was utterly overwhelmed by the palpable pressure and the penetrating gaze of Dr. Mo Yan, which felt as if it could strip him of his very essence. Already fraught with anxiety over the issues concerning the illusory market, confronting Zhao Wangshu's eyes, capable of dissecting his very soul and uncovering all his sordid secrets, shattered his already fragile mental defenses like an electromagnetic pulse obliterating an outdated circuit. With a thud, Wang Mao's legs buckled, collapsing to the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably, tears and snot streaming forth uncontrollably, leaving unsightly wet marks on the smooth surface of the floor. He crawled forward, his forehead striking the cold alloy floor with a sharp sound, crying out in despair, "I'll tell you everything. Please spare me, doctor. Please spare me, advisor. Master. Chief Zhao, please have mercy." He did not wait for any further actions from the security personnel. Under the immense pressure stemming from technology and authority, he completely crumbled, incoherently beginning to confess. It was Nangong Xian. That Nangong Xian from Augustus Mechanical. Tears streaming down his face, his voice twisted by fear. I previously participated in an extraordinary sensory game on the dark web, incurring a substantial debt to the void creditor. He graciously assisted me in repaying this debt and even bestowed upon me an additional sum of money. He instructed me to seize the opportunity presented by the supply materials to discreetly connect the miniature high-sensitivity data collector, cleverly disguised as a standard energy meter, to the secondary port of Engineer Lin's laboratory data interface during her absence. Just a matter of seconds would suffice to gather the fundamental parameters. Chapter 84. Undercurrents emerge. Malice from the abyss, he gasped violently, as if on the brink of asphyxiation. He claimed he merely wished to gain an early insight into Engineer Lin's design direction in order to surpass her in the galactic singularity competition. He instructed me to complete the data collection and then casually dispose of the device in any abandoned component recycling bin, creating a FAAD of accidental loss. He asserted that this would be nothing more than an act of corporate espionage, and if caught, he would merely face fines and dismissal. I truly do not comprehend how it escalated to allegations of technical defection. I cannot fathom how it became entangled with the void market and undercurrents. Spare me, please. Nangong Xian. The fury igniting in Mo Yan's eyes surged forth, akin to the core of a star reaching its critical point. He slammed his palm against the metallic armrest. A resonant hum erupted, an invisible wave of energy radiating from his hand, causing several holographic projections on the tactical platform beside him to tremble violently, nearly collapsing under the force. The ferocious aura, akin to an uncontrolled engine's exhaust, sent the hem of his researcher's white coat fluttering wildly. What a fine display of the Augustus Mechanical Consortium. What a remarkable heir of the Nangong family, to resort to such despicable tactics, casting shadows upon the future stars of our Yuehua group and the Federation. As Nangong Xian was escorted to the Security Review Center's command room by 2 members clad in black-powered armor, a trace of the innate arrogance characteristic of an heir of the Augustus Mechanical Consortium lingered on his face. He donned a meticulously tailored, expensive engineer's coat, faintly shimmering with energy, attempting to uphold his faltering composure with the weight of his family's wealth and industrial stature. He instinctively adjusted the angle of his limited-edition smart wristband, raising his hand to tousle his hair. However, upon entering the command room, imbued with a chilling technological ambience and a palpable sense of foreboding, he beheld Wang Man, collapsed on the floor, tears streaming down his face, nearly losing consciousness. He felt the terrifying pressure emanating from Dr. Mo Yin, akin to the ominous prelude of a supernova explosion, and noticed Zhao Wangshu's icy blue eyes, seemingly capable of freezing his very soul's data. In that instant, the facade he had so carefully constructed shattered like fragile glass. His complexion drained of color, resembling pale parchment. Beads of cold sweat emerged at his temples, reflecting the room's stark illumination, and his meticulously styled hair fell into disarray. Nan Gongxian. Mo Yan's voice remained low, yet it bore the weight of an extremely compressed stream of information, infused with destructive potential, crashing into Nan Gongxian's mind with an icy, oppressive force. The testimony of Wang Man, coupled with records extracted from his personal locker of encrypted credit point transactions linked to your account, alongside Zhao Wangshu's timely manipulation of the console, magnified on the main screen, was a meticulously crafted, yet evidently illicitly modified microdata collector. A subtle, nearly imperceptible watermark of the Augustus mechanical family crest was highlighted by AI enhancement algorithms, a non-standard component belonging to your family's specialized laboratory. In this regard, do you require any elucidation? The evidence is as solid as a rock. The confession extracted from Wang Mao in his moment of despair, the undeniable flow of funds, along with the compelling material evidence imbued with distinct familial markings, collectively weave an inescapable web of data and facts from which he cannot extricate himself. Chapter 85. Undercurrents emerge. Malice from the abyss. Nan Gongxian's body trembled uncontrollably, his lips quivering, and the last flicker of hope and arrogance in his eyes was extinguished, leaving only overwhelming terror. He understood that in the face of such advanced technical scrutiny and an unassailable chain of evidence, any denial would only ensnare himself and his family in a more dire and passive predicament. A profound fear and a sense of shame gripped him. He struggled to swallow, feeling as though his throat was choked with fiery gravel, his voice hoarse and trembling. It was I. I instructed Wang Man to act. I was envious of Lin Yi. She is merely an unknown upstart, yet she constantly eclipses me. Even Dr. Kent and Dr. Mo Yin, he stammered, desperately seeking excuses for his lamentable motives. I only wanted to embarrass her before the competition, to undermine her competitiveness. I absolutely did not betray the Federation, nor did I intend to sell out our group as technology. Doctor, advisor, I swear on my family's honor. He abruptly lifted his head, his eyes filled with a frantic urgency to clear his name, bordering on despair, his voice rising sharply, even cracking with intensity. But, I swear, I only instructed Wang Man to mishandle the baseline data collected, to create an accident. I never directed him to auction the data package on the void market. That place is entirely beyond my reach. Someone must be framing me. Framing Augustus Mechanics. Attempting to sow discord between us and the Moonlight Group, even the Federation. Doctor, see the truth. Advisor, see the truth. His fear was palpable. The emergence of the void market and the clandestine organization behind it loomed like the main cannon of an interstellar pirate flagship, dragging his petty schemes born of jealousy and arrogance into an unfathomable abyss filled with lethal peril, far beyond his comprehension or control. A fleeting, almost imperceptible exchange of glances occurred between Mo Yin and Zhao Wangshu. Within the depths of Zhao Wangshu's icy blue pupils, a data-like gleam flickered momentarily, as he subtly inclined his head towards Mo Yin. Nan Gongxian's reaction to the sudden eruption of the void market and its shadowy currents revealed an instinctual confusion and terror that no performance could mimic. The murky depths of this situation had long surpassed the limits of this debauched scion's ability to stir trouble. Mo Yan's heart sank sharply. The very nature of the situation had undergone a profound transformation the instant the auction link to the void market appeared. What had begun as a clumsy act of corporate espionage driven by jealousy had abruptly escalated into a malignant conspiracy potentially involving a mysterious terrorist organization, intent on sabotaging the stellar singularity competition, tarnishing the reputation of the Moonlight Group, and even undermining the stability of the Federation's technological domain. A chilling dread, stemming from vigilance towards an unknown, formidable adversary, swiftly replaced his pure fury, engulfing Mo Yin entirely. He realized that Lin Yi might merely be the initial target or catalyst in this larger tempest. He abruptly rose to his feet, the furious aura of an energy engineer around him instantly converging, compressing into a dense and restrained form akin to a neutron star, yet brimming with terrifying power. He no longer cast a glance at Nangong Xian, whose face resembled ashes and whose spirit was on the verge of collapse. Instead, he solemnly addressed Zhao Wangshu and Yun Yanan. Secure the scene and maintain the highest level of information confidentiality. Chapter 86. Undercurrents emerge. Malice from the abyss in an instant. He moved not towards the door, but activated a concealed authentication device within the command room. A gentle beam scanned his iris and energy signature, and the alloy wall before him silently slid open, revealing a private high-speed transit passage leading to the core area of the Moonlight Group's Jeju branch. Stepping forward, he was immediately enveloped by a shimmering light, and the entrance to the passage closed behind him as if it had never existed. This passage connected directly to a restricted zone deep within the branch, safeguarded by multiple layers of quantum encryption fields and physical isolation. It led to the private office and secure sanctuary of Fong Mong, the chief executive officer of the branch and one of the highest-ranking members of the Moonlight Group. Fong Mong's office resembled not a conventional room, but rather a compact interstellar command center. Surrounding him were seamlessly connected, massive curved screens, silently streaming real-time news from various star systems of the Federation, fluctuations in stock prices, and deep space exploration data. In the center of the room hovered a holographic star map, slowly rotating. Fong Mahing sat in an ergonomic command chair before the star map, clad in a dark, high-end executive uniform, with a touch of gray at his temples. His visage bore a resemblance to Mo Yin, yet he exuded a more composed and reserved demeanor. His gaze was profound, akin to a seasoned navigator who had endured countless hyperspace jumps, embodying a tranquility laced with the power to command the entire situation. When Mo Yin, bearing an unprecedented gravity, synchronized the complete data packet of the incident, encompassing all evidence, testimonies, and auction intelligence from the void market, onto Fong Mahing's main screen, the usually composed CEO's face, capable of withstanding any storm in commerce and politics, finally betrayed a fleeting ripple of profound seriousness. He did not inquire about any details. His eyes, seemingly capable of perceiving the truths behind the data, swiftly scanned the key information, with his pupils constricting slightly. Without any hesitation, he raised his hand and swiftly input a series of exceedingly complex, dynamically changing encrypted commands into the void. Before him, a cylindrical interface silently ascended, and a prism-shaped quantum key, emanating a ghostly blue hue with subtle energy patterns pulsating like a breath, was inserted into it. This was a special conduit accessible only at the level of the highest executives of the Moonlight Group, directly linked through the internal quantum entanglement network to the core database of the Federation Intelligence Bureau, as well as certain high-privilege information nodes hidden in the shadows of interstellar space. Highest priority request. Source target, Void Market Auction Sequence ID, NM7743 Alpha. Requesting verification of the client's identity and token. Fong Mahing's voice was deep and steady, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. The command transformed into a stream of encrypted quantum information, vanishing instantaneously into the depths of the network. Time passed in the suffocating silence of the command room. Nangong Xian lay slumped in the corner of a restraining chair, his gaze vacant, as if all his arrogance had been siphoned away, leaving behind nothing but an empty shell. Wang Mo was administered a sedative and placed under the watchful care of a medical robot. Zhao WNGSH stood before the main control panel like the most sophisticated sentinel turret, diligently analyzing the existing data in search of further clues. Meanwhile, YN communicated quietly with the outside world through her federal encrypted channel, her brow furrowed with increasing concern. Her worries extended beyond just LNY. She was apprehensive about the stability of the entire competition and, indeed, the very foundation of the federal technological community. Chapter 87. Undercurrents. Malevolence from the abyss. Approximately 1 standard hour later, the command room was enveloped in silence, devoid of any signs of anomaly. Yet, in this seemingly tranquil moment, A corner of the main screen suddenly illuminated without warning. This area, once shrouded in darkness, appeared to be activated by some arcane force. As a faint glow gradually intensified, as the light brightened, an intricately complex emblem, emblematic of the highest encryption level, emerged on the screen, morphing in a dizzying display. This emblem was woven from countless lines and patterns, continuously shifting as if it were a dynamic cipher. The emblem flickered briefly before vanishing, replaced by a highly encrypted feedback report. This report was directly transmitted to Fong Machen's personal terminal via his quantum key channel. Simultaneously, it was also forwarded to the highest-ranking individuals present, Mo Yin and Yun Yanin. The contents of this report had evidently undergone rigorous multi-layered desensitization to safeguard sensitive information from exposure. Nonetheless, crucial details remained distinctly visible and unblemished. Machen's gaze swept across the cold lines of text with the swiftness of lightning, as though imprinting them indelibly in his mind. His eyes narrowed, focusing intently on each word, leaving no detail overlooked. Typically, Machen exuded an air of calm and composure, his demeanor as placid as still water, seldom exhibiting emotional turbulence. However, upon encountering certain pivotal elements within the report, his thick brows knitted together deeply, forming a grave furrow. This furrow seemed to manifest the weight of his internal strain, revealing his profound concern and attentiveness to the report's contents. An intangible pressure, seemingly emanating from the very depths of space, instantly pervaded the office, causing even the holographic particles suspended in the air to slow in their motion. He slowly raised his head, his gaze piercing through distant realms, as if landing upon Mo Yin within the command room. Through the still-maintained encrypted communication, his voice resonated through the secure channel, low and clear, each word imbued with an icy chill, capable of freezing one's very blood. The management of the Void Market has confirmed through an anonymous AI interface, codenamed the Keeper, the intermediary for the auction commission. Verification has been completed for an internal high-level token from the undercurrent organization, a Phantom Entropy Core. The energy signature of this token has been validated. With a permission level determined as Dark Envoy, the commissioning party demands absolute anonymity, asserting that the data packet is a fragment of prospective research on the next-generation mech core architecture provided by an anonymous donor, Undercurrent. Fong Machen slowly articulated the name, each syllable resonating like a heavy hammer striking the formidable armor of the starship, burdened with immense weight and deep apprehension. This name represented an extremist technological terror organization thriving in the shadows of the Interstellar Federation, even infiltrating neighboring galactic civilizations. They adhere to the belief that technology equates to power, and power equates to truth. In their relentless pursuit to acquire and monopolize cutting-edge technology, particularly in military and mech advancements, they resort to unscrupulous methods, engaging in rampant theft, sabotage, and even the kidnapping or assassination of the foremost scientists and engineers from the Federation and various civilizations. Their ambition is to seize forbidden technology capable of upending the current interstellar order and establishing a technological dictatorship. They are the sworn enemies of the entire Interstellar Federation's technological community and civilized society. The title of Dark Emissary signifies a high-ranking core member within this organization. Chapter 88. The Glory of Family and Survival Game. A profound silence enveloped the CEO office of Fong Mohang, punctuated only by the low hum of the server cluster. Fong Mohang's deep gaze seemed to penetrate the heavy alloy walls and the complex quantum encryption field, resting upon the disheveled figure of Nangong Xian in the Security Review Center's command room. His fingers, steady as a rock from countless interstellar business battles and negotiations, lightly tapped the floating holographic control panel. In the next moment, his calm yet authoritative command resonated through the internal highest priority communication channel, clearly echoing in the office and simultaneously transmitted to the encrypted headsets of Mo Yin, Zhao Wangshu, and Yun Yanin in the command room. Immediately send an urgent hyperspace communication request to the headquarters of the Augustus Mechanical Consortium in my name. With the highest level of encryption, it is imperative that Master Nangong Hao personally answers. In the command room, the atmosphere was as tense as if a ship were on the brink of falling into a black hole's event horizon. The vast arc-shaped main screen displayed data streams rolling silently, yet the bluish light appeared particularly frigid at that moment. Dr. Mo Yin sat at the control position, his brow furrowed, his white hair appearing even more disheveled, emanating an oppressive energy akin to a solar flare on the verge of eruption. Zhao Wangshu stood before the tactical platform like an ice sculpture, his icy blue eyes keenly scanning the room, capturing even the slightest fluctuations in data or expressions of personnel. Yun Yanan sat composedly in the advisory seat, her expression tranquil, yet the knuckles of her hands, interlaced on her knees, slightly tightened, betraying the turmoil and profound concern within her. Nangong Xian sat slumped in a specially designed restraint chair, his expensive and fashionable engineer's coat wrinkled and stained with cold sweat. His eyes were vacant, his body trembling slightly as low battery warnings flickered from his smart bracelet, to which he remained unresponsive. As if all vitality had been drained from him. The wait was not long. The main communication screen in the command room suddenly illuminated with intricate light patterns, stabilizing into a clear image representing the hyperspace encrypted communication connection. The backdrop revealed a modern and luxurious office, with vast floor-to-ceiling stargazing windows showcasing the profound starry expanse and a portion of a colossal space station. A figure sat poised in an ergonomically designed interstellar executive chair that appeared to be of considerable value. The arrival was none other than Nangong Hao, the current helmsman of the Augustus Mechanical Consortium. He appeared to be in his 50s, his visage meticulously maintained, with sharp angles reminiscent of precision-cut alloy. His thick black hair was impeccably styled, his nose prominent, and his jawline robust, adorned with a carefully trimmed short beard. He donned a deep gray, high-end custom business suit, tailored to perfection, with a collar pin featuring a sleek family crest that exuded a sense of high-tech sophistication. Even in a static image, he radiated an imposing presence cultivated from years at the pinnacle of the interstellar business world, embodying the shrewdness of a commercial titan. However, when his keen eyes, sharp as those of a hawk and typically only so focused when scrutinizing contracts worth millions of credit points, swiftly swept across the scene at the communication window, they instantly fixed upon his son, Nangong Xian, slumped in the restraint chair, utterly disheartened, as well as the unmistakable fury displayed by Dr. Mo Yin on the main screen alongside Fong Mohang. The image appeared in a small window, and in that moment, the depths of his gaze revealed a fissure in the calm demeanor of a business magnate, usually seen in financial news, as if struck by a high-energy particle beam. Chapter 89. The Glory of Family and the Struggle for Survival. Fong Mohang, devoid of unnecessary pleasantries, articulated in the most calm and objective manner how Nangong Xian, driven by jealousy, had orchestrated Wang Mai to surreptitiously acquire Lin Yi's mecha-design baseline data, intending to fabricate a scandal. The data was ultimately exploited by a mysterious force, packaged as evidence of technological treason and auctioned in the void market. The entire sequence of events, including the verification that the commissioning party employed the high-level insignia of the Dark Current organization, the Shadow Entropy Core, was recounted with clarity and succinctness. Each piece of evidence, the critical financial flow, the family insignia on the physical evidence, the recorded confession of Wang Mai, the screenshot of the anonymous auction link from the void market, and the summary of the verification report for the Shadow Entropy Core was simultaneously transmitted in a data packet. Every word, every piece of evidence struck like precision electromagnetic projectiles, forcefully breaching Nangong Hao's cognitive defenses. A low hum resonated as Nangong Hao felt a disquieting disturbance ripple through his advanced neural assistance system. His dignified and charismatic visage drained of color, transforming into a pallid hue. His pupils constricted to pinpricks, filled with incredulous horror and an unfathomable dread, as if witnessing the imminent collapse of the commercial empire he had painstakingly built. His robust form leaned imperceptibly forward, his hands clenched tightly beneath the opulent desk, the expensive alloy surface seemingly emitting a faint groan under the strain of his shock and fear. The mention of Dark Current, Shadow Entropy Core. He gasped, his voice rasping through hyperspace communication, tinged with an uncontainable tremor as if an invisible hand had seized his throat. He understood better than anyone present the implications of such names and organizations, lawlessness, technological terrorism, and the devastating consequences that ensued. They were not merely business rivals. They embodied a cosmic plague capable of devouring all. Once the Augustus Mechanicals were branded with the taint of association with the Dark Current, the century-long reputation of the conglomerate. Its vast industrial chain spanning multiple star systems, the livelihoods of thousands of employees, and the fate of his entire family would be obliterated in an instant, as if cast into a stellar furnace. The Federal Security Council, interstellar commercial regulatory bodies, competitors, countless eyes would swiftly rend Augustus to shreds. A profound, icy terror gripped Nangong Hao's heart, nearly halting his genetically optimized cardiovascular system. He abruptly lifted his gaze, his eyes piercing like high-energy lasers directed at Fong Mohang and Mo Yin on the communication screen. No trace of the composed poise of an interstellar business magnate remained in his expression. Instead, it was stripped bare, revealing a primal panic and desperate plea born of survival instinct. He disregarded the decorum of his seated position, leaning forward towards the camera with an unyielding tone, as if wagering the future of his entire family on this moment. Resolute and irrevocable, CEO Fong. Dr. Mo Yin. My son is inept. Foolish. He has committed such a grave error. It is my failure as a parent. He deserves his fate. He took a deep breath, as if striving to suppress the overwhelming fear that coursed through him, his eyes bloodshot. Yet, I swear by the century-old reputation of the Augustus Mechanical Consortium and with all that I, Nangong Hao, possess, that he, despite any multitude of flaws, could in no way be associated with the Dark Current, a nefarious organization that stands against civilization and the Federation. Absolutely impossible. Chapter 90. The glory of the family and the struggle for survival. Augustus machinery is firmly rooted in the Federation, operating legally, with all technological developments adhering to the Federation's highest safety regulations. Our loyalty to the Federation and adherence to commercial rules have remained unwavering through numerous interstellar economic crises. We regard the undercurrents as a malignant tumor of the universe, avoiding them at all costs. How could we possibly destroy our own stronghold and collude with them? This is undoubtedly a meticulously orchestrated scheme to frame us, exploiting the foolishness and narrow-mindedness of a puppet. It is a malicious conspiracy aimed not only at Augustus machinery, but potentially targeting the Yuehua Group and the entire technological industry chain of the Federation. I earnestly beseech CEO Fong to see through this. I implore Dr. Mo Yin to believe. I, Nangong Hao, hereby vow that the entire Augustus Machinery Consortium will unconditionally cooperate with any investigation conducted by the Yuehua Group and the relevant departments of the Federation. We will open all non-core database permissions, provide all necessary resources and personnel, and mobilize our entire network of commercial intelligence. At any cost, we will assist in uncovering the true culprit to prove our innocence. Nangong Hao's words struck the stagnant communication channel like a hammer, infused with the fierce determination of a leader of a commercial empire driven to the brink, resolved to save himself at any expense. Fong Mohang's gaze, as profound as the starry sea, pierced through the screen to rest upon Nangong Hao's face, which was slightly contorted by extreme fear and urgency. He quietly scrutinized the palpable panic in Nangong Hao's eyes, almost spilling out of the screen, along with the desperate eagerness to cut ties, willing to invest substantial wealth and resources to prove his integrity. After a moment of silence, Fong Mohang slowly nodded. His voice resonated through the hyperspace communication, steady yet imbued with a soothing power, while also containing an undeniable authority belonging to the upper echelons of the Yuehua Group. Chairman Nangong, please remain calm. The speaker's tone was sincere, seemingly attempting to quell Chairman Nangong's fury. He then detailed the initial investigation results, noting that although Xian's actions gravely violated commercial ethics and group safety regulations, he was, in essence, more like a pawn manipulated by a more formidable adversary, ultimately led astray. However, at that moment, the speaker's tone shifted abruptly, transforming from gentle to severe. His gaze, penetrating through the screen as if capable of piercing the ship's armor, was sharp and resolute. The current highest priority is not merely to hold Xian accountable for his individual actions, but to unearth the hidden forces behind the scenes. Those who have access to undercurrent resources and have skillfully exploited this incident to simultaneously strike at our group's genius engineers, sabotage the galactic singularity competition, and frame our consortium to disrupt the Federation's technological market. This venomous serpent may have been lurking for quite some time. Indeed, CEO Fong, your wisdom is unparalleled. Upon hearing this, Nangong Hao felt a slight alleviation of the immense weight named family destruction pressing upon him, yet another burden. That of uncovering the true culprit to prove his innocence bore down even more heavily upon him. Nangong Hao abruptly directed his gaze towards the communications window, where his son sat ensnared, his eyes blazing like twin beams of high-powered ion energy, mercilessly scorching Nangong Xian, who was slumped in the confinement chair. His voice resonated through the speaker, cold as the abyss of space. "You fool. Worthless. Explain every detail of your misdeeds, from beginning to end, to CEO Fong, Dr. Mo Yen, and Chief Zhao. Should you dare to omit a single word or conceal even a fraction of the truth, I shall not invoke federal law. I will personally melt you down in an industrial furnace and reforge you." Chapter 91. The suspicion surrounding data trajectories and the storage area Nangong Xian was nearly left heart-stopped by the unabashed fury and murderous intent of his father, which could be felt even across the vastness of the starry sea. Under the oppressive gaze of the corporate hierarchy, the almost tangible wrath of Dr. Mo Yen, his father's cold and desperate threats, and Zhao Wangshu's ice-blue eyes that seemed capable of deciphering his every brainwave. The last vestiges of his feeble psychological defenses crumbled into cosmic dust. "CEO, Father, Doctor, Chief, I truly do not know," he cried, tears streaming down his face. His voice hoarse and desperate, almost a wail. His body futilely struggled in the restraints of the chair, his forehead beaded with cold sweat mingling with the remnants of his earlier tears. I was simply envious of that woman who suddenly appeared beside Lenny. In a moment of folly, I had Wang Mai steal the data. I only wanted her to lose face before the competition, to be disqualified. I swear on the mechanical emblem of Augustus. I don't even know which star system the undercurrent opens to. How could I possibly know how the data packet ended up in the void market? How could I recognize anything like the shadow entropy core? I have never even heard of such a thing. If I utter a single falsehood, let me be thrown into the stellar furnace. Let me be dismantled by interstellar pirates. Please, believe me. Trust me." His words tumbled out incoherently, as he repeatedly swore with the most venomous of interstellar curses. His gaze, filled not only with overwhelming fear but also with a sense of bewilderment and utter emptiness, revealed that he was merely a tool, exploited and manipulated. The true puppet master remained concealed within the fog of data, mocking their futile efforts. Fong Mahing's holographic image bore a frown, his gaze profound, his fingertips unconsciously tapping lightly on the virtual console, producing nearly imperceptible vibrations of energy. Dr. Mo Yan's face was a mask of suppressed fury, transformed into a simmering silence. Fueled by the disdain for such technological desecration and the treachery faced by a genius, Nangong Hao's complexion darkened, watching the incompetent figure of his son on the communication screen. His eyes a tumultuous blend of rage, humiliation, and a barely perceptible pang of sorrow, akin to a tiger reluctant to harm its own cub. There was even a twinge of pathetic relief that this fool was, at least, not directly entangled in the deadly mire of the undercurrent. The confrontation at the highest level had reached an impasse, the atmosphere within the communication channel suffocating. However, amidst this stifling silence, Zhao Wangshu's figure moved silently. He did not linger on Nangong Xian's chaotic confession. Within his ice-blue eyes, ablaze with cold rationality, a formidable capacity for logical processing never ceased its relentless operation. Zhao Wangshu astutely recognized that the mole within the dark currents, given their ability to so precisely and covertly acquire the discarded data collector from Wang Mao amidst an environment replete with surveillance and sensors, must possess an exceedingly advantageous and inconspicuous identity within the organization. Furthermore, this individual would be intimately familiar with the internal logistics, personnel movements, and blind spots in monitoring. Chapter 92. The doubts surrounding data trajectories and the storage area. His cool voice shattered the silence, targeting Nangong Xian directly. Nangong Xian, regarding your instigation of Wang Mai to steal data, aside from the two of you, is there a third party that is aware of this? Even if it was an inadvertent disclosure? Absolutely not. There is no one else. Nangong Xian reacted vehemently, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, fervently insisting. Even I, in my foolishness, understand that such matters cannot be exposed. How could I possibly speak of it openly? As he spoke, he instinctively puffed out his chest, as if to prove he was not entirely lacking in intelligence. On the other end of the hyperspace communication, Nangong Hao's expression darkened, as if he had swallowed a mechanical wormhole. Zhao Wangshu paid no heed to Nangong Xian's pitiable display of intellect and continued to probe, each question precisely targeting the critical nodes. Where did you plan and deliver the collector? Specify the time and coordinates. The 7th storage area. Yes, near the temporary storage point for discarded components in the 7th storage area. It's usually sparsely populated, and there are blind spots in the surveillance. The time was stellar calendar 5742. 8:2, around 1900 hours standard time. It was just Wang Mai and me. I even specifically disabled the local recording function of my smart wristband. Nangong Xian hastily replied, even adding details to enhance his credibility. Nangong Hao on the screen could no longer bear to watch and pressed his hand against his forehead. Zhao Wangshu simultaneously called up the virtual window of Wang Mai's interrogation record, swiftly comparing the key issues. Wang Mai's testimony regarding the location, time, and participants completely aligned with Nangong Xian's, both emphasizing that no third party was aware. Data streamed rapidly through Zhao Wangshu's ice-blue pupils as his brain's intricate logic engine instantaneously consolidated all clues, cross-referenced them, and ultimately pinpointed a core physical node, the 7th storage area, particularly its process for recovering discarded components. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Wangshu nodded slightly to the holographic image of Feng Maheng on the main screen and to Dr. Mo Yin beside him, before turning silently and swiftly exiting the command room like a ghostly agent receiving a top priority directive. He did not traverse the main corridor, but instead activated an internal high-speed conveyor belt that directly led to the logistics support area through permission verification. The 7th storage area was vast, resembling a colossal metallic cavity, filled with various discarded mech components, packaging materials, and experimental waste awaiting classification, recovery, or processing. The air circulation system labored to function, yet still permeated a faint scent of coolant, mingled with metallic shavings and residual energy battery liquids. Automated transport robots and intelligent forklifts silently traversed the designated routes. Zhao Wangshu's arrival seemed to elevate the alert level of the on-duty storage management AI, and the logistics supervisors and technicians present immediately tensed. He did not announce the investigation grandly, but rather, like the most efficient investigative algorithm, commenced a meticulous search. From the automated system administrator responsible for the classification and recycling of discarded components, to the engineer operating the heavy-duty exoskeleton, and finally to the grassroots technician conducting daily inspections and manual handling. He persistently inquired about the details in his unique manner, imbued with an invisible pressure of data, yet remarkably clear in structure. His inquiries were meticulous, revolving entirely around the unusual activities that transpired in the 7th storage area on the night of stardate 5742. 8:2. When Wang Mai discarded the collector, were there any unauthorized accesses or minute delays in the system logs? Did the surveillance footage reveal even a single frame of abnormal alteration or obstruction? Did the personnel behave in a manner inconsistent with standard operational procedures? Were there any unregistered external individuals or equipment entering or exiting? Chapter 93. The anomalies of data trajectories in the storage area. Most responses and retrieved data records proved to be utterly devoid of value. Everything appeared to be in order. Just as the investigation seemed to reach an impasse, Zhao Wangshu encountered an elderly administrator, Chun, who had worked in the 7th storage area for over 35 years. Chen's hair had turned gray, his face was etched with the lines of time, and he wore a faded, worn-out work uniform. One of his eyes had been replaced with an antiquated mechanical prosthetic, emitting a faint red glow. He was leisurely using a handheld scanner to verify a batch of recently delivered discarded drive shafts. Under Zhao Wangshu's gentle yet insistent inquiries, Chen furrowed his brow, his mechanical eye adjusting its focus with a subtle buzzing sound, as if striving to access long-buried memories. That night. Chen's voice resonated with an aged synthetic timbre. It seemed that Manager Qin left his office nearly an hour later than usual. Zhao Wangshu's gaze sharpened, his voice remaining calm and unwavering. Manager Qin? Manager Qin Shi? He is typically punctual at the end of his workday? Indeed, Chen nodded, the red light of his mechanical eye stabilizing. Manager Qin oversees Storage Area C, which is specifically designated for the disposal of high-end components awaiting recycling analysis. He has always been punctual, His maglev vehicle reservation records have never shown any delays. That night, he mentioned needing to stay behind to personally verify a batch of newly delivered high-purity superconducting cores waste. Yes, that seems to be the case. He even requested that I not lock the independent airlock of his office area, stating he would leave on his own once he was finished. High-purity superconducting core waste? Zhao Wangshu immediately pressed further, while his smart wristband connected to the storage management system. The system revealed that during those days, there had been no registered entries of any new high-purity superconducting core waste in Storage Area C. Moreover, such high-value waste typically would not be stored in the conventional locations of Area C. Chen strained to recall, using the synergy of his biological brain and mechanical eye. Yet he shook his head in bewilderment. No, none. That is peculiar. Manager Qin did indeed mention that. Furthermore, those items are precious. Even in waste form, they carry residual radiation and stabilizer contamination. Area C primarily stores ordinary metal scrap and decommissioned civilian-grade mech shells. A chilling sensation, akin to liquid nitrogen, slithered up Zhao Wangshu's bionic spine like a disturbed serpent. This sudden and swift coldness rendered Zhao Wangshu's body momentarily uncontrollable, as if ensnared by an invisible force. The source of this frost was none other than Manager Qin Shui. He was the supervisor of the 7th Storage Area C at the Jeju branch of Moonlight Group, a mid-level manager who had dedicated nearly 2 decades to the company. Throughout his tenure, he had maintained a low profile, diligent and unassuming, akin to a steadfast ox toiling silently in the fields. However, this seemingly impossible individual has become the target indicated by the clue. This revelation left Zhao Wangshu astounded. He could never have anticipated that the ordinarily unremarkable Qin Shi would be intricately connected to this case in myriad ways. Chapter 94, Data Ghosts. Tracing the underlying currents, the name Qin Shi resonated within Zhao Wangshu's neural processing center like a high-risk viral code that had been activated, triggering the utmost alarm. Qin Shi, the supervisor of Section C in the 7th Storage Area of the Logistics Department, had dedicated nearly 2 decades of his life to the Jeju branch of the Yuehua Group. He was a taciturn individual, methodical in his work, consistently achieving above-average performance evaluations. Akin to a background program, remarkably unremarkable. Within the vast and intricate machinery of the Yuehua Group, he functioned as a standard screw, operating within established protocols, stable yet never prominent. Yet, it was precisely this extreme ordinariness and reliability that now served as the most exquisite guise. Zhao Wangshu maintained an icy calmness on his visage as he nodded in gratitude to Elder Chun. As he turned to depart, the sound of his magnetic levitation shoes barely touched the ground, yet internally, his processing speed surged to its zenith. He immediately utilized his smart wristband to invoke his highest authority as the chief design consultant and special investigator for this incident, forcibly retrieving all of Qin Shi's work records from the past 6 standard months. This encompassed logistics dispatch logs, access card usage trajectories, energy consumption records, internal communication metadata, excluding content, and even the serial numbers of all discarded components he had handled. Simultaneously, through an encrypted channel, he discreetly commanded 2 ghost operatives from the group's headquarters security department, adept in electronic forensics and physical infiltration, to clandestinely enter Section C of the 7th Storage Area under the guise of an annual audit of the storage system's security vulnerabilities. The storage space of Section C was vast, yet somewhat antiquated, with towering alloy shelves meticulously organized to house a variety of decommissioned mech components awaiting disassembly, defunct energy cells, obsolete sensor arrays, and a plethora of metallic refuse. The air purification system hummed softly, yet struggled to fully eradicate the mingling scents of machine oil, coolant, ozone, and oxidized metal. Several automated sorting robotic arms moved rhythmically along their tracks, emitting a steady drone. Zhao Wangshu's gaze functioned like 2 high-precision scanners, methodically surveying every shelf and corner, examining the energy line grooves on the floor and the grates of the ventilation ducts. His formidable perceptual abilities, paired with an enhanced neural processing system, acted as invisible detection waves, meticulously analyzing any discordant energy fluctuations or physical traces within the environment. Time slipped by during this silent investigation. The 2 ghost operatives, employing handheld multispectral scanners and miniature drones, meticulously inspected conspicuous areas and system interfaces, initially reporting no findings. However, Zhao Wangshu shifted his analytical focus to the innermost recesses of the storage area, a corner piled with discarded calibration instruments and obsolete server cabinets. The lighting there was relatively dim, thick dust accumulated, and some devices bore tattered cables, resembling a forsaken mechanical graveyard. He approached slowly, activating the microenvironment sensors and spectral analyzers embedded in his gloves. His elongated fingers glided over the cold, rough alloy floor, brushing against the abandoned machinery encrusted with rust and oil stains. Suddenly, a minuscule anomaly manifested in the microsecond data stream relayed by his glove sensors. Amidst the dense cacophony of metallic and chemical odors, an exceedingly faint, nearly imperceptible volatile residue signal, bearing a peculiar composite molecular structure, was captured like a phantom. Chapter 95. Data Ghosts. Tracing the undercurrents, the sense signal was exceedingly faint, its molecular composition strikingly reminiscent of the trace residues recorded in his database. Utilized by certain interstellar spies or terrorist organizations to confound tracking hounds and standardized chemical sniffers with specially designed cloaking aerosols. The icy blue light in Zhao Wangshu's eyes sharpened suddenly. He carefully maneuvered a miniature hovering engineering robot to remove several hefty, abandoned server casings. His gloved fingers, equipped with sensors, meticulously surveyed the ground, which was encrusted with dust and grease. Soon, his fingertips detected an almost imperceptible, nanoscale fissure at the edge of an alloy floor that appeared seamlessly fused with the surrounding surface. The microtool at his fingertip extended, injecting a resonant energy wave of specific frequency. A barely audible hiss, nearly swallowed by ambient noise, emanated as a palm-sized square of alloy flooring silently popped upward, revealing an extremely concealed compartment with smooth interior walls, seemingly possessing signal shielding capabilities. The compartment was utterly vacant, evidently having been thoroughly cleaned and possibly subjected to demagnetization. Yet, on the inner wall of the compartment, the peculiar composite molecular residue signal was several orders of magnitude clearer than that of the external environment. Amidst the nearly invisible microscopic dust at the bottom of the compartment, the spectral analyzer further captured a few exceedingly tiny, uniquely composed deep purple crystalline powders, emanating the same faint signal. Zhao Wangshu meticulously collected these powders using a vacuum microtweezer and specially designed inert gas sample vials. The cold light in his eyes almost capable of freezing the air around him. The physical evidence remained tenuous. He immediately rose and strode briskly to the central registration console of Zone C, directly accessing it with his authorization key. His gaze, akin to the highest speed data parsing algorithm, swiftly skimmed through the electronic logs displayed on the screen, documenting the intake, categorization, weighing, and ultimate disposition of various abandoned components. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto a particular record. His fingertip hovering over a marked entry labeled CT-77 Abandoned Drive Shaft, weight loss, 42 kilograms, classification, records awaiting analysis. At the end of that record's data field, following the system-generated timestamp and operator ID, there were several exceedingly minute, almost negligible redundant coding errors, seemingly generated during data stream transmission. They exhibited a pattern resembling random noise, a set of anomalous energy fluctuation peaks marked, accompanied by two nearly overlapping short data packet checksums, and beneath them, an exceedingly tiny, anomalous data packet acknowledgement signal. This was no ordinary transmission error or random noise. Zhao Wangshu promptly retrieved a special, continuously self-updating pattern recognition algorithm library from his multi-layer encrypted microdata terminal. This algorithm library integrated fragmented characteristic data regarding the known communication protocols of the Undercurrents organization, provided by federal security agencies. He superimposed the algorithm upon the anomalous code, executing an ultra-high-intensity pattern matching and entropy analysis. Mere seconds later, an exceedingly rare danger indicator on the algorithmic library interface suddenly illuminated in a vivid red. The permutations and energy characteristics of those anomalous codes bore a striking resemblance to the encrypted handshake signal features utilized by a high-ranking member of the Shadow Organization during an urgent, short-range, low-probability communication capture. Chapter 96. The Struggle of the Cornered Beast and malevolent framing, Zhao Wangshu's pupils abruptly constricted into a dangerously sharp point. A frigid wave of murderous intent potent enough to incapacitate a server surged through his entire being. He recognized that signal pattern. It was one of the fragmented pieces painstakingly captured and deciphered over many years through the collaboration of the Yuehua Group's security department and the Federal Intelligence Agency, at a considerable cost. When considering the time and location of this signal's emergence, along with the authority level it represented, it became nearly certain that Qin Shi, the apparently mundane and harmless storage supervisor, was an important pawn lurking within the Yuehua Group, operating under the unknown codename and affiliated with the shadowy Dark Current organization. He had exploited his position to precisely intercept the data collector discarded by Wang Mao, or its internal data, and transmitted it to the Dark Current organization through this concealed physical node and the potentially existing encrypted data chain. Zhao Wangshu abruptly severed his connection to the control panel, his knuckles whitening from the force of his grip, a lingering glimmer of energy still flickering at his fingertips. He lifted his head, the icy blue in his eyes entwined with a cold fury and the piercing clarity of newfound truth, resembling two storm-laden ice cores. His intangible gaze penetrated through layers of deck, piercing towards the distant security review center. The true serpent had revealed its hidden scales. Deep within the depths of the seventh storage area, a vast shadow loomed from towering shelves, illuminated only by a few aging fluorescent tubes that emitted a faint hissing glow, barely dispersing the dimness. The air was thick with the oppressive scent of machine oil, metallic oxidation dust, and faintly leaked energy battery fluid. Even the circulation system seemed to have become lethargic in this space. Qin Shi, or the unknown codename of the Dark Current Infiltrator, was leisurely conducting the final data synchronization at the control panel before his shift change, uploading today's log of discarded components to the branch's main server. His meticulously crafted, unremarkable face blended seamlessly into any backdrop, wearing its habitual, slightly fatigued focus, akin to a perfectly integrated, inconspicuous low-level process within the system. However, this digital tranquility was violently torn asunder in an instant. Several swift, ghost-like figures clad in deep gray optical camouflage combat suits emerged as if materializing from the folds of space, silently sealing off several of the storage area's primary exits and ventilation ducts. The compact energy weapons in their hands flickered with a readiness to fire, while the multispectral sensors on their helmets scanned the area. These were the Night Owl assault team, directly mobilized by Zhao Wangshu through the highest authority, belonging to the security department of the Yuehua Group headquarters. Following closely, a tall and poised figure appeared at the junction of light and shadow in the main passageway. Dressed in a well-fitted, deep gray technical officer uniform, he seemed to absorb the surrounding light in the dim glow, with only a small, luminescent blue authority badge at the collar standing out prominently. His icy blue eyes resembled two gems forged in the depths of absolute zero, piercing through the dimness in an instant, precisely locking onto the figure poised to remove the access card. Supervisor Qin, Zhao Wangshu's voice was calm and undisturbed, yet it resonated like a highly compressed, lethal code imbued with vast information, slicing through the stagnant air of the storage area, carrying a chilling pressure that seemed to unveil the very essence of all things. Or should I refer to you by your network alias? Chapter 97. The Struggle of the Cornered Beast and Malicious Framing. Although the code name was not explicitly stated, the insinuating intonation carried a threat that was more impactful than any name could convey. This sudden and terrifyingly precise targeting pierced through all of Qin Shi's disguises like an overwhelming electric current. His synchronized data actions froze abruptly, his spine taut as if drawn to the limit of a composite bowstring. The expression on his once mundane and numb face flickered violently like a low-quality holographic projection before collapsing, replaced by a chilling, ghostly fear akin to being abruptly locked onto by a higher-dimensional hunter. He turned slowly, his eyes devoid of any trace of past meekness or mediocrity, now reflecting a profound darkness reminiscent of deep space, along with a hint of madness forced into a corner of despair. His identity was utterly exposed. Any attempts at evasion or resistance before Zhao Wangshu and the Night Owl team would be futile. Every implanted device within him screamed of danger. In an instant, he made a choice befitting the undercurrents of chaos, throwing out bait in hopes of securing a minuscule chance of escape or self-destruction. A rasping, distorted sound escaped Qin Shi's throat, resembling the laughter of a malfunctioning audio synthesizer, imbued with a frenzied despair and bitterness. Zhao Wangshu, the wisdom of starlight, indeed lived up to its name. In his bloodshot eyes, rather than despair, a twisted, nearly worshipful flame of madness ignited, fixating on Zhao Wangshu. As if to say, if I fall into your hands, then this coat of mine would have been worth it. However, a grotesque, unnatural grin stretched across his lips, as if his muscles had lost control. This game has only just begun. Capturing me is merely clearing a temporary cache. Before his words could fully dissipate, a fierce glint erupted in Qin Shi's eyes. His right hand, which had seemingly hung casually at his side, suddenly rose with purpose, revealing an inconspicuous, thumb-sized black cylindrical object that he had grasped without notice. A near-reverent, sinister smile adorned his face as he prepared to devote himself to some dark belief, channeling all his strength into a forceful strike against the alloy floor beneath him. Simultaneously, a concealed speaker in his neck activated, unleashing a heart-wrenching, amplified shriek that could reverberate throughout the entire storage area, distorting yet strikingly clear. It is Mo Hanjing, the genius engineer from the mecha design department. He is the one held in utmost regard by Dr. Kent. He is the deep shadow envoy planted deep within the organization by underflow. He envies Lin Yi's adaptive function weaving technology. He envies even more that she has garnered the favor of both Dr. Mo Yin and Dr. Kent. The data was commanded by him for interception and processing. He is the mastermind. Where's the evidence? Evidence. The evidence lies within the third backup server array of his private work pod. There is a hidden partition. The password is the date of his mother's passing, combined with the first 8 digits of the Fibonacci sequence in reverse. Hurry and capture him. Do not allow him to initiate the data annihilation protocol. This astonishing accusation, with each syllable meticulously crafted, is profoundly malicious. It precisely implicates another brilliant engineer, entangling the esteemed Dr. Kent, and even presents seemingly authentic details as evidence. Every word resembles a meticulously woven logical bomb, designed to sow the utmost chaos and suspicion. Chapter 98. The Struggle of the Cornered Beast and Malicious Framing Buzz. Almost as the distorted howl reached its zenith, the dark cylindrical object that had crashed to the ground suddenly activated. There was no violent explosion, yet it erupted instantaneously with a formidable electromagnetic pulse, EMP, that enveloped the entire spectrum, accompanied by a thick, acrid smoke laced with nano-sized metal particles, rapidly spreading throughout the area. The EMP caused lights within the vicinity to flicker wildly and even extinguish, while all unprotected electronic devices fell victim to immediate failure, emitting a cacophony of crackling lamentations. The smoke, akin to a living shadow, swiftly consumed the light, disrupting thermal imaging and motion sensors, while severely irritating the respiratory and visual systems of those present. Subdue him. Inject a high-intensity neuroinhibitor. Prevent any form of self-destruction. Zhao Wangshu's command pierced through the sudden chaos and noise like the clearest of directives. His form had already surged into motion the moment Qin Shi raised his hand to strike down the cylindrical object. The deep gray figure, like a ghost tearing through the electromagnetic storm, generated a low sonic boom, undeterred by the suffocating smoke and the still raging aftershocks of the EMP. With remarkable biological sensing and memory computation, he charged directly towards the center of the smoke, where Qin Shi had last been located. The storage area was instantaneously engulfed in a primal chaos under the guise of high technology. Lights flickered erratically. The smoke was thick and searing. Nanometal particles clung to every surface, and electric sparks from short circuits flew about in wild abandon. The automatic fire suppression system was triggered, releasing high-pressure condensed gas with a hissing sound, which further diminished visibility. The tactical goggles of the Night Owl team members were severely hampered, compelling them to rely on their training and basic senses to barely maintain their defensive line. Amidst the smoke and confusion, there were violent sounds of physical collisions, the buzzing of energy restrainers being activated, and the thunderous crash of containers being toppled and rolled. Evidently, Qin Shi, the infiltrator, was far from surrendering. Beneath the perfect cover of the EMP and smoke, he maneuvered like a slippery data worm, utilizing his intimate familiarity with the layout and equipment of the storage area to frantically collide with surrounding shelves and discarded mech components, desperately attempting to create even greater chaos. Even willing to resort to self-destructive charges in a bid to break through the encirclement and seek out that faint glimmer of hope to transmit the intelligence. Bang! Crack! A Night Owl team member was forcefully hurled aside by a deft maneuver, his back crashing against a discarded mech power core with a dull thud, causing the core's casing to instantly dent. The left side of Passage B. He attempted to veer towards the auxiliary ventilation duct. Caution! He may have non-metallic weapons implanted within him. The shouts of the team members pierced through the smoke and alarm sounds. However, under the overwhelming suppression of strength, technology, and numbers, especially with Zhao Wangshu personally intervening, the infiltrator's desperate struggle was destined to be futile. Zhao Wangshu's figure, like a flawlessly pre-written algorithm, penetrated through the layers of interference, precisely calculating every frantic dodge and ambush trajectory of Qin Shi. As the opponent attempted once more to alter their trajectory by colliding with the shelf, a strike as swift as an electromagnetic projection, infused with a precise bioelectric jolt, descended upon the juncture of their neck and spine with a piercing shriek that rent the air. It was a quintessential technique aimed at incapacitating an enhanced human. A sharp, pained grunt escaped their lips. Qin Shi's forward momentum abruptly ceased, akin to a robot severed from its power source, his form freezing in an instant. In the next moment, he collapsed forward limply, like a marionette stripped of its strings. Chapter 99. The Terminal of Death and the ripples of framing. Two members of the Night Owl team lunged forth like leopards, securing his limbs and torso to the cold alloy floor with specially designed carbon nanofiber straps. Another swiftly produced a high-pressure syringe, precisely injecting a vial of potent neuroinhibitor into his carotid artery. Qin Shi's body convulsed violently before sinking into complete unconsciousness, including any potential self-destruct program triggered by biological signals. The acrid smoke gradually dissipated, drawn away by the enhanced ventilation system, while the flickering lights began to stabilize. Zhao Wangshu stood beside the collapsed infiltrator, his ice-blue eyes cast downward, observing the now mundane face devoid of consciousness, his gaze lacking any triumph, instead filled with a chilling, profound coldness. Mo Hanjian, Dr. Kent's prized pupil? This framing was excessively deliberate, yet wickedly precise. Within the storage area, the fortified ventilation system finally cleared the majority of the noxious smoke laced with nanometal particles, and the flickering emergency lights steadied, casting a cold and ominous glow. Automated cleaning robots commenced the task of clearing the debris and scorch marks left by electrical sparks. Qin Shi was firmly pinned to the frigid alloy floor, his face pressed against the scratched surface, yet his mouth twisted upward in a grotesque smile, defying physiological norms. He struggled to lift his heavy eyelids, his resentful gaze akin to two decaying batteries on the verge of failure, locking onto Zhao Wangshu, who stood before him, impeccably dressed in his uniform. Just as all the Night Owl members believed he had been rendered utterly non-threatening by the potent neuroinhibitor, a sudden, unsettling sound escaped Qin Shi's throat, reminiscent of an aging server on the brink of collapse. A viscous, ominous biotic fluid, glowing with an eerie blue luminescence, slowly oozed from the gaps between his clenched alloy teeth, meandering down to mix with the oily residue on the floor, emitting a faint sizzling sound. Zhao Wangshu's ice-blue pupils dilated in alarm. He commanded, check his biological suppression system. Administer the universal antidote immediately. Yet, the order was delivered too late. Qin Shi's body convulsed violently, as if all implanted devices were overloaded and collapsing, and the venomous light in his eyes dimmed rapidly, dissipating like a malfunctioning holographic projection, ultimately extinguishing completely. The distorted, grotesque smile frozen at the corner of his mouth remained as if imprinted, a silent mockery from the abyss, fixated on Zhao Wangshu, staring at the chaotic scene. In his final moments, his lifeless gaze seemed to convey a last encrypted, malicious message to the surrounding surveillance cameras and sensors. The command has been executed. The data packet has been sent. The game is upgrading. A deathly silence suddenly enveloped the storage area, leaving only the low hum of the ventilation system, the subtle sounds of the Night Owl team adjusting their tactical gear, and the distant echo of alarm signals from the division. The infiltrator, Qin Shi, a pawn in the undercurrents, was dead. The physical act of silencing, akin to erasing existence in the digital realm, renders one devoid of evidence. Yet, the thunderous, desperate roar of accusation he unleashed through the loudspeaker in his final moments echoed like a meticulously encoded malignant virus, having already penetrated the shielding layers of the storage area. It surged through the internal communications network and countless inquisitive smart wristbands, swiftly enveloping the entire security review center, and at an exponential pace. It spread towards the upper echelons of the Moonlight Group's Jeju branch, reaching even the group headquarters and the Federal Security Liaison Office. Chapter 100. The Death Terminal and the Ripples of Framing Mo Hanjiang, the esteemed disciple of Dr. Kent, the prodigy of the mecha design department. Evidence resides within his private server. These keywords detonated a chain reaction within the management, akin to steel balls penetrating a precision instrument. As order was on the brink of restoration, inside the command room of the Security Review Center, the anguished and frenzied shouts from the Shadow Shuttle reverberated through the space after audio enhancement, echoing the name Mo Hanjiang and the harrowing details. The air in the command room seemed to be instantly vacated, only to be filled with an invisible pressure. On the main screen, Dr. Mo Yan's holographic image jolted violently, his initial fury swiftly replaced by incredulous astonishment. His modified mechanical hand slammed against the virtual console, unleashing a chaotic surge of energy. What? Mo Hanjiang, the prized student of that old codger Kent? This is impossible. Advisor Yun Yanan, seated with a previously unyielding composure, now exhibited notable tension. Her tranquil eyes, deep as the cosmic sea, were stirred by turbulent waves. The fact that Dr. Kent's favored pupil was entangled with another eminent figure from the Federal Academy of Sciences rendered the situation exceedingly complex and perilous. On the other end of the hyperspace communication window, Nangong Hao's previously ashen face transformed into one of sheer terror as he incredulously gazed at the main screen displaying Fong Mine. If the accusations were true, it would imply that the undercurrents of infiltration were far beyond imagination, potentially reaching the highest echelons of the federal scientific community. The composed holographic visage of CEO Fong Maheng reflected a rare moment of gravity, as a wave of extreme seriousness, even tinged with a hint of icy sharpness, swept through his deep, starry eyes. His fingers, resting upon the desk in the tangible world, unconsciously tightened. Meanwhile, Nangong Xian, confined in a corner, was initially bewildered upon hearing the name Mo Hanjiang and Dr. Kent. Suddenly, as if a horrific memory had been decoded, all color drained from his face, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably, his gaze filled with a deeper and more desperate fear than before. He realized that his foolish actions might have inadvertently triggered a vast black hole capable of devouring countless stars. The theft of Lin Yi's data could implicate the notoriously cold and technically obsessive Mo Hanjiang, who was highly esteemed by Dr. Kent and held great prestige among the younger generation of the Federal Academy of Sciences. The depth and toxicity of this situation could obliterate the entire Augustus Mechanical Consortium. The news spread like a plague powered by faster-than-light engines, swiftly infiltrating all relevant high-level encrypted channels. Mo Hanjiang, the infiltrator accused engineer Mo moments before demise. Is it the Mo Hanjiang from Dr. Kent's laboratory? How could this be possible? His project is federally funded. Evidence pointing to his private server? If this is true, shock, horror, disbelief. A myriad of emotions surged through the upper management and technical executives like the shockwaves from a supernova explosion upon receiving the news. Just as the situation, slightly clarified by the capture of the infiltrator, seemed poised to restore Lin Yi's innocence, it was abruptly plunged into a more chaotic and perilous maelstrom. This turmoil, involving the nation's foremost laboratories and distinguished academicians, threatened to tear apart the very foundation of trust within the Yuehua Group and the federal technological community. The self-annihilation of the infiltrator marked not an end, but the ominous prelude to an even more clandestine and darker storm. One that might directly target the future trajectory of the nation's technological advancements. Having just glimpsed a flicker of hope, Lin Yi, still unable to fully extricate herself from the suspicion of technological treachery, found herself not only ensnared, but mercilessly swept into a broader and more tumultuous tide. This overwhelming wave propelled her into a realm fraught with hidden dangers and treachery, where her fate became inexorably intertwined with the higher-stakes games and conspiracies at play. Chapter 101: Fragments of Stellar Orbits and the Path of Reconstruction. The frigid touch and oppressive atmosphere of the isolation inquiry room at the Security Review Center still lingered at the edges of Lin Yi's consciousness. However, she had now returned to her modest yet well-equipped personal laboratory, suffused with the faint hum of energy and the essence of materials. The airtight door slid shut silently, activating the privacy shield and completely severing any external prying and disturbances. She refrained from turning on the main lights. Instead, a full-spectrum shadowless lamp on her workbench emitted a gentle, cold white glow, ideal for intricate tasks. Seated alone in her ergonomically designed floating chair, the plain engineer's coat she wore appeared somewhat insubstantial under the illumination. The rigid spine that had stood straight under pressure during the day now relaxed slightly, revealing a profound fatigue and a sense of exhaustion akin to surviving a calamity. Yet, her eyes, always clear and calm, focused on data and structure, had not lost their sharpness. Rather, after a brief moment of emptiness, they ignited with a more restrained and resilient flame. Data theft, malicious framing, and the near catastrophe of being accused of technological treason. All of this struck her like a sudden interstellar storm, threatening to tear apart her career and future. With the opening of the Galactic Singularities competition imminent, her painstakingly designed core control system architecture for the adaptive function integration and new transmission optimization algorithm had been leaked. Akin to a core database breached by a firewall, laid bare to countless greedy and malicious gazes, utterly stripping it of its uniqueness and competitive edge as an entry. It is rendered unusable, Lin Yi whispered, her voice hoarse, a state that even energy drinks could not fully remedy. Her fingertips unconsciously glided over the immersive workbench's touch surface, bringing forth partial three-dimensional design sketches and energy flow simulations of the core system, her gaze complex. That was the culmination of countless hours of labor, extensive calculations, and simulation tests, once filled with the hope of proving her worth in the competition and even advancing the technology of mecha control by a small step. Now, it had become a mark of shame and a potential source of danger. An untimely reveal and excessive attention had invited both overt and covert attacks, a web of insidious calculations. She forcefully closed her eyes, as if attempting to expel the tumultuous thoughts from her mind, and then swiftly operated, transferring all core files of the system project into an encrypted archive accessible only with multiple permissions, as though temporarily sealing away a past brimming with potential. A new beginning was imperative. The competition schedule would not wait for her. There was no room for hesitation or self-pity. In her mind, her biological auxiliary chip operated at overclock speed, as torrents of previously researched technical documents, conceptual ideas, cutting-edge papers, and even some wildly imaginative sci-fi concepts surged past her consciousness. Ultimately, a project previously designated as low priority, deemed overly avant-garde or incomplete, emerged like a stubborn pulsar flickering in the cosmic abyss, revealing itself as the orbital harmonizer. This revelation occurred during a moment of elevated access when I fortuitously downloaded an ancient data fragment package from the periphery of the Federal Genesis Echo archives. The data, of unknown origin, was marked as remnants of a suspected ancient civilization or the lost technologies of a forgotten colony. Chapter 102: The Fragments of Stellar Trajectories and the Path of Reconstruction. The information contained within the data packet was ancient and obscure, delineating a grand conceptual design predicated upon the gravitational waves and dark matter flows of celestial bodies within a stellar system, aimed at constructing a sophisticated, hyperdimensional energy guidance and coordination system. At that time, she had been profoundly captivated by its avant-garde and almost artistic design philosophy. Eagerly seeking counsel from the tempestuous yet keen-eyed Dr. Mo Yen regarding several preliminary structural modules she had deciphered. Dr. Mo Yen was then in a fit of rage over a batch of substandard high-energy capacitors. A holographic image flickered as he glanced at the fragments of data she transmitted, his graying brows furrowing into a tight knot. His modified mechanical prosthetic hand impatiently gestured on the virtual screen, nearly piercing through the projection. "Girl, your ideas are audacious. But this stellar trajectory coordinator? This contraption is older than the history of the Federation. Its incompleteness stands at an alarming 87. 3. There are thousands of breaks in the logical chain. You expect to compete with this pile of junk? Attempting to reconstruct with it would be a futile endeavor. Even for your quantum brain, the cost-effectiveness is appallingly low. The doctor's booming voice, imbued with undeniable technical authority, pointed emphatically toward the towering edifice outside, which symbolized the zenith of technological advancement for both the Moonlight Group and the Federation, the central archive of the Genesis Echo. Do you truly wish to create something breathtaking? Apply for access to Sector 7 of the archive. Within lies the design schematics for the energy core matrix of the Eternal Axis supermassive starship, which are the real treasures. That energy circuit, that dimensional folding technology. TSK. It is a perfect amalgamation of mechanics and aesthetics, a true marvel of craftsmanship. That is what it means to reach the pinnacle. The doctor's words fell like cold water on an overheated engine, dousing her fervor while simultaneously illuminating an almost unattainable direction. The energy matrix of the Eternal Axis was classified as SSS-level secret by the Federation, with its complete design locked away in the most restricted areas of the archive. Only members of the highest scientific council of the Federation or specific project teams with special authorization had the right to access it. Given Lin-E's current status as merely a recommended candidate from a division, having just shed suspicion, the notion of applying to review the design of the Eternal Axis was akin to chasing a mirage. The flicker of hope appeared to wane once more. Lin-E instinctively tightened her fingertips, her nails pressing against her palm, eliciting a sharp sensation that forced her to extricate herself from the brief moment of despondency and regain absolute rationality. She redirected her gaze to the corner of the workbench, where the encrypted data packet icon labeled Stellar Trajectory Coordinator Fragment resided. The dim blue holographic light shimmered as she opened the data packet, revealing the incomplete, ancient diagrams filled with enigmatic symbols and fractured logical lines, casting an air of mystery. Dr. Mo Yan's words echoed in her ears. Incompleteness at 87. 3. Breaks in the logical chain. The cost-effectiveness of reconstruction is exceedingly low. Incompleteness, fractures, reconstruction. At that moment, Lin Yi's furrowed brow was struck by a bolt of inspiration that transcended dimensions. She sat upright, her eyes igniting with a brilliant light, akin to the discovery of a new physical law. It dawned on her. She had previously fallen prey to a cognitive bias. To solely contemplate the complete restoration of that lost and pristine celestial coordinate system is indeed a task that borders on the impossible, demanding a lifetime of unwavering dedication. Yet, this fragmented data packet is not devoid of worth. It vividly reveals the astonishing foundational principles underlying that legendary coordinator. Chapter 103, The Brilliance Within. Reconstruction of stellar trajectories. What, then, is the data packet? Lin-E suddenly comprehended that it was not a singular, rigid entity, but rather an organic amalgamation of countless highly modular, self-operating, and adaptive collaborative units, seamlessly integrated through a dynamically evolving master coordination algorithm. This ultimately culminated in a living system capable of responding to the fluctuations of the cosmic background and autonomously optimizing energy distribution. Although the data packet lacked the crucial core code of the master coordination algorithm and the complete manufacturing blueprints of most collaborative units, the remnants of several relatively independent submodule designs within it, their energy interface standards, as well as the exquisite, nonlinear coupling methods based on quantum entanglement, resembled diamonds scattered upon a beach, glimmering with a unique, timeless brilliance. Lin-E felt as if her nerves had instantaneously connected to a high-voltage circuit. The computational speed of the biological auxiliary chip surged dramatically. A bold, lucid, and highly feasible plan took shape in her mind like a meticulously calculated trajectory of transition. I may not be able to reconstruct the complete stellar trajectory coordinator, but I can delve deeply into and innovate upon these remaining collaborative unit modules. I shall thoroughly comprehend and optimize the avant-garde design concepts embedded in each submodule, the sophisticated energy interface protocols, and the distinctive quantum coupling methods. Then, I will engage in cross-dimensional reasoning, functional expansion, structural innovation. With these fragments of ancient wisdom as both the foundation and the spark of inspiration, I shall deeply integrate my profound understanding of modern energy dynamics, nanomaterials, topological optimization algorithms, and the practical demands of mechas to create an entirely new revolutionary design. One that, while rooted in the grand concept of the Stellar Trajectory Coordinator, is distinctly my own, applicable to the next generation of mecha platforms. This is no longer an archaeological restoration, but a forward-looking creation. It is the act of constructing my own interstellar lighthouse upon the broken shoulders of ancient giants, wielding modern tools and wisdom. Upon grasping this realization, Lin Yi felt the immense pressure that had consumed her like a black hole suddenly lighten. The accumulated gloom, humiliation, and anxiety of recent days seemed to dissipate. Driven away by this groundbreaking spark of thought, a long-lost, pure exhilaration, belonging to explorers and creators alike, surged through her bionic neural network, causing her fingertips to tremble in excitement as if she had already touched the yet-to-be-formed, exquisite structure. She immediately cleared all irrelevant windows from her immersive workstation, summoned the highest precision 3D modeling and energy flow simulation software, took a deep breath, and immersed her entire consciousness into the microcosm composed of data and imagination. Rather than immediately commencing the intricate multidimensional structural diagrams, she first inscribed, at the edge of her virtual memo, the core design philosophy in remarkably concise, symbols laden with specialized references and formulas. First, establish the core concept, distill the essence of the stellar trajectory collaborative units, and transform the grand into the minuscule, forming an independent nucleus, emphasizing nanoscale integration, dynamic adaptability, and an energy closed-loop cycle with instantaneous bursts. Subsequently, it is essential to delineate the avoidance of impractical ultra-large-scale simulations, concentrating instead on the ultimate performance and reliability of individual modules. The structure must be highly cohesive, and the energy flow must achieve an almost perfect self-sufficiency and efficient transformation, eliminating any unnecessary energy dissipation or external dependencies. Chapter 104. Unveiling Inner Brilliance. Reconstructing the stellar trajectory once again. It is imperative to clarify the core objective, to extrapolate and design a nanoscopic distributed energy buffering and release matrix based on the most comprehensive microgravitational wave sensing and tuning unit found within the residual data. This endeavor aims to miniaturize the joints or critical components of the mech, achieving ultra-high energy density and millisecond-level multimodal energy adaptation and release. With the direction firmly established, Lin Yi's mind descended into a profound tranquility, akin to a processor in a superconductive state. The previously dazzling architecture of the Ling Shu control system, with its core adaptive functional weaving algorithm and ninefold redundant transmission design, was so striking it resembled the brilliance of a supernova, making it difficult not to become the center of attention. This overly advanced technological display incited the jealousy of Nangong Xian, providing an opportunity for lurking adversaries, ultimately culminating in a crisis that nearly led to her downfall. An excessive radiance, in itself constituted a system vulnerability, Lin Yi murmured to herself, her gaze becoming as serene as the vast cosmos, imbued with a hint of tempered, icy sharpness. Instinctively, she touched the ancient-style multifunctional tool key left by her father on her wrist. It served as both a memento and was embedded with several rare physical interfaces. This time, she resolved to conceal her brilliance. The new design would no longer pursue breathtaking visual spectacles or overly intricate multi-system interactions, but rather seek the utmost intricacy of internal architecture, the absolute pinnacle of energy efficiency, and the seamless and reliable transition of functions. She aspired to create something that may appear unremarkable, perhaps even somewhat outdated or understated. Yet within it lies a universe of knowledge, where every nanoscopic scale embodies wisdom that transcends the era, discernible only to the most elite engineers and masters of energy dynamics. Subdued elegance would serve as a protective guise against the current harsh environment, as well as a whetstone for honing truly top-tier technology. She aimed to encapsulate all innovative brilliance, every stroke of genius and extraordinary talent, deeply and perfectly contained within the microscopic realm, akin to the matter of a neutron star, small in volume, yet harboring immense energy capable of tearing apart conventional physical laws. Beneath the cold white shadows of the surgical lamp, Lin Yi's silhouette resembled a statue, quietly poised over her workstation. Leaning slightly forward, She was wholly engrossed in the holographic projection screen before her, as if the entire world had been reduced to just herself and that luminescent realm of technology. The radiance of the holographic projection vividly delineated Lin Yi's form, each of her movements exuding focus and determination. Her fingers danced swiftly across the sensing area and virtual keyboard, reminiscent of a master pianist performing a spirited composition. Each keystroke generated subtle energy fluctuations and shifts in light, weaving together into an entirely new tapestry of multidimensional wireframes and energy flow diagrams, filled with boundless possibilities. The laboratory was enveloped in silence, save for the faint hum of the cooling system operating at its lowest power. The faint sound resonated with remarkable clarity amidst the profound silence, yet it seemed to be devoured by Lin Yi's unwavering focus, hardly disturbing her in the slightest. Occasionally, Lin Yi would softly articulate certain computational parameters, which reverberated through the air as if they were a clandestine dialogue between her and the realm of technology. Her voice was gentle yet resolute, imbued with a fervent thirst for knowledge and an adventurous spirit towards the unknown. A tempest that had swept through the division appeared to have just subsided, yet another silent battle concerning technology, intellect, and survival had quietly commenced within this modest personal laboratory. Unfolding in the microcosm, Lin Yi was acutely aware that the path ahead remained fraught with threats from undercurrents and fierce competition in the contest, but this time, she would confront every challenge with the utmost composure, the most restrained brilliance, and the most robust expertise. Storms often arise from the minutiae of stardust, and this time, she was resolutely determined to be the one who defines the storm itself. Chapter 105. Silent iteration and unspoken understanding. The turmoil at the Security Review Center may have temporarily subsided due to the self-destruction of the infiltrator Qin Shi. Yet the intangible tension permeating the internal network of the Jeju branch of the Moonlight Corporation remains palpable. A preliminary investigation concerning Mo Hanjing has commenced under absolute secrecy, and the shadow of undercurrents lingers in the hearts of all. Lin Yi has immersed herself deeper into her personal laboratory nestled in the corner of the 7th Research and Development Zone, which boasts independent energy sources and a shielding field. This sanctuary has become her fortress against the tempest of external data and malicious prying, as well as a high-temperature crucible for the reforging of technological essence. Outside the window, the artificially simulated natural light gradually shifts, casting moving patterns of light onto the immersive workbench, illuminating Lin Yi's focused profile. She has severed all unnecessary communications, plunging herself into the fragmented data packets of the Star Trajectory Coordinator and the novel concepts derived from them. The holographic workstation now projects not the previously ostentatious three-dimensional models of the energy flow-laden spiritual pivot system, but rather a series of repeatedly modified distributed energy buffering matrix decomposition modules, replete with intricate energy calculation formulas, nanoscale structural stress analyses, and topological optimization pathways. Her fingertips dance swiftly across the virtual keyboard and haptic feedback touch area, pausing occasionally to gently trace over a simulation depicting a complex helical superconducting energy conduit, her brow furrowed in concentration. The crux of her challenge lies in achieving instantaneous rotational buffering and controlled release of ultra-high density energy within micro or even nanoscale spatial dimensions, while simultaneously ensuring that the miniature superconducting structures do not collapse under extreme energy pulses due to quantum tunneling effects or material fatigue. The Lorentz force of the vortex field still proves inadequate under picosecond responses, and the integrity of the structure presents risks at critical magnetic field strengths. She murmurs softly to herself, her fingertips unconsciously tapping lightly on the alloy surface, producing a barely audible sound. This conundrum has plagued her for nearly 10 standard hours. Traditional reinforcement structures or heat dissipation schemes would significantly increase volume or delay response times, disrupting her pursuit of ultimate efficiency and miniaturization. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Lin Yi saves her progress and disconnects from the workstation. Rather than continuing the endless cycle of simulations in isolation, she rises and departs the laboratory, heading toward the Technical Heritage Exhibition Hall, which houses a collection of classic engineering cases, archived failures, and retired physical prototypes. The exhibition hall is softly illuminated, where various mech components, engine cores, and sensor arrays, each representing technological breakthroughs or profound lessons, are meticulously displayed in climate-controlled showcases. They silently narrate the history of technological advancement for both the Moonlight Corporation and the Federation. With a clear objective in mind, Lin Yi strides purposefully toward the section marked for Dr. Mo Yan's projects. The artistic style of Dr. Mo Yan is imbued with explosive energy and boundless creativity, often showcasing wild designs that appear capable of tearing through starships. However, Lin Yi's attention is not drawn to the most striking behemoths, but rather to an inconspicuous display unit nestled in a corner, a miniature energy fluctuation suppressor, aptly named the Turbulence Tamer, roughly the size of a standard energy cell. Its exterior is dark, adorned with intricate honeycomb patterns, presenting a modest and somewhat antiquated appearance. Chapter 106. Silent Iteration and Unspoken Understanding. Lin Yi activated the interactive interface of the display cabinet, calling forth its detailed dossier. The data elucidated its purpose: to stabilize the extremely unstable space-time curvature ripples generated during the ignition moment of early experimental transition engines, thereby preventing interference with surrounding delicate instruments. She meticulously scrutinized the geometric composition and depth of the honeycomb-like patterns, as well as the nonlinear dissipative layered structure principle mentioned in the documentation. Turbulence, nonlinear dissipation. Transforming macroscopic shocks into microscopic thermodynamic entropy increase. The luminous flow of data in Lin Yi's eyes flickered rapidly, as if she had grasped a missing link in the crucial algorithm. Behind Dr. Mo Yan's wild and untamed design philosophy lay such exquisite wisdom for handling energy disturbances at the microscopic scale. The core concept of this turbulence tamer was indeed an excellent reference for addressing the picosecond scale energy vortex constraint dilemma within her distributed energy buffer matrix. Guiding the erratic energy into dissipation at the microscopic level through ingenious structure was precisely the inspiration she needed at this moment. Without hesitation, she leveraged her privileges to download the surface scanning data and advanced structural diagrams of the turbulence tamer into her secure offline storage. A sense of clarity washed over her. The long-standing technical bottleneck seemed to have found a breakthrough path. She did not linger, swiftly turning back to the laboratory, eager to incorporate this newfound inspiration into her new design. Like an efficient algorithm, she cycled continuously between extrapolating from residual data, simulating calculations, and observing the technological legacies of her predecessors. The nearly forgotten technical archives, the old project data marked by Dr. Mo Yan as ahead of its time, yet currently unfeasible due to material limitations, and even some special components dismantled from retired mechs that still held research value became invaluable resources for Lin Yi to draw inspiration from and validate her ideas. She analyzed, calculated, and simulated, then returned to the laboratory, transforming her insights into ever more intricate, subdued, and powerful energy pathways and nanostructures on her holographic model. The prototype of the nanoscale distributed energy buffering and release matrix became increasingly clear on her virtual workstation, its technological potential deepening. Like hidden currents beneath the ocean's surface. During this period, Zhao Wangshu sent several messages via the internal encrypted communication channel, inviting her to the advanced simulation testing ground for data validation or to the observation platform to relax her taut nerves. Lin Yi politely but firmly declined each time, citing her engagement in a critical algorithm iteration that required absolute focus and could not afford interruption. She needed a space for undisturbed contemplation and this proactive technological invisibility to minimize the risk of becoming a target for hidden currents or other potential envious rivals. Until the evening of that standard day, when the artificial dome simulated a gentle sunset hue, casting a warm glow over the cold metallic corridors. Lin Yijing was engrossed in a series of intricate calculations regarding the impact of quantum vacuum fluctuations on energy buffering efficiency when the laboratory's access control system emitted a gentle glow, signaling an authorized high-level access request. "Engineer Lin," came Zhao Wangshu's cool yet slightly softened voice from outside, transmitted through the intercom beside the door. Chapter 107. Silent Iteration and Unspoken Understanding. Lin Yi's computational thoughts momentarily faltered, a hint of surprise crossing her mind. She swiftly saved all current processes and activated the screen privacy protection, adjusting her slightly wrinkled engineer's coat before rising to grant access. At the door stood two individuals. Zhao Wangshu, clad in a tailored deep gray technocrat uniform, stood tall, his handsome visage lacking the usual technical aloofness, with a trace of imperceptible concern glimmering in his ice-blue eyes. Beside him was Yun Yanin, elegantly attired in a silver-gray senior consultant uniform. Her exquisite features and serene demeanor radiated composure, yet her profound gaze concealed a faint, lingering gravity. Chief Zhao, Consultant Yun, Lin Yi greeted with a slight nod, stepping aside to allow them entrance. She felt a twinge of astonishment at the presence of these two eminent figures in her personal laboratory. The limited space was crammed with an array of precision instruments, semi-finished components, and several holographic workstations, exuding an atmosphere rich in focused innovation and technological prowess. Almost in unison, Zhao Wangshu and Yun Yanin's eyes gravitated towards the main workstation, where several complex holographic structural models remained partially obscured. The structures bore a stark contrast to the flamboyance of the previous Ling Shu system. Their lines were exceedingly simple and concise, almost appearing conservative or rudimentary at first glance. Yet, with Zhao Wangshu's discerning eye, he instantly perceived the extreme microcontrol represented by the simplicity of those lines. The nested Fourier transform energy fields manifested a non-Euclidean geometric structure, while the adjacent floating window displayed a dense array of calculations and optimization paths, precise to the femtosecond and nanometer level, all revealing an astonishing depth of technical mastery and an overwhelming computational magnitude. Particularly striking was a unique design of a micromatrix, reminiscent of the cosmic string theory model, which, despite being only approximately 30% complete, showcased an unprecedented understanding and application of the essence of energy and spatial structure. Zhao Wangshu's pupils constricted imperceptibly. He instantly recognized the revolutionary potential encapsulated within this design. It was not a mere improvement, but an ultimate embodiment of extraordinary talent internalized at the microscopic scale. The ingenuity of its conception, the precision of its calculations, and the efficiency in the application of physical laws could potentially far surpass the previously troublesome Ling Shu system. More importantly, this design was remarkably discreet, both in appearance and energy signature, approaching invisibility. Although Yun Yanin did not possess Zhao Wangshu's technical expertise, as a federal high-ranking official, she had witnessed countless cutting-edge technological projects. She could intuitively sense the calm, yet formidable power emanating from the holographic models, akin to a dormant starship engine. Her gaze towards Lin Yi was now imbued with heightened appreciation and understanding. The two individuals exchanged a fleeting glance, a wordless understanding reached with absolute tacit agreement, never to delve deeper or mention a word to outsiders. The investigation into the insidious Qin Shuyi and his malicious accusations continues to unfold in secrecy at the highest echelons of the Yuehua Group and the Federal Security Department. Although the tense data flow within the internal network of the branch has not entirely subsided, the surface has seemingly returned to its routine pace of research and development. Yet, the invisible pressure permeates the air like background radiation. Chapter 108. Concealed within the box, Lin Yi gently lifted her gaze from the holographic design station, her eyes briefly skimming over the intricate schematics of the mech hovering in the air without lingering. She minimized the blueprints and turned towards the two individuals who had just entered the studio. Zhao Wangshu spoke first, his voice calm and steady, akin to communication waves in the depths of space. Engineer Lin, after working tirelessly for so many days, you seem to be in good spirits. He paused momentarily, his dark eyes locking onto Lin Yi with the precision of a finely tuned sensor. The data security level has been elevated to orange. Your project has now become a focal point for multiple parties. The movements from Nangong Xian are becoming increasingly conspicuous, and the Augustus Mechanical Consortium behind him has recently intensified its contact with Underflow. Yun Yanin stood beside Zhao Wangshu, her silver-white research uniform accentuating her poised stature. Her voice was melodious, yet carried an undeniable seriousness. Lin Yi, while it is commendable to focus on technological breakthroughs, one must not lower their guard. Your surroundings. Her gaze subtly swept over the studio's sleek alloy door and standard energy barrier. Are they sufficiently secure? A warmth enveloped Lin Yi's heart as she immediately grasped the intent behind their visit and their decision to steer clear of her ongoing design interface. She met their gazes with composure and nodded. "Thank you, Chief Zhao and Advisor Yun, for your concern. I am fully aware of the current situation. I have already upgraded the perimeter's alert sensing array, and the core design data has been encrypted multiple times and physically isolated." Though she refrained from elaborating on the specific protective measures, the steadiness and assurance in her eyes were reassuring. "That is good to hear." Zhao Wangshu inclined his head slightly, his tone leaving no room for debate. "In the event of any anomalies, whether it be a bottleneck in design simulations or," he emphasized, "any perceived threats, contact me or Advisor Yun immediately through the secure channel. Do not attempt to handle it alone." His words were succinct yet powerful, imbued with the reliability of an unyielding rock. Yun Yanin added softly, "Lin Yi, you are the future technical pillar of our Yuehua group. Your safety is paramount. Should you require any resources, technical support, or feel that this temporary studio lacks security, do not hesitate to voice your needs. The Federal Academy of Sciences will continue to monitor the situation here." "I understand. Thank you," Lin Yi replied earnestly, the warmth of their trust and support dispelling the slight chill brought by the studio's temperature control system. "If the need arises, I will certainly seek assistance." Zhao Wangshu cast one last penetrating glance at Lin Yi, as if to see through to her true state of being. Yun Yanin offered her an encouraging smile. With no further delay, they exchanged a few more words of caution before turning to leave together. Their figures traversed the corridor, quickly vanishing at the end of the softly lit passageway, imbued with a sense of futuristic technology that characterized the Yuehua Group's research headquarters. The alloy door of the studio slid shut silently, once again isolating the interior from the outside world. Lin Yi remained in place, gazing at the direction in which they had departed, lost in thought for a moment. She could distinctly perceive the weighty concern enveloping her, along with the immense pressure lurking beneath it. The shadow of the clandestine organization did not dissipate with the capture of Qin Shi. Rather, it may have grown even more insidious and perilous due to the thwarted conspiracy and the framing of Mo Hanjing. The tribulations her father faced in the past resonated like a distant echo, serving as a stark reminder that the path ahead was fraught with challenges. Chapter 109. Hidden within the box, she inhaled deeply, as if to transform the weight of pressure into a source of motivation, and turned back to the central workstation. Her gaze refocused on the suspended photon design schematics. No longer did they represent the ostentatious spirit hub system of yore, but rather a newly conceived core, inspired by the ancient and fragmented data packet of the Stellar Trajectory Coordinator from the Genesis Echo Archive. It was temporarily dubbed the Nanoscale Distributed Energy Buffer and Release Matrix. The design philosophy was exquisitely understated, eschewing all unnecessary complexity and superfluous functions, concentrating instead on the micro-level management of energy and unparalleled reliability. It bore little resemblance to the typically visually striking mecha cores destined for the galactic singularity competition. Instead, it resembled a serene and profound foundational work, a concealed brilliance intent on accumulating strength for a measured release. Lin Yi extended her right hand, and the intricate strands of control light projected from her smart wristband. She deftly manipulated the design software, commencing the construction of a new, more profound energy circuit model at the unfinished matrix core. Each action was steady and resolute, akin to executing the most meticulous defensive strategies on a silent battlefield, erecting her own unassailable technological fortress. A storm may have been brewing in the interstellar expanse, but this time, she held within her grasp a concealed, unparalleled sharpness. Days later, Lin Yi completed the final micro-calibration of the structure diagram for the nanoscale distributed energy buffer and release matrix. With a gentle flick of her wrist, the glow of her smart wristband dimmed, and the suspended design schematics stabilized accordingly. She exhaled a long breath, leaning back slightly, savoring the subtle fatigue and immense satisfaction that followed such intense concentration. Beyond the observation window of her studio lay a simulated natural landscape, where golden ginkgo leaves gracefully fell under the warmth of the holographic sun, glimmering with a soft sheen, bestowing an unusual tranquility upon the metallic and light-filled technological space. She gazed at the design results that encapsulated her countless days and nights of labor, her eyes gleaming with calm confidence. It was time. Rising, she approached the door, and the internal sensor system recognized her proximity, allowing the alloy door to glide open silently. Outside lay a corridor adorned with pale blue light guiding materials, where a young man in a gray technical assistant uniform hurried by, clutching a data pad, seemingly en route to the materials distribution center. "Please hold." Lin Yi's voice was gentle yet clear, resonating in the quiet corridor. The young technical assistant immediately halted at the sound, and upon recognizing Lin Yi, a respectful expression washed over his face as he slightly bowed. "Engineer Lin, how may I assist you?" He recognized this genius engineer, who, despite being at the center of recent turmoil, remained remarkably composed and dedicated to her work. Lin Yi retrieved 2 small universal data chips, flickering with a faint blue light. From the pocket of her work attire, preparations she had long anticipated. She instantaneously transmitted 2 succinct messages to the chip using her smart wristband. One was sent to Zhao Wangshu. "Chief Zhao, the new core has begun to take shape. Please assess it at your convenience." Lin Yi. The other was directed to Yun Yanan. "Consultant Yun, the new core has begun to take shape. Please assess it at your convenience." Lin Yi. "Please, Lin Yi," she instructed, handing 2 data chips to her assistant, her tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable gravity. "Ensure that these messages are promptly delivered to Chief Zhao Wangshu and to Consultant Yun Yanan, who may be located in the headquarters area. Inform them that I kindly request their presence in my studio for a discussion." "Understood, Engineer Lin. I shall depart at once." The young assistant respectfully accepted the 2 data chips, which seemed to carry an important mission, and without a moment's delay, he swiftly turned and hurried down the light-guided corridor, his figure soon vanishing into the shadows of the distant intersection. The alloy door closed silently once more. Lin Yi returned to the center of her studio, her gaze once again fixed on the seemingly unremarkable design that harbored astonishing potential. A storm may be imminent, but her preparations were already in place. Chapter 110. Invitation at the headquarters of the Moonlight Group. Within the cutting-edge materials analysis laboratory, the interior is illuminated by a soft, radiant glow. Various peculiar metallic and composite material samples are encased within transparent energy barriers, suspended in midair, gently rotating and emanating a myriad of subtle hues. The air is infused with a faint blend of ozone and coolant, while the low hum of precision instruments forms a constant backdrop. Zhao Wangshu, clad in a deep gray engineer's uniform, stands tall like the main mast of an interstellar battleship before the central analysis platform. He deftly manipulates a molecular probe. As a holographic image magnifies and displays a deep blue alloy sample adorned with enigmatic star-like patterns. This is the stellar titanium iridium alloy, derived from the extreme gravitational veins of the North Wind Star region. His voice is clear and composed, akin to an AI announcement, yet imbued with the distinctive emphasis of a human mentor, discerning the quality and authenticity of the material. He first observes whether the energy flow patterns exhibit a natural double-spiral star vortex. Next, he assesses the resonance frequency at the quantum level, as non-standard samples exhibit detectable interference ripples. Thirdly, opposite him stand 2 focused young engineers. One of them is Mo Han-jing, recently at the center of controversy. Her demeanor cool and collected. She furrows her brow, her gaze intently fixed on the continuously refreshing data stream of the holographic image, striving to memorize and comprehend each parameter. The other assistant appears more anxious, his fingers unconsciously rubbing against the smart bracelet on his wrist. Suddenly, a high-priority temporary message crackles through the laboratory's communication channel, a synthesized voice resonating in the tranquil space. "Chief Zhao Wangshu, Technical Department Level 3 Assistant Wang Ning requests a communication," stating that Engineer Lin Yi has an urgent message to convey in person. Zhao Wangshu's operations and explanations come to an abrupt halt. His fingers, manipulating the molecular probe, pause imperceptibly for a fraction of a second. His deep-set eyes swiftly lift, casting a gaze beyond the intricate holographic interface towards the alloy door of the laboratory, as if he could penetrate the heavy metal. A faint, almost imperceptible fluctuation, barely detectable by data, sweeps across his usually composed gaze. Without a moment's hesitation, he lightly taps to return the precious stellar titanium iridium alloy sample to its secure storage slot, his movements fluid and expedient. The practical analysis for today concludes here. He addresses Mo Han-jing and the other assistant, his voice remaining steady yet tinged with an undeniable finality. Regarding the interference model for alloy resonance frequency identification, the data package has been sent to your workstations for independent simulation and analysis. Should there be any anomalous peak values that cannot be resolved, please record them and present them at the next meeting. Before his words fade, Zhao Wangshu strides forward, his deep gray figure stirring a slight breeze as he traverses the analysis area. The laboratory door glides open, revealing the young technical assistant awaiting outside. Holding a universal data chip intended for temporary storage and identity verification, Zhao Wangshu does not inquire further. He simply extends his hand to receive the chip, bringing it close to his smart bracelet. The chip emitted a faint glimmer, signaling the completion of the encrypted transmission. The message was succinct. Chief Zhao, the new core is taking shape. Please come for an assessment at your convenience. Lin Yi. Upon seeing the sender's name, Lin Yi, Zhao Wangshu's gaze sharpened momentarily. Without a moment's pause, and without uttering another word to the delivering assistant, he clenched the chip tightly and strode purposefully towards the high-speed floating corridor, resolutely heading for the underground research studio where Lin Yi was located. Chapter 111 Invitation. The urgency within him was not manifested in his expression, yet it was unmistakably revealed through his accelerated pace and the unhesitating precision of his actions. In the laboratory, only Mo Hanjing and his somewhat bewildered assistant remained. Mo Hanjing's gaze gradually returned from the direction of Zhao Wangshu, who had hurriedly vanished down the corridor. Settling upon the alloy sample on the analysis table that had come to a standstill, yet still radiated a faint celestial glow. His cold visage bore no overt signs of emotion. However, in the depths of his eyes, typically fixated on data and models, there flickered a fleeting glimmer of surprise, akin to the momentary misalignment of intricate clockwork, so subtle it was nearly imperceptible. Lin Yi, a new core design? Could it truly compel the fastidious and methodical chief, Zhao Wangshu, to so decisively interrupt a crucial materials analysis session? His fingers, which hung limply at his sides, unconsciously contracted for a brief moment. Mo Gong, Mo Gong. The assistant called repeatedly, and only then did Mo Hanjing seem to emerge from his momentary distraction. He swiftly masked the brief lapse in composure, reverting to his usual demeanor of indifference. Oblivious to Mo Hanjing's earlier anomaly, the assistant continued to muse aloud. You must have seen it too, Mo Gong. Chief Zhao just left like that. It must be because Engineer Lin has made another breakthrough. I can't help but wonder what astonishing design it could be this time. I wish I could go and see, but sadly, my access is insufficient. Mo Hanjing cast a faint glance at the assistant, confirming that he had not noticed his earlier disquiet, and then responded in a tone that was almost matter-of-fact indeed. It is quite intriguing. At the same time, in the joint office of the Federal Academy stationed at the Moonlight Group, the atmosphere was far from the absolute calm of the laboratory. A vast flexible screen displayed an exceedingly intricate energy flow quantum model, the complexity of which could leave most engineers feeling dizzy. Yun Yanin sat at the head of the table, clad in a tailored silver-gray administrative uniform that accentuated her wisdom and competence. Her delicate brows furrowed as her slender fingers tapped on a section of the model that flickered incessantly, exhibiting unstable interference patterns. To her left, Dr. Mo Yin was nearly rolling up his sleeves to his elbows, his robust fingers hovering over the holographic screen. His voice boomed like a ship's engine growling in the depths. Look here, Yanin. This so-called adaptive quantum entanglement buffering algorithm. There is absolutely a problem. Its redundancy calculation fundamentally violates the principle of instantaneous locality and energy conservation. I encountered a similar structural trap when designing the core algorithm for the Flame Dragon power furnace back in the day. This could lead to a catastrophic chain reaction under peak load. Opposite him, Dr. Kent, impeccably groomed and clad in an elegant vintage three-piece suit, leisurely sipped from a steaming cup of synthetic coffee before setting it down with grace. His voice, gentle yet imbued with the authoritative air of academia, resonated as he addressed Mo Yin. My friend, calm yourself. Your Flame Dragon is indeed remarkable, but it serves as the power core for a heavy assault mech, where the aim is instantaneous explosive power. His fingers gently traced the unstable region, causing the model to rotate and magnify, revealing deeper structures. This algorithm, upon examining its underlying architecture, strives for utmost stability and continuous fine-tuning, making it more suitable for the sensing and cloaking systems of next-generation reconnaissance, or support mesh. Its essence lies in a seemingly redundant, yet immensely fault-tolerant and adaptive network structure. The trap you encountered was likely a consequence of a mismatch in application scenarios. Chapter 112 Invitation Kit. This is sophistry, Mo Yin exclaimed, nearly leaping from his seat, causing the virtual projection to tremble. An algorithm is an algorithm. If the fundamental logic is flawed, it is simply flawed. What mismatched scenarios? This model is indeed problematic. Its chaotic parameters have been set far too aggressively. Consultant, Dr. Kent, Yun Yanin interjected, attempting to steer the discussion back on track, her voice clear and persuasive. This algorithmic model pertains to the upgrade of the next-generation stealth system for the Jinghai-class reconnaissance mech. Should we not focus more on its performance data in actual extreme environment simulation tests rather than purely theoretical deductions? The three leading figures were embroiled in a heated debate over this cutting-edge algorithmic model, each holding steadfast to their views, unable to convincingly sway one another. At that moment, the office's access control system emitted a gentle chime, and the voice of Yun Yanin's personal AI assistant resonated. Consultant, Technical Department Level 3 Assistant Wang Ning is outside, claiming there is an urgent message from Engineer Lin Yi that must be conveyed to you in person. The fervent discussion abruptly ceased. A flicker of surprise crossed Yun Yanin's eyes, quickly replaced by understanding and a hint of anticipation. She raised her hand to signal for entry. The door slid open, and the young technical assistant strode in briskly, respectfully presenting a universal data chip. Consultant Yun, this is a token from Engineer Lin Yi. Yun Yanin accepted the chip and brought it close to her wristband. The information read, Consultant Yun, the new core has taken shape. Please come by for evaluation at your convenience. Lin Yi. Upon seeing Lin Yi's message regarding the completion of the new core, a slight smile graced Yun Yanin's lips. Just as she was about to instruct the assistant to leave, she heard, that girl Lin Yi? Dr. Mo Yan's voice rose a notch higher than during their earlier debate, his virtual projection leaning forward as if eager to discern the contents of the chip. The new core is completed? She's inviting Yanin for evaluation? And she didn't call me. This old man? How outrageous. His face was etched with a palpable sense of neglect, his gaze intense. Dr. Kent, meanwhile, set down his coffee cup, elegantly raising his pristine white eyebrows, his eyes alight with keen interest. He did not speak immediately. Instead, his gaze shifted between the chip in Yun Yanin's hand and Mo Yan's animated virtual form, and soon, the two elderly scholars silently exchanged a mutual understanding in the air. In the next moment, their reactions were astonishingly synchronized. Let us go, let us go? Yanin, what are we waiting for? Dr. Mo Yan's virtual image began to waver, reflecting his eagerness to move. That girl's ideas are always unexpected. She must have concocted something extraordinary this time. We cannot miss this. Dr. Kent also rose gracefully and swiftly, adjusting an imaginary collar and smiling. I shall accompany you. The invitation from young friend Lin Yi always signifies delight. We can continue our debate regarding this algorithmic model on the way, or perhaps her new design will inspire us anew. He nodded at Yun Yanin, indicating for her to lead the way. Yun Yanin observed as the two eminent scholars seamlessly transitioned from a heated dispute to a state of childlike curiosity, a blend of exasperation and amusement washing over her. Her anticipation for Lin Yi's latest work swelled. She gracefully retracted the chip and rose. Very well, Dr. Mo Yin, Dr. Kent, please follow me. Thus, the trio, who had been fervently embroiled in a discussion about quantum algorithms just moments ago, now reached a remarkable consensus. Leading the way, Yun Yanin guided them forward, while Dr. Mo Yan's virtual image flickered slightly, reflecting the rapid movement of his physical form behind her. Dr. Kent followed, his strides surprisingly brisk and steady for someone of his years. The three hastened towards the high-speed suspended passage leading to the underground research area. Dr. Mo Yin urged, Yanin, do hurry. Make sure that young messenger keeps pace. We may yet require his assistance. This elicited a bemused shake of the head from Dr. Kent, though his own pace remained unyieldingly swift. They all sensed that Lin Yi's quietly completed new core might once again stir the waters of their current situation. Chapter 113. The appointment. Lin Yi meticulously cleared the last remnants of energy fragments from the central workbench and adjusted the angle of the holographic projector. When a series of urgent and powerful footsteps echoed from outside the studio, drawing closer, accompanied by Dr. Mo Yan's penetrating voice. The sound filtered through the partially closed door. "Lin, open the door. I've heard you have created something remarkable. How could you not inform this old fellow first?" Following closely was Zhao Wangshu's unique, cool, and composed tone, seemingly in an attempt to temper the situation. "Doctor, please lower your voice. This is a precision research area." And then, with a gentle yet slightly exasperated tone, Yun Yanin added, "Doctor, please watch your step. Be careful of the drainage channel." Lin understood well that the moment she had been anticipating, perhaps with a hint of apprehension, was about to unfold. Taking a deep breath to steady her nerves, she hastened forward and lightly tapped the access control system, causing the alloy door to slide open silently. The scene outside came into view. Leading the group was Dr. Mo Yin, his face filled with eagerness and curiosity, almost jogging as he approached, his signature white lab coat slightly askew. A holographic communication device glimmered at his collar, indicating he might have rushed over from a remote conference. Following him was Zhao Wangshu, his deep gray engineer's uniform impeccably neat, exuding a calm demeanor. Yet his sharp eyes had already transcended Dr. Mo Yan's shoulder, precisely aimed at the interior of the studio, particularly towards the central workbench. Yun Yanin stood a little behind, her face adorned with a gentle smile tinged with exasperation at Dr. Mo Yan's behavior. Dressed in a silver-gray formal consultant uniform, she appeared both capable and elegant. Bringing up the rear was Dr. Kent, whose steps were measured and unhurried. His snow-white hair was meticulously styled, and the eyes behind his classical optical glasses sparkled with wisdom and inquisitive interest as he attentively examined the environmental control system signage at the entrance of the studio. Lin suppressed the subtle waves of emotion within her and nodded steadily in greeting. "Dr. Mo Yin, Dr. Kent, Chief Zhao, Consultant Yun. Welcome." She was acutely aware that the evaluation moment had arrived. There was less than a standard month remaining until the final submission deadline for the Galactic Singularity Innovation Summit and Mecha Design Competition. The underground advanced research area of the Moonlight Group headquarters boasted an independent environmental simulation system. At this moment, the scenery outside the observation window simulated a comfortable autumn, with golden photon leaves gently drifting down, shimmering softly in the simulated sunlight. The air, meticulously filtered and regulated, maintained a constant temperature and humidity, faintly infused with the sense of ozone, cooling liquid, and a unique polymer material, an aroma quintessential to top-tier laboratories of the future. The group entered Lin Yi's studio, where the interior was bathed in bright, yet gentle light, primarily emanating from ubiquitous shadowless light strips and floating work spheres. Afternoon simulated sunlight streamed through high-strength composite glass observation windows, casting distinct patches of light upon the ground. Within the beam of light, minuscule specks of dust gracefully drift in the airflow generated by the intricate air circulation system, akin to stardust in a microscopic universe. Lin Yi's studio, having undergone meticulous organization, despite the abundant space occupied by an array of instruments, tools, materials, and semi-finished components, now exhibits a state of remarkable efficiency and orderliness. Chapter 114. The appointment. The multifunctional robotic arm was neatly retracted against the wall, standing by in a state of readiness, its green indicator light flickering gently. Various models of 3D molecular printers, nano-weaving machines, and energy etching pens were arranged in designated areas, their surfaces gleaming as if freshly polished. Samples of alloys, composite materials, and biopolymers were meticulously stored in inert gas cabinets, each labeled with precision. Only a selection of commonly used handheld precision tools, such as quantum torque wrenches, microscopic probe sets, and spectral analysis pens, were magnetically affixed to the tool wall, exuding a cold and professional metallic sheen. In the air, aside from the basic scent of environmental regulation, there lingered a faint whiff of burnt residue from welding, the refreshing aroma of a novel coolant, and the distinctive ozone scent produced by the prolonged operation of the holographic imaging plates. The central workbench was immaculately clean, serving as the undeniable focal point of the entire space. Above the surface, an intricately complex and precise holographic representation of a mech core structure rotated slowly, emanating a ghostly blue glow. Its delicate lines, intricate structure, and the ingenious design of energy flow pathways surpassed conventional designs, yet exuded an almost flawless mathematical logic and intrinsic harmony, as if encapsulating a miniature, futuristic interstellar engine. Adjacent to the hologram, several enlarged models of critical nodes and dynamic stress simulation graphics floated, with data streams cascading like waterfalls on the sidebar, continuously refreshing. In one corner of the workbench, a multi-interface high-power energy coupler remained silent, its indicator light rhythmically flashing as standby green, as if poised to infuse creativity with vibrant energy at any moment. Lin, where's the new core? Hurry up. Don't keep the old man in suspense. Dr. Mo Yan's voice thundered through the air, resonating with urgency before he had fully entered the room. His imposing figure nearly filled the doorway, his sleeves rolled up to the elbows, revealing muscular forearms speckled with age spots, yet still robust. His eyes, akin to high-performance detectors, instantly locked onto the rotating holographic design on the central workbench. His face a mixture of eagerness, scrutiny, and barely contained excitement. Trailing behind him was Zhao Wangshu, whose handsome visage remained largely expressionless. Yet a fleeting spark of intense sharpness and focus glimmered in his deep-set eyes as they met the complex energy matrix of the hologram's core, reminiscent of an experienced starship captain pinpointing critical coordinates on a navigational star map. Another graceful figure approached the workbench, and Yun Yanen's soothing voice broke the tension. "Doctor, you are such an impatient soul. At least allow Engineer Lin a moment to introduce himself." She strolled forward, her intelligent wristband projecting a diminutive memo interface, though her attention was entirely captivated by the design before her. Beside her, Dr. Kent moved with a steady gait, dressed in an impeccably tailored dark waistcoat, his face adorned with the gentle and inquisitive smile characteristic of scholars. Upon entering, his gaze did not immediately fixate on the dazzling hologram. Instead, it swiftly and appreciatively traversed the studio's meticulously organized layout and the array of cutting-edge equipment poised in readiness. Only thereafter did his perceptive eyes, capable of discerning the microscopic world, turn towards the hologram, revealing a profound interest and admiration. "Mo Yen, my dear old friend," Dr. Kent chuckled softly, his voice neither loud nor overpowering, yet resonant and steady, imbued with the calm that comes from years of experience in countless research endeavors. Chapter 115. Concealing one's talents remain composed. The design blueprint is right there and will not vanish into thin air. If it is a truly innovative design, it is always worth the requisite time for appreciation and understanding. Engineer Lin's creations have always warranted patient anticipation. As for you, if you raise your voice any louder, you might trigger the sound pressure-sensitive alarm in this place. His gaze slowly traversed the precise measuring instruments within the studio, an unmistakable admiration for Lin's working environment gleaming in his eyes. Lin had already stood quietly to one side of the workbench, poised and ready. Her complexion had improved significantly compared to some time ago. Her eyes were calm yet bright, her brow free of the tension from previous investigations, replaced by a quiet confidence forged through rigorous research and development. The surface of her smart wristband shimmered subtly, indicating that it was operating in advanced work mode, ready to summon any data or manipulate devices at a moment's notice. The door to the studio silently closed behind her, temporarily severing ties with the external world. All attention was centered on the slowly rotating, deep blue hologram, brimming with astonishing potential. Though a storm may still gather in the distance, within this tranquil underground studio, a weapon poised to alter certain paradigms had already completed its preliminary forging, awaiting the discerning eye of an evaluator. All eyes focused on the central workbench, where the deep blue, gently rotating holographic design lay. Dr. Mo Yan, the most impatient among them, took a step forward, claiming the optimal observation point. Nearly pressing his face against the holographic projection, his eyes wide with eagerness as if trying to absorb every stream of data, he spoke in a gruff voice, unreservedly scrutinizing the topological structure of this energy matrix. It appears quite orderly, resembling the internal structure of a high-grade energy block. Lin, after all this time, have you merely achieved a foundational optimization of the energy core? It seems far more understated than your previous Lingshu system, doesn't it? It even leans towards excessive modesty. His large hand, accustomed to gesturing towards colossal machinery, lifted, as if the virtual image might penetrate the core area of the hologram. Lin maintained a serene expression, a hint of imperceptible amusement gracing her lips. Rather than directly responding to Mo Yan's commentary on modesty and simplicity, She gently raised her wrist. A slender beam of light emitted from her smart wristband, establishing a connection with the main control system of the workbench. Instead of manipulating the dazzling main hologram, she called forth a nearby floating model, dynamically calculating at a microscopic scale. This model, composed of countless minuscule light points representing nanoscale units, engaged in a simulation of aggregation, dispersion, and energy transfer, following an intricate yet mathematically beautiful pattern. Exuding a restrained yet potent aura, Dr. Mo Yin, Dr. Kent, Chief Zhao, Consultant Yun, Lin Yi's voice resonated clearly and steadily in the quiet studio, embodying the calm and confidence characteristic of a researcher. I have named this system nanoscale distributed energy buffering and release matrix. She deliberately paused for a moment, allowing the technologically infused name to linger in the air, enabling several distinguished listeners to grasp its literal significance. Its core philosophy does not seek external grandeur or complex functionalities. Lin Yi continued, her fingertips gently tapping on the control interface of the smart wristband, causing the angle of the main hologram to subtly shift, revealing the dazzling microscopic structure within. Instead, it revolves around the concepts of concealment and transformation, aiming to transcend the limitations of traditional centralized energy systems in Mecha, achieving ultimate efficiency, flexible distribution, and instantaneous response. Chapter 116. Concealed edge. Her fingertips danced like the most dexterous conductor's baton, deftly directing the gaze of the onlookers towards the intricately exquisite core structure within the hologram. The architectural inspiration for this matrix originated from my analysis of an ancient data packet, designated as Stellar Trajectory Coordinator, housed within the Genesis Echo archives. I discarded the majority of its incomprehensible grand overviews, extracting solely the core mathematical descriptions pertaining to the collaboration of microscopic energy fields and asynchronous oscillations, upon which I constructed an entirely novel extrapolation. As she magnified the localized dynamic model, one could observe countless luminous points, representing nanounits, rapidly forming, fracturing, and reconfiguring the invisible energy bonds between them, akin to an incessantly bustling microcosm engaged in efficient communication and collaboration. It embodied the redundancy and reliability of distributed systems. She then pointed to several seemingly arbitrary yet inherently governed by some non-Euclidean geometrical principles, invisible energy conduits within the hologram. Coupled with the unparalleled efficiency brought forth by the prototype of non-local energy transmission based on quantum entanglement principles, she commanded the wristband to retrieve a microscopic image of a cluster of nanomaterials, shimmering with an enchanting phosphorescence and currently in an active state, from the material sample library on the workbench. Crucially, it relied on my newly optimized active nanounits, deeply enhanced through the adaptive functional weaving technology. These units not only exhibited exceptional energy affinity and conversion efficiency, but their individual intelligence and collaborative computational abilities far surpassed any existing counterparts. The art of triggering and regulating lay within the intelligence of the system itself. Lin Yi's fingertips glided across the control interface, unveiling a schematic of the matrix's control logic, devoid of complex buttons or switches. Instead, it displayed a continuously adaptive energy flow chart and a priority queue, eliminating the need for convoluted command inputs. The system, via an extensive network of sensors embedded throughout the mech, monitored the body's status, external environment, and combat requirements in real time. As she elucidated, the simulated scenes within the hologram began to transform. Lin Yi employed a guiding light beam to indicate the matrix's responses within the evolving scenarios, the efficient cruising mode, termed silent submersion. She gently tapped a stable and efficient blue region within the energy flow chart, where the matrix operated in a low-power state. With over 97 of the nanounits in standby or executing low-priority background tasks, energy silently maintained the mech's fundamental operations along the optimal path, with thermal signals and energy fluctuations reduced to an exceedingly low level, akin to a deep-sea submersible. An encounter with instantaneous overload was termed Starfall Cascade. The beam shifted to a node on the chart that suddenly erupted with intense energy reactions. The previously dispersed nanounits instantaneously converged around this node, forming a powerful temporary energy reservoir that smoothed out the shock energy input. thereby averting the risk of traditional cores potentially crashing or sustaining damage due to overload. In the face of energy weapon impacts or excessive maneuvering, the Matrix could reorganize the local energy network within nanoseconds, providing astonishing instantaneous buffering and release capabilities, akin to a galaxy spilling forth, unstoppable and overwhelming. The next, precise support mode, is referred to as thousand threads and thousand strands. Beams traverse the myriad intricate energy pathways delineated on the map. These energy flows are directed with precision towards the weapon systems, thrusters, or defensive shields of the mech. In accordance with the directives of the tactical AI or the operator's elevated intentions, the Matrix can deliver energy almost without loss, simultaneously and accurately, to dozens or even hundreds of distinct terminals, enabling multi-target strikes, complex tactical maneuvers, or regional fortifications, akin to possessing 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes. Each demonstration of function is accompanied by Lin Yi's synchronous commentary on the operational mechanisms of the corresponding microscopic structures on the hologram, how active nano-units achieve superdistance energy transfer and collaborative computation through instantaneous quantum state sharing, how the invisible energy conduits dynamically reconstruct based on real-time demands, optimizing the flow of energy pathways, how nano-units, reinforced through adaptive functional weaving, exhibit remarkable environmental adaptability and self-repair capabilities, ensuring the Matrix's long-term stable operation under extreme conditions. The limited physical space is utilized to the utmost by the nano-units. Energy distribution transforms from a fixed pipeline network into a vast ocean of energy, moldable as needed, yet devoid of any sense of bulk or stagnation, instead presenting a highly ordered, dynamically balanced, and swiftly responsive harmony and strength. It lacks a flamboyant exterior, devoid of earth-shattering external effects. All its astonishing qualities are concealed within a seemingly tranquil, yet perpetually vibrant microcosm of immense energy operations and intelligent collaboration. Concealing its sharpness and simplicity, it flows deeply like still water. Chapter 117. The stunning core. The studio was enveloped in a peculiar silence, punctuated only by the faint hiss of the environmental control system maintaining a constant temperature and the almost inaudible high-frequency vibrations of the holographic projector. Dr. Mo Yin had long forgotten his previous humble assessments. He was nearly absorbed into the holographic projection, his seasoned eyes, having scrutinized countless cutting-edge designs, widened in astonishment. His breath grew heavy with excitement, and his fervent gaze seemed poised to penetrate the intricate layers of energy conduits and nanostructural topologies before him. Upon witnessing a core algorithm that utilized the quantum tunneling effect to achieve near-lossless long-range energy transfer between nanounits, he abruptly slapped his thigh in admiration. Ingenious. Absolutely brilliant. It was nothing short of a genius conception. His voice trembled with exhilaration, laced with incredulous praise. The optimization algorithm for energy transfer pathways, the collaborative computing model for nanounit clusters, the dynamic buffering mechanism grounded in chaos theory. Each element was intricately interlinked, flawlessly integrated. What a nanometer-scale distributed energy buffering and release matrix, disassembling the whole into parts and then reassembling them into a cohesive unit. The efficiency of this energy utilization was akin to turning stone into gold, a marvel of engineering. It surpassed the complexity of the core control system of the Flame Dragon heavy power furnace I designed in my earlier years by an entire order of magnitude. Sweat beaded on his forehead from excitement as he cast a gaze filled with unabashed admiration towards Lin Yi, reflecting a sense of relief akin to witnessing the dawn of a technological era. Zhao Wangshu's eyes, akin to the most precise scanning sensors, had meticulously analyzed every energy node, data interface, and information flow pathway depicted in the hologram countless times. The usual calmness in his deep-set eyes had been supplanted by a pure, almost overwhelming sense of awe. What was illustrated on the blueprints was not merely an avant-garde ingenuity, but a heart-pounding precision in calculations, a profound comprehension of quantum mechanics and microscale material sciences, as well as a revolutionary application and innovation within the existing energy technology framework. This restrained brilliance surpassed the overt performance displays of the previous Lingshu system, revealing a deeper, more revolutionary potential. It addressed the fundamental bottleneck issues of mech energy systems. He inhaled slightly, as if requiring additional oxygen to process the impact of the information before him. His gaze shifted from the dazzlingly complex hologram to the quietly standing Lin Yi. Nodding in acknowledgement with clarity and gravity for the first time, his thin lips parting to utter two weighty words, outstanding. This was the highest accolade he could bestow. Yun Yanen's eyes sparkled with brilliance, akin to witnessing the explosion of a new star. As a senior advisor to the Federal Academy of Sciences, she had encountered various cutting-edge technologies from the Federation and other interstellar civilizations. Yet she had never witnessed a technology like this matrix that harmoniously combined disruptive theoretical concepts, ultimate practical efficacy, elegant system architecture, and far-reaching application prospects. She seemed to envision mechs equipped with such cores on the battlefield, attaining unprecedented endurance in combat and tactical flexibility. She envisioned research vessels exploring the unknown in extreme star domains, relying on their formidable environmental adaptability and energy stability. She even foresaw the potential transformation in the entire Federation's energy utilization brought about by this technology. Chapter 118. A stunning core. This transcends the mere realm of individual mech components. It represents a platform technology of strategic significance, she exclaimed in genuine admiration, her voice tinged with a tremor of excitement at the vision of the future. Engineer Lin. This design is truly pioneering, a masterpiece. It marries innovative thought with practicality, concealing formidable power in the minutiae, transforming bottlenecks into advantages. The name nanoscale distributed energy buffer and release matrix is indeed well-deserved. Once this technology matures and is applied, it will undoubtedly reshape the entire mech domain. Instinctively, she extended her hand, her fingertips delicately tracing the elegant curves on the hologram that represented the smooth flow of energy, feeling the immense potential embedded within the data. Meanwhile, Dr. Kent, who had been quietly observing with a wise smile, gently adjusted his classical optical glasses, his eyes shimmering with a profound insight as if he had glimpsed the wondrous laws of the microscopic universe. Rather than immediately praising the specific technical details, he appeared to touch upon the philosophical depths of the designer's mind through the intricate and exquisite energy matrix structure. His gentle yet powerful voice resonated in the silent studio, imbued with a sense of wisdom gained through interstellar transformations. What a splendid concealed edge creation. Dr. Kent's gaze lifted from the hologram to meet Lin Yi's serene and bright eyes. The brilliance of this work lies not solely in its breathtaking technological marvel. He lightly tapped the seemingly simple external interface diagram on the hologram with his elongated fingers, his gaze penetrating beyond the hardware level to perceive the intricate operation of energy distribution and intelligent collaboration akin to the laws of the universe. Engineer Lin. Your work embodies the true essence of a heavy sword without an edge, great skill unadorned. You have hidden astounding innovation within the foundational architecture, transforming complex and profound physical principles into a stable and reliable system performance. It is unassuming, devoid of ostentation, revealing its disruptive power only when needed. Dr. Kent's tone carried a deep sense of reflection and enlightenment. Such a design philosophy transcends mere technological iteration. It represents a leap in paradigms of thought, a profound understanding that the essence of technology serves functionality. He looked at Lin Yi, his eyes brimming with unreserved admiration and deep expectation. By returning to foundational principles and concealing the edge within the core structure, the true mastery of technology is revealed. This insight, this wisdom of concealment, has profoundly inspired me and provided great benefit. Excellent. Truly excellent. This design possesses the potential to lead the next wave of technological paradigms. Dr. Kent's accolades, reaching the heights of technological philosophy, fell heavily within the studio, infusing the tech-laden space with a palpable weight of thought. Dr. Mo Yin nodded repeatedly, his large hand rubbing his chin fervently as he looked at Lin Yi with an even more fervent gaze, as if he had glimpsed the future treasure of the energy systems domain. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Zhao Wangshu's eyes as he wholeheartedly agreed with Dr. Kent's evaluation of the paradigm shift in thinking and the core paradigm. It succinctly encapsulated the profound impact he had felt. Yun Yanen, filled with admiration, found that Dr. Kent's insights on the unadorned yet potent sword and the essence of technology elevated her comprehension of the strategic significance of this design to an entirely new echelon. Chapter 119. Qualification for the Special Invitation Tournament. The hologram, though novel, still bore the imprint of data streams yet to undergo comprehensive physical testing. However, the ingenuity encapsulated within its algorithms and structural design, alongside the wisdom and transformative philosophy of technology, shone like a palpable light, illuminating the underground studio and moving the eminent figures present to admiration and even reverence. Lin stood before the workbench, bathed in the interwoven gazes of awe, appreciation, and anticipation, maintaining an air of calmness and humility. Yet, the slight tightening of her lips and the flicker of a brighter, more resolute flame in her eyes betrayed her inner tumult. She understood that the journey of technology was boundless, yet this time, she had discerned her own path, concealing her brilliance at its core, patiently awaiting a moment of upheaval. Outside the observation window, simulated golden photon leaves gracefully descended, gliding past the edge of the pane like a fleeting data stream, marking this extraordinary moment in time. Dr. Kent gently adjusted his glasses, casting a significant glance towards Dr. Mo Yin beside him. Dr. Mo Yin pondered briefly, a spark of understanding igniting within him, his initial excitement tempering into a more congenial expression, albeit one that appeared somewhat awkward on his typically fervent face. Yun Yanin, unable to contain her amusement, chuckled lightly, teasingly remarking, "Doctor, perhaps you shouldn't force such expressions. They seem rather unnatural." At her words, Zhao Wangshu's lips curled imperceptibly upward, and Lin Yi instinctively lowered her head to mask her smile. Dr. Kent couldn't help but smile, emitting a low, pleasant chuckle. Dr. Mo Yin, slightly disheartened, remarked to Dr. Kent, all right, I won't steal your thunder. You speak for yourself. Humph, all you do is watch me make a fool of myself." Suppressing his mirth, Dr. Kent turned to Lin Yi, his tone reverting to its usual gentle seriousness. "Engineer Lin, your concealed brilliance has taken shape. The core technological reserves before the competition have reached a critical breakthrough. Dr. Mo Yin and I have discussed it, and hope to jointly recommend you for this year's Galactic Singularity Competition Special Invitation Tournament. This segment places greater emphasis on the innovation and disruptive potential of core technologies, perhaps making it more suitable for showcasing your achievement than the main track. May I inquire about your interest?" Special Invitation Tournament. The term was echoed by several voices. Lin Yi's tone held a hint of exploration, while Zhao Wangshu and Yun Yanin's voices conveyed unmistakable approval and delight. The air within the studio still resonated with the exhilarating emotions stirred by the recent technological demonstration, the holographic projection not yet fully dissipated, with delicate energy streams gradually fading in the atmosphere. Outside the observation window, the simulated starlight, filtering through the high-intensity glass, transformed the floating dust particles into twinkling motes of light. Dr. Kent elegantly adjusted his classical optical glasses, his warm gaze settling on Lin Yi's face, which bore a faint blush from the recognition of her esteemed peers, yet she continued to strive for tranquility and focus, the admiration in his eyes growing ever more profound. He slowly began to speak, his voice warm and magnetic, imbued with a soothing power. "Engineer Lin's recent technical breakthroughs have been nothing short of ingenious, showcasing immense potential, thus indicating that your future in the realm of mecha core systems is boundless." However, he shifted his tone, his gaze sweeping over those present, lingering momentarily on Lin Yi. "Regarding this special invitation competition, I believe it is essential to elucidate the details to you, as it pertains to the technological image of both the Yuehua Group and the Federation at this summit." Chapter 120. Qualification for the Special Invitation Tournament. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yi widened her eyes slightly, revealing a blend of curiosity, interest, and anticipation. Even Dr. Mo Yin, who had been eagerly reflecting on the intricate details of the matrix, lifted his head and gruffly added, "Kent, don't just speak of the benefits. You must also inform Engineer Lin about the technical barriers and subtle competitions established by past participants in the invitation tournaments." Mentioning the invitation tournament, Mo Yan's tone unmistakably shifted to one of dissatisfaction and vigilance. Zhao Wangshu's gaze sharpened, while Yun Yanin regarded Dr. Kent with a serious expression. Dr. Kent nodded slightly and explained to Lin Yi, Engineer Lin may have focused primarily on the in-depth research of core technologies, thus not paying much attention to such pre-tournament activities. The Galactic Singularity Innovation Summit, while being a premier technological event in the galaxy, also features a highly anticipated forward-looking technology special invitation tournament before the summit officially commences. He accepted a steaming cup of synthetic coffee that Yun Yanin had conveniently offered and took a small sip before continuing in a narrative tone. Initially, it began as a gathering of young, outstanding engineers from neighboring star regions who shared overlapping technological domains, conducting informal technical demonstrations and exchanges during the summit. Sharing insights and research experiences in a friendly atmosphere focused on mutual inspiration. As more senior representatives from advanced star regions and top enterprises research institutions participated, the scale gradually expanded, prompting the summit organizing committee to formalize it into a fixed pre-tournament project, the Forward-Looking Technology Special Invitation Tournament. Dr. Kent's voice was steady and clear, imbued with historical depth. The tournament's aim was originally to foster friendships through innovation and promote technological advancement, prioritizing exchange and demonstration over competitive ranking. After all, the summit itself was the core agenda, and no one wished for excessive pre-competition to disrupt harmony or prematurely reveal their full capabilities, potentially affecting subsequent main events or possible collaborations. He paused, a hint of sentiment in his tone, yet he remarked that in recent years, as technological competition among star regions has intensified, the atmosphere of this invitation tournament has also become somewhat nuanced. Dr. Kent's gaze deepened. The emerging young talents from various star regions and top enterprises were not only showcasing their brilliance, but were also entangled in issues of regional honor, corporate prestige, and the authority to set future technological standards. Who would willingly concede in front of the galaxy's elite? Thus, those receiving invitations are now regarded as possessing the most disruptive potential within their respective fields, along with their core developers, often young engineers. This special invitation tournament has evolved into the first significant platform for all parties to discreetly flex their muscles and test each other's strengths before the summit. Lin Yi listened intently. Her previous focus had been predominantly on resolving technical challenges and addressing crises, leaving her little room to consider the intricacies and rivalries surrounding these pre-tournament details. To avert unnecessary conflicts arising from direct technical debates or demonstrations that may disrupt the overall dynamics of the summit, Dr. Kent further elaborated that the format of this invitational competition has been meticulously crafted, primarily focusing on technical solution assessments and adaptability challenges. He extended his elongated fingers, gesturing in the air, as he indicated that several virtual challenges would typically be established, simulating the exceedingly intricate technological scenarios one might encounter in genuine interstellar environments. These challenges are designed to evaluate the innovation, reliability, adaptability, and potential for solving real-world problems of the submitted technologies. The jury, composed of seasoned experts, will assess the proposals and test their performance within the simulated environment. Although this is not a face-to-face, arena-style confrontation, the technical rivalry and the competitive implications remain as intense as ever. Chapter 121. Qualification for the Special Invitation Tournament. Dr. Mo. Yin let out a cold snort, expressing disdain. They call it an assessment challenge, yet the design of those virtual scenarios is the crux. Typically, the participants from the previous summit's major award recipients have the authority to influence the setup, and each questioner tends to showcase their own technological advantages or impose subtle obstacles. The energy stability test under high-dimensional gravitational field scenario, designed by Kronos Industries for the last event, was riddled with cognitive traps based on their proprietary algorithms. Zhao Wangshu remained silent, yet his keen eyes revealed a profound understanding of the intricate, smoke-free technological confrontations that characterized past invitation tournaments. Dr. Kent nodded slightly, tacitly acknowledging Mo Yan's concerns. He then shifted his focus back to Lin Yi, a hint of encouragement gracing his smile. However, securing the qualification to participate in this special invitation tournament and showcase your technology also comes with a valuable privilege. Lin Yi's heart stirred as she attentively regarded Dr. Kent. All core members officially invited to participate in the special invitation tournament and complete their technological demonstrations would be granted prior to the summit's commencement, a singular opportunity to enhance their access privileges. They could enter the source generation corridor of the Federation's Genesis Echo Central Archive for a limited time of study. Dr. Kent's voice carried a weighty significance as he continued. Within that source generation corridor lies not only a plethora of classified technical manuscripts archived by the Federation and undisclosed cutting-edge experimental data, but also remnants of ancient civilizations' technologies. Furthermore, it encapsulates unique algorithmic thought models and groundbreaking insights left behind by generations of distinguished scientists and engineers. He paused, locking eyes with Lin Yi, articulating each word with deliberate care. Those fortunate enough, possessing sufficient insight, may have the chance to trigger and obtain a high-level data access key, or even decode a unique core technological code or theoretical framework. High-level data key, core technological code. These phrases struck Lin Yi's consciousness like a powerful energy pulse. Her previously tranquil gaze erupted in an uncontrollable, fervent brilliance in an instant. It was as dazzling as a supernova explosion, akin to the exhilaration of discovering a rare energy vein. It was a visceral yearning for the unknown and a profound excitement for elite knowledge, emanating from the very depths of her technological soul. The Genesis Echo Archive. The Source Generation Corridor. High-level data keys. Core technological codes. For an engineer enamored with technological exploration and eager to transcend existing frameworks, this was an unimaginable allure. How many undisclosed cutting-edge theories, revolutionary prototype designs, and perhaps even fragments of lost technologies from other interstellar civilizations lay hidden in the depths of the Federation's supreme sanctuary of knowledge? Securing access to even one critical code or theoretical insight, even if merely a fragmentary revelation, could propel her technological research to unprecedented heights. Lin Yi could even perceive the acceleration of her neural responses, as if the biosynthetic blood pump had heightened its output. Instinctively, she tightened her grip on the data tablet, her fingertips turning slightly pale as she barely suppressed the overwhelming excitement that threatened to materialize. She gazed at Dr. Kent, her eyes brimming with unmistakable longing, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Doctor, are you suggesting there is a chance to obtain access to the deep data? Even the core code? Chapter 122. Qualification for the Special Invitational Competition. Dr. Kent observed Lin Yi's reaction with keen interest, a deeper smile illuminating his eyes, filled with understanding and anticipation. Indeed, opportunities are rare and largely depend on the visitor's technical intuition, ability to connect knowledge, and a touch of luck. Yet, even in the absence of a key, the chance to personally enter the source corridor and experience the ripples of data left by the greatest minds is, in itself, an exceedingly precious technical baptism. Dr. Mo Yin, unusually in agreement, gazed at Lin Yi, whose unmasked thirst for knowledge shone through his eyes. A hint of approval crossed his rugged face. Lin, are you intrigued? That's precisely the spirit. A top engineer should possess such an insatiable curiosity for knowledge. That place still stirs my old heart with longing. They believed Lin Yi was captivated by this core technology, unaware that his true desire to return to his original dimension necessitated tracing back to the original coordinates, all of which were encapsulated within the source corridor. This was, in fact, the genuine purpose of Lin Yi's presence here. With the goal now within reach, Lin Yi silently resolved to seize the opportunity, no matter the cost. Zhao Wangshu observed the fervent fire of technology burning in Lin Yi's gaze, a flicker of understanding crossing his profound eyes. He was acutely aware of Lin Yi's relentless pursuit of the essence of technology. The opportunity presented by the source corridor held significance far beyond mere accolades for her. Dr. Mo Yin muttered, only Wangshu has had the good fortune to gain short-term access due to a collaborative project 2 years ago, but alas, the time was insufficient for a thorough exploration. Lin Yi, upon hearing this, displayed a hint of regret and reassured. If Chief Zhao has the opportunity this year, he will surely reap rewards. Moreover, many opportunities lie ahead. Zhao Wangshu refrained from elaborating, merely nodding slightly, his gaze calm as it rested on Lin Yi. I appreciate your kind words. Feeling somewhat embarrassed under Zhao's focused gaze, Lin Yi instinctively touched her smart wristband, diverting her attention. Just then, Yun Yanen's gentle and clear voice resonated. Engineer Lin, there is a point that requires clarification. The summit stipulates that engineers participating in the main track and special invitational competition are typically required to be under the standard interstellar age of 22 to encourage and unearth new talent. This means that for most, the window of opportunity to contribute significantly and gain such an invitation is fleeting, thus rendering it extraordinarily precious. You are currently within this golden period. Should you attain an invitation, be sure to seize this opportunity with all your might. Lenny took a deep breath. Striving to calm the tumultuous emotions and the subtle hum of her bionic system within, she straightened her back, her gaze sweeping across the others before finally settling on Dr. Kent and Dr. Mo Yen. Her voice rang with conviction. I understand. I will seriously consider the special invitational competition and dedicate myself wholeheartedly, not merely to showcase my abilities, but for the knowledge opportunities within the source corridor. The yearning for technology in her eyes had transformed into an unwavering determination. To grasp the cutting-edge knowledge and core codes that may be within her reach, she must earnestly regard the potential of this special invitational tournament. The profound archives of the Genesis resonance, the enigmatic corridors of the Source era, and the elusive yet irresistibly alluring advanced data access and core technology codes act as the most formidable gravitational forces, instantly illuminating Lin Yi's path with clear and enticing coordinates. They also infuse her forthcoming decisions with a fresh and immensely powerful impetus. Within the studio, the simulated starlight appears to shine even brighter, reflecting the resolute brilliance in her eyes. Chapter 123. Selection in the core area of the Moonlight Group headquarters. The office of Chairman Mo Hung does not resemble the dazzling technological command center one might envision. Instead, it is an exquisitely minimalist circular space, exuding a sense of spaciousness. The walls are constructed from solid, still black obsidian, a distinctive material adept at absorbing energy fluctuations and electromagnetic noise. Its surface is adorned with minute quantum light points, resembling a miniature starry sky encapsulated within, emanating a tranquil, ethereal blue glow that bathes the room in profound serenity. The air is suffused with the elegant scent produced by an advanced air purification system, mimicking the freshness of alpine cedar, along with a faint trace of ozone generated by a sophisticated environmental control unit. This sanctuary is insulated from the torrents of external data and cacophony, and time seems to flow here at a slower, more ponderous rhythm. At the center of this space stands a sleek, dark-hued alloy workstation, its surface smooth as glass, nearly devoid of any traditional interfaces. Behind it, Chairman Mo Hung sits in an ergonomically designed floating chair. His hair and beard are entirely silver, his visage gaunt, clad in a perfectly tailored, unadorned, deep gray uniform. He exudes an aura as dense as a distant nebula, his eyes, profound like a data abyss, slightly closed, as if processing an endless stream of information alongside the powerful AI operating in the background, or perhaps engaged in deep strategic contemplation. The tranquil silence is interrupted by the steady, uniquely resonant footsteps of two figures appearing at the energy light screen's division at the entrance. On the left stands Dr. Kent, his hair and beard also white, dressed in an exquisitely tailored vintage three-piece suit. He holds a data chip shimmering with ethereal blue luminescence, indicative of its high encryption level. He strides with composure, his demeanor consistently gentle, though his gaze is sharp and sagacious. To the right is Dr. Mo Yen, a robust figure clad in a functional engineer's coat. His brows are furrowed, eyes glinting with urgency and undeniable resolve, each step emanating a force akin to that of a mechanical transformation. Chairman, Dr. Kent halts approximately 1.5 meters from the alloy workstation, his voice gentle yet clear, penetrating the quietude of the room. Dr. Mo Yen follows suit, nodding briefly, his voice resonant. Elder brother. Chairman Mo Hung gradually opens his eyes. When they do, it is as if two deep space searchlights have been ignited, their calm yet profound gaze scanning over the two figures at the entrance, ultimately resting on the special data chip in Dr. Kent's hand. The still black obsidian in the room seems to ripple with subtle energy in response to this focused scrutiny. Dr. Kent, Dr. Mo Yen, Mo Hung's voice is low, imbued with a metallic timbre and absolute authority, resonating slightly in the expansive space. What matter necessitates your joint presence? He does not gesture, yet his floating chair subtly rotates to face them, signifying his attention. Dr. Kent exchanged a glance with Mo Yin, whose eyes reflected an even greater urgency. However, Dr. Kent raised his hand slightly, signaling his intention to take the lead in the report. He stepped forward and, as if presenting the highest secret, gently placed the encrypted data chip on the smooth alloy workbench. The surface, sensing the chip, immediately emitted a ripple of soft luminescence, locking it in place. Chapter 124. Selection. The stillness within the obsidian space seemed to ripple with subtle energy in response to a focused gaze. Dr. Kent's voice, low and imbued with a metallic quality and absolute authority, resonated softly in the vastness. What brings you both here together? Without a gesture, the hovering chair slightly turned to face them, indicating attentiveness. Dr. Kent exchanged a glance with Mo Yin, whose eyes brimmed with urgency, yet Dr. Kent subtly raised his hand, signaling his intent to lead the report. Stepping forward, he placed a secured data chip on the smooth alloy surface as if presenting a matter of utmost confidentiality. The surface, sensing the chip, immediately emanated a ripple of soft light, locking it in place. Chairman, Dr. Kent maintained a calm demeanor, though a hint of unmasked admiration seeped through. Dr. Mo Yin and I have come regarding a young engineer, Lin Yi, and her independently completed core design for the Mecha energy system, the nanoscale distributed energy buffering and release matrix. Lin Yi? Chairman Mo Hang's expression remained inscrutable, but his abyss-like eyes fixated intently on the chip. Is she not the engineer recently embroiled in a data leak scandal, undergoing internal scrutiny? Indeed. Dr. Mo Yin could no longer contain his excitement, interjecting with barely suppressed fervor. That girl not only emerged unscathed from that ordeal, but, against all odds, has devised something truly revolutionary. You must see this design immediately. His robust fingers hovered over the chip as if to activate it from afar. Chairman Mo Hang's gaze sharpened, lingering on Mo Yin's face for a moment, before the latter slightly tempered his outward emotion, though the urgency in his eyes remained undiminished. With a delicate sweep of his long, bony fingers across the alloy surface, a soft yet strikingly clear holographic projection unfurled above the chip. The intricate and precise energy matrix structure, dynamic simulated data streams, and microunit interaction models rotated like a celestial map before the three of them. The obsidian-esque glow adjusted automatically, providing an optimal backdrop for the projection. Chairman Mo Hang's attention was instantly captured by the holographic display. He did not speak immediately, nor did his breathing alter in rhythm. His gaze functioned like a high-speed scanning sensor, swiftly traversing the luminous paths representing energy flows, the points of light denoting nanounit clusters, and the pulse signals indicating algorithm control nodes. His focus was intense, as if he aimed to decipher the entire underlying logic of the system architecture in an instant, calculating its theoretical limits and assessing all potential applications and strategic values. Time quietly passed amidst the obsidian's deep blue glow and the flickering data streams of the holographic projection. The space was enveloped in a profound silence, broken only by the low hum of the environmental systems at work. Dr. Mo Yin anxiously fixated on the chairman's visage, his fists involuntarily clenching. In contrast, Dr. Kent wore a composed smile, his gaze oscillating between the projection and the chairman, exuding an unwavering confidence in the value of technology. Chairman Mo Hang's attention lingered longest on the core dynamic buffering algorithm module, optimized through quantum synergy and chaos theory, displayed in the projection. Chapter 125. Selection. On his seemingly expressionless face, the most subtle muscles twitched slightly. His gaze then swept over the sleek module representing the system's external interface, along with the accompanying energy efficiency data and application scenario analyses labeled with terms such as silent submarine, starfall, and threads of silk. Distributed matrix. Concealed edge within the core. Chairman Mo Hang's deep voice finally resonated, akin to a stone cast into the silent cosmos, shattering the stillness. He slowly lifted his head, his eyes no longer confined to the projection itself, but as if piercing through layers of the headquarters, glimpsing a broader interstellar market and the evolution of future warfare. A fleeting glimmer of clarity, imbued with deliberation and resolution, passed through his abyss-like eyes. This design, Chairman Mo Hang's voice carried a rare, technical prudence, its excellence lying not merely in theoretical innovation. It redefined the essential bottlenecks of energy systems, transformed extreme complexity into utmost reliability through engineering philosophy, and showcased its platform-level expansion potential. His bony fingers gestured in the air, calling forth deeper algorithmic logic diagrams. The movement imbued with an almost rigorous exactitude. Transformation. He slowly articulated the two words, directing his gaze towards Kent and Mo, indicating not only the evolution of the technical pathway, but also a metamorphosis in the mindset of the developers. In the face of crisis, the ability to focus on foundational research, to conceal one's brilliance and uphold simplicity, and to return to authenticity, unexpectedly touched upon more disruptive possibilities. Dr. Kent nodded with a smile, acknowledging the chairman's astonishing insight. Engineer Lin, with his resilient spirit and extraordinary intuition and dedication to the essence of technology, had matured and tempered his technical style through this ordeal. This matrix stood as the best testament to such growth. Dr. Mo Yan's face flushed with excitement, as if the high praise were directed at him. Brother, you are absolutely right. This girl is a treasure trove of technology. This design concept, this latent value, it rivals any key project I have ever led. She must be included. The special invitation competition precisely requires innovations that can truly astonish the audience and showcase the profound technological foundation of our Yuehua group. Chairman Mo Heng's gaze returned to the slowly rotating holographic projection, where the simplistic interface concealed immense energy and boundless possibilities, as if the cold numbers had acquired warmth. The rational analysis from Dr. Kent, the fervent recommendation from Mo Yan, and the significant technological breakthroughs and strategic value exhibited by the design acted as multiple weights, continually accumulating on the chairman's exquisitely precise strategic balance. At last, under the intense scrutiny of Kent and Mo Yan, a clear yet authoritative nod emerged from Chairman Mo Heng's lean face. Approved. These mere two words resonated like the highest command, carrying undeniable finality, instantly sealing the outcome. Dr. Mo Yan nearly swung his fist in exhilaration, only to be subtly restrained by Dr. Kent's glance. Dr. Kent slightly bowed to the chairman. Thank you for your support, Chairman. Chairman Mo Heng's finger gently tapped the alloy surface, causing the holographic projection and data chip to gradually sink into the table. Securely stored within, this design data is temporarily sealed by the Central Intelligence for evaluation. Both of you have made commendable recommendations. Lin Yi has been granted the qualification to participate in the Foresight Technology Special Invitation Competition. Chapter 126. The Abyssal Key. The chairman once again closed his eyes, seemingly submerging himself into the boundless ocean of data and strategic contemplation. Yet, the slight upward curve of his lips, almost imperceptible, betrayed a flicker of recognition and anticipation for this technology and its developers. Dr. Kent and Mo Yan exchanged a respectful farewell, their faces alight with restrained satisfaction and excitement. Quietly exiting the chairman's office, the meticulously crafted design data of the nanoscale distributed energy buffering and release matrix, a testament to Lin Yi's dedication and breakthroughs, was securely stored within the core database of the Moonlight Group, illuminated by the ethereal glow of stagnant obsidian, marking yet another pivotal leap in the trajectory of a young engineer's destiny. The following day, the 5-member representative list for the Moonlight Group's participation in the Galaxy Singularity Summit's Special Invitation Technology Competition was officially announced through internal networks and channels of the Federal Academy of Sciences. Zhao Wangshu, chief designer of the Moonlight Group, a beacon of brilliance representing the cutting-edge technical prowess and strategic acumen of the new generation. Yun Yanan, senior consultant dispatched from the Federal Academy of Sciences, symbolizing the official attention and support for frontier technologies, possessing exceptional technical appreciation and project management skills. Sima Yu, a young prodigy hailing from Titanium Wind Industries, renowned for precision drive systems and heavy mech frameworks, adept at the seamless integration of large, complex mechanical systems and miniature precision structures. Lin Yi, an independent engineer, jointly recommended by Dr. Mo Yan, Materials Energy, and Dr. Kent, Nanotechnology Repair, selected for his disruptive potential embodied in the nanoscale distributed energy buffering and release matrix design. Mo Hanjing, recommended by Dr. Kent and another esteemed elder of the Federal Academy of Sciences. Despite being under investigation, his technical abilities remain acknowledged. possessing a reserved demeanor and a solid foundation in theoretical principles, particularly noted for his unique insights into novel material synthesis and the stable control of high-energy particle flows. This list encapsulated the CR.Me de la CR.Me of the younger generation of engineers within the Moonlight Group and the Federal Collaboration System, heralding this special invitation competition as a paramount stage for showcasing cutting-edge technological potential. Upon team confirmation, the 5 individuals were granted temporary elevated access levels and guided into the legendary restricted area of the Central Archives of the Federal Genesis Resonance, known as the Source Corridor. As they traversed the colossal energy barrier requiring multiple biometric features and quantum key synchronization for verification, an extraordinary sensation enveloped them. The air temperature, humidity, and even atmospheric pressure here were meticulously maintained at optimal values. But more palpable was the unique ambience suffused with a lang of countless active data streams, the cooling operation of low-temperature fluids, and an indescribable information entropy steeped in the wisdom of myriad codes. The corridor was not a conventional hallway, but a vast, ever-transforming multidimensional data space. As far as the eye could see, walls composed of energy frameworks, perpetually self-adjusting and glowing with a ghostly blue luminescence, surrounded them, within which floated diverse storage units bound by high-intensity energy fields. These storage units are not conventional server arrays. Some resemble intricately rotating geometric crystals. Others evoke the slow pulsation of organic luminous cocoons, while some appear as a fluid mass of ever-changing liquid metal. Each exudes a distinctive rhythm of data fluctuations, akin to slumbering electronic relics, quietly suspended within their own energy confines. Chapter 127. The abyssal key above the corridor. There exists not a tangible ceiling, but rather an exquisite simulation of a profound and resplendent nebula. Countless tiny points of light flow within it like data packets, colliding and dissipating, casting a soft, ever-changing glow that illuminates the corridor and enhances the enigmatic energy patterns on the surfaces of the storage units. The atmosphere is remarkably serene, punctuated only by the deep hum of the energy field and the subtle vibrations transmitted through the luminous floor, as if each step were taken upon the neural nodes of an information universe. A solemnity and reverence, steeped in the allure of boundless knowledge, envelopes each individual. The 5 individuals arrived at the entrance interface platform of the corridor, where a guardian, clad in a seamless gray uniform, appeared in the holographic projection. His visage softened by gentle shadows, exuding an aura of tranquility akin to that of the abyssal AI. Before the guardian, a complex interface floated, continuously displaying a cascading binary waterfall. Source Generation Corridor, it announced, with access rights assigned randomly and data retrieval subjected to probability. The Guardian's voice, synthetic yet calm, resonated with absolute authority as he sequentially facilitated the neural interface connections, forbidding any attempts at data replication or prolonged delays. Each individual is granted a maximum access window of 2 standard hours. Visitors will randomly receive a disposable dynamic decryption key, the corresponding algorithm of which will determine the storage unit number they may attempt to access. The data fragments contained within these units may consist of incomplete codes, experimental logs, or advanced theoretical frameworks, reliant upon the visitor's analytical prowess and fortune. Upon successful decryption, regardless of the nature of the information obtained, the key will immediately become void, and a portion of the corresponding storage unit's data will be randomly overwritten to ensure uniqueness. Should one attempt brute force or utilize an illicit key, the highest level of defense systems will trigger, leading to the complete annihilation of the unit's data, and the perpetrator will suffer a neural feedback shock, permanently forfeiting their access rights. Such are the rules, clear and merciless. A random key, a singular chance for each individual, where success and failure hinge upon algorithms and luck. Following the order of the list, Zhao Wangshu stepped forward first. He interfaced his smart wristband with the platform, his expression tranquil as he accepted the brief connection of the neural interface. Moments later, a stream of exceedingly intricate, ever-shifting encrypted light codes flowed into his smart wristband. His countenance remained unchanged as he swiftly perused the key's summary, his profound gaze sweeping across the grand expanse of the corridor, before he proceeded toward a hexagonal crystalline storage unit that continuously shifted its position. He transmitted the key via his wristband, and the energy field on the unit's surface momentarily opened a breach, causing the data stream to flicker. After a brief interval, Zhao Wangshu severed the connection, and the local storage of his smart wristband now contained an encrypted data packet. It was later revealed to be a record of failed extreme environment tests for a nonlinear spacetime curvature engine, providing invaluable insights into its cognitive pathways and lessons learned. Despite not being a complete blueprint, upon Zhao Wangshu's withdrawal, the holographic image of the Guardian turned towards Yun Yanan, offering a slight nod. Yun Yanan followed closely behind, gracefully connecting the bracelet, which yielded a dynamic key pulsating with a stream of emerald green data. She approached the corresponding unit, a colossal organic light cocoon slowly rotating like a massive jade. Upon successful key verification, the surface of the cocoon transformed into transparency, revealing an immense yet clearly structured data tree within. However, all underlying codes and critical parameters remained in a non-downloadable read-only mode, signifying that she could only read, memorize, and comprehend the information in situ without the ability to extract any tangible data. Chapter 128. The Abyssal Key. She immediately calmed her mind, utilizing the formidable processing power of her wristband and her own memory to swiftly browse and comprehend the knowledge before her. It was a collection of experimental records and theoretical deductions regarding the profound integration of biological neural networks and mecha perception systems. Although it was not an immediately applicable technology, its foresight left her deeply awestruck, compelling her to absorb its essence within the limited time available. Next was Sima Yao, who drew a key corresponding to a liquid silver storage unit undergoing continuous metallic phase transitions. Similarly, the access mode was read-only. Within it resided a portion of the foundational algorithms and material structure parameters for an extreme physical protection technology known as phase-folding armor. This revelation opened the eyes of the engineer, proficient in structural design, as he immersed himself in the knowledge, racing against time to memorize and analyze it. The fourth turn fell to Lin Yi. She inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumultuous excitement and a hint of inevitable tension within her. She sensed that the connection between her neural interface and the wristband felt more sensitive than usual. Approaching the interface platform, Lin Yi docked her wristband. The platform emitted a gentle confirmation tone. The cold neural interface probe lightly touched her skin, and a faint stream of data surged in, engaging in a brief handshake protocol with her bioelectric signals. In the holographic interface before her, countless encrypted algorithm symbols erupted like a cosmic nebula, rapidly generating, colliding, and annihilating. An extraordinary sensation enveloped her, as if her consciousness itself had become part of a random number generator. Time perception warped. A mere few seconds of data exchange felt like an extensive data odyssey. At last, a sequence of key codes was generated, transmitted to her intelligent wristband. This series of keys was utterly distinct from the previous ones. It did not consist of flickering light codes or flowing data, but rather an extremely concise string of pure black code, seemingly imbued with infinite profundity, quietly suspended in the center of her wristband's display, absorbing all surrounding light. The key itself was stripped of extravagance, devoid of dazzling effects or intricate identifiers. It bore two identifiers, delta, etched in an ancient coding style, as if originating from the very foundations of primordial protocols. The appearance of this pure black key momentarily disrupted the otherwise static holographic image of the archival guardian, causing a barely perceptible fluctuation in its data stream. The blurred contours of its visage seemed to flicker with a trace of subtle astonishment. Lin Yi's heartbeat quickened abruptly. She cautiously confirmed the reception of this cool-to-the-touch key, as reported by the neural interface, as if grasping a weighty data key. An indescribable sense of informational pressure coursed through the connection, as though she had seized an ancient authority slumbering within the abyss of data. She steadied her mind, her gaze traversing the ever-shifting topology of the corridor space in search of her target. Her formidable spatial awareness swiftly pinpointed an objective within a relatively stable yet dimly lit area, marked within the framework of the Delta sector. There, the storage unit designated as floated silently. Suspended in that space was another object, entirely obsidian in hue, its material indiscernible, devoid of any energy patterns or optical identifiers, save for the fundamental designation of the storage unit. Chapter 129. The torrent of data and the core of dimensions. This unit, devoid of ostentation, exuded an air of, perhaps excessive stillness? It stood in stark contrast to the vibrant, energy-laden units surrounding it. Lin Yi grasped the ebony key tightly and advanced cautiously along the illuminated pathway towards the obsidian storage unit. The sound of her footsteps was absorbed by the soft ground. Yet her heartbeat reverberated in her ears, amplified by heightened auditory sensors and frayed nerves. She sensed the concerned inquiries from Yun Yanin and Sima Yu transmitted through encrypted channels, alongside the elusive gaze of Mo Hanjing, who had yet to establish a connection. At last, she arrived before the unit. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that the material of this dark storage unit was remarkably unique. Its surface was not perfectly smooth, but rather adorned with minuscule energy ripples reminiscent of cosmic microwave background radiation, as if it encapsulated the very fluctuations of the information cosmos. On the unit's facade, an invisible interface protocol awaited, perfectly aligned with the encryption algorithm of the ebony key. Lin Yi held her breath, feeling the neural interface warm under the strain of anticipated data. Through her smart bracelet, she gradually and precisely transmitted the cold data stream of the ebony key into the docking protocol. A faint beep, buzz, echoed, a subtle yet profound notification resonating deep within her consciousness, akin to the awakening of a dormant super AI's primary core thread. The ebony key was flawlessly validated, and access was granted instantaneously. Immediately, the minute energy ripples on the surface of the dark storage unit seemed to surge with vitality. Countless nanoscopic energy points igniting like a stellar sea, reconfiguring at high speed according to an intricately complex pattern that transcended the current technological capabilities of the Federation. Ultimately, all luminous points achieved synchronous resonance. A deeper hum resonated, seemingly emanating from the very depths of dimensions. Unlike other units, this one did not open data channels or display directories. Instead, it collapsed inward infinitely like a miniature black hole, its internal structure reorganizing and unfolding, forming a singularity at its core, projecting a dynamic singularity model composed purely of self-iterating information. This model was constituted of innumerable flowing data chains, emanating a ghostly blue luminescence. As Lin Yi's consciousness brushed against these data chains, she felt them twist, intertwine, separate, and reorganize as if they were living codes, creating ephemeral microcosmic models that occasionally resembled the topology of multidimensional spacetime, at other times visual manifestations of string theory, or equations depicting the transformation of pure energy and matter. Each transformation radiated a distinctly different, yet symbiotically sourced, almost axiomatic essence of knowledge. She sensed the core processor nearing overload, unable to resist the urge to abruptly sever some non-essential sensory inputs, concentrating all computational power on understanding and buffering. When she reopened her perception, her gaze, transmitted through sensors, was imbued with a clarity of data. A colossal, ancient torrent of pristine data, unfathomably pure, surged forth like the informational radiation unleashed by a supernova, instantaneously inundating Lin Yi's neural interface and consciousness. Ugh! Lin Yi could not suppress a muffled groan of agony, feeling as though his biological brain and implanted device were on the verge of being overwhelmed and shattered by this boundless deluge of information. Chapter 130. The deluge of data and the core of dimensions, an array of previously unseen mathematical frameworks, high-dimensional interpretations of physical constants, the underlying logic of energy matrices, the operational principles of dimensional folding, and even the application insights of some cosmic laws that can only be grasped intuitively, surged forth like the explosive birth of the universe, striking her cognitive boundaries with tremendous force. This was not mere data transmission. It was an indelible imprint of knowledge. It was a forceful infusion of a skill framework that approached the fundamental rules of the cosmos, delivered in its most primordial form of information. Lin Yi's complexion turned ashen, her body swaying slightly, yet her eyes ignited with an unprecedented brilliance, a manifestation of the extreme agony intertwined with profound exhilaration. She clenched her teeth, compelling herself to maintain the highest level of alertness, deploying all her mental acuity to capture, decipher, and comprehend each fleeting fragment within that torrent of data. She understood that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, ephemeral and elusive. She had to seize it, even if it meant grasping but a fraction of understanding. This process endured for approximately 10 seconds, yet Lin Yi felt as though she had traversed the cosmic cycle of birth and obliteration. As the radiance of the dynamic singularity model gradually receded, ultimately transforming into a final data stream that silently flowed back and encrypted itself deep within the Obsidian storage unit. The expanded unit structure, having fulfilled its mission, retracted and folded back to its original state. The black key automatically deactivated, and the data string vanished completely from the display of her wrist device, while the designation appeared to dim further, almost merging with the surrounding darkness. Lin Yi staggered a step, barely steadying herself by clutching a nearby stable energy framework. Her pallor was ghostly, fine beads of sweat beaded at her temples, yet her eyes, through the sensors observing the world, shone with astonishing brilliance, akin to the remnants of a supernova, ablaze with an insatiable curiosity and the flame of wisdom that would never extinguish. She felt the colossal torrent of information, so immense it threatened to tear apart her cognitive framework, along with the singularity model deeply etched into the very foundation of her consciousness, incessantly iterating upon itself. The synthesized voice of the archive guardian resonated at the right moment. Imbued with a barely perceptible tremor, the access window has concluded. The core data stream has been transmitted. Disconnecting, exiting the corridor. Lin Yi inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumultuous surge of psychic energy and dizziness, and offered a slight nod of acknowledgement to the holographic image of the guardian. She then, albeit with somewhat unsteady steps, resolutely severed the neural interface and exited the source corridor. Outside the interface platform, the waiting Yun Yanin and Sima Yu were taken aback by her pallid visage and the extraordinary brightness of her eyes, as conveyed through the optical sensors. Yun Yanin promptly dispatched a concerned inquiry via the encrypted channel. Engineer Lin, your vital signs indicate anomalies. Do you require medical assistance? Lin Yi reluctantly responded to the channel with a brief code, conveying a sense of unnecessity. Her voice, filtered through the synthesizer, bore a slightly hoarse quality. Cloud consultant, I am fine. Just, the neural interface is somewhat overloaded, requiring gradual relief. She could utter no more. The sheer magnitude and dimensions of the data torrent were overwhelming. She needed to engage in deep meditation and meticulous data sorting immediately. Ultimately, Mo Hanjian, who established the connection, acquired a standard encryption key and accessed a crystalline storage unit, which continuously emitted a steady orange glow. Chapter 131. The Deluge of Data and the Core of Dimensions houses a comprehensive theoretical framework and partial engineering implementation data concerning high-density plasma confinement fields. Although this advanced energy technology is exceedingly precious, it stands on a distinctly lower tier compared to the knowledge framework akin to the laws of proximity that Lin Yi has acquired. The news circulated quietly through the internal network. Lin Yi triggered and received a data stream of the utmost authority level within the source generation corridor, a pure black key. That unit. It is said that even the Guardian AI experienced fluctuations in data. The stellar canopy above. Her luck and potential are simply extraordinary. What precisely lies within that data stream? The fabled unified field theory? Or perhaps transdimensional technology? Admiration, astonishment, curiosity, and even a barely concealed jealousy spread like a virus among the personnel of the Moonlight Group and the Federal Academy of Sciences. However, at the epicenter of this public opinion storm, Lin Yi automatically shielded herself from all external information disturbances. She returned to her underground studio and promptly applied for the activation of an information isolation barrier with the highest authority. The status indicator outside turned red, signaling deep scientific research in progress and forbidding interruptions. Seated at the central workstation, she removed her smart wristband and placed it in a dedicated interface for data backup and buffering. With her eyes closed, she plunged into the deepest recesses of her consciousness, endeavoring to organize, analyze, and attempt to comprehend the supreme knowledge framework known as the Dimensional Folding and Energy Generation Protocol, which pertains to the very fabric of space-time and the laws of energy transformation. The furrows on her brow and the slightly turbulent energy field surrounding her manifested the immense cognitive challenge she faced at this moment, yet simultaneously illuminated her path to the higher echelons of the scientific sanctuary. This profound meditation and data analysis would undoubtedly transform her technical perspective and future trajectory once again. The vast starport platform at the Lagrange point resembled a silvery giant ring suspended amid the stars, quietly orbiting a gaseous giant planet. This was the main venue for the current Stellar Singularity Innovation Summit. The starport itself is a marvel of federal engineering, with its internal space meticulously planned and divided into various modules such as exhibition areas, competition zones, and discussion forums. At this moment, the broad main corridor leading to the core competition area was alive with shimmering lights and throngs of people. On either side of the corridor stood transparent nanoglass walls, beyond which lay the boundless starry sky and the slowly rotating giant planet, a magnificent sight that stirred the soul. Inside the corridor, holographic billboards flickered, showcasing previews of representative works from various participating groups and star domains, while the air was infused with the faint scent of ion propulsion agents. The distinctive aroma of new materials and an almost tangible electric field of fervent competition. Delegations from the various star domains of the Federation, engineers from major technology conglomerates, media journalists, and technology enthusiasts who secured qualifications through various channels crowded the viewing areas along both sides of the main corridor. The cacophony of various languages, exclamations, and the hum of machinery intertwine, creating a vibrant and tumultuous backdrop. All eyes are instinctively drawn to the large airtight door emblazoned with the emblem of the Moonlight Group, which slowly swings open at the end of the main corridor, heralding the imminent entrance of the host delegation. Chapter 132. Provocation. At this moment, the 5-member delegation from the Moonlight Group emerged from their designated preparation area, their steps resolute as they tread upon the polished metallic surface of the main corridor. Clad in a uniform of silvery white hues, tailored to perfection, they exuded an air of sophistication. The fabric, a high-grade synthetic fiber, possessed subtle energy conduction properties. Adorning the left side of their chests was the emblem of the Moonlight Group, while the shoulder bore the star insignia representing the Federation. Delicate indicator lights at the cuffs displayed the status of their equipment. This attire not only embodied a sense of advanced technology, but also highlighted their status as hosts and the competence of engineers. Leading the group was Zhao Wangshu, the chief designer of the Moonlight Group, his tall frame draped in a deep gray technical robe that added to his austere demeanor, exuding a calmness reminiscent of the vastness of space. His profound gaze surveyed the bustling corridor and the multitude of eyes upon them, including media drones, as if he were inspecting the meticulously calibrated instruments of his team, radiating an inherent tranquility and sense of control. Following closely was Yun Yanan, a special advisor from the Federation Academy, her silver-white uniform fitting her form impeccably, accentuating her elegant yet professional aura. Her long hair was neatly tied back, revealing a smooth forehead and discerning eyes. Her very presence resembled a precise technical document, exuding undeniable authority and the confidence of a gracious host. Sima Yu, hailing from Titanium Wind Industries, positioned himself slightly behind and to the left of Zhao Wangshu. The miniature gears and lightning emblems of his family crest reflected a cold light under the illumination. He possessed a robust physique and moved with measured strides, his expression betraying the confidence of a scion from a prestigious lineage and the pride of being a member of the Moonlight delegation, his sharp gaze assessing the equipment and insignias of other teams along the corridor. The recently emerging prodigy engineer, Lin Yi, walked slightly behind Yun Yanan, her uniform accentuating her focused demeanor. Her attention was not ensnared by the dazzling holographic advertisements or the elite crowd. Instead, she directed her gaze toward the various mecha prototypes, energy core models, and the intricately arranged competition simulation environments featuring complex multidimensional terrain sandboxes, energy calibration platforms shimmering with vibrant hues, and stress test frameworks requiring real-time structural optimization. Her eyes reflected an engineer's instinct for analysis and assessment, as if the surrounding commotion were mere background noise to be filtered. Bringing up the rear was Mo Huanjiang, known for his technical prowess, yet rendered more taciturn due to recent controversies. His uniform seemed to evoke a sense of solitary aloofness. With his head slightly bowed, his gaze appeared fixed on the blinking indicator lights of his teammates' uniforms, seemingly indifferent to the curious, scrutinizing, and questioning looks directed at them from either side of the corridor. Occasionally, his eyes would flicker towards certain shadowy corners or specific technical insignias, revealing an elusive depth. As they approached the final stretch of the main corridor, Ready to step onto the preparation platform of the core competition area, a group of figures abruptly obstructed the passageway, blocking their path with an air of discordant interference. This group of individuals possesses towering and robust physiques, clad in dark protective attire adorned with a rugged industrial aesthetic, embedded with heavy armor plating. Their exposed mechanical limbs and enhanced interfaces emit a stark, cold luminescence, exuding an aura of ferocity and aggression that stands in stark contrast to the surrounding refined technological elegance. Chapter 133. Provocation. At the forefront stood an imposing figure, nearly 2 meters tall, with nearly bald hair and subtle traces of implanted circuitry visible on his scalp. A scar, a remnant of an energy burn, marred his face, while his gaze resembled that of a savage creature breaching the confines of sophisticated machinery, brimming with provocation and disdain. This was Balzac Rake, the captain of the NOS Heavy Industries delegation. Behind him, his team members clutched their armored arms, their faces adorned with unabashed sneers, resembling a metallic wall radiating hostility. The so-called elites of the Moonlight Group have finally deemed it worthwhile to emerge from your comfortable preparation rooms. Balzac's voice, amplified through a speaker, resonated with a metallic edge, swiftly overpowering the surrounding clamor, drawing numerous glances and media attention. He intentionally emphasized the word elites with a tone steeped in sarcasm, his gaze sweeping over the 5 members of the Moonlight Group like a malfunctioning scanner, ultimately fixating on Zhao Wangshu and Lin Yi. Step aside. Zhao Wangshu halted, his voice neither loud nor soft, yet strikingly clear and cold, akin to superconductive liquid nitrogen, instantly lowering the ambient temperature. His deep gray technical robe remained immobile, and his profound eyes met Balzac's aggressive stare with a calmness devoid of joy or anger, embodying a tranquility reminiscent of absolute zero, as if analyzing a systemic error. Step aside. Balzac seemed to have received the most absurd of commands, erupting into a harsh, electrically charged laughter that provoked his team members to join in with their synthesized chuckles. He abruptly stepped forward, his heavy combat boots thudding against the metallic floor. Encroaching upon Zhao Wangshu's personal space, the potent aroma of oil and heated metal assaulting the senses. Zhao Wangshu, this is not your Moonlight Group's design laboratory. You wish to pass? His armored finger nearly poked into Zhao Wangshu's chest, challenging him. First, ask my Titan power armor if it permits such insolence. I hear you've smuggled a lucky one into your ranks. His gaze, like a high-energy beam, swung menacingly towards Lin Yi, malice coalescing into palpable form. A rookie, relying on some outdated data scavenged from who knows where, dares to masquerade as a genius before me? Ha! Is there no one left in the Moonlight Group? Must you rely on such dubious individuals to uphold your FAAD? At the entrance of the Creation Pillar Plaza, the main venue of the Stellar Federation's Galactic Singularity Grand Prix, a thunderous roar erupted, akin to an energy overload explosion. Samar Yi's face flushed with rage, veins bulging on his forehead. His right leg, encased in alloyed skeletal armor, surged forward with a force that seemed to make the ground tremble slightly. Clad in the Moonlight Group's signature light azure engineering mech, adorned with intricate family insignias on his shoulder plates, he, as the most distinguished mech engineer of the Samar lineage, the heir known as the Thunderous Hand, would not permit the brutish members of the Western Rome Mechanical Consortium to humiliate his esteemed comrades at the Moonlight Group's arena. The pride of the Moonlight Group in this competition was at stake. This is nothing short of a stain on the honor badges of all lunar engineers. Although Yun Yanin strives to maintain the composed demeanor of a special advisor to the Federal Academy of Sciences, her slender fingers, adorned with delicate sensory gloves, have tightly grasped the multifunctional access key that hangs from her waist, a precision module pulsating with streams of data. Chapter 134. The competition in her tranquil gaze. A chilling fury surged like a palpable energy wave. Tuoba Hong's crudeness and his disdainful insults towards Lin Yi ignited an unprecedented wrath within her, especially within the core arena dominated by the Moonlight Corporation. Lin Yi, however, merely tilted her head slightly, her serene eyes resting upon Tuoba Hong's face, distorted by a sneer. Adorned with reinforced metallic features, clad in a streamlined and efficient dark engineer's uniform, the latest model of a smart wristband silently flickered with complex streams of data. Her expression remained unperturbed, devoid of any sign of anger or fear, instead imbued with a pure, almost academic scrutiny. As if assessing a mech prototype riddled with significant structural flaws, excessive energy circuit noise, and subpar transmission efficiency. Her gaze then transcended Tuoba Hong's imposing figure, clad in rough, supplementary armor, to once again focus on the towering, cutting-edge competition mechs and testing platforms that awaited conquest at the center of the square. A glimmer of barely perceptible anticipation flickering across her brow. The derogatory remarks aimed at her seemed merely like inconsequential static in the communication channel, failing to provoke even a modicum of redundant computation in her core processor. Mo Hanjing maintained his demeanor of looking down, as though this confrontation was merely an extraneous thread of occurrence. His entire being was cloaked in a subdued gray technical robe, nearly merging with the shadows. Only when the word rubbish slipped from his lips did the data stream on his smart glasses momentarily falter beneath his lowered lashes, before settling back into a tranquil stillness, concealing all emotional fluctuations behind the icy lenses. Just as Sima Yi was on the verge of eruption, and Yun Yanin stifled her anger, Lin Yi's thoughts had already soared towards the mech array in the arena. In this moment of detachment, Zhao Wangshu made his move. He neither erupted nor retreated. Instead, he naturally shifted slightly to position himself directly in front of the agitated Sima Yi, whose energy core glimmered ominously. Dressed in a pale blue, high-ranking commander's mech attire, his lines were fluid and exuded a sense of power, contrasting sharply with Sima Yi's engineering mech style, yet equally underscoring the technological prowess of the Moonlight Corporation. Simultaneously, his voice, cool as jade and amplified through the built-in communicator, resonated once more, calm yet imbued with an extraordinary penetrating quality and the undeniable authority of the home ground representative, Captain Tuoba Hong. His tone remained steady, devoid of any trace of the fervor akin to an energy weapon charging, yet each word struck with the precision of a condensed beam, piercing through the audacious energy field of his opponent. The pillar of Creation Square, the central arena for the Interstellar Federation's Galactic Singularity Mech Design and Innovation Summit, was not a battleground for brute force. To yield space was a fundamental courtesy of hospitality. He paused slightly, and within his obsidian-like eyes, a glint of cold light flickered, akin to the terrifying force contained within the core of a superdense celestial body. As for who the Moonlight Group would dispatch to battle, what capabilities they might possess, his gaze slowly swept across Tuoba Hong and the ruggedly clad members of the Shirong Mechanical Coalition behind him, their battle-worn mechas adorned with scars of conflict, revealing an air of disdain. Ultimately, his focus settled on the face of Tuoba Hong, marred by energy burns and implantation interfaces, a faint smile gracing his lips, one that radiated immense technical confidence and an intangible sense of pressure. Chapter 135. The competition soon, the match shall commence, and the victor will be determined. At this moment, the barking is but a jest, an exercise in futility. Now make way. The final two words transform from a suggestion into a definitive command. An aura, belonging to this master and to the elite technologists and team leaders, emanates from him with a gravity akin to that of the immense starport upon which the pillar of creation stands. Though subtle and unassuming, it imposes an immediate and heavy pressure upon those like Tuoba Hong who stand in his path, as if the very air around them has been ensnared by an invisible force, rendering it slightly viscous. The intelligent wristband on his arm flickers with shifting lights, seemingly maintaining a delicate connection with the security and environmental control systems of the entire square. Tuoba Hong's malevolent grin falters, his muscles twitching to reveal the metallic structure beneath. He acutely senses the unfathomable strength emanating from Zhao Wangshu, reminiscent of a high-performance mech lying in silent readiness, along with the absolute confidence and disdain rooted in the advantages of home ground and technical prowess. The team members behind him instinctively suppress their smiles, the sounds of their mech joints growing quieter, their gazes now tinged with apprehension towards the unknown technological prowess. The atmosphere around them feels as if it has been vacuum-sealed and solidified. Nearby, representatives from various nations, observers from distant star domains, and the audience captured by holographic projections hold their breath, countless cameras converging upon the entrance to the core area of the competition. The young chief engineer of the Moonlight Group, renowned for his brilliance, stands with an unshakable composure, delivering an undeniable proclamation of technological strength. Under Zhao Wangshu's calm yet imposing gaze, Tuoba Hong's countenance shifts like a spilled jar of dye, fluctuating until it culminates in a reluctant, guttural growl, akin to an old engine, as he begrudgingly steps aside. His team members instinctively yield the path as well, their wall of brute strength and rough machinery ultimately crumbling before the steadfast presence of Zhao Wangshu, an embodiment of higher civilization and technological advancement. Zhao Wangshu no longer bestows them with even a fraction of his attention, as if the prior skirmish was nothing more than a speck of inconsequential data in a server's operation. He nods slightly to Yun Yanin, Lin Yi, Sima Yu, and Mo Han Jian behind him, and with measured grace, he steps forward, confidently entering the vibrant and futuristic core area of the Pillar of Creation Square. Clad in a moon-white mech suit, he stands tall amidst the roaring applause amplified by the sound system and the backdrop of drone performances, a beacon guiding the way. Following closely behind, Yun Yanin regains the composed demeanor of a federal advisor, her gaze upon Zhao Wangshu's back filled with approval and reassurance. As the key on her wrist glows faintly, seemingly establishing a secure connection with the central control system of the square, Sima Yu spat vehemently, the radiance of the energy core flickering slightly, as he strode forward with unbridled fury, the heavy boots of his engineering mech thudding against the polished alloy floor. Lin Yi maintained a steady gait, her gaze refocusing on the distant competition mechs, each uniquely designed, exuding a formidable aura of energy and technological elegance. Her intelligent wristband swiftly scanned and identified the targets ahead, as if everything that transpired moments ago was merely a trivial appetizer before the grand feast of the competition, failing to stir even the slightest ripple in her core algorithms. Chapter 136, Singularity of the Star Domain. Mo Han Jian walked at the rear, and as he passed by Tuoba Hong, his deep-set eyes, reminiscent of fathomless wells, briefly glanced at him through the lenses of his smart glasses. His expression was as indifferent as if he were assessing a worthless piece of interstellar debris. He then lowered his gaze and silently merged into the ranks of the Yuehua team, the hem of his gray robe sweeping the ground without a whisper. This left Tuoba Hong and the other members of the Western Rome Mechanical Coalition standing there with ashen faces, under the scrutiny of countless holographic gazes from the Yuehua group, some filled with disdain, others with mockery. The earlier arrogance had dissipated, leaving only the humiliation of public technical disgrace and an overwhelming sense of reluctance regarding the impending, undoubtedly arduous competition. The interstellar top-tier mecha technology exchange competition, held at the Pillar of Creation starport, had been steeped in tension from the very moment they set foot in the plaza. The invisible contest of skills had already commenced. The core competition area of the Pillar of Creation Plaza was not a traditional open-air square, but rather a grand space enveloped by a colossal transparent energy dome, resembling the interior of an interstellar dock. The dome simulated breathtaking nebulae, with occasional streams of virtual data streaking by like meteors. In the center of the plaza stood not a wooden platform, but a lectern suspended in midair, formed by holographic light and a force field. Upon this platform stood a row of figures, clad in the standard high-ranking bureaucratic uniforms of the Interstellar Federation. The deep blue fabric was interwoven with silver circuit-like patterns, and on their shoulders rested the emblem of the Starry Singularity Competition's judging committee, a holographic insignia ingeniously combining gears, star orbits, and DNA spirals. Most of these individuals were elderly men with graying hair and gaunt features, their gazes sharp as if calibrated like precise scanners. Among them were a few in their prime, their faces resolute and their demeanor composed. They were chief engineers or theoretical authorities from the Federation's leading universities, research institutions, and colossal enterprises such as Yuehua and Augustus. At the center stood a tall, imposing elder, exuding an air of authority without raising his voice, Dr. Hermann, the chief steward of this competition and a senior academician of the Federal Academy of Sciences. His eyes, akin to high-precision sensors, coldly scanned the audience below. A diverse assembly of young engineers and designers adorned in uniforms, mecha-assisted exoskeletons, and luminous smart wristbands emblazoned with various insignias, hailing from all corners of the Interstellar Federation and even friendly alien worlds. The once vibrant murmurs of hushed conversations, equipment self-checks, and the humming of energy flows that filled the plaza quickly dissipated the moment Dr. Hermann appeared, as if the arena had been infused with a command for universal silence. The clamor faded into an almost absolute stillness, leaving only the faint background noise of low-power equipment running. Everyone understood that the moment had arrived to determine their fates in this competition. Dr. Hermann did not employ any conventional amplification devices. However, his voice, processed through sonic enhancement technology and resonating with the precision of a finely tuned gravitational wave generator, reverberated steadily and clearly to every corner of the square. It even directly synchronized with the private channels of each participant's smart wristband. Silence. These two words, akin to a superconducting magnet locking into place, eradicated the last vestiges of auditory distraction. The luminaries of the Federation and various star realms gathered here to engage in the art of mecha design and innovation at the pinnacle of the galactic singularity, marking a grand event in the realm of interstellar technology. His opening remarks were succinct, adorned with official rhetoric, but then he abruptly shifted his tone, which became as cold and heavy as ultradense alloys. Yet, this competition is not a mere virtual simulation. This contest aims to select true elites capable of confronting extreme environments, resolving real-world crises, and executing seamless collaborative operations in cutting-edge mecha design and operation. Chapter 137. The Singularity of the Star Domain. He stepped forward in a simulated manner, as the podium displayed an array of luminous effects. His gaze, akin to a high-energy particle stream, swept across the myriad youthful faces below, some anxious, some confident, and others defiant, alongside the diverse, standby competition mechas that loomed behind them. The Galactic Singularity Grand Prix had entered its competitive phase, featuring 3 formidable challenge levels. Each level posed a highly realistic interstellar macro theme, simulating extreme crises one might encounter in the real world, thus rigorously testing your design, modification, operation, and teamwork skills in their entirety. Each level imposed an absolute and stringent time limit. Should the time elapse, his voice suddenly escalated, imbued with a chilling, undeniable authority reminiscent of an overloaded hyperspace engine. The system would automatically lock operational permissions, and the level would be instantly deemed a failure. All data uploads would cease. A hum reverberated through the air, akin to unstable isotopes being cast into plasma, as a wave of suppressed gasps and astonished whispers arose from the audience. The time overrun would trigger an irrevocable lockdown, devoid of any human intervention. This was far more severe and absolute than any rules they had anticipated. Ignoring the slight ripples of unease below, Dr. Hermann's voice continued to descend like a gravitational hammer. Each level possesses quantified objectives monitored in real time by the main control intelligence, Genesis Echo. Failure to achieve the predetermined target within the time limit. He paused once more, his gaze sharp as an ionic cutting tool, instantly determining the level of failure. Following each level, a stringent evaluation based on multidimensional data would be conducted by the review committee. Those whose evaluation scores did not meet the fundamental threshold would similarly face the chilling pronouncement of failure. During operations, any permanent structural damage to the mechas due to design flaws or erroneous commands, destruction of core components, or energy surges jeopardizing oneself or others. His voice bore a frigid resonance, as if emanating from the depths of a vacuum, declaring not only an immediate failure, but also triggering safety protocols, potentially leading to subsequent scrutiny and accountability from the competition committee. Materials and energy are the flesh and soul of your mechas. The allocation of advanced nanosynthetic materials and energy battery modules is strictly regulated. Any unreasonable waste from improper utilization or failure to meet objectives despite resource depletion would result in a pronouncement akin to a death knell, echoing in the hearts of all, declaring instant failure. Lastly, and of utmost importance, Dr. Hermann's gaze became exceptionally piercing, as if he could penetrate the mecha's shell to gaze into the very souls within the cockpit. This is a contest of teams, united as 5, sharing both glory and disgrace. The allocation of combat network bandwidth, efficiency of data sharing, and synchronization of tactical coordination would all be incorporated into the evaluation system. Should any individual act independently, leading to chaotic communication and diminished collaborative efficiency, resulting in an overall subpar performance rating. His voice resounded like the final gavel of judgment. The entire team would be deemed to have failed the level. A succession of cold, precise failure criteria, forged by intellect and rules, struck the very depths of each participant's consciousness like a barrage of dense magnetic projectiles. The square descended into a profound silence, as even the servos of the mechs seemed to enter a state of hushed stillness. Many teams, once brimming with confidence, now displayed an unprecedented gravity on their members' faces, tinged with a hint of trepidation. Chapter 138. The singularity of the star domain. This rule is akin to traversing the surface of a neutron star. Any minute error could lead to irreparable consequences. Dr. Hermann's gaze, akin to an all-encompassing scanning radar, swept across the assembly, capturing the reactions of all present without a flicker of emotion on his face. He resembled an AI judge executing absolute logic, continuing to declare, "Today, the first challenge of the competition." With a sweeping gesture of his arm, the massive holographic screen behind the audience erupted into life, showcasing a magnificent, yet terrifying interstellar spectacle. Simultaneously, each team's intelligent wristband and the built-in displays of their mechs received detailed task briefings and data packets in perfect synchrony. Annihilation of Stardust, addressing the crisis of energy dispersion from a rogue stellar core. The imagery depicted a minuscule yet extremely dense fragment of a rogue stellar core, precariously emitting lethal energy radiation and high-energy particle streams, resembling a malignant tumor in the cosmos. Every starfield it traversed faced imminent destruction, with simulated fragile space stations and environmental structures in dire need of protection visible in the background. "Your mission, Doctor." Hermann's voice resonated like the frigid hum of cosmic background radiation, "is not to destroy it, for that would precipitate a far greater calamity. Instead, you must design and modify your universal competition mechs on-site, equipping them with a temporary energy diversion and stabilization anchor system. Within the allotted time, you are to methodically guide the energy dissipating from the stellar core fragment to a safe area for dispersal, while initially stabilizing its core reaction, transforming it from an uncontrollable disaster into a temporarily manageable energy source. Scoring will be based on energy diversion efficiency, core stability, resource utilization, operational accuracy, and team collaboration coefficient. Now, the countdown begins. A colossal holographic numeral materialized above the screen. The cold digits began to pulse. In an instant, all competing teams sprang into action, racing towards their designated preparation platforms, where a standard base model competition mech awaited them. The air was immediately filled with the roar of engines igniting, the hum of rapidly forming nanofactories, and the urgent, efficient exchanges of tactical communication. The true test had commenced. The core competition zone of the Pillar of Creation was not a static sand table, but rather several circular holographic simulation fields, each separated by independent energy barriers, each spanning hundreds of meters in diameter. Within each simulation field, astoundingly realistic interstellar disaster scenarios were projected, representing the challenge environment of the first round. Within the simulation field occupied by the Moonlight Group's representative team, the scene was heart-stopping. A fragment of a rogue stellar core, small in size yet immense in density, hovered at the center, simulating its state as though it had just been ejected from a dying star. It rolled violently and erratically, its surface marred by grotesque fissures, from which lethal gamma-ray bursts, high-energy particle flows, and searing plasma erupted wildly, resembling an uncontrollable heart of energy within the cosmos. These frenzied energies battered the meticulously crafted models of fragile space stations and interstellar colony ships set at the edges of the simulation field, casting them in a flickering light, their alarms echoing mournfully in the silent vacuum. How to tame this cosmic wild stallion and transform calamity into energy presents a formidable challenge for all teams. This is precisely the first hurdle of the competition, Annihilation Stardust, responding to the crisis of wandering stellar core energy dissipation. Chapter 139. Stellar core conduit. As they beheld the terrifying simulated spectacle, every team wore a grave expression, save for the 5 members of the Chiron Mechanical Consortium, whose faces betrayed an almost frenzied grin. The scene, brimming with power and a sense of destruction, evidently aligned perfectly with their aesthetic and expectations. The voice of Chief Steward Dr. Hermann resonated coldly through the enhanced sound system, reverberating across every simulation arena, while the mission details were simultaneously relayed to the smart wristbands and the built-in displays of each team's mechas. Phase 1. Annihilation Starlight. Time limit, 180 minutes. Standard star domain time. Energy and materials are limited. The objective is clear. Construct a temporary energy conduit and stabilization system to orderly direct the dissipating energy to a safe zone, thereby preliminarily stabilizing the stellar core reaction. Failure to meet the energy conduit and stabilization threshold within the time limit will result in structural overload and destruction, depletion of resources, and team coordination efficiency falling below the baseline, all deemed failures. Commence. Zhao Wangshu observed as Mo Hanjing comprehended the task and began to execute it, allowing him to relax. He directed his mecha towards Lin Yi, preparing to coordinate the final overarching deployment. Within the competition arena, the 5 mechas of the Moonlight team operated like components of a finely tuned instrument, efficiently and harmoniously working in stark contrast to the brute force of the Shirong team. The invisible contest of technology unfolded intensely amidst the roaring energy. Yun Yanen's data oracle mecha danced like an elegant swallow, tracing precise trajectories along the edge of the simulation arena. She continuously updated the team network with real-time critical data, such as the latest energy flow vectors and crack expansion rates. Attention, the energy jet intensity of Equatorial Rift number 2 has increased by 15%. Vector deviation corrected by 0.3 degrees. Recommends synchronizing adjustments to the deflection angles of fish mouth array units number 3 and number 7. Received, Zhao Wangshu replied steadily, as the arms of the Star Wisdom Mecha gracefully traced the air. Its powerful processor instantaneously completed the calculations, and commands were precisely issued through the data chain. The swarm of nanobots responsible for constructing the fish mouth array promptly responded, as if guided by an unseen hand, beginning to fine-tune the orientation and curvature of the massive energy reception surface to optimally capture the raging energy. Samai's Thunder Barrier stood resolutely at the entrance of the designated safe passage, serving not only to construct the physical conduit framework, but also continuously scanning the recently deployed buffer ring with the mecha's field detectors. There are slight fluctuations in the magnetic field frequency of buffer zone B, stability rating B. Recommend injecting an additional 5% of energy for calibration. His rugged voice resonated through the channel, imbued with undeniable professionalism. Permission granted, energy injection in progress. Mo Hanjing's cold voice echoed almost simultaneously, as his silent worker bee mecha emitted a delicate energy beam, striking precisely at the superconducting coil interface of the target buffer ring. The fluctuations subsided instantly, with the stability rating soaring to A. His actions were devoid of any superfluity, exhibiting an astonishing precision in energy manipulation, as though he himself were a high-precision regulator. Lin Yi's hidden firmly occupies the central hub, as her gaze swiftly oscillates between the comprehensive situational map and the status panels of various subsystems. On the shared holographic interface, the data torrent representing energy flow gradually transitions from a chaotic crimson hue to a more orderly and chromatically segmented steady stream. Chapter 140. Stellar Core Diversion. The pressure release array at the Aquarius mouth has been prepped to 80%, reported Mo Hanjing, simultaneously transmitting a complex set of structural stress data to Lin Yi and Zhao Wangshu's interface. The coupling strength of the core matrix units met expectations. However, predictions indicated that under full load operation, the interface could endure an additional 7% of stress. He recommended the incorporation of nanoscale active support structures. Approved. Allocate 3% of the backup nanoclusters and implement the reinforcement plan, prioritizing the connections of the matrix units. Lin Yi commanded resolutely, her fingers dancing across the virtual keyboard as she uploaded a refined energy distribution algorithm package to the network. This was a pressure release logic fine-tuned based on real-time data, to be integrated into each array unit in preparation for final synchronization. Algorithm received, verifying. Verification complete, commencing import, confirmed Zhao Wangshu. Multiple slender data probes extended from the back of his mecha, engaging in high-speed data exchange with the internal control system of the venue. As seconds slipped away, the countdown mercilessly flashed on the holographic screen. Disturbing news echoed from other competition zones. Alert! Damping net overload. Unit 3 has melted down. No, the mirror array has collapsed. Energy batteries depleted. We are finished. Retreat. Activate safety protocols. Gasps and cries of despair could be faintly heard beyond the public channel or soundproof barriers. Teams continued to exit the venue, defeated by fundamental errors in their plans, mismanagement of resources, structural chain collapses, or simply running out of time, leaving behind a chaotic scene of rampant energy. Fragments of the stellar core grew increasingly agitated, and the space station model lay in ruins. However, within the simulation arena of the Moonlight Group, although the atmosphere was as tense as a taut bowstring, order prevailed. The 5 mechas operated with precision, data flowing efficiently between them like a harmonious symphony. The distributed adaptive diversion network was visibly transforming from blueprint to reality. The massive fish-mouth array had taken shape, resembling the gaping maw of a colossal interstellar beast, voracious yet orderly in its consumption of lethal energy torrents, initiating preliminary diversion. The dynamic buffering ring continued its operation, emitting a low, stabilizing hum that smoothed the violent pulses. The most intricate pressure release array at the Aquarius mouth gradually revealed its final form under Mo Hanjing's masterful manipulation, with complex matrix units glowing with an ethereal blue light, awaiting activation. Surrounding the entire system, the indomitable damping force field network, under Zhao Wangshu's macro control and Sima Yu's strength verification, had formed an invisible yet remarkably resilient protective dome. As the countdown entered its final 10 minutes, Lin Yi took a deep breath and commanded through the channel. All subsystems, conduct final self-checks. Prepare to initiate the preliminary stabilization protocol for the stellar core. Fish-mouth array self-check complete, status green. Buffer ring network self-check complete, status green. Pressure release array self-check complete, status green. The damping force field network self-check has been completed, and the status is green. The energy lines are unobstructed, and the nanoclusters stand ready. A series of succinct confirmations resonated. Initiate. Lin Yi's voice was clear and resolute. In an instant, brilliance erupted, and within the flowing light and shadow, the entire lunar simulation field seemed to come to life. Chapter 141. Star Core Diversion. The fish-mouth array shone brilliantly, efficiently capturing energy. The magnetic field strength of the buffer ring surged dramatically, smoothly directing the refined energy flow towards the pressure release array. The matrix units of the urn mouth pressure release array illuminated layer by layer, resembling twinkling stars, transforming the energy torrent capable of annihilating starships into a gentle, controllable stream of energy that flowed gracefully into the simulated power grid, while excess energy was steadily directed through predetermined channels to dissipate into the void. Simultaneously, the outer damping field network rippled gently, securely warding off the inevitable energy dissipation and shockwaves, leaving the internal simulated space station model unscathed, even as the alarm lights gradually extinguished. Most astonishingly, the once tumultuous and violently erupting star core fragment at the center of the venue now seemed to be caressed by an invisible giant hand, its rolling motion visibly reduced. Though the energy streams erupting from the surface cracks remained powerful, they had lost their chaotic restlessness, becoming markedly more orderly. A deep, stable hum began to replace the previous piercing, urgent shriek. They had succeeded. Not only had they diverted the energy and protected the target, but they had also preliminarily stabilized the source of the disaster. Time had reached its final second. Time's up. Dr. Herman's voice rang through the global broadcast, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Several expert reviewers and the central control intellect scanning beams focused almost simultaneously on the simulated arena of the Moonlight Group. Data cascaded across their display terminals like a waterfall. A deathly silence enveloped the square for a moment, as everyone held their breath in anticipation of the outcome. Finally, Dr. Herman raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the 5 mechas of the Moonlight team, and declared in a resounding voice that resonated through every corner via the amplification system. The Moonlight Group representative team. First challenge: annihilation of Stardust, successfully responding to the energy dissipation crisis of the wandering star core. Overall score: S rank. Lin Yi felt the stable data stream flowing through the communication channel and the faint gravitational disturbance brought by Zhao Wangshu's Star Radiance mecha as it approached. A reassuring sense of trust in technology washing over her. She did not turn back. Her gaze remained fixed on the real-time spectral graph of the main energy jet. Her voice calm as it resonated in the encrypted channel. It is unrealistic to directly confront the primary energy jet. Their peak intensity is sufficient to vaporize our diversion materials instantaneously. However, We can utilize the predetermined gravitational anchor points at the edge of the simulated field, combining all our remaining high-conductivity materials and nanoclusters to construct a non-contact distributed energy buffering and damping field network around the primary jet path. Most nodes of this network will rely on fixed gravitational anchor points, while the mobile nodes we construct will utilize a combination of superconducting coil matrices and intelligent buffering units, deeply embedded within the nanobot clusters for real-time morphological adjustments. Our aim is not to fully absorb the energy, but to ensure the safety of the core area of the simulated space station during the most violent energy bursts. Simultaneously, the network itself possesses scalability, reserving upgrade interfaces for potential future surges in energy intensity. This contingency plan reflects her profound understanding of dynamic system control. Lin Yi's proposal seamlessly integrates the transcendent philosophy of guidance across time and space, the essence of modern control theory, and her cutting-edge concept of a nanoscale distributed energy buffering and release matrix, instantly sketching a grand blueprint on the data interface of team members that transforms chaos into order and calamity into a treasury. Chapter 142. Silence of the Star Core. Zhao Wangshu's lips curled slightly as the core of the Mech's processor flickered with brilliance, swiftly deciphering the grand architecture and intricate details of the plan. He immediately deployed orders through the command channel, urging all personnel to accelerate and execute Engineer Lin's proposal. I shall take the lead in constructing the peripheral damping force field network, while also overseeing the meticulous adjustment of the gravitational field and the calibration of node positioning, ensuring that the angles of the fish mouth array, the resonance frequency of the buffer ring, and the response curves of the pressure release array are executed with unwavering precision. Consultant Yun, ensure that environmental scanning and data monitoring reach the highest degree of accuracy. Sima, conduct a secondary verification of the strength and stability of all deployed guiding structures and force field nodes, ensuring adherence to design redundancy standards. Engineer Mo, you are responsible for the optimization of the scheduling of the nanobot swarm and the redundant fortification of critical energy interfaces. Engineer Lin, coordinate the overall operation, particularly the final integration and activation of the pressure release array. In this final stage, we must collaboratively control the force field generators to achieve ultimate synchronization of the network. With the task allocation complete, the Yuehua team operated like a finely tuned mechanism, working efficiently. Yun Yanen's data profit mech transformed into a high-precision mobile sensing station, its detectors fully engaged, eyes sharp as it continuously transmitted real-time environmental data streams and structural stress readings to the shared network, directing minute adjustments to the deflection angles of the fish mouth receiving array, fine-tuning the magnetic frequency of the buffer ring, and dynamically calibrating the thresholds of the pressure release array. Her presence ensured a precise correspondence between the macro design and micro reality. Zhao Wangshu's Starshine Wisdom Mech resembled a tireless sculptor of gravitational fields, its arms extending into force field generators and intricate tools, guiding the nanobot swarm to construct high-conductivity materials, superconducting coils, and buffer matrix units around the designated gravitational anchor points to form an invisible force field network enveloping the star core fragments. His control was steady, with each force field node's energy level and frequency meticulously adjusted, the nanoconnective structures dense and flawless. Mo Hanjing's silent worker mech operated as an imperceptible logistics and reinforcement hub, silently traversing between the material platforms and various critical nodes. He consistently optimized the path of the nanobot swarm, delivering necessary materials precisely to urgent locations. And at crucial energy convergence points, such as the focal point of the fish mouth array, the superconducting junction of the buffer ring, and the core unit of the pressure release matrix, he employed his incredible micromanipulative skills for additional structural reinforcement and energy pathway optimization, executing actions with precision and efficiency that far surpassed basic design metrics. Lin Yi's hidden edge mech functioned as the neural center of the entire network, its sensors keenly scanning the global energy and data flows. She rapidly marked key parameters on the shared holographic modeling interface, guiding the microscopic angles of the internal flow plates of the fish mouth array to optimize energy capture efficiency, adjusting the magnetic field overlay patterns of the buffer ring to maximize energy smoothing effects. while personally monitoring the initialization and intermodular testing of each submodule of the pressure release array. She occasionally issues pause commands, indicating areas where the density of the nanostructure accumulation is insufficient and requires reinforcement, or where an energy interface necessitates the addition of a feedback suppressor, demonstrating an almost stringent attention to detail. In the final phase, Zhao Wangshu, Mo Hanjing, and Sima Yu operate their 3 mechas in unison, precisely maneuvering the 2 prototype miniature force field generators as if they were guiding invisible colossal hands. During the construction of the large damping force field nodes and the ultimate positioning of the pressure relief array, their collaborative control is exquisitely refined, applying the formidable force field with remarkable accuracy to the designated coordinates, significantly enhancing both deployment efficiency and stability. Chapter 143. The silence of the stellar core. Time ebbed away, and the countdown of 180 minutes had surpassed its midpoint. From the other simulation arenas, the air was rife with the cacophony of energy overload explosions, the rending sounds of structural collapse, and the disheartened gasps of despair. Quick! The damping net has overloaded and fused. The energy batteries are depleted. Damn it! The particle stream has breached the reflector. We're losing control. Time. There is no time left. Teams continued to exit the competition, their departures marked by miscalculations, such as forced restraints leading to a violent backlash, resource exhaustion, system failures, and ultimately, the clock running out. Their simulation arenas lay in disarray, the stellar core growing increasingly unstable, and the space station models severely damaged. In stark contrast, the simulation arena of the Moonlight Group resembled a finely tuned instrument performing a silent symphony, progressing toward perfection amidst a tense yet orderly atmosphere. As the countdown approached its end, a miracle unfolded within the Moonlight Group's simulation arena, a colossal fishmouth energy reception array akin to the tentacles of an interstellar behemoth, skillfully captured and initially mitigated the violent energy flows, directing them through pre-established safe channels. Along the path of energy flow, dynamic buffering rings operated continuously, generating a magnetic field of specific frequencies to effectively moderate the energy peaks, reducing their intensity and segregating harmful particle components. At the terminus of each diversion channel, multi-layered energy deceleration and pressure release arrays functioned as efficient cosmic substations, smoothly transforming the pulsing energy flows into controllable, stable outputs that gently fed into the simulation power grid, with excess energy safely dissipated into the void. Surrounding the entire system, a distributed damping force field composed of force field nodes and a nanonetwork operated silently, emanating a formidable stability that steadfastly shielded the core zone of the space station, warding off the most lethal energy explosion aftershocks. Time's up, Doctor. Hermann's voice resonated through the global broadcast. A panel of experts from the Federal Academy of Sciences and top-tier laboratories, equipped with various high-energy scanning devices and data analyzers, approached with grave expressions, ready to meticulously evaluate each team's outcomes. The Central Control Intelligence, Genesis Echo, simultaneously conducted millisecond-level data verifications. As the review panel arrived before the Moonlight Group's simulation arena, their attention was immediately captivated by the exquisite and efficiently functioning distributed adaptive flow network system. They diligently assessed the energy diversion efficiency, core stability, resource utilization rate, energy output steadiness, and force field network strength. Energy diversion efficiency, 92%, far exceeding the expected threshold. The intensity of stellar core fragment reactions decreased by 35%, approaching preliminary stability. Resource utilization rate, 98%, nearly no waste. Pressure release array output volatility, below 0.5%, exceptionally stable. Damping force field network strength, uniformly up to standard with ample redundancy. Simulation space station area, energy radiation levels reduced to below safety standards. All models intact. The reviewers exchanged glances of astonishment and admiration. Ultimately, Dr. Hermann announced in a resounding voice, amplified throughout the venue, the Moonlight Group representative team, in the first challenge, Annihilation of Starlight, successfully addressed the crisis of rogue stellar core energy dissipation. Overall score, S rank. Chapter 144. The silence of the star core. A profound stillness enveloped the pillar of creation square for but a fleeting moment. before erupting into an overwhelming cacophony of cheers and the resonant hum of energy surging forth. The emblem of the Moonlight Corporation radiated brilliantly in the holographic projection. On the observation platform, Dr. Mo Yin was nearly on the verge of crushing the armrest in his excitement. Excellent. Remarkable work. Although Dr. Qin's countenance remained grave due to concerns regarding his disciple, a flicker of pure admiration for the exquisite technology shone through his eyes. The corners of Yun Yanen's lips curved into a bright and proud smile. Ultimately, only 5 teams managed to navigate through this exceedingly rigorous first challenge. The simulated arena of the Western Rome Mechanical Consortium lay in utter disarray, their hastily deployed damping nets and mirrors suffering multiple overloads and melting down. The Star Core, subjected to their violent interference, became increasingly agitated, while the exterior of the simulated space station was scorched beyond recognition by the energy storm. Tuoba Hong's face turned ashen. After nearly destructively overloading all energy cells and sacrificing much of the structural integrity, they had barely managed to redirect the main energy jet at a slight angle, averting the immediate annihilation of the space station, yet the overall situation remained perilously unstable. Following a comprehensive evaluation, the jury reluctantly assigned a C grade, barely passing mark. Tuoba Hong's eyes blazed with fury as he cast a fierce glare towards the Moonlight team. Lin Yi, witnessing this, merely raised an eyebrow. His attention seemingly returned to the data analysis interface within his mech, as if regarding his opponent as not worthy of equal consideration. Meanwhile, Zhao Wangshu was engaged in a rapid post-competition data review with Yun Yanen, entirely oblivious to the hostile gaze directed at them. This scene was captured by Mo Hanjing's sensors, where a faint, elusive glimmer flickered in the depths of his profound eyes. Amidst his teammates, Lin Yi's gaze remained fixed upon the energy core within the simulation, which was gradually stabilizing alongside the unscathed model of the space station. The surrounding cheers thundered in his ears, yet his expression bore little excitement. Merely a subtle sigh of relief. A calculating light flickered in his eyes, as though he were swiftly iterating and optimizing every parameter of the recent experiment in his mind. He placed great significance on the results of this trial, for it bore implications for the advancement and success of the entire project. Zhao Wangshu's mech arm gently tapped against Yinfeng's shoulder guard. This seemingly simple gesture was, in fact, a data exchange. Through this means, they could swiftly share their insights and thoughts, further refining their strategy. Sima Yu excitedly swung his mech's heavy fist, overwhelmed with exhilaration at the success of the experiment. This outcome not only validated their team's prowess, but also provided invaluable experience for future research endeavors. Yun Yanen wore a contented smile. She had always harbored confidence in this project, and witnessing its success filled her with immense joy. Meanwhile, the typically silent Mo Hanjing gazed intently at the stabilizing pressure relief array. A complex light flickered in the depths of his eyes, a blend of admiration, curiosity, and an indescribable weight of seriousness. For him, this outcome could signify even greater challenges and responsibilities ahead. Victory in the first battle. Yuehua Group, with its dazzling intellect, visionary design, and seamless collaboration, has emerged victorious in the initial round of the energy diversion competition. However, this marks merely the inception of the Stellar Singularity contest. The challenges that lie ahead will undoubtedly be more formidable and unpredictable. Chapter 145. The Matrix Core. The 5 members of the Yuehua Group operated in seamless harmony, akin to a meticulously coded swarm of nanobots, under the comprehensive orchestration of Zhao Wangshu and the algorithmic planning of Mo Hanjing. At last, in the fleeting moment before the countdown reached its finality, Sima Yi, with the precise assistance of Yun Yanen and Lin Yi, utilized the physical key obtained from the maintenance passage, coupled with the dynamic password calculated in real time by Mo Hanjing. He successfully disabled the last and most intricate quantum chaotic encryption lock on the main data core, with a crisp electronic chime resonating through the air, akin to celestial music. The layers of energy barriers guarding the main data core dissipated like phantoms deprived of power. The heavy composite armor shell, under the breathless gaze of the onlookers, silently slid apart to reveal a passkey radiating a gentle white energy aura, hovering gracefully above the core base and slowly rotating, with streams of data flowing like a river of stars. "We got it," Sima Yi exclaimed. a low roar filled with exhilaration and profound mental fatigue as he maneuvered the mech arm to grasp the energy key with precision. Just as his mech's fingertips were about to touch the luminous aura of the key, time was called. Dr. Hermann's cold and merciless pronouncement reverberated throughout the square like a supernova explosion. The tension among the crowd reached its zenith in an instant. Sima Ye's mech was abruptly frozen in midair, and cold sweat beaded at his temples within the cockpit. The colossal countdown displayed in holographic form. At the very moment it reached its conclusion, transformed completely to zero, emanating a blinding red light. Was time up? Dr. Hermann and the judging panel appeared before the encrypted matrix of the Yuehua group as if they had teleported. Their gazes, akin to streams of high-energy particles, fixated upon Sima Ye's mech arm hovering above the key, while they briefly surveyed the glaring countdown that had reached its end. An eerie silence enveloped the square, interrupted only by the faint hissing of residual energy. Zhao Wangshu, Yun Yanin, Lin Yi, and Mo Hanjing, all eyes were tightly fixed on Dr. Hermann, as even the mech servo systems seemed to have entered a state of hushed anticipation. Slowly, Dr. Hermann raised his hand, pointing to the quietly suspended energy key. His voice remained cold, yet the detector captured a minuscule fluctuation in his tone. The key has been fully unlocked, and the core protection deactivation procedure was completed within the deadline. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the tense and expectant faces within the cockpits of the 5 mechs of the Yuehua group, before finally announcing, the Yuehua group representative team. Second stage, Encryption Core Matrix, Collaborative Decryption and Physical Access Challenge successfully completed. Overall rating, S-Class. Boom. The entire Genesis Pillar Square erupted with a fervor surpassing that of the first stage, the cheers and energy resonating with an electrifying intensity. The emblem of the Yuehua group shone brilliantly in the holographic projection, akin to a supernova's explosion. On the observation platform, Dr. Mo Yin stood up in excitement, nearly toppling the instruments on the table. Although Dr. Kent's expression remained intricate, a glimmer of admiration for the flawless execution of technology flickered in his eyes. Yun Yinnan's lips curved into a bright and proud smile. It was at this moment that Sima Yu felt a sense of relief. As he deftly maneuvered the mech arm to securely enclose the warm energy key, placing it into a designated isolation container. The mech's exterior bore the scorched marks of energy docking, yet the communication channel resonated with his breathless voice, infused with a profound sense of accomplishment. Chapter 146. The core of the Matrix. Yun Yanin and Lin Yi exchanged smiles through their virtual avatars, their eyes reflecting the joy of successful collaboration and the fatigue that follows intense concentration. Zhao Wangshu's taut nerves finally relaxed as he sent a simple affirmative signal to Mo Hanjing via the data link. Although Mo remained silent, the external monitoring of his mech indicated a slight fluctuation in his vital signs, suggesting that his previously clenched hands on the controls had gradually loosened. The judging panel began to meticulously assess the achievements of each team and announce the final results. Ultimately, only 4 teams succeeded in overcoming the second challenge. And among those who completed both the first and second challenges, only the Yuehua group and the ominous Xiong Mechanical Alliance remained, whose expressions were as dark as a black hole, seemingly ready to engulf the surrounding light. Despite Xiong barely passing the second challenge, their journey was fraught with turmoil. They triggered the Matrix's defensive electric shocks and force field repulsions multiple times, leaving their mechs marred with distinct scorch marks and dents, finishing just within the time limit with a mere B rating. Tuoba Hong fixed his gaze on the radiant energy key in Sima Yi's mech, then glanced at the key in his own team member's mech, which had been forcefully extracted, its energy unstable and even bearing faint cracks. His eyes filled with resentment and bitterness, akin to a ferocious beast trapped in an energy cage. After being suppressed by the Yuehua group's absolute technical and collaborative superiority in both challenges, especially given the display of their intricate understanding of the system and team synergy, he felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation and rage. The 5 mechs of the Yuehua group gradually converged, forming a temporary defensive formation as they briefly engaged in data exchange and system self-checks. Zhao Wangshu's gaze swept across the virtual images of his teammates, exhausted yet shimmering with excitement, finally resting on the area cloaked in energy barriers at the center of the square, where the details of the third challenge remained undisclosed. He solemnly declared, "All personnel, initiate rapid system maintenance and energy replenishment. The true final test is about to commence." Lin gripped the control stick tightly, his eyes ablaze with calm determination. Yun Yanin and Sima Yi also subdued their smiles, their expressions growing serious as they began to inspect their mech's conditions. Mo Hanjing silently mobilized the nanorepair bots, checking and optimizing every interface and tool module of the silent worker bees, preparing for the ultimate showdown. With 2 challenges completed and their prowess tested, the ultimate confrontation that would determine the glory of the stellar singularity competition was set to unfold in the most mysterious and arduous 3rd challenge, the construction of the interstellar rainbow bridge. Before them loomed a vast, twisting rift in the void, resembling a scar across the cosmos, intermittently releasing torrents of violent, unknown energy, emitting a disquieting shriek that seemed to proclaim the peril of its existence. Surrounding the venue, simulated energy storm devices continuously generated chaotic gravitational fluctuations and particle streams, rendering the space highly unstable and imposing significant interference and pressure on their operations. Prior to this moment, only 4 teams had successfully navigated the arduous trials of the initial 2 stages, earning their place in the ultimate confrontation of the 3rd stage. The members of these teams stood upon the designated preparatory platform, their backs to a limited array of nano-construction units, energy conduits, and structural reinforcement components. A palpable tension enveloped each face, reminiscent of a warship poised to plunge into the uncharted territories of an adversary. Chapter 147. The Void Architecture. The pronouncement of Chief Steward Dr. Herman reverberated through the amplification system, akin to the clarion call of a final confrontation. Final directive. Void Architecture. The construction of the interstellar rainbow bridge is to commence. Time limit: 120 minutes in standard star domain time. Objective: to establish a stable passage across the void rift, capable of bearing the simulated energy flow load and withstanding the onslaught of energy storms. All other regulations remain unchanged. Begin. With a piercing hum of energy signaling the commencement of the ultimate challenge, nearly instantaneously, the majority of teams, including the one led by Tuoba Hong of the Shirong Mechanical Consortium, instinctively adopted the most conventional strategy, attempting to create a series of energy nodes as support for a traditional force field beam bridge. Quick! Move faster! Tuoba Hong bellowed over the communication channel, his voice distorted with excitement. Deploy a stable anchor point at fixed intervals within the rift, then swiftly connect the force field generators to lay down the bridge surface. Use maximum power. The structure must be robust. His team piloted their engineering mechas like raging behemoths, charging toward the edge of the rift. They maneuvered the mecha arms, aiming the stabilizing anchor's launcher at the unfathomable depths of the chaotic void, initiating the forced deployment. However, the situation proved far from straightforward. As they attempted to position the stabilizing anchors within the void, they discovered that the simulated hyperspace backdrop was exceedingly unstable. Regardless of how they adjusted the parameters, the anchors either failed to maintain stability at their designated points or were visibly eroded and displaced by the chaotic energy flows, rendering the entire construction process exceptionally arduous and energy-consuming. Time trickled away, and the energy readings of the mechas plummeted, yet their efforts seemed to yield scant results. Each attempt fell short of the desired outcome, and a sense of anxiety permeated the team channel. On the side of the Yuehua group, the initial conventional thinking was swiftly being validated. Sima Yu gazed at the abyssal rift, which devoured light, and furrowed his brow, given the depth and turbulence. Directly constructing anchor points is too energy-intensive and inefficient. Perhaps we should try the hyperspace cable stage structure? Establish high-intensity force field towers on both sides and deploy traction beams to suspend the main bridge surface, thus reducing the need for intermediary nodes. He hastily sketched a diagram on the holographic interface of his mecha. Yun Yanin immediately piloted the data prophet to conduct a scan. The effective span exceeds 300 star codes. To accommodate the navigational requirements of the simulated starship below, the height and strength of the force field towers will increase exponentially. The energy conduction efficiency and structural strength of the existing materials are unlikely to support such towering structures that must endure immense tensile forces, making them prone to force field collapse under simulated storm conditions. Her concerns were promptly substantiated by the data. Mo Hanjing swiftly invoked models for calculations and coldly added, "The material's ultimate tensile strength and energy load capacity fall short of half the anticipated structural requirements for the towers. This scheme carries a high risk and is unfeasible. Then let us pursue the gravitational suspension structure." Sima Yu immediately shifted to a new approach, utilizing high-strength composite energy conduits for the main cable, which would span the fissures, allowing the force field tower to primarily bear the pressure, resulting in superior load distribution. The expansive space beneath the bridge ensures unobstructed navigation. This appears to be a more viable solution. Chapter 148. The Void Architecture. Lin Yi swiftly delineated the preliminary energy flow model of the gravitational suspension bridge within the shared database. Mo Hanjian immediately immersed himself in calculations. The natural sag of the main cable under simulated gravity, the optimal height of the force field towers, the immense tensile forces the anchorage structures on both banks would need to withstand, the self-weight of the bridge deck, and the anticipated loads. The data stream before him refreshed like a cascading waterfall, and his brow furrowed deeper with each passing moment. "How?" Zhao Wanshu inquired in a low voice, his stellar intellect concurrently engaging in multi-threaded simulations. "The issue lies in the anchorages." Mo Hanjian pointed to the critical points on both sides of the energy model. To endure the colossal tensile forces transmitted by the main cable, the anchorages must be an extraordinarily large and deeply embedded foundation, integrated with energy buffering and structural stability. This would consume over 65% of our allocated materials. The remaining resources are insufficient to construct a force field tower robust enough to meet the load-bearing requirements of the bridge deck. Furthermore, geological simulations reveal that the subspace carrying capacity of the two banks is limited. Such immense anchorages could trigger energy seepage or structural subsidence. The ultimate outcome, navigation beneath the bridge, would be possible, yet the structural integrity, stability, and interference resistance of the bridge itself would be severely lacking, inevitably leading to failure during energy storm testing. Constrained by the harsh conditions of material limitations, time pressure, navigation requirements, and extreme environmental simulations, conventional architectural schemes seem to have reached a dead end. Time raced mercilessly forward, the countdown relentless, yet progress remained nearly imperceptible. Other teams faced similar, if not worse, predicaments. Anxiety and frustration permeated the public communication channels. Amidst this suffocating dilemma, Lin Yi's gaze did not linger on the terrifying void fissure, but instead pierced through the haze of technology. The insights of ancient wisdom, the essence of modern mega-engineering, the mechanical beauty of various bridge forms, and the cutting-edge technologies of stargates and spatial stabilization. Particularly, the notion of harnessing the inherent characteristics of the environment, rather than solely opposing it, struck her like a flash of inspiration cutting through the darkness. Why must we solely rely on our own structural resilience? Why not guide and utilize the existing spatial characteristics? Lin Yi's voice, tinged with suppressed excitement, shattered the team's silence. The void fissure posed an obstacle, yet its relatively stable periphery might also serve as a foundation. We can segment and integrate, employing differentiated architectures. She abruptly invoked the high-performance modeling unit of the hidden blade mecha, hastily opening a new page within the shared database, her words flowing with the rapidity of a volley of beads. In the central segment, where energy was most chaotic and navigation requirements were paramount, a streamlined gravitational suspension design could be employed. However, rather than contending with the turbulence, a few key nodes could be dynamically adjusted based on predictions, providing core traversal capabilities and maximizing the clearance beneath the bridge. But our superconducting energy cable materials may be insufficient for such a span. Mo Hanjian, usually reticent, notably raised a technical concern. Thus, my solution is to integrate the concept of spatial folding stability. A spark of innovation gleamed in Lin Yi's eyes as he proposed that, in regions where the energy between the two shores remains relatively stable, instead of constructing traditional massive anchors, one should erect multiple small, deeply embedded energy damping piles. These piles, much like a comb, would untangle and absorb energy, collectively sharing the tensile forces. This approach not only conserves materials compared to a singular, colossal anchor, but also exerts less pressure on the geological strata. Chapter 149. The Void Rainbow Bridge Proposal. She paused momentarily, her fingers deftly marking several critical areas on the nearly completed model. on either side of the fissure. Where the water flow is most vigorous, yet the energy turbulence is relatively lower, we could prefabricate a large hollow composite caisson structure. By employing field control technology, we could precisely sink it to the predetermined depth, serving as both the foundation for the force field tower and the supporting point for the bridge deck transition. The structure's own weight, coupled with its internal energy buffering design, would provide immense stability, and its hollow interior would theoretically not impede the flow of water and energy, potentially even facilitating its diversion. A few individuals focused intently on the shared data interface, examining the energy flow spectrum and the simulated hyperspace terrain data. In the regions near the banks, where relative stability prevails, if we forsake a completely suspended energy bridge in favor of an embedded subspace stabilization conduit, we could utilize field effect generation technology along with high-strength composite materials to prefabricate modular pipe sections. These could then be accurately deployed and anchored in the relatively calm energy zones near the void fissure, secured to a reinforced pseudo-vacuum bed treated by a swarm of nanorobots. The conduit would be enveloped in an energy-damping layer, simulating and integrating with the background spacetime curvature. This stabilization conduit would not only serve as the passage itself, but also function as a distributed foundation anchoring the gravitational forces of both banks. It would disperse the immense tensile forces transmitted from the main cable through its unique field effect structure, distributing them over a broader area into a more stable subspace foundation. This fundamentally resolves the critical issue faced by traditional suspension designs, which rely on a single massive anchor. The central suspension bridge deck, along with the exits of the stabilization conduits on either bank, would connect through a special multi-degree of freedom energy hinge transition segment. This design would permit slight space-time distortions and energy fluctuations to produce deformations, thereby avoiding stress concentration. The stabilization conduit itself would possess a degree of field-adaptive flexibility, capable of absorbing minor vibrations originating from the void background. The central suspension bridge deck would feature an energy transmission mesh design, significantly reducing its own weight while optimizing its fluid dynamics performance against energy storms. The structural integrity of the stabilization conduit, embedded within relatively stable subspace layers, would suffer greatly diminished direct impacts from energy storms. Material distribution estimates suggest that approximately 40 of resources would be consumed by the stabilization conduit structure, 50 by the suspension system, and 10 by the connecting transition structure. Engineer MO, please calculate the feasibility promptly. Zhao Wangshu's voice resonated through the encrypted channel, steady and swift. Lin Yi's proposal exploded in the tactical consciousness of the group like a supernova. The audacious combination of the gravitational suspension's unparalleled span with the low interference, high stability advantages of the subspace stabilization conduit was not only a bold departure from convention, but also precisely addressed all critical evaluation points. Mo Hanjing's eyes sparkled with unprecedented computational brilliance within the cockpit. He almost immediately accessed the highest computational authority, as Lin Yi elaborated, launching into a whirlwind of data simulation, assessing the structural field strength of the stabilization conduit, simulating void pressure, determining subspace foundation load requirements, analyzing tensile force dissipation within the field, and distributing stress across multi-degree of freedom hinge points. Feasible. After a span of mere seconds, Mo Hanjing resolutely articulated 2 words, his voice imbued with a rare electronic tremor resulting from rapid computations. The material allocation scheme resides within the optimal solution range. The subspace foundational pressure field strength remains entirely within the safety threshold. The overall structural stability and resistance to interference coefficient significantly surpass those of a singular suspension cable or conduit scheme. The clearance beneath the bridge consistently meets the navigational requirements for the simulated starship. Time is exceedingly tight, with a margin for error below 3%. However, if all processes achieve seamless, nanometer-level integration, it may be feasible to attempt. Chapter 150. The Void Rainbow Bridge planned in an instant. He synchronized a meticulous list detailing every action of the nanobot clusters and the usage of each energy battery module to the entire team interface. Execute. Zhao Wangshu hesitated not for a moment. His eyes burned with unwavering trust in his teammates' capabilities and a resolute determination to proceed without retreat. Immediately, He adjusted the final assignments based on this unprecedented composite space-time rainbow bridge structure. Engineer MO, you are in charge of all nano-construction units and material scheduling, as well as the prefabrication of the stabilization conduit modules. Precisely control the material input, supervise the generation and reinforcement of the conduit field effect shell, and oversee the nanobot enhancement processing of the subspace base beds on both sides along with the final precise positioning of the conduits. Received. Mo Hanjing's voice returned to its icy demeanor, yet his efficiency was remarkable. His silent worker B-Mech swiftly established multiple data links with the nanocenter on the logistics platform. Zhao Wangshu did not pause, turning to Sima Yi. Sima, your strength and control are crucial. Please take charge of the streamlined force field generation towers on both sides, the laying of the main energy cables, and the initial tensioning. Additionally, manage the field control traction and deployment of the stabilization conduit prefabrication modules. Understood. Leave it to me. Sima Yi replied in a low voice, the engine of the thunder barrier rumbling with anticipation for energy output. When Yun Yanan felt Zhao Wangshu's gaze shift towards her, she proactively signaled her readiness in the channel, her virtual image gleaming with excitement. Zhao Wangshu's lips curled into a slight smile, his tone steady and clear. Advisor Yun, you will be responsible for high-precision global scanning and measurement, real-time monitoring of the environmental energy fields, safety alerts, and command.
Focus on monitoring the temporal and spatial coordinate precision and posture stability during the syncing deployment of the stabilization conduits,
as well as the spatial vector coordinates of the suspension system. You will also determine and issue temporary pause commands during energy storm simulations. Yun Yanan's virtual image displayed a confident smile as she nodded briskly. Her data Oracle Mech sensor array was fully activated. Finally, only Lin Yi and Zhao Wangshu remained, their gazes meeting through the mech's viewport or virtual interface, as if they had exchanged 1,000 unspoken words. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with focus and a hint of thrill at the challenge ahead. She proactively interfaced. The plan was proposed by me, and I request to serve as the Chief Technical Director. I will oversee the structural field generation of the stabilization conduits, optimize the energy grid of the suspension bridge deck, and most critically, guide the design and construction of the multi-degree of freedom energy hinge transition segment connecting the conduits and the suspension bridge. I will ensure that the two structurally distinct principles merge flawlessly, allowing for a smooth and unobstructed flow of energy. Listening to her articulate and rapid explanation of her responsibilities, Zhao Wangshu felt a surge of indescribable admiration and reassurance. He maneuvered his mech closer to Lin Yi's hidden edge, sending a comforting and encouraging data packet through a secure close-range channel. You need not bear all the pressure alone. I will be by your side, coordinating the overall process and addressing any unforeseen disturbances. I shall also be responsible for stabilizing the energy field within the conduit once it is finally locked, as well as for the installation and comprehensive calibration of the ultimate tensioning device of the suspension system. Zhao Wangshu pondered for a moment, his profound gaze seemingly capable of penetrating the exoskeleton of the mech, offering unwavering support. Lin Yi, pursue it wholeheartedly. If this bridge is to be realized, the glory shall belong to each and every one of us, and I will stand by your side. Should the path ahead lead to an abyss, I shall share all consequences with you. Where the path converges, despite the difficulties, we shall proceed. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yi smiled, the monitoring device on the mech's head slightly adjusting at an angle, a hint of mischief in his voice as he retorted, are you suggesting that there is energy in synchrony, yet no resonance in energy? Chapter 151. The radiance of the Star Bridge as the Yuehua Group fervently implemented its groundbreaking composite framework plan. The team led by Tuoba Hong from the Shirong Mechanical Consortium found itself engulfed in utter chaos and despair. Their continuous energy nodes struggled to be deployed amidst the highly unstable backdrop of hyperspace, resulting in immense energy expenditure with little to show for it. With time slipping away, they had barely managed to establish two highly volatile and precarious support nodes, with the prospect of traversing the void rift still far from reality. Frustration surged within Tuoba Hong, his mech engine roaring in agitation as he observed the Yuehua Group proceeding with the stabilization of conduit modules and precise positioning. A wave of intense jealousy and a mad thought surged through his mind. They must not succeed. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he bellowed into a secure channel to a trusted subordinate. Seize the opportunity and accidentally release a high-energy pulse with your mech, targeting the energy grid prefabricated bundles stacked in their reserve area. Disguise it as an energy overload malfunction. The subordinate understood the directive, maneuvering the mech to feign a high-load energy transfer. Suddenly, the mech's arm trembled violently, and a distorted high-energy pulse veered off course, striking the neatly stacked energy bundles at the edge of the Yuehua work area instead. A deafening explosion of energy overload erupted. Nearly one-third of the prefabricated energy bundles were scorched to a dull glow, their intricate energy circuits instantly severed and rendered ineffective. Shirong scum! How dare they resort to treachery? Sima Yu's fury ignited as he witnessed the chaos from the force field generation tower, his roar reverberating through the public channel. Yun Yanen's complexion drained of color. Lin Yi's heart sank heavily. Those energy bundles had been meticulously calculated and calibrated. There was absolutely insufficient time to remake and recalibrate them. Zhao Wangshu's gaze turned as frigid as absolute zero, yet he stifled his raging fury, questioning sharply in the team channel. Engineer MO. Damage assessment. Contingency plan. Mo Hanjing appeared like a specter piloting a silent worker bee at the site of destruction, scanning beams rapidly sweeping the area. His processor operating at peak capacity. 37 standard gamma-type 7 energy bundles are destroyed. Backup stock, 0. His words flowed as swiftly as data streams. Contingency plan. Activate backup Omega-type 3 short-range bundles and Sigma-type energy stabilizers. Construct localized redundant reinforced energy grids in the damaged area. An additional consumption of 45 Omega bundles and 20 Sigma stabilizers is required. Strategic reserves are sufficient. Calculating intensity and energy flux meets minimum requirements. Time. At least 120 seconds must be seized. Engineer Lin. Confirm structural feasibility. Zhao Wangshu turned to Lin Yi. The plan is feasible. Immediately revise the energy flow diagram. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi's hands became a blur over the control interface of the hidden edge, swiftly modifying the energy distribution model of the central suspension bridge. Execute. Zhao Wangshu's voice was resolute and unquestionable. Engineer Lin, you are responsible for technical guidance. Engineer MO is responsible for material scheduling and precise replacements. The cloud consultant recalibrates spatial coordinates and energy flow parameters. Sima, prepare to lay down the new reinforced conduits. Everyone, execute extreme operations. In the face of adversity, the Yuehua team exhibits astonishing resilience and collaborative efficiency. Chapter 152. The glory of the Star Bridge. Lin Yi's modifications to the blueprint were executed with lightning speed, with the optimized plan even yielding a slight enhancement in localized efficiency. Mo Hanjian's logistical coordination and the operation of the nanobots were executed with surgical precision, as new materials were instantaneously delivered to their designated locations. Yun Yanen's recalibration was impeccably accurate, ensuring a seamless integration of the old and new structures. Sima Yu resembled a ferocious war deity, piloting the thunder barrier amidst the energy tempest and the undulating structural platform, laying down new, sturdier energy conduits with astonishing speed and precision, connecting them to the main energy circuit. Zhao Wangshu functioned as the pinnacle of command, orchestrating the urgent remediation and advancement of the principal project, ensuring that every component meshed flawlessly. Each individual's mental and physical capacities were pushed to their limits, and the mecha's performance was maximized to its fullest potential. As the final enhanced energy conduit was precisely embedded into its slot under Sima Yu's control, it emitted a stable energy hum. The last segment of the stabilization conduit module, under Yun Yanen's meticulous navigation and field control, was firmly anchored to the designated subspace base, with Mo Hanjian executing the final field effect locking and energy sealing. Under Zhao Wangshu's direct supervision, the multi-degree of freedom energy hinge transition section between the central suspension bridge deck and the stabilization conduit outlet completed its final phase synchronization calibration. As Zhao Wangshu maneuvered the mecha to adjust the preset distributed tensioners to optimal parameters and secured the safety valves, the moment arrived. The voice of Dr. Hermann coincided with the jarring beep of the holographic countdown reaching 0. Within the tumultuous energy storm simulation, an unprecedented composite spacetime rainbow bridge stood proudly across the void fissure. The review panel piloted specialized evaluation mechas to encircle the structure. In the central area of greatest energy turbulence, the gravitational suspension bridge appeared as a dazzling arc of energy. With the energy-transmitting grid deck undulating gently amidst the storm, deftly directing the rampant energy flows to either side, while the space beneath the bridge remained unobstructed, fully accommodating navigation requirements. Near the more stable regions on either bank, the embedded stabilization conduit structure within the shallow layers of subspace was faintly discernible, its exterior energy-damping layer causing it to nearly blend into the background, reminiscent of a slumbering celestial behemoth, unwaveringly solid, exuding stable field effect fluctuations. Between the suspension bridge and the stabilization conduit, the multi-degree of freedom energy hinge transition section elegantly connected the two, perfectly alleviating deformation and stress between the differing structures. The experts of the review panel gasped discreetly, their internal data links exchanging feelings of astonishment. Dr. Hermann remained composed as he issued the command. Commence the final acceptance testing. The first step of the load testing began, simulating the energy signals of a heavy transport vessel being gradually applied to the bridge deck. The energy grid of the bridge deck exhibited the expected sagging curvature, yet all data remained within safe thresholds, the structure proving remarkably stable. As the load signal simulation proceeded into the stabilization conduit segment, the energy fluctuation curve from the passage remained steadfast as a rock, easily passing the evaluation. After the load testing, a subdued murmur of astonishment erupted from the viewing area as a torrent of data streamed across the public channel, engaging in discussions about this magnificent architecture that exceeded all expectations. Following this, the second phase of navigation validation commenced. The sight of a simulated small high-speed reconnaissance vessel effortlessly traversing the open navigational path beneath the suspension bridge was striking, with no obstructions and an exceptionally brief signal response time. Even after several increments in the density and frequency of the vessel's signals, simulating a bustling flow of traffic, the system managed to handle it flawlessly, achieving a remarkably high navigation efficiency rating. Chapter 153. The Glory of the Star Bridge. A fervent wave of virtual applause resonated through the gathered crowd as the signal from the simulated large deep space cargo ship transmitted. The subtle ripples in space-time generated were effectively absorbed and dissipated by the bridge's structural design, prompting countless spectators to unleash astonishing cheers through the remote viewing system, heralding victory within reach. Yet, the audience's exuberance had no bearing on the stringent evaluation process. The jury resolutely initiated the final and most rigorous interference resistance test. The intensity of the simulated energy storm surged to critical levels, unleashing a tempest of chaotic energy flows and gravitational fluctuations. The suspension segment adeptly oscillated under the intelligent micro-adjustments of distributed tensioners, effectively dispersing and redirecting the energy. The stabilizing conduit segment remained steadfast, leveraging its advantage of penetrating into subspace. The overall structure displayed remarkable environmental adaptability and structural stability. After conducting a meticulous final inspection, Dr. Hermann ascended to the central podium, his voice reverberating throughout the venue via the amplification system, tinged with a barely perceptible admiration. The Yuehua Group representative team. Third challenge. Void architecture. The Interstellar Rainbow Bridge Construction Challenge has been successfully accomplished. Overall rating, S-Class. Based on the comprehensive performance across the first 3 rounds, this year's Galactic Singularity Grand Prix Team Collaboration Challenge champion is truly well-deserved. A thunderous roar of cheers and the hum of energy completely engulfed the pillar of Creation Square. Lin Yi stood at the bridge's end, feeling the residual waves of the energy storm brushing against her mech's exterior through the external sensors. Her gaze swept over this interstellar masterpiece, a fusion of transcendent wisdom and fearless innovation. She then glanced at her equally fatigued yet immensely proud teammates' virtual images beside her. In this moment, she understood that her strategy of concealment had been validated through practical combat. The radiance of innovation and integration had illuminated a novel technological path towards the future, much like the Rainbow Bridge amidst the storm. In stark contrast, the distorted and ashen visage of Tuoba Hong from the Shirong Mechanical Consortium, marred by utter failure and recorded by the event's monitoring system for his despicable tactics, stood as the most somber footnote to this magnificent triumph. The annals of the Interstellar Federation's technological history would henceforth inscribe the names of the Yuehua Group and Lin Yi. The resounding echoes of the team collaboration challenge had yet to fully dissipate in the Pillar of Creation Square. Yet the energy hum in the air had subtly shifted in frequency, becoming sharper, more efficient, imbued with a palpable tension of pure intellectual confrontation. The grand physical architecture of the venue was swiftly dismantled and reclaimed by an invisible force field, replaced by hundreds of suddenly illuminated holographic battle platforms, resembling floating luminous cubes, neatly arranged in the sky above the square, forming a cold digital forest. Each platform measured approximately 3 meters on each side. With a crystalline core of data flow suspended in the center, its body composed of flowing photon data, clearly displaying a 10-segment energy status scale, topped by a continuously decreasing holographic countdown timer, the crimson cursor pulsating mercilessly. On either side of the platform, there exists a complexly structured data interface, perpetually fine-tuning its projections. Adjacent to it hovers a sequence generator of answers, within which dozens of foundational data packets and energy signature symbols shimmer, constantly reconfiguring under a calm brilliance that conceals a sharp logic. The air is suffused with the scent of ozone, accompanied by the low hum of flowing energy and an intense focus known as competitive intelligence, which leaves one's nerves taut. Chapter 154. The core challenge of data. Young engineers and scholars from the far reaches of the Galactic Federation, as well as from friendly extraterrestrial civilizations, gathered here, either silently calibrating their brainwaves or holding their breath in anticipation. The stage for the individual competition serves as the ultimate trial to showcase one's knowledge, cognitive speed, and logical rigor after being stripped of their mechs and teams. It is also the beginning of a more ruthless elimination process. Dr. Herman, the chief examiner, stood at the central podium, his voice resonating clearly throughout every corner via the amplification system. Esteemed participants, the Individual Knowledge Challenge segment of the Galactic Singularity Grand Competition, titled Core Data, is now officially underway. The rules are as follows. 1. Individual participation, with the system randomly matching competitors for anonymous duels. 2. The outcome will be determined by the integrity of the data core. He gestured towards the dazzling data column, which symbolizes the current completeness of each participant's data core, initially set at a full 10 units. 3. Both opponents will share the same multidimensional questions generated in real time by the Central Intelligence, Genesis Echo. Each question has a time limit of 5 seconds. 4. The method of answering. Construct what you believe to be the correct data sequence of answers and submit it through the neural interface or manual input to the interface before you. A correct answer allows the participant to erode the opponent's data core integrity, causing it to decrease by 1 unit. 5. If both participants answer correctly, the order will be determined by the submission timestamp, precise to the nanosecond. The one who submitted first will cause the other's integrity to decline by 1 unit. 6. If both answer incorrectly, both participants will experience a simultaneous decrease of 1 unit in their data core integrity. 7. Time limit. Each duel will have an independent countdown of 300 seconds. The first to reduce their data core integrity to 0 will be eliminated. 8. If time expires and neither has reached 0, the participant with the lower integrity will be eliminated. 9. The victor advances while the defeated halts, continuing until the top 500 are determined. The questions encompass a plethora of interstellar technology, mech structure, energy dynamics, quantum materials, hyperspace theory, starship engineering, fundamentals of artificial intelligence, swarm control of nanorobots, ecological maintenance systems, signal processing, adaptation to extraterrestrial environments. Nothing is excluded. This is the foundation of technology, the source of innovation, and the blueprint for the future. May all demonstrate their wisdom in this data clash. The system matching commences now. With his command, the holographic dual platforms above the square radiated with brilliance, as countless streams of data flickered like a rushing river of stars. The matching results were instantaneously encrypted and transmitted to each participant's smart wristband or neural interface device. The tense atmosphere reached a pinnacle as hundreds of countdown timers began to tick in unison, the red numbers mercilessly decrementing. Lin Yi glanced at the information displayed on her wristband's delta zone, platform 7G. She took a deep breath, suppressing the subtle fatigue that had accumulated from continuous combat. Her mind calming as she walked steadily toward the designated floating platform below. A beam of guiding light descended, smoothly transporting her onto the platform. Her opponent, a young scholar hailing from a modest mining planet, is currently beset by tension, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his fingers trembling slightly above the virtual keyboard. His gaze fixed intently on the holographic interface where the question is poised to materialize. In the center of the platform, the countdown digits flicker coldly. 3, 2, 1. Chapter 155. The core challenge of data. An intangible AI arbiter synchronized a stream of encrypted data onto the holographic interface at the center of the two participants' platform. The interface illuminated instantaneously, and a complex problem structure began to materialize. First question. The voice of Dr. Herman echoed like the cold background radiation of the cosmos, uttering only 3 words, devoid of any further explanation. On the holographic interface, the information stream condensed into form. When traversing a non-uniform energy field, what type of field effect modulator is most commonly required to maintain the focus and stability of a high-energy particle beam? The moment the question appeared, Lin Yi's mind sparked with clarity, akin to a superconducting circuit completing a phased field stabilizer. This was foundational knowledge for high-energy weaponry and energy transmission systems. Her fingers danced swiftly over the answer sequence generator on the virtual interface, accurately dragging out the energy signature module representing the phase-stabilizing field modulator. With a delicate touch, the data stream transformed into a flicker of light. With a crisp electronic sound, it was precisely injected into the data interface before her. Almost at the instant her submission was confirmed with a feedback sound, a slightly delayed beep emanated from her opponent's interface. Buzz. The core data column opposite Lin Yi emitted a deep, fluctuating hum of data waves, indicating that on her opponent's side, the crimson energy scale plummeted from 10 to 9. Simultaneously, the shield energy field surrounding her opponent's platform dimmed slightly, releasing an almost inaudible sound of energy dissipation. The young scholar's complexion shifted from tense to ashen, his body involuntarily leaning back, and his breaths became noticeably rapid. Second question. The AI arbiter's voice remained unperturbed, and the atmosphere was eerily quiet, save for the subtle sounds of energy and data transmission, with only the prompt for answer submission remaining. At this moment, the information stream on the holographic interface transformed. It displayed a spectrum diagram of mineral crystal structures, instructing, identify this mineral and specify its most common industrial purification product. Lin Yi fixed her gaze upon the interface, where a complex diagram of crystal vibration frequencies and energy signatures unfolded. Her eyes scanned the unique resonance peaks and energy decay curves with the precision of a high-fidelity sensor. Answer. Carmilla crystal, purification product, high-purity nullium, utilized in the core stabilization unit of Starship jump engines. Without the slightest hesitation, she constructed her answer sequence and submitted it in one fluid motion. Beep. The data stream once again surged ahead, injecting into the interface. Her opponent's data stream followed closely, yet the judgment light of the interface had already illuminated, affirming Lin Yi's swifter response. Buzz. The scale on the opponent's data column cruelly descended to 8. The shield energy field dimmed further. The young scholar could not help but bite his lip tightly, his breathing becoming labored, and his fingers began to falter on the virtual keyboard. The ensuing questions, akin to a relentless barrage of energetic pulses, ceaselessly assail the cognitive defenses of the opponent. What primary advantages does the adaptive liquid metal transmission system employed in the joints of the third-generation mech possess in overcoming the deficiencies of traditional hydraulic systems? A structural diagram flickered in Lin Yi's mind. Response delay and viscosity fluctuations under extreme conditions. Beep. Buzz. The opponent's score plummeted to 7. In superluminal jump calculations, what reference frame does the Cafarindal transformation primarily address regarding coordinate synchronization issues? Chapter 156. The core challenges of data Lin Yi. The unification of space-time metrics between non-inertial frames and local static frames. Beep. Buzz. The opponent's status dwindles to 6. In a flurry of confusion, the young scholar constructs an erroneous data sequence, exclaiming in frustration. What fundamental physical law primarily confines the effective operational range of the quantum entanglement sensing array utilized for deep space reconnaissance? A confident smile graces Lin Yi's lips, the rate of quantum decoherence and the threshold of environmental energy noise. Beep. Buzz. The opponent's status diminishes to 5. This question evokes memories of certain bottlenecks in cutting-edge research. To counter the assault of pulse energy weapons, modern starships typically adopt a frequency random jump strategy for their directional shields. The core design challenge lies in ensuring the unpredictability of the jump sequence while maintaining the stability of the shield generator's energy cycle. Beep. Buzz. The opponent's status drops to 4. At this moment, beads of sweat trickle down the young scholar's forehead, and the power of the cooling suit on her back noticeably increases. Each descent of the data scale resonates like a mental jolt. Her movements to submit answers become hesitant and stiff. Her gaze begins to wander, making it nearly impossible to concentrate on the questions. As the 7th question materializes on the holographic interface, analyze the following energy flow waveform. Identify the most likely type of overload failure associated with the propulsion system from which this waveform originates, and briefly outline the primary troubleshooting steps. Lin Yi instantly locks onto the characteristics of the answer in her mind. A typical Heisenberg-level ion propulsion matrix resonance imbalance. The primary troubleshooting point is the calibration of the ignition sequence synchronizer and the magnetic confinement coils. Without even glancing at her opponent's state, she completes and submits her answer sequence in an instant. Beep. The crisp electronic tone reverberates distinctly in the silent platform area. Immediately thereafter, a heavy buzz erupts from the data column, indicating severe core damage. The scale representing her opponent plummets from 4 in a frantic descent, with crimson alarm lights flashing wildly, culminating in a blinding red light of failure at the 0 mark, frozen in place. Beep. The platform shield beneath her opponent's feet extinguishes completely, accompanied by a low hum of system lock, as the entire platform's radiance dims, marking the cessation of all functionality. Delta Zone, Platform 7G. Lin Yi victorious. The opponent's data core has reached 0, eliminated. The cold voice of the AI arbiter resonates at the appropriate moment. Lin Yi glances at the countdown, which has barely surpassed 173 seconds. In less than 3 minutes, she has decisively overwhelmed her opponent, shattering their fully charged data core status with her impeccable reservoir of knowledge, lightning-fast cognitive speed, and flawless logical construction across 7 consecutive questions. Lin Yi exhales softly, feeling the subtle flow of coolant within the neural access chamber. With a serene demeanor, she nods in acknowledgement to the almost incapacitated young female designer on the holographic platform opposite her. The girl's smart wristband flickers with the red light of failure, and her control interface lies entirely darkened. I concede. Lin Yi spoke softly, her voice emanating from the built-in communicator. Her gaze swiftly swept across her surroundings. This was a colossal circular arena, suspended within the vastness of a space station, where the transparent dome above revealed distant, twinkling nebulae and the bustling passage of starships. Hundreds of holographic platforms were scattered throughout the venue like stars in the night sky, each hosting fierce confrontations of mecha design. Chapter 157. Advancement. This is the preliminary round of the mecha design competition at the Galaxy Singularity Innovation Summit. Soon, she fixated on Zhao Wanshu. Situated not far off in Area A, his opponent appeared formidable, currently drenched in sweat, frantically rummaging through the floating holographic orb box. These orbs were, in fact, holographic projections of data nodes, each representing a crucial parameter or solution for a mecha design. Yet, Zhao Wanshu himself seemed aloof from the fray. Leaning against a softly glowing energy pillar, he stood tall like a pine, clad in a well-tailored dark blue engineer's uniform, immaculate and unblemished. His expression was indifferent, his gaze as tranquil as a windless ancient well. When the flickering light from the changing questions on the holographic screen illuminated his handsome profile, he leisurely straightened up. With long, graceful fingers, he deftly nudged the orb box, plucking the target orb with an elegance akin to the delicate act of picking a flower. With a gentle lift of his wrist, a melodious chime echoed as the orb smoothly slid into the slot. Lacking the thunderous speed of Lin Yi, he exuded a calm and effortless mastery over the situation. With each chime, his opponent's energy pillar reading inevitably dropped a notch, accompanied by the heart-stopping hum and the click of locking in. His platform remained steadfast at 10 notches, while his opponent had already plummeted to the bottom, defeat assured. Zhao Wangshu even had the leisure to lightly dust off non-existent specks of dust from his sleeve, the contrast between his ease and his opponent's disarray strikingly pronounced. The intelligent wristband on his wrist emitted a soft blue glow, signaling his advancement to the next round. Lin Yi then glanced towards the slightly farther Yunyanan. Situated in Area B, adorned in a moon-white engineer's uniform, she radiated an aura of serene elegance, reminiscent of orchids in a secluded valley. Confronted with the continuously refreshing mecha design challenges on the holographic screen, she did not rush to answer. Instead, she swiftly and attentively scanned the questions and options, confirming their accuracy before gracefully extending her delicate fingers to select the correct answer orb. With a gentle rise of her wrist, a melodic chime signaled its entry into the slot. Her movements were fluid and precise, imbued with a rhythmic grace that showcased her profound knowledge of mecha engineering and formidable psychological control. Her opponent was evidently daunted by her composure, repeatedly attempting to hastily answer only to err due to his impatience, resulting in a more rapid decline in his energy reading. Buzz. Click. Yun Yanan's energy pillar remained steadfast at 9 notches, while her opponent teetered precariously at 2. The outcome had long ceased to be in doubt. She slightly nodded, her intelligent wristband flashing the signal of advancement. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the square, a cacophony of wild cheers and stomping shook the platform. This was the competition zone of the Shirong Interstellar Alliance. Led by Tuoba Hong, the Shirong prodigies displayed their fierce demeanor on the personal competition platform, showcasing not only their solid mecha engineering knowledge, but transforming the rapid answering into a powerful display of strength. Tuoba Hong stood upon the platform, his robust physique resembling a moving mechanical giant, with muscular arms brimming with explosive power. His opponent, a renowned designer hailing from the icy expanse of the Polar Star system, now bore a visage of deep dismay. As the holographic screen illuminated the question, solutions for the overheating problem of the third-generation War Wolf Mecha's energy core? Tuoba Hong's eyes, reminiscent of bronze bells, swept across the audience as he nearly roared in response. Install a secondary cooling circulation system. Chapter 158. Promotion. As Tuoba Hong's voice faded, he gripped a data jade bead fiercely between his rough fingers. With a piercing whistle that tore through the air, it struck the slot before him with a resounding bang. The force was so immense that the entire slot mechanism vibrated with a resonant hum. With a sharp click, his opponent's platform descended, their complexion paling further. What was the key to enhancing the flexibility of the Falcon Combat Mech's joints? Tuoba Hong. The implementation of a bionic hydraulic transmission system. He once again seized the initiative with a brute force, hurling the beads as one would a stone. What is the core component of the Titan Heavy Mech's protective coating? Tuoba Hong. Nanoboron carbide composite material. The answer bead shot forth like a cannonball, striking the slot with a dull thud. Each of his throws was accompanied by a beastly growl and the groans of the overloaded slot, creating an atmosphere thick with suffocating pressure. His opponent's forehead was adorned with bulging veins, fingers trembling slightly from the immense pressure and the terrifying momentum. They attempted to respond several times, but were thwarted by Tuoba Hong's overwhelming presence, their movements faltering. In barely more than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Tuoba Hong's adversary, amidst a roar laced with fury and resentment, watched helplessly as their energy pillar reading plummeted to 0, the platform crashing down with a thunderous noise. Tuoba Hong grinned savagely, resembling a victorious beast of prey, and raised his fist, sized like a cauldron, swinging it vigorously towards the equally fierce members of the Western Rome team, eliciting a cacophony of howls in response. Across the arena, several core members of the Western Rome collective had similarly annihilated their opponents in a manner both overwhelming and ruthless. The sounds of slot impacts, descending platforms, and the howls of the Western Rome warriors intertwined, forming a wild vortex that stirred a tempest of attention in the first round, signaling that they possessed more than mere brute strength. Lin Yi observed Tuoba Hong's arrogant demeanor, her brow furrowing deeply. Her smart wristband vibrated slightly, displaying the newly gathered data on the Western Rome competitors, their reaction times, accuracy, and problem-solving patterns, all revealing an exceptionally high standard. The Western Rome Collective's profound knowledge of mech design, combined with this ferocious answering style, far exceeded the expectations of many. This was not merely an appetizer, but a blatant declaration of war. At this juncture, Zhao Wangshu and Yun Yan'an concluded their matches, advancing without a hint of suspense. Zhao Wangshu's opponent ultimately fell, while Yun Yan'an's adversary faltered at 3. Both emerged victorious with composure and tranquility. Zhao Wangshu, donned in a striking dark blue engineer's uniform, stood out prominently in this setting. His figure sliced through the clamor like a sharp sword, and his gaze met Lin Yi's from afar. He offered a slight nod, his smart wristband flashing a brief glimmer, transmitting a data packet that acknowledged Lin Yi's swift victory. Yet, beneath the calm of his eyes lingered a chilling scrutiny of the aggressive display from the Western Rome Collective. Yun Yan'an gracefully approached, her face adorned with her characteristic gentle smile. Yet, the clarity of her eyes also swept across the tumultuous whirlpool of the Western Rome, betraying a hint of gravity and vigilance. Her intelligent wristband was diligently analyzing the technical attributes of the Western Rome competitors. As a complex stream of data cascaded across the screen, the first round merely served to eliminate the extraneous noise. Zhao Wangshu's voice resonated, deep and clear, akin to the sound of a crystalline spring flowing. His gaze traversed the arena, where hundreds of competition platforms were still engaged in fierce conflict, rising and falling in intensity. As the rounds progressed, the noise diminished, and the true adversaries began to emerge. It seemed that the Western Rome viewed this competition as a hunting ground to display their fangs. Chapter 159. Advancement. Lin Yi nodded, clenching her fist, her knuckles turning slightly pale. She could sense the acrid scent of gunpowder in the air, more pronounced than before. This was not merely a contest of knowledge. It was a clash of wills and styles. Suddenly, her smart wristband received an encrypted message. Upon opening it, she found a brief note from Dr. Mo Yan. Observe the problem-solving patterns of the Shirong. Their technological approach bears traces of undercurrents. Exercise caution. Lin Yi's heart jolted. As she cast her gaze once more towards the Shirong area, a newfound depth illuminated her eyes. Tuoba Hong's seemingly barbaric approach to answering questions might conceal more intricate calculations and training, possibly even linked to that enigmatic organization. Their technological choices are quite distinctive. Yun Yin softly added, retrieving the replay data from the recent competition, notably regarding the structural optimization of heavy mechs and energy distribution. They proposed some unconventional yet remarkably efficient solutions. Zhao Wangshu's smart wristband projected a three-dimensional model of a mech. Pay attention to their answers concerning joint actuation and protective coatings. These are not standard textbook solutions, but optimized strategies proven in practical combat. The performance of Shirong's mech forces in recent border conflicts appeared to be no mere coincidence. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi accessed her own competition data. Their knowledge system was comprehensive, but more striking was their reaction pattern. They required almost no deliberation. As if they had foreknowledge of the questions? Yun Yan'an interjected, her brow furrowed. Not entirely, Lin Yi shook her head. It resembles their knowledge being encoded into instinctive responses. The level of training is disconcerting. Simultaneously, the trio's smart wristbands received a notification from the event system. The second round of competition would commence in 30 minutes, featuring a more complex simulation of mech design scenarios. Let us analyze the data in the rest area, Zhao Wangshu suggested. The performance of Shirong has drawn considerable attention. They proceeded to the contestants' lounge, a space brimming with technological sophistication, where floating seats could automatically adjust to ergonomic positions, and smart tables projected any necessary information and data. Lin Yi accessed the answering records of the Shirong contestants for meticulous examination. Look here, she pointed to a query regarding mech energy distribution. The solution chosen by Tuoba Hong is exceedingly risky, yet theoretically the most efficient. Such a method demands exceptionally high precision in control. Typically, designers would refrain from adopting it, unless they are confident that their mech can withstand such extreme conditions. Yun Yan'an added, the mech technology of Shirong may surpass our expectations. Zhao Wangshu tapped her fingers on the table, pulling up a series of news reports on border conflicts. Over the past 6 months, Shirong's mech forces have achieved overwhelming victories in 3 major confrontations, demonstrating extraordinary performance and reliability. Suddenly, Lin Yi's smart wristband emitted a faint alarm. Intriguingly, she squinted her eyes. I have just executed a pattern recognition algorithm, and the answering patterns of the Western contestants exhibit a remarkable alignment with several known mech design AIs. Yet they possess a unique human-like adaptability. Are you suggesting that they might have undergone some form of enhanced training? Yun Yanin lowered her voice. Or worse still, Zhao Wangshu's tone turned icy. Certain technologies may not have been developed by them at all. Chapter 160. Advancement. A sudden commotion erupted from the far end of the rest area. A group of designers clad in the uniforms of the Western Union approached, their laughter and chatter filling the air, led by none other than Tuoba Hong. Spotting Lin Yi and her companions, he approached with a broad smile. The geniuses of the Yuehua group. His voice resonated loudly enough for the entire area to hear. You performed admirably in the first round. However, the true competition is only just beginning. Tuoba Hong's gaze lingered on Lin Yi for a moment. I have heard of you, Lin Yi, the young lady who designed the Warm Sun system. A delicate creation indeed, but mecha design demands strength and resolve, not mere cleverness. Lin Yi met his gaze with calm determination. True innovation requires wisdom and foresight, Mr. Tuoba. While strength and resolve are certainly vital, without the right direction, even the greatest power is futile. Tuoba Hong let out a hearty laugh, though it lacked genuine mirth. We of the Western Union believe that strength speaks for itself. We shall see who prevails in the arena, young lady. His use of young lady was laced with palpable condescension. Once the Western Union contingent had departed, Yun Yanin whispered, "He is testing you." "Indeed, he is applying psychological pressure," Zhao Wangshu analyzed calmly. "The Westerners excel in psychological warfare. Do not let it affect you." Lin Yi nodded. Her smart wristband had recorded the entire dialogue with Tuoba Hong, capturing audio and biometric data. His dilated pupils and micro-expressions indicated that his understanding of her may extend deeper than he revealed. This was no mere provocation. The trio fell into silence for a moment, each processing the information. If the Western Union was indeed connected to the undercurrents, their interest in Lin Yi could possess more profound implications. As the alert signaling the end of the break sounded, the contestants began to return to the competition arena. The platform for the second round had been reconfigured, becoming increasingly complex. Holographic projection devices had been added around each platform, capable of simulating various extreme environments for mecha testing scenarios. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi advanced toward her competition platform. Her wristband displayed the rules for the new round. This time, it would not be a simple question-and-answer format, but rather a challenge to resolve a comprehensive mecha design problem, testing the feasibility of design solutions in a simulated environment. Her opponent was already in place, a young designer from the Interstellar Trade Alliance, appearing somewhat anxious yet resolute. The second round commenced. The system's voice echoed throughout the venue. The holographic screen unveiled the challenge. Design an assault mecha capable of operating in a high-gravity environment, balancing mobility and protection. Gravity conditions: 3 times standard gravity. Lin Yi immediately shifted into gear, her fingers flying across the control interface as she summoned various design modules. The smart wristband projected a 3-dimensional design space, allowing her to intuitively construct the mecha model. Her first consideration was the skeletal structure. In a high-gravity environment, traditional designs would suffer significant efficiency losses due to their own weight. She opted for a novel bionic skeletal design, inspired by the exoskeletal structure of interstellar beetles, significantly reducing weight while ensuring strength. The power system is paramount. Innovatively, she employed a dual-core energy distribution scheme, with a primary core delivering stable output and a secondary core providing explosive power when necessary. This design is capable of responding to emergencies in high-gravity environments. Chapter 161. Advancement in terms of defense. Lin Yi eschewed traditional heavy armor in favor of an adaptive armor system capable of automatically adjusting its local density and structure based on the type and intensity of impacts it encounters. Her opponents, however, were laboring with a noticeably more conventional and conservative approach, opting for reinforced traditional frameworks and an increased number of thrusters. During the simulation testing phase, Lin Yi's design exhibited remarkable performance. Her mech maneuvered with agility in a high-gravity environment, successfully withstanding simulated attacks with its adaptive armor, while the dual power system provided unexpected mobility. In contrast, although her opponent's design was robust, it proved excessively cumbersome, scoring poorly in mobility tests. When the final results were announced, Lin Yi secured a clear victory. Her opponent managed a wry smile, giving her a thumbs up in acknowledgement. Lin Yi reciprocated with a smile, before promptly checking the status of other matches. Zhao Wangshu and Yun Yanan also advanced smoothly, each presenting distinctive yet outstanding designs. On the side of the Shirong competitors, Tuoba Hong achieved another resounding victory. His design style was bold and audacious, incorporating numerous unconventional solutions, all of which validated their worth in the simulation tests. Lin Yi particularly noted a detail. Tuoba Hong exhibited little hesitation during the design process, as if all solutions had been pre-stored in his mind. His movements were so fluid that it seemed less like a creative design endeavor and more like the execution of a predetermined program. Did you notice? Yun Yanan's voice echoed through the private channel. The efficiency of the Shirong competitors is remarkably high, requiring almost no trial and error. Zhao Wangshu joined the conversation. Their design patterns demonstrate a high degree of consistency, as if they originated from the same design academy or AI system. As the competition progressed, the number of contestants dwindled after round upon round of eliminations. Each advancing competitor was among the elite, representing the pinnacle of design from their respective star domains. By the conclusion of the 8th round, only the final 16 contestants remained. Lin Yi, Zhao Wangshu, and Yun Yanan all advanced, alongside 3 from the Shirong Alliance, including Tuoba Hong. The event organizers announced a 2-hour break, allowing competitors to rest and prepare for the final showdown. The 3 gathered in a high-end lounge to analyze the current situation. Among the top 16, the Yuehua group claimed 5 slots. Shirong secured 3, the Interstellar Merchant Alliance 2, with the remaining star domains each represented by 1 contestant. Zhao Wangshu called up the list of advancing competitors and statistical data. Yun Yanan added, however, in terms of technical style, the 3 Shirong competitors display a remarkable consistency, almost functioning as a single team. Conversely, our 5 competitors, while all part of Yuehua, exhibit diverse design styles. Lin Yi pointed to the data chart. The Shirong competitors' efficiency in solving certain specific problems exceeds the average by 37. Such an advantage cannot be mere coincidence. Are you suggesting? Yun Yanan pondered, her insight dawning. I suspect they may have acquired a portion of the question types in advance or received specialized training. Lin Yi chose his words with caution. Zhao Wangshu pondered for a moment. It could be some form of technological assistance. However, I have examined the monitoring data of the competition system and found no signs of any violations. Suddenly, a knock resonated at the door of the lounge. Chapter 162. Advancement. A tournament staff member stood at the door and politely said, Ms. Lin Yi, the technical committee of the event wishes to have a brief discussion with you regarding some of the innovations in your design. Lin Yi exchanged a glance with Zhao Wangshu and Yun Yanan before nodding. Of course, please lead the way. She followed the staff member through several corridors to a technical analysis room. Inside sat several judges and technical experts, including Dr. Mo Yin and Dr. Kent. Designer Lin Yi, please take a seat. The chief judge, an elderly man with silver hair, sharp eyes, yet a friendly demeanor, stated. We are quite intrigued by several innovations you showcased during the competition, particularly that adaptive armor system and the dual power design scheme for high-gravity environments. Lin Yi succinctly elaborated on her design philosophy and technical details, captivating the judge's attention. When the QA session concluded, Dr. Mo Yin unexpectedly posed a seemingly unrelated question. Lin Yi, what is your opinion on the performance of the Shirong competitors? Lin Yi responded cautiously. Their performance was exceptional, demonstrating a high level of technical skill and preparedness. Dr. Kent snorted, too exceptional, don't you think? The sophistication of certain solutions does not align with their previous technical standards. The chief judge raised his hand to halt further discussion. These are not topics we should address during the competition. Designer Lin Yi, thank you for your time. Please return to prepare for the finals. As Lin Yi exited the technical analysis room, she felt increasingly convinced that the judges harbored doubts about Shirong's performance. On her way back to the lounge, her smart wristband received an encrypted message. After decryption, it revealed a brief sentence. Beware. The Shirong Mecha core design comes from someone who cares about you. A jolt ran through Lin Yi, and she immediately attempted to trace the source of the information. But the signal had been completely erased. Upon returning to the lounge, she shared this incident with Zhao Wangshu and Yun Yanan. The Mecha core design. Zhao Wangshu pondered. This could refer to their energy distribution system or control core. Yun Yanin pulled up the design data of the Shirong competitors. Look here. Their energy transmission efficiency during high-load conditions is exceptionally high, with nearly no loss. This is nearly impossible to achieve in actual mechas. Unless Lin suddenly had an idea. Unless they are using a new type of superconducting material, or the three of them simultaneously considered a possibility. Quantum energy transmission technology? This technology theoretically allows for nearly zero-loss energy transmission but remains in the experimental stage, far from practical application. If Shirong has truly mastered this technology, Zhao Wangshu's voice took on a rare seriousness. It would completely alter the landscape of mecha design. The alert for the finals interrupted their discussion. The final competition was about to commence, and the 16 competitors faced their ultimate challenge. Lin took a deep breath and walked toward her competition platform. Regardless of the secrets hidden within the West, she must exert every effort. This is not merely a competition. It is a clash of divergent design philosophies and technological pathways. Her intelligent wristband displays the details of the final round. To design a multifunctional mech capable of executing tasks in three extreme environments, space, land, and underwater, while addressing an unexpected malfunction scenario. This is a comprehensive challenge that tests the designer's versatility and adaptability. Lin closed her eyes, taking a moment to center herself. When she opened them again, they were filled with focus and determination. No matter what challenges lie ahead, she is prepared. The finals have commenced. Chapter 163. The brilliance remains amidst underlying currents. The tense atmosphere of the second round of competition permeated the air of the interstellar arena like a tangible entity. Following the initial elimination round, nearly half of the participants had been dismissed, leaving behind only the elites among elites. The number of competition platforms suspended in the holographic projection had drastically diminished, rendering the entire space station arena even more desolate and solemn. The intelligent allocation system operated silently, dispatching the new match information to each contestant's smart wristband. Lin glanced down at the softly glowing device on her wrist, where the screen clearly displayed her new position, Zone C9, competition platform number 2. She walked steadily toward her designated spot, feeling the subtle feedback of the magnetic levitation floor beneath her feet. Her opponent had already taken position, a young designer from the Northern Galaxy, robust in stature, likely around 18 or 19, with a bronze complexion and a defiant expression. The emblem of the Krug Alliance was displayed on the smart wristband adorning his arm, and his sharp gaze swept over Lin, clearly unimpressed by this opponent who had triumphed swiftly in the first round. The second round of competition commenced. The electronic voice of the system reverberated throughout the venue, and the holographic timers on each competition platform activated simultaneously. The difficulty of the questions had evidently escalated, delving into the core principles and engineering details of mecha design, truly testing the contestants' depth of knowledge. What is the optimal energy transmission system solution for the Thunder 3 mecha in overload mode? Lin instantly retrieved the relevant information in her mind. As if accessing a database, employ a dual-loop redundancy design, incorporating a plasma flow buffer. Simultaneously, her fingers danced rapidly across the holographic control interface, accurately slotting the data beads. Ding, buzz, click. The energy column reading of her opponent plummeted from 10 to 9. Identify the alloy composition of this mecha and name 2 optimal substitute materials. The holographic screen displayed a microscopic structure of a rare blue-gold alloy. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened. The designer's inherent focus allowed her to swiftly discern the characteristics. Osmium iridium platinum alloy, ruthenium rhodium alloy, or nano tungsten carbide composite can serve as substitutes. The answer bead fell in response. Ding, buzz, click. The burly youth descended to 8, his expression tightening. Explain the structural function and force transmission path of the hydraulic dampers in the Orion mecha joint system. Lin Yi's thoughts flowed swiftly and clearly, her face reflecting intense concentration. As she mentally formulated an accurate answer, it buffers impact forces. The front absorbs combat loads while the titanium alloy base at the rear serves as a pivot, converting kinetic energy into dissipated thermal energy. Ding, buzz, click. Her opponent dropped to 7, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The defiance of the northern designer was swiftly supplanted by astonishment. Lin Yi's speed and precision were even more formidable than in the first round. Her mind operated like the most sophisticated quantum computer. As soon as the questions appeared, the answers crystallized, and her fingers moved fluidly across the holographic interface, embodying the swiftness characteristic of a professional designer. With each resounding chime, the relentless decline of the opponent's energy gauge accompanies the heart-stirring sound of the locking mechanism. Only half of the competition time has elapsed, when a question regarding the enhancement plan for the quantum synchronization rate within the Titan-class mecha's neural interface system is presented. Lin Yi's answer bead, imbued with determination, swiftly descends into the slot. Chapter 164. The resilient edge amidst underlying currents employing a biological feedback calibration algorithm. Lin Yi optimized the pulse frequency alignment. In his heart, he arrived at a definitive conclusion. A chime echoed. The energy column reading of his opponent froze at a glaring 0. A crimson light flashed brilliantly. Boom. The sound of the entire platform descending resonated with a heavy dullness. Zone B9, Platform 2. Lin Yi triumphed. His opponent was eliminated at rock bottom. The system's electronic voice announced the result. Once again, it was an elimination at the lowest threshold, and it was achieved in an astoundingly brief time. This young designer was undeniably born for this arena. Lin Yi maintained a serene expression, his gaze sweeping towards Zhao Wangshu's area. Zhao Wangshu stood in Zone A1, facing a similarly aged prodigy from a prestigious mecha family of the Longian star, a figure of considerable renown within the Longian system, exuding the poise and confidence characteristic of a scion of nobility. However, all his struggles appeared futile in the presence of Zhao Wangshu. Clad in a deep azure engineer's uniform, impeccably tailored, he stood tall and upright like a slender bamboo, his features marked by the distinctive, austere lines of youth. His approach to the task was a seamless blend of profound tranquility and an uncommon maturity for his age. There were no extraneous movements, no fluctuations of emotion, as if the surrounding clamor bore no relevance to him. Once the question was presented, his penetrating gaze swept over it, and his long fingers deftly manipulated the holographic interface. A slight flick of his wrist signaling the graceful descent of the data orb into the slot. Each throw was executed with precision, down to the millisecond, akin to a preordained program. The reading representing his opponent descended at a steady yet despairing pace. As the competition progressed past the halfway mark, the composure of his opponent, a scion of a prominent family, was thoroughly drenched in cold sweat, with the reading plummeting to 3, sealing his fate. Ultimately, before the time expired, the opponent's reading halted at 2, decisively eliminated by Zhao Wangshu with an absolute superiority. Zhao Wangshu scarcely cast a glance at his adversary, merely adjusting his sleeve with a rare composure and control that set him apart among his peers. Meanwhile, Yun Yanin encountered a minor complication in Zone D5. Her opponent was a girl of similar age, hailing from the Haidong star system, with a slightly darker complexion and lively eyes, possessing an exceptional intuition for mecha painting, optical camouflage, and sensor systems. Although Yun Yanin answered questions pertaining to specialized invisible coatings and intricate sensing networks correctly, her opponent, relying on an almost innate intuition, answered nearly simultaneously. At one point, the girl's fingertips moved just a fraction faster, causing Yun Yanin's reading to unusually drop by 1 notch. What is the stability solution for the Night Shadow mecha's optical camouflage under strong electromagnetic interference? Yun Yanin silently replied, employing a quantum-adaptive refraction system in conjunction with an electromagnetic shielding coating. Ding! Yet her opponent, almost concurrently, buzzed. A light tremor resonated beneath Yun Yanin's platform, which fell to 9. The calibration challenges of a dual-mode sensor array under extreme temperatures? Yun Yanin's focus sharpened. This time, she would be quicker, with a hint of competitiveness. I silently replied. The deviation in focal length caused by the disparity in thermal expansion coefficients necessitates the use of a composite material base. Simultaneously, my hands moved swiftly, as I rapidly cast the answer beads into the slot. Clink, buzz, click. The reading of my opponent, a young girl, plummeted to 7, and she bit her lip in frustration. Yet, Yun Yanin remained unperturbed, her calm demeanor allowing her to focus even more intently under pressure. Chapter 165. The sharp edge remains amidst underlying currents. She inhaled deeply, recalibrating her strategy. In the domain where her opponent excelled, she adopted a methodical approach. While in her areas of strength, such as energy systems and structural design, she unleashed her full speed. Ultimately, as the competition time elapsed, her score halted at 8, while her adversaries lingered at 6. With a superior platform position, Yun Yanin advanced with a sense of both thrill and relief. The two young designers exchanged respectful bows, each harboring admiration for the other. At the opposite end of the arena, the competition zone of the Chiron Consortium once again became the epicenter of attention. This group of youthful designers exhibited their fierce and untamed spirit to the fullest. Tuoba Hong and his core team, akin to a bloodthirsty pack of wolves, maintained an undefeated record in the second round. Their victories were not only more forceful, but also exuded an overwhelming sense of dominance. Tuoba Hong's opponent, a prodigy renowned for his precociousness and vast knowledge, was eliminated within less than a third of the allotted time, succumbing to Tuoba Hong's ferocious responses. With each throw of his token, a low growl accompanied the violent tremors of the slot, as if he were intent on shattering it. After dispatching his opponent, he did not exit the stage immediately, but rather, like a victorious bull, provocatively surveyed his surroundings. His gaze particularly lingered on the direction of the Yuehua group, a mocking smile of battle intent and disdain curling at the corners of his mouth as he thumped his solid chest, producing a sound akin to thunder. His teammates emulated him, celebrating their victory with roars and exaggerated gestures, their brazen spirit nearly threatening to topple the arena's roof. Lin Yi observed the performance of the Chiron competitors with a calm demeanor, her smart bracelet quietly recording and analyzing their technical characteristics. She noted a peculiar pattern. The Chiron participants exhibited almost no hesitation when addressing certain specific types of mecha design queries, as if their reaction times deviated from normal human cognitive patterns. At some point, Zhao Wangshu had approached Lin Yi, speaking in a low tone. Yunya also joined them, her brow slightly furrowed. I just accessed their response data. In certain specialized fields, their accuracy reached 100%, which is nearly impossible. Lin Yi nodded in agreement, especially regarding questions related to energy cores and weapon systems. Their answers were not only precise, but also incorporated some of the latest technologies that have yet to be publicly disclosed. The three fell silent for a moment, contemplating the implications of this discovery. If the Chiron competitors had indeed acquired some form of undue advantage, the integrity of the competition would be severely compromised. We need more evidence, Zhao Wangshu finally stated. I will contact Dr. Mo Yin to see if he can retrieve more data from the event's backend system. Yun Yanin added. I will also have a friend from the Federation's security department discreetly investigate the background of the Chiron delegation. Their recent activities at the border suggest that their participation in this competition is likely not merely for the purpose of showcasing technology. Suddenly, Lin Yi's smart bracelet vibrated, indicating that she had received an encrypted message. Upon opening the message, she discovered a brief note from Dr. Kent. Beware of the quantum computing auxiliary system employed by the Chiron. They may have discovered a method to circumvent detection. This revelation confirmed the trio's concerns that the Chiron competitors might indeed be utilizing prohibited technological aids. Chapter 166. The sharpness remains, undercurrents flowing, we must recalibrate our strategy. Lin Yi stated with a calm demeanor. If our opponents indeed possess technological assistance, mere competition in answering speed and accuracy will no longer suffice. Zhao Wangshu pondered. Are you suggesting we need to infuse our design with more innovative elements, showcasing insights and creativity that cannot be attained through simple calculations? Lin Yi elucidated. Isn't that the essence of mecha design? Yun Yanin concurred. Indeed, innovation holds a significant weight in the competition's scoring criteria. Even if the Chiron competitors can quickly provide standard answers, they will find it challenging to cheat in terms of innovation. At that moment, the event broadcast resonated. Attention, all advancing competitors. The third round will commence in 30 minutes. This round will entail teamwork, with participants randomly grouped to collectively tackle a complex mecha design challenge. The announcement sparked a flurry of excitement. Random grouping implied the dissolution of previous alliances and rivalries, compelling competitors to collaborate with strangers. Lin Yi, Zhao Wangshu, and Yun Yanin exchanged glances, each comprehending that this posed a new challenge. Not only would they need to contend with the potentially cheating Chiron competitors, but they would also have to adapt to a new collaborative dynamic. The random grouping may disrupt our plans, Yun Yanin whispered. Zhao Wangshu, however, remained composed. Perhaps this is an opportunity. We can observe the true capabilities of other competitors. particularly those from Chiron. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. More importantly, the teamwork segment will better reflect a designer's comprehensive abilities. If the Chiron competitors rely on technological aid, their weaknesses may be exposed in this regard. The trio resolved to utilize their break to prepare adequately. Lin Yi reviewed the design materials and software tools stored in her smart wristband, while Zhao Wangshu analyzed the various design challenges they might encounter. Yun Yanin focused on the collaboration and communication patterns among team members. As the break concluded, all advancing competitors reconvened in the center of the arena. A colossal holographic screen began to randomly assign teams, each comprising 4 participants tasked with completing a comprehensive mecha design project. Lin Yi found herself placed in Group 7, alongside a young female designer from the Interstellar Trade Alliance, a silent boy from the Fringe Colonies, and Tuoba Hong. Lin Yi softly uttered the last name, her gaze sharpening. This was no mere coincidence. After several rounds of intense eliminations, the number of contestants had dwindled to less than 1/10 of the original. Only the most elite designers remained on the holographic platform within the interstellar arena, the air thick with palpable tension. Each notification of system-assigned opponents tugged at the heartstrings of the young designers. Lin Yi's smart wristband vibrated, revealing her new position, Zone Wu, competition platform number 1. She strode steadily toward her designated spot, feeling the subtle feedback from the magnetically levitating floor. Her opponent was a young man of approximately 19, exuding an air of arrogance. Clad in an exquisite engineer's uniform adorned with the emblem of the Starlight Research Institute, a prestigious institution renowned within the Galactic Federation, rivaling the Moonlight Group. The gaze he cast upon Lin Yi was laced with scrutiny typical of peers and a palpable sense of discontent, clearly harboring resentment towards this female designer who had excelled in the earlier rounds of the competition. Chapter 167. The Gathering of Elites. The initial glimmers of cold radiance commence. The system's electronic voice resonated, and the holographic timer simultaneously activated. The difficulty of the questions escalated once more, now encompassing interdisciplinary applications and the profound principles of mecha engineering. Testing the designer's utmost capabilities. Design a self-sufficient reconnaissance mecha powered by stellar wind particle fluctuations without external energy sources. Briefly outline the core systems and energy conversion chain. Lin Yi pondered momentarily, and the designer's keen intellect swiftly constructed a framework, employing quantum-sensitive coatings to capture particle kinetic energy, which would then be converted into electromagnetic pulses to drive a miniature ion thruster, followed by an autonomous navigation system. The transition of particle energy into electromagnetic energy, ultimately transforming into kinetic energy. With clarity of thought, Lin Yi, radiating confidence, was the first to input her solution. Ding, buzz, click. The opponent's energy reading plummeted to 9, their expression shifting slightly, analyzing the potential types of additional stress arising from asymmetric loading, such as overheating of unilateral weapons in Titan-class mechas, and proposing countermeasures. Lin Yi spoke rapidly, infused with undeniable confidence. Torque imbalance leads to structural fatigue risk. It is imperative to enhance the joint buffering system, such as by adding hydraulic dampers and establishing stress dispersal frameworks. Precision. Ding. Buzz. Click. The opponent's reading fell to 7, beads of sweat appearing at their temples. The once arrogant designer's demeanor turned grave, clearly taken aback by the swift and precise responses of this seemingly younger female rival amidst such complex technical challenges. While Lin Yi concentrated on her own competition, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the contest platform in Sector B. There stood Sima Yi. Sima Yi's adversary was equally formidable, a young designer from a marginal colony, bearing the marks of hardship yet possessing sharp, discerning eyes, evidently skilled in heavy mecha structural design. The two were embroiled in a fierce battle. Sima Yi, endowed with immense strength and hailing from a family adept in heavy mecha and structural engineering, appeared somewhat beleaguered in this arena, demanding extensive calculations and comprehensive knowledge. Several inquiries regarding transmission system efficiency and the properties of rare alloy materials pushed him to the brink. Beads of sweat cascaded down his furrowed brow as he hesitated, causing his reading to drop from 10 to 7. Yet, he consistently pressured his opponent, who also fell to 6. With the competition time nearly elapsed, Sima Yi's eyes widened, his jaw clenched, resembling a cornered beast, evidently exerting every ounce of effort. Ultimately, Armed with a question regarding the techniques to prevent deformation of large mecha armor plates in high-temperature environments, he let out a silent roar, nearly smashing out the answer pearl, narrowly succeeding in his response. Ding, buzz, click. The opponent's reading descended to 5, while his own stabilized at 6. As the competition concluded, he advanced with a slender margin. Descending from the platform, he was drenched in sweat, panting heavily, and offered Lin Yi a weary yet relieved smile, raising his fist in exuberance. Lin Yi redirected her focus, immersing herself in her own competition once more. Her opponent, the prodigious designer from the Starlight Research Institute, was evidently no ordinary adversary. In the face of Lin Yi's relentless assault, they displayed remarkable resilience, showcasing an exceptional level of technical proficiency among their peers. Yet, Lin Yi's reservoir of knowledge resembled an unfathomable database. No matter how intricate the problem presented itself, she invariably discovered the correct solution. Chapter 168, A Gathering of Elites. The first glimmer of cold radiance ultimately, as the competition reached its 2/3 mark. Lin Yi delivered a precise response regarding the influence of material ratios on the structural integrity of nanoscale 3D printing, thereby eliminating his opponent with finality. The once arrogant designer stared at his dwindling score, his face etched with shock and resentment. Zhao Wangshu and Yun Yanan also triumphed over their formidable adversaries, advancing effortlessly to the next stage. Zhao Wangshu maintained an air of suffocating steadiness and efficiency, even surpassing Lin Yi in terms of speed. His calm demeanor belied his youth, evoking astonishment. Yun Yanan, armed with a profound academic foundation and comprehensive knowledge of mecha engineering, displayed a composed demeanor that allowed her to dominate her opponent, securing victory with a considerable margin. At this moment, the interstellar arena was undeniably captivated by 3 names: Lin Yi, Zhao Wangshu, and Tuoba Hong. These 3 premier designers shone like 3 newly forged swords, their brilliance unmatched. Each appearance on stage almost guaranteed the swift elimination of their competitors. Their speed in responding, precision, and commanding presence instilled awe and trepidation in other equally talented designers. The surrounding crowd focused intently on the trio, each chime of their success met with gasps of admiration. Yet, beneath the radiance of these design luminaries, a still and sharp glimmer emerged quietly. It was the solitude that belonged solely to Mo Hanjing, a remarkably gifted talent. Seemingly solitary in his demeanor at just 17 or 18 years of age, the platform he occupied was unassuming. His opponent, a youthful designer from the Nyelan system, bore dark skin and an expression that belied his years, evidently skilled in mecha energy systems and the application of special materials. In the initial questions, Mo Hanjing appeared unhurried to respond, even allowing his score to dip after his rival answered correctly. On the platform, he moved with the ease of a stroll through a laboratory, as if he were the sovereign of this high-tech arena. Everything seemed to fall effortlessly into his grasp. Habitually, he bowed his head in contemplation, occasionally running his fingers through his slightly disheveled hair, his traditionally composed face maintaining an expressionless facade, as if the fierce competition around him held no relevance. However, as the questions delved into complex dynamics calculations, material strength analysis, and the intricate accumulation of system error deductions, domains requiring formidable logical reasoning and mental arithmetic, the tranquil genius transformed. His head lifted slightly, and within his deep-set eyes, the stillness gave way to the flickering of cold data streams akin to a finely tuned quantum computer coming to life. The focus and sharpness characteristic of a top-tier talent radiated without reservation in that moment, calculating the maximum thrust output of this model's mecha propulsion system under specific operating conditions. As the question was just presented, while the opponent was still attempting to comprehend the intricacies of the problem, Mo Hanjing's fingers danced across the holographic interface like a specter, effortlessly depositing a jade orb inscribed with complex mathematical formulas into the slot. The swiftness of the action even surpassed the performances of Lin Yi and Zhao Wangshu during their most straightforward challenges. A series of sounds echoed, clang, hum, click. The opponent's readings plummeted dramatically. The designer from the Nyelan star system looked up in astonishment, analyzed the energy efficiency and torque conversion ratio of this composite drive system. Chapter 169, A Gathering of Elites. The chill of dawn once again, a daunting mathematical challenge loomed ahead. Mo Hanjing's gaze resembled a frigid scanner, instantly assimilating all parameters. Merely 2 breaths later, ding, the answer bead had been accurately deposited. The opponent's reading plummeted. For the first time, a flicker of panic crossed designer Nyeline's face. The task was to predict the stress distribution trends of this nanomaterial armor under varying temperature conditions. Mo Hanjing remained silent, yet the data flowed wildly in his eyes. His fingers danced like the wind, as an abstract symbol bead representing his calculated result was launched into the slot. He once again outpaced his adversary. The composure and sophistication that adorned designer Nyeline's countenance vanished entirely, replaced by incredulous astonishment. He realized that his prized experience and intuition crumbled like a paper window before Mo Hanjing's terrifying mental calculation prowess easily pierced through. Mo Hanjing's competition platform reading, firmly anchored at 9, remained immovable, impervious to any challenge from his opponent. As the halfway mark of the contest approached, designer Nyeline's reading plummeted to its nadir. In stark contrast to his earlier lethargic demeanor, Mo Hanjing unleashed a nearly overwhelming speed, executing a decisive victory over his opponent. He descended from the platform in silence, maintaining his head bowed, as if the breathtaking performance that had captivated the audience was entirely unrelated to him, reverting once more to the taciturn young man he had been. However, the surrounding gazes shifted from initial indifference to astonishment, shock, and even a hint of reverence. Lin Yi, Zhao Wangshu, and Yun Yanin all took note of this scene. Lin Yi's eyes flickered with contemplation. Zhao Wangshu's gaze deepened and sharpened, while Yun Yanin revealed a keen interest, as if she had stumbled upon a treasure. Meanwhile, from a distance, Tuoba Hong of the Western Rhone Coalition, observing Mo Hanjing's final, decisive performance, slightly tempered his previously arrogant expression, his brows furrowed in concentration, replaced by an air of seriousness and vigilance. He recognized that, within the Moonlight Group, beyond the 3 dazzling prodigies, this consistently reticent individual, seemingly inconspicuous, might indeed be the most concealed and formidable contender, the one most capable of causing headaches for his opponents. After 3 rounds of fierce competition, the pinnacle of talent among the elite had emerged. The core quintet of the Moonlight Group had all advanced. The core members of the Western Rhone Coalition also passed through the trials. The true battle of dragons and tigers was set to unfold in the subsequent, even more brutal elimination rounds. At last, the cold, concealed blade of Mo Hanjing unveiled its astonishing sharpness, capable of altering the course of the battle. On this battlefield reserved for the highest echelons of genius, the event committee announced a 1-hour intermission, allowing the contestants to recalibrate their states. Lin Yi, Zhao Wangshu, and Yun Yanin congregated in the rest area, deliberating over their recent observations. Mo Hanjing's computational abilities surpassed the limits of ordinary humanity. Zhao Wangshu retrieved the data records from the recent competition, noting that his average response time for 3 intricate calculations was a mere 1.7 seconds, an almost unattainable feat. Yun Yanin nodded in agreement. Unless he possessed some form of cognitive enhancement, or, she hesitated, considering the possibility of utilizing prohibited technical assistance. Lin Yi pondered for a moment. I recall that Dr. Kent specializes in the fields of neural interfaces and cognitive enhancement. As his distinguished protege, Mo Hanjing may have been exposed to certain cutting-edge technologies. However, this still does not account for his almost prescient speed in answering questions. Zhao Wangshu noted that some questions had barely appeared before he had already begun to engage with them, as if he possessed prior knowledge of their contents. Chapter 170, The Gathering of Elites. The initial glimmer of cold radiance the trio fell into a moment of silence, the unsettling realization weighing heavily upon them. Should Mo Hanjing indeed have resorted to illicit means, the integrity of this competition would face a grave challenge. We must proceed with caution, Yun Yanin ultimately remarked. For without irrefutable evidence, any accusation could backfire, especially considering Mo Hanjing's current investigative circumstances. Suddenly, Lin Yi's smart wristband received an encrypted message. Upon opening it, a brief note from Dr. Mo Yen appeared. Monitor the neural interface signal characteristics of Mo Hanjing. Anomalous patterns may correlate with the underflow technology. Collect data discreetly and avoid alarming any snakes in the grass. This message deepened the trio's apprehension. If Mo Hanjing's performance were indeed linked to the underflow organization, the situation would become even more intricate. The forthcoming round of competition involved a team design challenge. Zhao Wangshu shifted the topic, stating, "We will be randomly grouped to collaboratively complete a comprehensive mecha design project. This may provide a better opportunity to observe the genuine capabilities of others, especially Mo Hanjian." Lin Yi added, "In a collaborative setting, he cannot entirely conceal his methods and techniques." Yun Yanin retrieved the competition rules. Team project evaluations not only emphasize the final design, but also the collaborative process and innovation. This will test everyone's comprehensive abilities. As the signal indicating the end of the break resonated, the contestants reconvened. A massive holographic screen commenced the random distribution of teams, each comprising 3 participants tasked with collectively executing a complex mecha design assignment. Lin Yi found herself placed in the 3rd group, alongside a young female designer from the Interstellar Commercial Alliance, and Mo Hanjian. Lin Yi softly uttered the last name, her gaze sharpening. This was no mere coincidence. Zhao Wangshu and Yun Yanin were allocated to different groups, each partnering with unfamiliar contestants. Tuo Bahong, on the other hand, formed a team with 2 representatives from the Western Rhone Alliance, thereby maintaining their team's integrity. The team design challenge commenced. The system's electronic voice echoed throughout the arena, instructing each group to devise a reconnaissance mecha capable of operating in extreme planetary environments within a limited time frame. The design must encompass a power system, protective measures, and specialized functional modules. Commence now. Lin Yi turned to her new teammates, donning a professional smile. "Let us begin. I propose we first analyze the task requirements and then allocate responsibilities." The female designer from the Interstellar Commercial Alliance nodded in agreement. However, Mo Hanjian merely cast a fleeting glance at Lin Yi, quietly stating, "I have already completed the environmental analysis and the work allocation plan." His wristband projected a detailed project blueprint, with every step meticulously timed and each individual's task allocation remarkably efficient. Lin Yi felt a jolt of surprise within, yet maintained her composure. An impressively efficient plan. Let us commence execution. Throughout the ensuing collaboration, Mo Hanjian demonstrated astonishing capabilities. He possesses the remarkable ability to execute intricate calculations in an instant while simultaneously foreseeing various potential issues and proposing solutions. His efficiency is so extraordinary that it seems almost beyond the capabilities of a mere human. However, Lin Yi has also observed some peculiar details. Mo Hanjian occasionally succumbs to brief moments of distraction, his gaze becoming vacant. At times, his fingers exhibit a slight tremor, as if under some unseen pressure. Most intriguingly, he avoids direct connections with other individuals' intelligent devices, always opting to transmit data through intermediary platforms. These subtle anomalies have only strengthened Lin Yi's conviction that Mo Hanjian is indeed concealing a secret, one that may be intricately linked to the Dark Current organization. As the team design challenge unfolds, Lin Yi resolves to closely monitor this enigmatic genius designer in pursuit of the truth. In this prestigious mecha design competition, dark currents are quietly surging, and Lin Yi finds himself at the eye of the storm. Chapter 171. The final round. The atmosphere within the interstellar arena has reached a taut crescendo. After several grueling elimination rounds, the once numerous contestants have dwindled to a mere 400 elite designers, who now stand upon the sparse yet solitary holographic competition platforms, poised to face the ultimate trial that will determine the final 200 advancement slots. The air is permeated with the faint ozone scent of the energy fields, the refreshing aroma of coolant, and the mingled breaths of young designers filled with both fervent desire and palpable tension. Each competition platform resembles an isolated space station, bearing the weight of a genius engineer's final sprint towards their aspirations. The intelligent allocation system silently and swiftly completes the match arrangements for the final round. A stream of data flickers on Lin Yi's smart wristband, indicating her position, Sector G, Platform 5. Her opponent, a girl with a cold demeanor clad in a deep blue engineer's uniform, hails from the rigorously esteemed Northern Mo Zone technology, her gaze sharp as a laser cutter, evidently perceiving Lin Yi as a formidable adversary to be reckoned with. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi's eyes reflect unwavering calm, devoid of any underestimation. She swiftly checks her smart wristband and holographic interface, ensuring that all design tools are in optimal condition. Zhao Wangshu has been assigned to Sector R, Platform 1. His opponent is a tall, serene young designer from the southern frontier, adorned with a blend of traditional and modern electronic silver accessories, her gaze remarkably resolute, suggesting proficiency in obscure technologies beyond her expertise in biomechanical and ecological materials. Zhao Wangshu maintains his perennial icy expression, the collar of his dark blue engineer's uniform remaining unruffled by the circulating air, as if the impending clash were merely a routine design exercise rather than a decisive showdown. Yun Yanan occupies the position in Sector K, Platform 9. Her opponent is a young designer from the Western Union, not a core figure like Tuo Bahong, yet embodying the ferocious style typical of the Western team. He is named Telbatu. Upon seeing Yun Yanan, the seemingly elegant moonlit designer, a cruel and contemptuous smile spreads across his face, and he provocatively gestures as if to sever the energy supply. Yun Yanan, her gown's silver trim accentuating her poised stature, merely furrows her brow slightly in response to the provocation, her countenance remaining serene, though a frost begins to form in the depths of her gaze. Sima Yi seems to have drawn an unfavorable lot, landing in Sector J, Platform 2. His opponent is none other than another formidable contender from the Western Union, Qi Hanjin. Although Qi Hanjin lacks the imposing physique of Tuo Bahong, his eyes gleam with a menacing intensity, and his movements are as agile as a venomous lizard in the desert. He fixates on Sima Yi, licking his lips with a bloodthirsty grin. Sima Yi furrows his thick brows, clenching his fists, aware that this will be a fierce battle. Mo Hanjing remains in an inconspicuous corner, Sector S, Platform 8. His opponent is a prodigious designer from the Yushi Star Alliance, renowned for his exceptional memory and rapid learning capabilities. The final round commences. The electronic chime of the system resonated like a mighty bell, heralding the commencement of the final contest. Hundreds of holographic timers ignited simultaneously, initiating the countdown. On Lin Yi's competitive platform, the clash swiftly escalated to a fever pitch. The difficulty of the questions had reached an apex, presenting numerous challenges derived from obscure technical archives that necessitated instantaneous complex reasoning. In the volume entitled Interstellar Engineering Materials, it is documented that nanocarbon composite materials, after being formed at high temperatures, require a rapid cooling treatment. What is the purpose of this treatment? How does it differ from conventional quenching processes? A flurry of original technical literature and definitions raced through Lin Yi's mind, and a realization dawned upon him. This is not merely to enhance hardness, but rather a method of directed crystallization. By inducing lattice reorganization through thermal shock, it augments both toughness and conductivity. The distinction lies in the temperature curve and microscopic objectives. Ding! He made an accurate throw. His opponent, the girl from the Mo sect, lagged by a fraction, her energy reading plummeting to 9. It was too swift. She involuntarily turned pale. To construct an interstellar aircraft carrier-grade armor plate using the multi-layer composite forging method, how can one ensure the bonding degree between layers and the uniformity of stress distribution? What are the 3 core verification steps? Lin Yi's thoughts raced, integrating modern materials science and engineering theories. First, establish an ultrasonic flaw detection array to verify bonding degree using resonance frequencies. Second, implement phased heat treatment, measuring deformation at multiple points with a laser rangefinder during each phase. Third, before finalization, use X-ray diffraction to assess internal stress distribution. Ding! He seized the lead once more. The opponent's reading fell to 7. The girl gritted her teeth, her fingers whitening from exertion. Lin Yi's onslaught resembled a tempest, his erudition and rapid reflexes overwhelming. Although the Mo sect girl was also exceptionally talented, she found herself steadily retreating under Lin Yi's comprehensive pressure. Ultimately, as the competition reached its midpoint, Lin Yi delivered a decisive answer regarding the long-lost quantum weaving technology, addressing the challenges of matching thermal expansion coefficients between different superconducting materials and their matrices, utterly vanquishing his opponent and eliminating her from the contest. He successfully advanced. His breath slightly quickened, yet his gaze remained bright. At this moment, Zhao Wangshu's competitive platform was equally riveting. The girl from the southern frontier faced Zhao Wangshu without trepidation. Clearly possessing remarkable skills, she launched a series of intricate questions regarding the compatibility of biological mech-and-neural interfaces, the corrosive properties of extraterrestrial microorganisms on specific alloys, and structural design issues under the unique conditions of primordial planets. However, Zhao Wangshu's performance was nothing short of terrifying. He resembled an unfathomable database, effortlessly absorbing even the most bizarre inquiries posed by his opponent, creating only the slightest ripple before consumption. His responses exhibited no hesitation, boasting a staggering precision. He identified the name and crucial manufacturing elements of the special transmission mechanism utilized for achieving the most delicate motion control in cyborg mantis reconnaissance mechs. The girl quickly responded, piezoelectric ceramic microactuator array. Each unit must be extremely thin with highly consistent response times. Ding. She succeeded. Zhao Wangshu's reading dropped to 9. This was the first decline for him today. Yet, in the next moment, the question shifted. Analyzing the 3 primary structural designs employed by Titan-class mechs to mitigate collision risks in asteroid belt environments, Zhao Wangshu's gaze sharpened. His fingers moved with the swiftness of lightning. The energy-deflecting shield dissipated energy, the honeycomb structure absorbed it entirely, and the active posture stabilizer ensured the steadiness of the craft. Ding. Almost instantaneously upon the completion of the question, the answer emerged. The opponent's score plummeted to 8. Assuming a constant energy density and particle flow. Calculate the erosion rate ratios of different shaped armors, flat, curved, and faceted, under the impact of stellar winds. This presented a formidable challenge in plasma mechanics. The girl from the south was momentarily taken aback. Yet, Zhao Wangshu had already computed the answer in his mind and cast the answer pearl. Ding. The opponent's score fell to 6. Ultimately, leveraging an all-encompassing repository of terrifying knowledge and an unwavering calmness, Zhao Wangshu, with 2/3 of the competition elapsed, eliminated his resilient opponent decisively. He maintained his aloof demeanor, merely adjusting his impeccably neat collar, as if he had accomplished a trivial task. He strolled off the platform and, upon raising his gaze, encountered Lin Yi's eyes, which sparkled with mirth. Unbeknownst to him, a faint smile graced Zhao Wangshu's face, rendering him considerably more approachable, attracting the attention of female designers from various star domains nearby. Meanwhile, the ever-intelligent and striking Lin Yi had long since become the focal point of discussion among female designers. Regrettably, the two remained blissfully unaware of this, engrossed in a hushed discussion about the intriguing technical challenges they had recently encountered. One spoke with animated gestures, while the other listened with rapt attention. One expanded ideas with eloquence, while the other deduced steps with a cheerful demeanor. This scene caught the eye of Dr. Mo Yin, who laughed heartily like a child, wiping away tears while pointing at the duo and exclaiming to Dr. Tao, "What does it mean to light a candle for the blind? Look, haraha." Simultaneously, a markedly contrasting duel unfolded on Yun Yanan's competition platform. Turbatu adopted the characteristic ferocity of the Western tribes. Each answer cast with a low growl and immense force, attempting to overwhelm his opponent with sheer momentum. However, Yun Yanan wielded softness against strength. Unlike her adversary, she relied not on brute force but on precise calculations and graceful maneuvers to deftly resolve crises time and again. As Turbatu faltered in impatience, making consecutive errors, Yun Yanan steadily gained the upper hand. Ultimately, on a question regarding the modulation of energy shield frequencies, Yun Yanan defeated her opponent with an accurate solution, advancing smoothly to the next round. She inclined her head slightly in acknowledgement of her rival, maintaining an elegant poise that starkly contrasted with the latter's flustered expression. Simultaneously, Sima Yu faced a particularly arduous challenge. Qi Hanjin not only possessed solid technical prowess, but also excelled in psychological tactics, persistently disrupting Sima Yu's rhythm with taunts and subtle gestures. After several exchanges, Sima Yu's energy readings had dwindled to a perilous level. "Is this all you can do, you bulky moonlight?" Qi Hanjin derided. "It seems your muscles truly outstrip your intellect." Sima Yu's eyes widened in fury, yet he inhaled deeply, allowing calmness to wash over him. He recalled Lin Yi's pre-competition advice: do not let the opponent dictate the pace, but rather leverage one's own strengths. When the topic of heavy mecha structural reinforcement emerged, Sima Yu's eyes lit up. This was indeed his area of expertise. His robust fingers danced rapidly across the interface, completing calculations and submissions in a heartbeat. Ding! The readout of Qi Hanjun notably dipped for the first time, his expression reflecting astonishment. With each subsequent question, Sima Yi grew more resolute. ultimately achieving a remarkable turnaround and advancing by a narrow margin. After his victory, he thumped his chest with satisfaction, offering a nod towards the Yuehua group. The most surprising performance came from Imo Hanjing. Initially appearing to be at a disadvantage against the well-versed designer Su Shi, he even faltered once, hesitating and allowing his opponent to take the lead. However, as the difficulty of the questions escalated, particularly when faced with complex calculations and technical dilemmas, Imo Hanjing seemed to undergo a transformation. His eyes sparkled with the brilliance of data streams, and his fingers moved with such speed that they nearly left afterimages. When posed with a question regarding the bottlenecks of quantum entanglement communication in superluminal mecha control, Imo Hanjing astonished the entire audience. Not only did he provide the correct answer instantaneously, but he also proposed 3 potential solutions, his cognitive agility surpassing that of ordinary understanding. Ultimately, he triumphed with an overwhelming advantage, yet afterward, he quickly reverted to his reticent demeanor, hastily departing the platform to avoid any interaction. As the final round concluded, the list of those advancing was officially announced. All core members of the Yuehua group progressed, and several from the Shiron coalition also qualified, including Tuoba Hong and Qi Hanjun. The event committee announced that the next phase would entail a team collaboration project, where the selected contestants would be randomly grouped to tackle a comprehensive mecha design challenge together. This revelation sparked widespread discussion, as it implied that former adversaries could become teammates, necessitating a degree of vigilance among allies. Lin Yi reviewed the new team information on her smart bracelet, frowning slightly upon discovering that one of her teammates was from Shiron. This undoubtedly added complexity to the competition, but also provided an opportunity to observe her opponents closely. It seemed the main event was only just beginning. Zhao Wangshu approached Lin Yi, speaking softly. Lin Yi nodded, her eyes glimmering with the thrill of challenge. Perfect. I too wish to uncover the secrets they conceal. The two exchanged smiles, their gazes filled with anticipation and determination for the forthcoming contest. In this gathering of elites for the mecha design competition, the real contest was just commencing. Sima Ye's confrontations on the competition platform could only be described as a brutal struggle. His battle against Qi Hanjun from the Shiron coalition was fraught with tension and tactical maneuvering from the outset. Qi Hanjun, exceedingly cunning, adeptly utilized his smart bracelet to analyze Sima Ye's technical characteristics swiftly, intentionally selecting mecha design questions that demanded intricate calculations and precise parameter discernment to provoke Sima Yi, targeting his knowledge blind spots. For instance, he compared the differences in shock absorption performance, fatigue strength, and weight efficiency between titanium aluminum alloy and nanocarbon fiber composite materials within mecha joints. Sima Yi possessed a general understanding, yet the specific values and performance curves remained nebulous. A moment's hesitation allowed Qi Hanjun to seize the opportunity, answering triumphantly. Ding. Sima Yi's energy readings plummeted to 9. He noted the potential margin of error for the laser rangefinder in a high electromagnetic interference environment, stemming from signal attenuation. Sima Yi felt dizzy. The intricate knowledge of electronics was not his forte, while Qi Hanjun swiftly recited the precise figures. Ding. Sima Yi dropped to 8. He was tasked with analyzing the differing impacts of cold forming and hot pressing on the internal crystalline structure of mecha armor plates and their ultimate protective capabilities. This was a question Sima Yi could have tackled, as he possessed some understanding of material processing, yet in his haste, he mistakenly selected the data pearl, representing the incorrect option. Ding. Incorrect. Both participants experienced a simultaneous decline. Sima Yi fell to 7, while Qi Hanjun descended to 9. Sima Yi let out a furious roar, his eyes ablaze, sweat cascading from his forehead onto the control interface. Just as he was on the verge of losing his composure, he suddenly noticed Lin Yi and Zhao Wangshu casting concerned glances in his direction. Lin Yi even sent a brief encrypted message via his smart wristband. Trust your instincts. Heavy mecha is your domain. Chapter 172. Fierce struggle, desperate counterattack. This simple encouragement surged through Sima Ye's nerves like a refreshing electric current. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure and not be swayed by his opponent's psychological tactics. In the ensuing competition, leveraging his expertise in the structure and materials of heavy mechs, he painstakingly turned the tide on 2 questions. He elucidated the optimal ratio of hydraulic dampers to spring composite structures in the foot cushioning system of a Titan-class mech. Sima Ye's eyes sparkled. This was a domain he had delved into deeply. His robust fingers flew over the holographic interface, completing the calculation almost instantaneously. A 7:3 ratio of liquid springs, balancing shock absorption with energy feedback. Ding! The reading for Chi-Han Jun finally dropped. He computed the recoil force exerted by the Meteor Hammer heavy weapon at maximum power output and the required reinforcement scheme for the mech's armature. Sima Yi once again showcased his proficiency in heavy equipment. The recoil was approximately 1,200 kilonewtons, necessitating an additional layer of composite carbon fiber reinforcement at the shoulder joint. Ding! The gap between the two competitors narrowed. The holographic timer raced towards its conclusion. Energy readings: Sima Yi at 8, Chi-Han Jun at 7. The final question illuminated the holographic screen, briefly outlined 3 common metallic powder formulas used in quantum 3D printing technology for manufacturing high-precision mech components, along with their respective applicable part types. This question was exceedingly complex and esoteric, involving cutting-edge manufacturing technology and materials science. Sima Ye's mind buzzed. He grasped some foundational concepts, but the precise compositions of the 3 formulas and their specific applications eluded him. Sweat beaded on his forehead as his fingers trembled over the data beads. Chi-Han Jun also furrowed his brow, evidently stumped by this advanced query. Time ticked away. The timer was about to hit 0. In those final seconds, Chi-Han Jun seemed to grasp an answer, abruptly casting a bead. Ding! Almost simultaneously, Sima Yi recalled Lin Yi's encouragement and his own practical experience in the heavy mech workshop. Drawing upon vague memories and intuition, he cast a bead. Ding! Buzz! The system's judgment rang out. Both competitor slots illuminated red, indicating errors. According to the rules, both were wrong and dropped a level simultaneously. Buzz! Clack! Sima Ye's reading fell from 8 to 7. Chi-Han Jun's reading dropped from 7 to 6. The timer, at that precise moment, reached 0, emitting a concluding beep. Zone 4, Competition Platform 2. Time's up. Chi-Han Jun's reading was 6. Sima Ye's was 7. Chi-Han Jun ranked lower. Sima Yi wins, announced the system in an electronic voice. Sima Yi was stunned. Had he truly won? Merely because his opponent was 1 level lower? A wave of overwhelming luck and profound disappointment struck him simultaneously. He had triumphed, yet it felt so pitiful, as if he had clawed his way back from the brink of elimination. He stared at his reading of 7, then glanced at Chi-Han Jun's eyes, filled with resentment and bitterness. In a surge of frustration, he slammed his fist onto the control panel, producing a dull thud. His face bore no trace of joy, only an endless sense of regret and apprehension. Before leaving the platform, Chi-Han Jun cast a fierce glare at Sima Yi and, in a tone audible only to the two of them, remarked, "Consider yourself fortunate, you big oaf. Such luck will not accompany you in the team competition." Sima Yi offered no reply, merely descending the platform with a heavy heart. His smart wristband displayed the recently received advancement notification. However, the cold text failed to evoke any sense of accomplishment within him. "Struggling, were you?" Zhao Wangshu had approached his side, her tone neutral, but her gaze imbued with understanding. Sima Yi managed a wry smile. "I almost lost. If it weren't for that question. The outcome is what truly matters," Linny interjected as she joined them, her wristband showcasing the data analysis from the recent match. Chi-Han Jun clearly studied your technical attributes, crafting questions that specifically targeted your weaknesses. Yun Yanin presented a data report, stating, "I reviewed the patterns of the Shiron competitors. They appear to have a dedicated intelligence team that swiftly analyzes their opponent's technical vulnerabilities." Sima Yi inhaled deeply. "I will perform better in the team competition. I won't allow this to occur again." Coincidentally, Zhao Wangshu glanced towards the Shiron team. "In the team competition, we will have the opportunity to observe their tactics and technical characteristics up close." As the four engaged in discussion, Sima Yi's wristband unexpectedly received an anonymous message. "Beware of Shiron's neural interference technology. They may employ illicit methods in the team competition." This sudden warning caused a palpable shift in the group's demeanor. Should the Shiron competitors indeed resort to methods beyond mere technology, the upcoming team match would become increasingly intricate and perilous. "We must prepare ourselves," Linny stated calmly, "not only technically but also tactically." Sima Yi nodded emphatically, the despondency in his eyes gradually giving way to determination. "I will not allow them to succeed again." Though this grueling victory was disheartening, It offered Sima Yu a clearer understanding of his strengths and weaknesses. Armed with this invaluable experience, he was ready to embrace the challenges of the forthcoming team competition. Meanwhile, Dr. Mo Yin and Dr. Kent, observing from the spectator area, also took note of the match. The two technological giants monitored Sima Yu's arduous struggle through a specialized observation system. The Shirong's tactics are becoming increasingly evident, Dr. Kent remarked, frowning. They are not only seeking breakthroughs in technology, but are also meticulously honing their strategies and psychological approaches. Dr. Mo Yin nodded in agreement. This implies that the team competition will be exceptionally complex. We must ensure the integrity of the match. The two doctors reached a consensus to elevate the monitoring level of the competition while discreetly investigating whether the Shirong delegation employed any prohibited technological aids. The showdown on Yun Yanen's competition platform became a perfect embodiment of a dramatic comeback. The battle between Yun Yanen and the Shirong coalition's Turbatu was extraordinarily fierce. Although Turbatu may not possess the extensive knowledge base of Yun Yanen, he compensated with ferocity and rapid response, seemingly having utilized intelligent data analysis to specifically devise strategies against the Yuehua group competitors. Enumerate more than 3 types of nanocomposite materials that can enhance the wear resistance and high-temperature durability of mecha joint seals, along with key synthesis points. Turbata's countenance twisted into a fierce visage. As if roaring, he confidently selected the answer: graphene ceramic composite layers, carbon nanotube reinforced elastomers, liquid metal-filled polymers. Ding ding. Quick on the draw. Yun Yanen's energy reading plummeted to 9. What is the critical special heat treatment process for the obsidian alloy used in mecha armor applications? Turbata laughed heartily, while others may be oblivious. This question felt instinctively familiar to him, and the answer surfaced instantaneously. Plasma carbizing treatment followed by rapid laser quenching and multiple thermomechanical processes. Ding ding. Another quick response. Yun Yanen's score dropped to 8. Next question. In the manufacturing of interstellar battleship-grade armor plates, what are the extreme requirements for material density and sintering temperature in composite layering technology? Yun Yanen calmly seized the opportunity. Density must exceed 4.5 grams per cubic centimeter. Sintering temperature must be controlled between 2200 and 2400 degrees Celsius. Ding ding. Turbata's score fell to 9. Turbatu, feeling the sting of retaliation, became increasingly frantic in his responses. After 2 consecutive off-topic answers, Yun Yanen prudently refrained from replying, while Turbatu recklessly ventured forth, resulting in 2 consecutive incorrect answers. Ding ding. Ding ding. Incorrect. Both scores dropped. Yun Yanen to 6. Turbatu to 7. The holographic timer raced downwards. 3/4 of the time had elapsed. Energy readings. Yun Yanen 6. Turbata 7. Turbata held a temporary lead. He let out a triumphant roar and answered again, only to falter once more. Incorrect. Both scores fell again. Yun Yanen to 5. Turbata to 6. The situation grew perilous. Under the pressure of her uniform, Yun Yanen's chest rose and fell slightly, a sheen of sweat glistening on her smooth forehead. Yet her gaze grew increasingly bright and composed. The smart wristband vibrated gently, delivering an encouraging message from Lin Jimmy. Yanen, stay steady. You can do it. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Wangshu sent a tactical suggestion. Senior Sister Yun, pay attention to his rhythm. He will react within 0.5 seconds after the question is displayed. Exploit this pattern. Sima Yu's hard-won victory not only marked a challenging personal advancement, but also became a pivotal moment in the entire competition, igniting various factions' expectations and preparations for the forthcoming team match. Yun Yanen did not glance around in search of companions. Instead, she focused intently on the holographic screen before her. She adjusted her breathing, silently assuring herself to give her utmost in these final questions. Subsequently, Yun Yanen seized a question, causing Turbata's score to drop to 5. The next question was captured back by Turbatu, bringing Yun Yanen down to 4. Only 10 seconds remained on the timer. The red warning lights began to flash. It seemed as though the competition could terminate at any moment. Energy readings. Yun Yanen 4, Turbata 5. Another question was revealed. According to the interstellar engineering standards, what is the size of the basic unit used as a reference for the mecha structure modulus system? Turbata's eyes flashed with confusion upon seeing the question. This pertained to highly specialized knowledge in mecha engineering design. Yun Yanen's eyes sparkled like stars in an instant. Now is the moment. The standard size of the nano-servo motor. She silently chanted within her heart, her fingers steady as a rock, selecting the data orb inscribed with the servo unit's information. And with a flash, she inserted it into the slot. Her movements were fluid and precise, imbued with a sense of determination. A clear, melodious chime resonated like celestial music. Almost in the very next second after her orb was cast, the timer reached its ultimate zero. The sound of termination echoed throughout the arena. Buzz. The judgment light illuminated, signifying correctness. Boom. The platform beneath Turbata suddenly sank. The reading plummeted from 5 to 4. The final readings, Yun 4, Turbata 4. A tie? Yet. The rule dictated, when time expires, the lower position results in elimination. With both contestants at equal levels, silence enveloped the crowd. The system's electronic voice announced, Zone 7. Competition Platform 9. Time's up. Both readings stand at 4. According to the rules, a tiebreaker question will be posed. The first to answer will determine the victor. The tiebreaker question was instantly declared by the system. A new query appeared on the holographic screen. Identify the primary material enabling the spectral adaptive function within the quantum invisibility coding. Turbao, still immersed in the ecstasy of nearly winning and the shock of being equalized, reacted a moment too late. Yet Yun, like a prepared predator, swiftly had the answer flash in her mind. Photonic crystal matrix. The data orb responded immediately as it was placed into the slot. Ding! The sound reverberated through the silent arena. Buzz! Turbata's energy pillar reading instantly dropped to 0, erupting in blinding red light. Yun emerged victorious. Turbata was eliminated. The system announced with great authority. The sneer on Turbata's face froze, morphing into disbelief and fury. He emitted a beast-like roar and struck the descending platform with a mighty fist, only to be sternly admonished by the leader of the Shirong faction. Yun let out a long sigh of relief, gently patting her chest, her exquisite visage revealing a trace of fatigue, yet contentment. Akin to a tranquil nebula after a supernova's explosion, she had achieved a true comeback from the brink. Simultaneously, Tua Bong, filled with disappointment, shifted his attention to another competition platform. Another core member of the Shirong coalition was also engaged in a duel against a scion of a top federal family, narrowly advancing with a reading of 4 against the opponent's 3, achieving a thrilling victory. Thus, in the final round, the Shirong coalition suffered the loss of a top-tier genius, with nearly all other competitors eliminated, leaving only Tua Bong and 3 others to progress. Tua Bahong's expression darkened ominously as he fixed his gaze on the eliminated companion and the triumphant Yun, his eyes brimming with barely contained rage. His smart bracelet flickered with complex data streams, evidently analyzing the recently concluded match records. Finally, as the timers on all platforms reached 0, the clamorous atmosphere gradually subsided. A representative from the event organizing committee ascended the central podium once more, their voice resonating through the holographic amplification system across the interstellar arena. After 4 rounds of fierce competition, the knowledge contest of the Galactic Singularity Mecha Design Competition has now concluded. The teams advancing to the challenge round number 200. The list has been entered into the central database. You may check the information through the smart wristbands. In 3 days, the second phase, Innovation Workshop, on-site mecha design and production, will be held here. I hope all the advancing elites prepare earnestly. In 3 days, gather here for a random team competition. The vast holographic display illuminated with a gentle glow, and a multitude of names began to scroll. Among them, the names Lin Yi, Zhao Wangshu, Yun Yanan, Sima Yi, and Mo Hanjian stood out prominently. The core team of Yuehua Group, though facing peril, managed to secure a place. Conversely, the Shirong Consortium suffered significant losses, leaving only 3 members of its core team. Designers expressed a spectrum of emotions. Some rejoiced exuberantly, others were engulfed in sorrow, while some remained silent. The arena was thick with complex sentiments. Lin Yi approached Sima Yi, patting his robust arm. It's all right. Advancing is what matters. Sima Yi grumbled in response, still somewhat disheartened. Zhao Wangshu and Yun Yanan joined them shortly after. Yanan, you were incredible. Lin Yi praised sincerely. Yun Yanan smiled gently. It was merely a stroke of luck. Had it not been for your informational support, I might have lost. Chapter 173. The dawn of a new competition format. Zhao Wangshu's gaze swept over the Western Rome team, and he remarked coldly, "They will not relent." The team competition marks the true beginning. The crowd nodded, their expressions turning grave. Notifications regarding the rules and preparations for the team competition began to flood in on their smart wristbands, prompting each individual to delve into serious study. At this moment, Dr. Mo Yin and Dr. Kent entered the contestant area through a designated passage. The arrival of these technological titans immediately captured everyone's attention. Remarkable performances, everyone, Dr. Mo Yin smiled. Particularly commending the last-minute turnaround, designer Yun. Dr. Kent, however, was more forthright. The team competition will be entirely different. You will need to genuinely design and fabricate components of the mecha, rather than merely answering questions. The Western Rome may possess a practical advantage. Linny noted that when Dr. Kent spoke, his gaze inadvertently flicked toward Mo Hanjian, who kept his head lowered, avoiding eye contact with anyone. We have elevated the level of event monitoring, Dr. Mo Yin continued, particularly regarding certain unconventional technologies. I hope everyone competes fairly and showcases their true technical prowess. After the two doctors departed, the contestants began to disperse. A few members of the Yuehua group decided to return to their base together to discuss strategies for the team competition. Random team formation implies we may be separated, even possibly grouped with the Western Rome, Zhao Wangshu analyzed. This presents an excellent opportunity to observe them, Lin Yi interjected, especially if they employ any unconventional methods. Yin Yanin pulled up the data from the recent competition. I noticed that when Turbado answered certain questions, his pupils exhibited an unusual contraction pattern. It looked less like contemplation and more like information reception. Sima Yu struck his palm heavily. I knew it. Those guys must be cheating. But there is no evidence, Zhao Wangshu replied calmly. We will observe closely during the team competition. Upon returning to the Yuehua group's base, the group immediately commenced their preparations. The smart wristbands delivered detailed rules for the team competition. Each group would be randomly assigned 4 contestants, who must collaboratively design and manufacture a crucial component of a mecha within a specified time frame. Judges would evaluate based on innovation, practicality, and craftsmanship. Lin Yi discreetly gathered everyone in her workshop, revealing an encrypted interface. I have developed a small tool that can record each person's contributions and operational patterns during the team competition. If the Western Rome truly employs illicit tactics, we should be able to detect anomalies. Additionally, she continued, I am further researching the nanoscale distributed energy buffering and release matrix. Although the original design cannot be utilized, certain concepts can be integrated into new creations. Zhao Wangshu nodded in agreement, concealing one's strength beneath apparent clumsiness. The team competition is indeed an excellent opportunity to demonstrate this philosophy. 3 days swiftly passed, and when the contestants reconvened at the interstellar arena, the atmosphere had transformed entirely. The tension of the knowledge competition has been supplanted by the anticipation of practical creation. The vast venue has been transformed into 200 advanced workstations, each equipped with state-of-the-art mecha manufacturing facilities. The results of the random grouping scroll across the large screen, eliciting waves of gasps and discussions. As the clock strikes the commencement of the competition, the system's voice resonates throughout the hall. The team segment of the Stellar Singularity Contest now begins. May innovation and wisdom accompany you. The true challenge has only just begun. The brilliance of the stars penetrates the energy-filtering dome of the space station, illuminating the interstellar arena that has endured a day of intense intellectual battles. Most of the hundreds of holographic competition platforms that stood tall yesterday have been dismantled, leaving behind an empty expanse adorned with scattered remnants of technology, silently narrating the cruelty of elimination. The air is no longer merely thick with tension. It carries an additional weight of solemnity and restlessness in the face of unknown challenges. 200 elite designers who have successfully advanced gather once more, mostly young and accomplished. Their faces still bear youthful innocence, yet their eyes reflect a sharpness and calm that surpasses that of their peers. On the central platform stands the imposing figure of the event's supervisor, clad in an ornate, somber purple engineer's robe, with quantum patterns shimmering under the lights. His gaze, electrifying, sweeps across the 200 youthful faces, his voice booming through the sound system, quelling all whispers. Esteemed designers, congratulations on advancing to the second round. Yesterday's knowledge competition assessed your individual technical foundations. However, The path of mecha engineering cannot be traversed alone. Collaboration, adaptability, and communication, finding your place and showcasing your strengths within an unfamiliar team, are the essence of a top-tier engineer. Thus, the second phase is designated as the Innovation Workshop, Team Collaboration Challenge. The notions of team formation and collaboration provoke an immediate uproar among the audience. Many young designers, accustomed to solitary endeavors or working only with familiar partners, are suddenly overtaken by expressions of surprise, confusion, and even a hint of panic. The supervisor, unfazed by the commotion, declares with a resonant tone the details of the rules. The rules are as follows. The crowd holds its breath, focusing intently as they receive the competition guidelines through their smart wristbands. A closer reading reveals some unsettling truths. 1. Absolutely random team formation. Names will be drawn by a quantum random allocation system, 4 members per group. Within the same group, individuals from the same star domain or institution are largely excluded. This first rule, like a boulder cast into a lake, stirs up even greater waves, signifying that everyone will be stripped of their existing support and face entirely unfamiliar teammates. This challenge tests not only personal abilities, but also communication and coordination skills, as well as the influence of individual reputation. It is also a manifestation of luck, prompting wry smiles from many. 2. A total of 3 rounds of competition, with a loser S bracket. Loser S bracket? Murmurs of confusion ripple through the crowd. The supervisor begins to elucidate. In the first round, 50 groups, with 4 groups forming a competition unit, a total of 12 units engaging in a quadrilateral contest. In each unit, the first place will form the champion group, with a total of 12 groups advancing directly to the ultimate month-long individual competition at Mount Sifong. The remaining 152 participants will enter the loser group, necessitating a second round of competition to vie for advancement. In the second round, all non-advancing designers will be reshuffled into new groups of 4, creating 38 groups, with each 4 groups forming a unit for fierce competition. The first place in each unit will qualify for the champion group, totaling 9 groups that will move forward directly. The remaining 116 participants will then enter the third round, continuing the battle for the final opportunity. In the third round, the final stage, all participants will once again be randomized into teams, forming 29 groups, with each 4 groups constituting a unit for intense competition. Only the champion group will advance, while the rest will face elimination. Through 3 rounds of selection, 100 designers will ultimately qualify for the final challenge, competing for supremacy. As the announcement concluded, a buzz of astonishment filled the arena. None had anticipated the brutality of this random team competition. Those fortunate enough to advance early would certainly gain an advantage, but those who fell behind due to misfortune would undoubtedly face immense pressure. Many felt trepidation, while others worried about encountering unreliable teammates. The discussion intensified, prompting the chief supervisor to swiftly announce the subsequent rules. However, these rules bore similarities to standard competition regulations, although stringent. They seemed relatively lenient compared to the previous ruthless elimination criteria. 3. Competition content, to be revealed on-site. Participants may collaborate on designing mecha systems, engage in modular assembly, or tackle technical challenges. This will assess comprehensive skills, adaptability, resource allocation, and teamwork. 4. Strictly prohibited are acts of sabotage, destruction, plagiarism, and concealment. Any actions that violate engineering ethics and tarnish the integrity of the competition, whether internally or externally, will result in immediate disqualification, expulsion from the arena, interstellar reporting, and a lifetime ban from participation. Remember, uphold integrity, for craftsmanship is pure. Any malice corrupts skill. The supervisor's voice sharpened, their gaze icy as it swept across the crowd. With the rules declared, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. The regulations were both exhilarating and merciless. Random team formations introduced unpredictable allies, and the loser cycle implied that many would endure repeated struggles, with teamwork severely restricting individualism. The pressure was palpable, causing many young designers to blanch. The quantum random allocation system for team selection was activated. In the center of the arena, the floor gradually parted, revealing an elaborate quantum computing device adorned with luminous circuits and holographic projections, which ascended to facilitate random team assignments. The crystal core atop the apparatus spun rapidly, emitting countless strands of pale golden light that swept over all designers. The holographic screen illuminated abruptly, names swirling in a frenetic dance. Every participant held their breath, hearts racing. Lin Yi clenched her fists, forcing herself to remain composed, torn between hope for strong allies and anxiety over the unknown. Her smart wristband vibrated gently, indicating an analysis of potential teammate combinations. Zhao Wangshu, clad in a deep azure engineer's uniform, stood tall and composed, his handsome features frozen in an expression that betrayed a hint of concern in the line of his tightly pressed lips. His fingers deftly tapped on the smart bracelet, retrieving data from previous competitions to analyze the win rates of various team formations. Yun Yanin stood gracefully, gently caressing her sleeve, her gaze calm, yet flickering with intensity as she rapidly dissected the strategic implications behind the rules. Her smart bracelet was executing a sophisticated probability model to predict potential team combinations. Sima Yu glared, muttering to himself, "Heaven forbid I draw a team member who is merely a theoretical weakling." His large hand clenched into a fist, the knuckles paling slightly. Mo Hanjing lowered his head, fingers unconsciously tracing the hem of his garment, seemingly indifferent, yet betraying subtle tremors. The screen of his smart bracelet remained dim, but a closer inspection revealed unusual data streams flickering at the interface. Tuoba Hong, arms crossed and grinning malevolently, bellowed at his Western roan companion. "Who cares who it is? Just listen to me. Anyone who dares defy me, humph." His threatening demeanor was unmistakable, as his smart bracelet displayed an active threat assessment program. As the light dimmed, the gears of fate meshed together. In the first round, 12 competition units, 48 names, appeared sequentially. Each name's emergence provoked gasps or sighs from the audience. Designers from disparate star realms and cultural backgrounds were randomly paired, forming peculiar alliances. Lin Yi anxiously watched the screen when her name appeared in the third unit's Group B. She quickly scanned the teammate list: Zhao Wangshu, a materials expert from the fringe colonies, and Tuoba Hong. Lin Yi could scarcely believe her eyes. This combination was the manifestation of her worst nightmare. Zhao Wangshu's brow furrowed slightly, clearly dissatisfied with the team arrangement. Tuoba Hong, however, let out a loud laugh, provocatively glancing towards Lin Yi and Zhao Wangshu. Yun Yanin was assigned to Group C of the 5th unit. Her teammates, including a female designer from the Interstellar Trade Alliance and a seemingly taciturn technical expert. She promptly accessed their public profiles through her smart bracelet, beginning her analysis of their technical specialties. Sima Yu was fortunate enough to be grouped with a senior engineer from the Moonlight Group, which relieved him. In contrast, Mo Hanjing found himself in a group composed entirely of strangers, including a participant from the Western Rome faction. Team formations complete. All groups, please assemble in the designated areas within 10 minutes for initial team collaboration tests. The system's voice echoed once more. The entire arena buzzed with activity as designers followed their smart bracelets guidance to their respective collaboration zones. Each area was equipped with advanced design workstations, holographic projection devices, and material synthesizers. Lin Yi and Zhao Wangshu arrived nearly simultaneously at the collaboration station of Group B in the 3rd unit. Tuoba Hong was already there, arrogantly inspecting the equipment. "It seems fate has played a cruel joke," Tuoba Hong sneered. "But since we're on the same team, it's best if you all heed my commands." Lin Yi calmly retorted, "Team collaboration is not dictatorship, Mr. Tuoba. We must leverage each individual's strengths." Zhao Wangshu has commenced the analysis of the equipment's performance. The workstation is exceptionally configured, boasting the latest model of quantum computing core, and the precision of the material synthesizer reaches the nanoscale. We must establish an efficient collaborative workflow. A young materials expert from the fringe colonies, named Kais, timidly arrived. "Hello everyone, I am Kais, proficient in the design of novel alloys and material synthesis." Tuoba Hong scoffed disdainfully. "What level of expertise can a native from the fringe star regions possess?" Lin Yi interjected. "Every civilization possesses a unique technological trajectory, Mr. Kai's expertise may be precisely what we require." At that moment, their smart wristbands simultaneously received their first team assignment to design and simulate a testing mechanism for a joint system capable of operating in extreme gravitational environments. Time limit, 2 hours. Evaluation criteria: innovation, reliability, and efficiency ratio. The team collaboration competition officially commenced. The four swiftly immersed themselves in their tasks. Zhao Wangshu took charge of the overall structural design and mechanical calculations. Lin concentrated on the energy system and control module. Kai's began selecting suitable material combinations, while Tuoba Hong was responsible for power transmission and protective systems. Chapter 174. The four teams compete, however, collaboration did not unfold smoothly. Tuoba Hong repeatedly attempted to impose his own plans, disregarding the suggestions of others. When Kes proposed a novel composite material, Tuoba Hong scoffed, questioning how such a soft substance could endure extreme gravity. What a joke! Lin retrieved a set of data, indicating that simulations showed Kes's proposed nanocrystalline composite had a compressive strength-to-weight ratio 37 superior to that of traditional alloys. Zhao Wangshu added that its energy-damping properties were also enhanced, significantly reducing energy loss within the joint system. Tuoba Hong was momentarily rendered speechless, yet he continued to grumble in dissatisfaction. As time ticked away, the four individual smart wristbands incessantly exchanged data and design proposals. Lin discreetly activated a previously developed tool to record each person's contributions and operational patterns. In the final half hour, the team finally discovered a rhythm of cooperation. Surprisingly, Tuoba Hong demonstrated exceptional insight in power transmission, ingeniously designing a multi-stage hydraulic buffering system that adeptly addressed the impact issues under high gravity. As the countdown concluded, the team submitted a comprehensive design proposal. The system immediately initiated a simulation test, with a holographic projection illustrating the operation of the mech joints under tenfold gravity. The simulation passed, achieving an efficiency rating of A, an innovation score of B, and a teamwork rating of B. The system ultimately assessed their performance. Tuoba Hong beamed with pride, exclaiming, "See, without my power system, we would never have attained this score." Lin and Zhao Wangshu exchanged knowing glances, refraining from rebuttal. Kes cautiously remarked, "If we had collaborated more effectively, our scores might have been higher." Following the conclusion of the first round of team testing, each group was granted a brief respite. Lin noticed Mo Hanjing standing alone in a corner, seemingly grappling with severe issues. As his group had received a mere C rating, he has a Shirong member in his group, Zhao Wangshu whispered. It appears there is a complete lack of collaboration between them. Yun Yanin approached, her team having achieved an A rating. Our group worked exceptionally well together. The girl from the Business Alliance is particularly adept at optimizing energy distribution. Sima Yu also jubilantly reported that his team had secured a B rating. That veteran engineer is truly impressive. He taught me numerous practical skills. As the break concluded, the chief supervisor ascended the platform once more. The first round of team testing has been completed. Now, we shall announce the list of teams that advanced directly. The holographic screen displayed the names of the 12 teams advancing. Lin anxiously searched for Group B of Unit 3, which ranked second but failed to advance directly. Tuoba Hong roared in frustration, "It's all your fault for dragging us down." Zhao Wangshu calmly analyzed. "Our teamwork score was too low. Otherwise, we should have qualified." Lin nodded in agreement. "In the next round, we must enhance our collaborative approach." Yun Yanin's group successfully advanced directly, and she cast Lin an encouraging glance. Sima Yu's group also did not qualify directly and would need to participate in the second round of competition. The announcement reverberated through the air, declaring the commencement of the second round of random team formation for those designers who had not advanced. Lin inhaled deeply, clutching her smart wristband. The challenges of the team competition were far more intricate than she had anticipated, especially with the possibility of collaborating with adversaries. Yet, this was precisely the opportunity to demonstrate the true essence of an engineer, discovering innovative ways to cooperate even under the most adverse circumstances. The quantum random allocation system was activated once more, names cascading rapidly across the holographic screen. New teams, new challenges were about to unfold. In the first competition unit, Group A, Lin Moonlight Group, Aruhin, Kruger Alliance, Li Qingfeng, Starshine Research Institute, Ilea, Neelan Galaxy, and Shurhu, Southern Frontier Star Domain. Lin was momentarily taken aback. Moonlight, Kruger, Starshine Research Institute, Neelan, Southern Frontier. Truly a gathering from across the stars. She swiftly recorded her teammates' information via her smart wristband and pinpointed their locations. In the first competition unit, Group B, Zhao Wangshu, Moonlight Group, Tuoba Hong, Western Rong Alliance. What? They are on the same team. The audience erupted in astonishment. The chief supervisor atop the platform raised an eyebrow slightly. Zhao Wanshu's typically frozen expression showed the faintest ripple of emotion, her frown momentarily easing. Tuoba Hong, after a brief pause, burst into laughter. Ha! What a twist of fate. Zhao Wanshu, pretty boy, let us see what you're capable of. Don't hold us back. He pointed dramatically, brimming with provocation. The other three in the group, a timid young man from the fringe colonies, a shrewd representative of an interstellar trading alliance, and an expressionless girl from the northern territories, exchanged glances, their faces ashen. In the second competition unit, Group C, Yun Yanin, Moonlight Group. Yun Yanin quickly noted her teammates' names, calmly assessing each individual's technical background. In the third competition unit, Group E, Sima Yu, Moonlight Group. Sima Yu scratched his head, mumbling, Wang Taihammer, Northern Star System, Sun Miao, Jiangnan Polar. Guli Zhao, Kova Galaxy Cluster, Fujihara Sasuke, Haidong Planet. Huh, none of them specialize in heavy mechas? In the fourth competition unit, Group L, Mo Hanjing, Moonlight Group. Mo Hanjing's name appeared among the unremarkable group, remaining silent and head bowed. As team formation concluded, a tapestry of emotions, joy, anxiety, and confusion interwove among the participants. The holographic display faded, guiding each group to their designated work area. The competitive zones had been meticulously arranged for independent yet visible advanced work platforms encircling the central judging area. Each work area was equipped with a comprehensive array of basic mecha workshop facilities, including 3D printers, material synthesizers, quantum computing terminals, and holographic design interfaces. Lenny located her teammates. Aruhin from the Kruger Alliance was tall and boisterous. Greeting her with a hearty interstellar salutation, Engineer Lin E. I am Aruhin. Strength is my forte. Leave the heavy lifting to me. His enthusiasm alleviated the sense of unfamiliarity. Li Qingfeng of the Starry Radiance Research Institute, possessing a refined and fair demeanor, with eyes behind intelligent glasses that reveal both wisdom and shyness, introduced himself with a formal bow. I am Li Qingfeng, specializing in introduction to materials science, quantum structural studies, and fundamental energy circuit design. I am willing to contribute my utmost. Alia from the Nyelin Galaxy, with her prominent nose and deep-set eyes, sparkling sapphire orbs, spoke in a stilted yet clear universal language. Alia. Nyelin's refined metal has undergone secretive techniques, which may prove beneficial. Her veiled face added an air of mystery. Shirhu from the southern wilderness, lean and dark-skinned, silently bore a multifunctional toolbox, trembling slightly as he nodded and muttered, Shirhu. Southern biological alloys, toughening technology. His words were succinct and to the point. Lin E surveyed his teammates, feeling a sense of reassurance, and performed a standard engineer salute. Lin E from Moonlight Group. I appreciate everyone's candidness. Time is of the essence. We must swiftly divide our tasks. Brother Aruhin possesses the strength to lead in the processing of heavy components. Brother Li is well-versed in theory, adept at material ratios and energy circuits. Miss Alia is skilled in material handling, focusing on this segment. Brother Shirhu will be responsible for toughening the biological alloys. I will oversee coordination, key nodes, and final system integration. Let us first establish the process and collaboration nodes. What are your thoughts? His clarity of thought and reasonable arrangements garnered the team's approval. The five quickly huddled together, engaged in hushed deliberations. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the first competition unit's group B had plummeted to a chilling low. Zhao Wangshu, clad in a deep azure engineer's uniform, stood rigidly in a corner, casting a cold glance at the tools and equipment while ignoring the boisterous, bear-like figure of Tuoba Hong, who was pacing about, chattering incessantly. Tuoba Hong, showcasing his muscular arms in a sleeveless engineer's outfit, swaggered around, his spittle nearly landing on Zhao Wangshu's face as he shouted rudely, Hey, Zhao, stop playing dead. Since we're in the same group, you will follow my lead. I know you're theoretically strong, but in practice, it's all about this. He thumped his chest loudly, demanding compliance. If you dare to act independently or lag behind, ruining my plans, I will be the first to crush your fragile bones. Do you hear me? The three youths from the marginal colonies in the same group shrank back in fear, their faces pale. The representative from the Interstellar Trading Alliance calculated silently, and the northern girl leaned against the wall with her arms crossed, her expression inscrutable, though her gaze seemed particularly focused as it swept over the tools and equipment. The voice of the chief supervisor resonated clearly through the sound system across all areas. All unit supervisors in position. The first round of competition begins. With the topic announced, collaborative design, mecha joint system. Requirements. Within 3 hours, collaboratively complete a standard mecha knee joint unit. The process includes material selection, structural design, energy circuit layout, pressure testing, flexibility adjustment, and final integration of at least 3 energy enhancement circuits. Cooperation is essential. No one may act independently. The final creations will be evaluated by the engineering assessment system based on hardness, toughness, flexibility, energy efficiency, system stability, and overall coordination completion. The best will prevail. Basic materials, tools, and equipment have been prepared within the area. The timer starts now. As the topic was announced, gasps of surprise echoed throughout. The collaborative design of a mecha joint system is inherently challenging, with tightly interlinked processes, stringent requirements for material ratios, and energy circuit layouts, further compounded by the need for system integration. This evaluation will assess each individual's skills, as well as the synergy of their collaboration, the rationality of their processes, and their ability to respond to unforeseen circumstances. Particularly, the faction led by Zhao Wangshu and Tuoba Hong was fated for failure from the very beginning, marred by internal strife. Mechanical joints? Quite to my liking. Tuoba Hong, momentarily taken aback, then erupted into a sinister grin, as if he had found an outlet for his frustrations. The labor is mine. The structural processing belongs to me. You lot. He pointed vehemently at 3 individuals huddled in the corner. Select the finest alloy materials swiftly. And you. He gestured towards the representative of the Merchant Alliance. Use your wits to devise the layout for the energy circuits. Move quickly. Completely disregarding Zhao Wangshu, he issued commands with a brutish efficiency, devoid of any semblance of teamwork. Zhao Wangshu cast a cold glance, perceiving him as nothing more than a jester, and chose to ignore him entirely. He strode directly towards the materials area, his slender fingers deftly selecting various materials with precision, tapping and assessing their qualities. Extracting several premium titanium tungsten alloys along with a modest amount of rare vibration gold ore. He approached the material synthesizer, checking the equipment parameters with a professional accuracy, as if Tuoba Hong were non-existent. You. Tuoba Hong seethed, glaring at Zhao Wangshu's retreating figure, his temples throbbing with suppressed rage. Yet upon noticing the timer, he managed to rein in his fury and shouted, "To hell with you. You 3 useless fools. Come with me. Let us prepare the materials first." He roughly yanked the shrinking colonist youth from the corner, shoving him towards the materials area. The Merchant Alliance representative, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, hurriedly followed. Chiming in, "What Brother Tuoba says is right. We must prepare the materials and race against time." The northern girl silently trailed behind, her gaze lingering on the materials chosen by Zhao Wangshu, a flicker of barely perceptible surprise crossing her features. The Linny team had already commenced operations with remarkable efficiency. Utilizing titanium tungsten alloys as the primary material, supplemented with a small quantity of vibration gold, or to enhance energy conductivity, Lin E inquired, brotherly. What ratio should we aim for? According to Introduction to Materials Science, a 9-to-1 ratio is optimal. Exceeding this would increase brittleness and diminish effectiveness. Li Qingfeng adjusted his smart glasses and replied, "All right, Brother Aruhin, once the materials are synthesized, the initial processing to remove impurities will be your task. Great strength yields miraculous results." Aruhin thumped his chest in assurance. "Miss Ilea, is the heat treatment preparation ready? What specialized equipment is required for the Nyelin secret method?" It requires a plasma quenching device in conjunction with a 3-stage temperature control. There should be equipment available in this area. Ilea scanned the apparatus shelves with her azure eyes. "Brother Shirhu, when is the optimal time to inject the biometallic reinforcement?" "Before tempering, during the nano-injection." Shirhu replied in a low voice, having already opened a multifunctional toolbox and extracted several vials of peculiar purple biochemical reagents to begin his concoction. The 5 of them displayed a clear division of labor and a well-defined workflow, quickly immersing themselves in their tasks. The material synthesizer roared to life as Li Qingfeng meticulously controlled the temperature and input of materials. Aruhin was poised and ready. while Lin Yi unfolded a holographic design interface, rapidly sketching the energy circuit patterns and discussing the pathways for energy flow with Li Qingfeng. Other groups were similarly engrossed in their endeavors. In the Yunyanin team, she spoke in gentle tones, swiftly calming her somewhat flustered teammates, utilizing her extensive knowledge to allocate tasks, fostering a harmonious and efficient atmosphere. In Sima Yi's group, he commandeered the structural processing position, bellowing commands, while his teammates either complied with resignation or cooperation, resulting in a somewhat chaotic yet brisk pace of progress. In the Mo Hanjian group, he remained silent, yet his fingers danced swiftly across the holographic interface, calculating material parameters with remarkable speed, executing intricate ratio computations within his mind. He quietly commenced his task, while his teammates looked on in astonishment, gradually aligning their actions with his rhythm. In stark contrast, chaos reigned in the Tubahong group. His harsh directives and material synthesis led to excessive parameter settings, resulting in an alloy solution with a surplus of impurities. He insisted on structural processing, employing brute force that distorted the shapes of joint components. The energy circuit laid out by the Business Alliance representatives was carelessly flawed, causing a blockage in energy flow. The youth from the fringe colonies were left flustered and confused, while the northern girl attempted to adjust parameters but was met with Tubahong's furious reprimand. Zhao Wangshu observed coldly from the sidelines, gathering scrap materials to independently fabricate a small quantity of exquisite material with a microsynthesizer. His movements were fluid and precise, starkly contrasting with the chaos surrounding him, clearly indicating his abandonment of team collaboration to pursue his own success. As time passed, and the timer reached its halfway mark, the Lin Yi group began to see their joint components take shape. Aruhin, drenched in sweat, operated the large processing equipment, while Lin Yi intermittently offered suggestions for structural optimization. Li Qingfeng meticulously adjusted the energy circuit, and Ilea prepared specialized processing equipment. In contrast, the joint components of the Tubahong group were uneven and riddled with defects, prompting Tubahong to curse vehemently, his teammates' faces pale with fear. In Zhao Wangshu's hands, a small yet brilliantly radiant joint connector had taken form. As he utilized a laser engraving pen to concentrate energy and inscribe intricate circuits upon its surface, a masterpiece of exquisite intricacy, albeit a non-standard joint unit due to its diminutive size. Chapter 175. A reflection on the lives of many. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed through the air. Tuoba Hong's brute strength proved too much for the inferior components, which abruptly fractured under the strain. A stillness enveloped the room. Tuoba Hong stood frozen, his face a mask of disbelief, which quickly morphed into fury. Useless. All of you are useless. Trash materials. Trash equipment. He kicked the material synthesizer with force, causing the apparatus to tremble. The three members of his team turned pale, despair seeping into the atmosphere. Yet Zhao Wangshu remained undeterred, as if oblivious to the chaos around him. He had already completed the energy circuit of the small component in his hand, a fleeting brilliance illuminating the space. He placed it on the workbench and spoke coldly. This item possesses energy efficiency, material strength, and flexibility that can rival standard joints. Whether it can progress further is for the system to determine. With that, he closed his eyes, retreating into a realm of tranquility, entirely detached from the unfolding events. Tuoba Hong stared at the small component, then at the broken parts, his complexion oscillating between shades of blue and red, mortified and enraged. However, he recognized the possibility that Zhao Wangshu's words might hold truth, leaving him momentarily speechless. The timer continued its relentless countdown. At last, the deadline arrived. The supervisor collected all components and placed them into the engineering evaluation system. A radiant light enveloped the system as data materialized. Team Lin Yi's joint system, excellent hardness, good toughness, superior flexibility, exceptional energy efficiency, commendable stability, and outstanding coordination. High score. Team Yunyanin, well-balanced in all aspects. Team Sima Yu, exceptional hardness, moderate toughness, superior flexibility, average energy efficiency, stability, and coordination. Team Mo Hanjian, exceptional material computation, perfect alignment of hardness and toughness with theoretical values, precise energy efficiency but lacking innovation, above average coordination. Team Tuoba Hong, fractured scrap, Zhao Wangshu's small component, exceptional material quality, outstanding energy efficiency, superior flexibility. However, it is of a non-standard shape, exhibiting poor coordination and low completion. After a prolonged evaluation, the engineering assessment system finally announced. In the first competition unit, the victorious group is Team A, Lin Yi's group. All members advance. The 5 members of Team Lin Yi erupted in cheers and applause, their smiles radiant. The defeated teams were Groups B, C, and D. The team to which Zhao Wangshu and Tuoba Hong belonged, Group B, found itself among the vanquished. In a fit of rage, Tuoba Hong shouted and slammed his fist onto the workbench, causing tools to rattle. Zhao Wangshu opened his eyes, his expression impassive, unfazed by the outcome. Casting a contemplative glance at Team Lin Yi's joint system, the other 3 members of his team slumped to the ground. Among the remaining groups, some reveled in victory, while others wallowed in despair. The first round concluded, with some soaring to the pinnacle, while others plummeted into the cycle of defeat. The power of teamwork was vividly displayed in this contest. Yet, the more brutal competition lay ahead. The elite designers, some brimming with confidence and others gnashing their teeth in resentment, prepared themselves for the next challenge. The results of the first round of the team collaboration competition settled into silence, with joy for some and sorrow for others. The teams that advanced rejoiced, while those relegated to the loser S group faced heightened pressure and graver challenges. Excitement, disappointment, and a fervent desire for victory permeated the atmosphere of the interstellar arena. Team A, led by Lin Yi, undoubtedly stood as a paragon of success. She remained acutely aware of the rules and understood that teamwork was not merely about individual brilliance. In the challenge of collaborative design for the mech joint system, she did not assume an all-encompassing role, but rather functioned as a masterful engineering conductor, skillfully allowing each teammate to showcase their strengths. Lin Yi took charge of the pivotal energy circuit design and the ultimate integration and performance tuning of the entire system. Her ingenuity manifested in the seamless integration of Kruger's robust engineering techniques, the precise calculations from the Starlight Institute, the ethereal material processing of the Nyelin Galaxy, and the bio-toughening technologies from the Southern Frontier, achieving an impressive effectiveness rating of 112, which proved to be the key to their group's victory. Aruhin from the Kruger Alliance was responsible for the processing of heavy components, expertly channeling his formidable mechanical capabilities into precise control under the nanoscale 3D printing. The foundational structure of the joint components was exceptionally solid. The Starlight Institute is renowned for its energy circuit design, and Li Qingfeng, as a top engineer there, naturally stood out among his peers. He oversaw material ratios, synthesis process control, and assisted Lin Yi in calculating energy nodes, ensuring precision through his rigorous theoretical knowledge. The Nyelin Galaxy possesses an esoteric technique that employs plasma quenching in conjunction with a 3-stage temperature control method, allowing alloy components to embody both rigidity and flexibility, fostering inherent system adaptability. Ilea led the material processing phase using this technique, ensuring the final product was highly adaptable. Furthermore, the Southern Frontier boasts a specially formulated biological nanoreagent, which, when injected at the nano level prior to tempering, enhances the toughness and fatigue resistance of the components. Before the competition, the elders of Shirhu's clan prepared this biological reagent for him, endowing the joint system with a distinctive performance advantage. Each of the 5 members fulfilled their respective roles with balanced contributions, each exceeding 1/10, culminating in a final product with an exceptionally high overall score, thereby advancing without dispute. They exchanged high fives in celebration, and within just a few hours of collaboration, a sense of camaraderie and friendship blossomed. The team collaboration score displayed on the smart wristbands reached an impressive A grade, inciting envy from other groups. In stark contrast, the first competition unit B group, comprising Zhao Wangshu and Tuoba Hong, veered towards the opposite extreme. Tuoba Hong's tyrannical dominance nearly dismantled the entire team, failing to meet the coordination requirements outlined in the rules, resulting in their unfortunate inability to advance directly. Had it not been for Zhao Wangshu's near-divine individual contribution, salvaging part of their score, their group might have found themselves at the bottom. Tuoba Hong's eyes widened in fury, his face a mask of rage, his roar resonating throughout the competition venue, as if it could pierce the roof. He vehemently criticized his teammates for their incompetence, his voice laced with disappointment and anger. "What are you all doing? Losing in such a simple competition. His thunderous voice sent shockwaves through everyone present. However, Tuoba Hong's fury did not subside. His gaze abruptly shifted to Zhao Wangshu, a flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes. "And you," he shouted, pointing at Zhao Wangshu, his teeth clenched. "Your so-called individuality is nothing but a hindrance to us." Zhao Wangshu stood silently in the face of Tuoba Hong's accusations, his demeanor unyielding and his lips sealed. Yet, Tuoba Hong's fury burgeoned, leading him to lash out at the event's supervisors tasked with maintaining order. "You are all worthless," he bellowed, nearly clashing with the officials. Fortunately, others from the same star system arrived just in time, exerting considerable effort to pacify him. His countenance was ashen, veins bulging on his forehead, and the humiliation and resentment in his eyes were almost unbearable to witness. Despite the incessant flashing of red local aberration score alerts on his smart wristband, he remained oblivious to the warnings, seemingly engulfed by rage. Zhao Wangshu, standing aside, regarded Tuoba Hong's tirade with an impassive expression, as though the words were entirely irrelevant to him. His indifference sent a chill through the air, evoking the image of an emotionless automaton. However, as he turned to depart, his gaze unexpectedly fell upon Lin Yi's impeccably coordinated joint system. In that fleeting moment, a subtle shift appeared in his eyes, within the depths of his previously frigid gaze. A faint ripple seemed to flicker. Though ephemeral, this nuance did not escape the keen observer. It resembled a delicate ripple on a tranquil lake, seemingly inconsequential, yet stirring curiosity. Zhao Wangshu's smart wristband recorded an impressive personal technical score of S, signifying his exceptional prowess in technical skills. In stark contrast, however, his team collaboration score languished at a mere D, indicating a significant deficiency in teamwork. Such an extreme disparity in data is quite rare in competitions. Typically, an accomplished technician would not falter in collaborative efforts. Yet, Zhao Wangshu's situation raised further inquiries about his character and actions. In contrast, Yun Yanen's ascent showcased a different approach. Her team comprised members from the Starlight Research Institute, the Lanjiang Star System, the Sushi Star Alliance, and the Kruger Alliance, each with diverse backgrounds. Yun Yanen capitalized on her adeptness in communication and coordination. Rather than hastily assigning tasks, she first utilized her smart wristband to swiftly connect with each team member, discerning their respective strengths. The youth from the Starlight Research Institute excelled in intricate structures and quantum computing. The young lady from the Lanjiang Star System was well-versed in aesthetic design and user-friendly interfaces. The Sushi Star Alliance member possessed unique insights into rare material properties, while the robust gentleman from the Kruger Alliance demonstrated strength and precision in heavy machinery operation. Leveraging her solid foundation in engineering design, Yun Yanen rapidly devised a plan that not only harnessed each individual's strengths, but also achieved seamless integration. She acted as a warm adhesive, bonding her diverse teammates together, continually encouraging, coordinating, and resolving minor frictions throughout the process. Her smart wristband indicated that the frequency of team communication and data exchange reached the highest levels. Ultimately, their work may not have been the pinnacle in any single aspect, yet its overall completeness, coherence, and creativity were commendable, allowing them to advance with a slight but thrilling edge. The team members were utterly convinced by her leadership, their laughter and joy resonating throughout. The smart wristbands indicated an impressive team collaboration score of A, attesting to her remarkable leadership abilities. In contrast, Mo Hanjing suffered from his reticence. Despite his exceptional skills and unrivaled analytical prowess, he rarely engaged in proactive communication, choosing instead to diligently complete what he deemed the most critical components with astonishing precision and speed. His smart wristband recorded an astounding level of individual work efficiency and data processing speed. However, his teammates struggled to keep pace with his thought process and could not comprehend the occasional cold technical jargon he sent through the wristband. In the final product, Mo Hanjing's contribution was nothing short of flawless, yet it clashed awkwardly with the portions provided by his teammates, resulting in a dismal score for overall coherence. The competition system judged that due to his lack of communication and inability to effectively guide his teammates, several members barely met the contribution standards, teetering on the edge of failure. Although his formidable personal abilities spared the group from a direct defeat, he nonetheless found himself relegated to the losing team. He cast a silent glance at the scores, his expression remaining impassive, leaving no one aware of his inner musings. His smart wristband reflected an individual technical score of S. Yet the team collaboration score languished at the lowest E level. Sima Yi, propelled by a spirit of diligence and a stroke of good fortune, found himself in a group with average strength during the first round. He seized the opportunity to tackle structural processing tasks with great fervor, despite the roughness in details. His solid foundation and supportive teammates allowed him to secure a precarious second place. Although he did not advance directly, achieving second place instilled in him a glimmer of hope, prompting a broad smile. His smart wristband displayed a high score for strength-based operations, yet a relatively low score for precision tasks, accurately reflecting his technical characteristics. In the rest area, the advancing teams gathered to analyze competition data, while those who did not qualify reassessed their strategies. Lin Yi's group sat together, sharing data through their smart wristbands to analyze the challenges they might face in the next round. Our collaboration score is commendable, yet there is room for improvement and innovation, Lin Yi remarked as he pulled up the evaluation data. In the next round, we must maintain our collaboration while introducing innovative elements. Aruhan scratched his head and chuckled. I'm just here to provide the effort. Innovation is up to you clever minds. Li Qingfeng adjusted his smart glasses, stating, I could experiment with some new energy circuit layouts. Theoretically, this could enhance efficiency by 15. Ilea and Shurhu also expressed their willingness to explore innovations in materials and processes. Meanwhile, Zhao Wangshu stood alone in a corner, replaying the competition process through his smart wristband, particularly focusing on the collaborative model of Lin Yi's group. A flicker of contemplation crossed his eyes, seemingly reassessing the value of teamwork. Meanwhile, Tuoba Hong gathered with other competitors from the Shirong coalition, passionately discussing various aggressive strategies, seemingly preparing to adopt more radical tactics in the next round. Yun Yanan is diligently assisting her team in analyzing each member's technical attributes, striving to uncover more effective collaboration methods. In the forthcoming round, we may encounter more intricate challenges, she gently remarks. It is imperative that we harness everyone's strengths more effectively. Mo Hanjing remains solitary, yet his smart bracelet is executing a sophisticated simulation program, seemingly testing a novel collaborative model. Occasionally, he glances at the interactions of other groups, a flicker of barely perceptible curiosity glimmering in his eyes. The organizing committee announces over the broadcast, the second round will commence in 30 minutes. All contestants are advised to prepare. This round will present increased difficulty, requiring teams to engage in real-time data sharing and system integration while designing and manufacturing. This announcement ignites a fresh wave of discussion. The necessity for real-time data sharing and system integration signifies that the importance of teamwork will escalate, posing greater challenges for groups lacking communication. Lin Yi promptly dispatches a message to the team via his smart bracelet. We must establish a shared data platform to ensure that everyone is continuously informed of the overall progress. Upon hearing the announcement, Zhao Wangshu furrows her brow slightly before adjusting the settings on her smart bracelet, seemingly preparing for something. Tuoba Hong bursts into laughter. Real-time sharing? Perfect. I can directly command those inept individuals. Meanwhile, Mo Hanjing silently retrieves an encryption protocol, embarking on the development of a new data exchange algorithm on his smart bracelet. Sima Yu gazes at the intricate interface of the smart bracelet, scratching his head and exclaiming, this is far more challenging than forging. The final moments of preparation swiftly elapse, and as the contestants make their way toward the competition area once more, each expression bears a heightened gravity. The review of the first round has granted everyone a clearer understanding, and the new set of challenges is on the cusp of unfolding. The true test has only just begun. Chapter 176. Absolute Dominion. The unexpected defeat in the first round was undoubtedly a heavy blow for Zhao Wangshu, the chief designer of the Yuehua Group. Gifted from a young age, he was selected early on by the core R&D department of Yuehua Group, demonstrating remarkable discipline and diligence that far surpassed his peers. In the Star River Singularity's mecha design competition, while he dared not claim victory as if it were a mere trifle, advancing into the top 1,000 was an unambiguous objective. Who could have anticipated that he would encounter Tuoba Hong from the Shirong Mechanical Consortium in the first round? A confrontation that should have been easily secured ultimately faltered due to the opponent's aggressive tactics and internal friction within his own team. Unlike Tuoba Hong, who wore his sense of defeat on his face, Zhao Wangshu stood quietly, clad in a sharply tailored dark blue engineer's uniform that accentuated his tall stature. An aura of frigid intensity enveloped him, as if an invisible chill radiated from his presence. On his slender wrist, a silver smart bracelet flickered, rapidly processing a torrent of complex data, reflecting the calm depth of his eyes akin to a tranquil abyss. When the azure light of the Omniverse collaborative simulation system once again enveloped the losers group, transporting him and 4 randomly matched teammates to the same virtual collaboration platform, his ice-cold gaze slightly lifted, sharp light coalescing within its depths. The figures of his new teammates solidified on the platform. One individual stood out with an exceptionally robust physique. Clad in distinctive Shirong-style hard alloy armor, his rugged face and defiant eyes marking him as another gifted mecha engineer from Shirong, Wu Jiao. Upon seeing Zhao Wangshu, Wu Jiao initially paused. Then a malicious smirk crept across his lips, revealing his undisguised contempt. It was evident that he was aware of the internal strife in Group 2 of the previous round, and had concluded that this seemingly aloof and refined individual from Yuehua was one of the culprits behind his cousin Tuoba Hong's unexpected defeat. The other 3 teammates hailed from the Haidong Interstellar Island chain, the Yuanzhong Material Workshop, and the Yushi Energy Kingdom. At that moment, anxiety was palpable on their faces, especially upon realizing that representatives from Yuehua and Shirong, historical rivals, were present in the same group, leaving them with little hope for advancement. Wu Jiao crossed his stout arms, the metallic armor clanking with a dull thud as he initiated the confrontation, his voice gravelly with the unique texture of Shirong people. Zhao Wangshu from Yuehua? I've heard that in the last round, it was you and my cousin who caused the internal conflict, leading the entire team to collapse. This time, you had better be sensible and avoid. His words were abruptly cut off. Zhao Wangshu suddenly lifted his gaze. There was no anger, no defense, not even a flicker of excessive emotional response. Yet that glance pierced through the air like an ice needle forged at absolute zero, striking Wu Jiao's depths with chilling precision, emanating an almost tangible mental pressure that caused the notoriously fierce Wu Jiao's heart to constrict sharply, choking the latter half of his provocation in his throat, his Adam's apple bobbing with difficulty. Silence. Zhao Wangshu's voice, though not high, resonated clearly through the audio system of the virtual platform, exuding an undeniable, chilling authority. I possessed neither the inclination to listen to the lamentations of the inept nor the time to indulge the petty squabbles of fools. His words were as direct as a surgical scalpel forged from superconductive materials, precise and unyielding. If one aspired to advance, they must immediately set aside their ludicrous biases and personal vendettas. Here, only technical prowess served as the sole passport. He offered the vulture no opportunity to retort or reignite conflict, his cold gaze sweeping over the 3 visibly anxious teammates. You too, if you wish to remain. Prove your worth through your abilities. At that moment, the frigid electronic voice of the system's steward echoed across the platform, announcing the theme for this round of competition: collaborative design and construction of a multifunctional agile tactical mech. The instant the topic was unveiled, Zhao Wangshu sprang into action. He did not solicit anyone's opinion, nor did he hesitate for even a moment. With a swift motion of his right hand across the smart wristband, a pale blue holographic design interface unfolded before him. His fingers danced across the virtual keyboard with the grace of a pianist, moving so swiftly that they left afterimages in their wake. Mech type, high-speed composite reconnaissance, and assault platform. He spoke rapidly, yet each word was as clear as ice crystals striking a plate, resembling the most efficient flow of commands. The foundational structure utilized a quadrupedal reverse joint walking system, with exceptional terrain adaptability as the core metric. Core Module 1, High-Altitude Stealth Reconnaissance Unit, integrating a miniature anti-gravity engine, optical camouflage matrix, and multispectral sensor array. I shall be responsible for energy routing and stealth field modulation. As he spoke, the holographic screen swiftly constructed a complex yet orderly 3-dimensional model of the quadrupedal mech, with a plethora of data and energy flow diagrams annotating themselves automatically, as if imbued with life. Core Module 2, Precision Long-Range Strike Unit, equipped with a tri-shot Sting superconductive pulse crossbow system, requiring instantaneous charging, microsecond-level target locking, and ballistic correction. Zhao Wangshu's gaze shifted to the prodigy from the Haidong Interstellar Island chain, renowned for its precision mechanical linkage and weapon system design. The mechanical transmission, triggering mechanism, and cooling system for the crossbow shall be your responsibility. Here are the structural decomposition diagrams and performance specifications. Instantly, the holographic screen displayed a split view of the crossbow's intricate explosion diagram, with hundreds of components thoroughly annotated, even detailing material stress parameters and energy overflow tolerances. The Haidong prodigy's eyes widened as he beheld the design, completed in mere moments and far more exquisite and efficient than his own ponderous efforts, alongside the exacting yet precise parameters that left no room for error. Instinctively swallowing hard, all his petty calculations and indecisiveness were obliterated, leaving only pure astonishment and an involuntary urge to comply. He nodded vigorously. Understood. I assure you the task will be completed. Zhao Wangshu's gaze did not waver as he turned to the team member from the Yuanzhong Materials Workshop, quadrupedal reverse joint structure and transmission system. There is no need for cumbersome structures. What is essential is extreme resilience, fatigue resistance, and instantaneous explosive power. Utilize your latest specialized biomimetic elastic materials and shape memory metals to create a composite weave that mimics the muscle fascia structure of advanced star beasts. Herein lies the detailed mechanical performance requirements, the molecular weaving sequence diagram, and the interface standards with the main framework. The holographic screen refreshes instantaneously, revealing the intricate internal structure of the joints, the composite molecular formula of the materials, and dynamic stress simulation diagrams. The genius eyes of the artisan gleam with brilliance, as this design appears tailor-made for their workshop's latest research achievements, perfectly unleashing the potential of the materials. He nods vigorously, exclaiming, "Leave it to me. I can handle this composite material. Its performance will undoubtedly exceed the standards." Finally, Zhao Wangshu's gaze falls upon the female engineer from the kingdom of Psiing Energy, the main framework and external armor. Discarding traditional heavy armor concepts, he pursues the ultimate in lightweight design and energy superconducting properties, providing the optimal energy transmission pathway for the anti-gravity engine and pulse weaponry. Utilize your kingdom's unique luminous crystallized gold and stellarine in this specific ratio for atomic deposition forging, with internal pre-etched energy flow patterns. This includes the atomic stacking model, energy pattern engraving blueprints, and heat dissipation plans. Another set of extraordinarily complex design schematics and data emerges on the screen. The female engineer gasps in astonishment. This material ratio and internal pre-etching technique are cutting-edge topics still being explored in her family's laboratory, yet Zhao Wangshu has effortlessly constructed a complete design. Her gaze toward Zhao Wangshu is filled with incredulous awe, and she promptly responds, "No problem. I can do it." At last, his attention shifts back to the vulture, whose complexion fluctuates between green and pale. The vulture's voice remains calm, but carries an air of finality. The explosive energy output and structural reinforcement technology of the Shirong. Don't tell me you only intend to apply it to brute force collisions. You are responsible for the mech's core energy systems, short-term overload system, and the instantaneous structural reinforcement modules. Here are the energy flow distribution plans and reinforcement node diagrams. If you cannot achieve optimal performance, you may withdraw now. The holographic display illuminates a complex network of energy systems and structural reinforcement points, where the balance of violent output and stable control reflects the hallmark of Shirong technology, demanding extreme precision. The vulture's pupils constrict as he fixates on the design. Instinctively, he wishes to retort, to provoke, but the other party has pinpointed the core advantages of his technology and presented a challenging task he cannot refuse. To decline would be to concede that he is the waste the other speaks of. A muffled growl escapes his throat, and he finally nods stiffly, grumbling, "Don't underestimate me. I can certainly manage this." Excellent. Zhao Wangshu retracts his gaze, refocusing on the main design, initiating synchronized collaboration. The system's real-time verification commences. Any discrepancies or delays must be reported immediately. We possess merely 3 units of standard time. There are no superfluous words, no democratic discussions, only absolute dominion and utmost efficiency. On the virtual collaboration platform, the intelligent wristbands of the 5 individuals are seamlessly interconnected. Data begins to exchange, integrate, and validate at an unprecedented speed. Zhao Wangshu stands at the center, akin to a supremely composed command core, continuously fine-tuning the overall design while addressing the feedback from various subsystems and resolving unforeseen compatibility issues. His cognitive speed is astonishing. Often, as a team member presents a potential conflict, he has already devised 2 or 3 optimized solutions. Such mastery over the overarching scheme, insight into the minutiae, and the adept integration of various cutting-edge interstellar technologies utterly intimidate the other 4. Even the initially defiant Vulture, while engrossed in tackling the exceedingly complex and aggressive energy overload system, inadvertently curtails all his bravado, leaving only the focus and dedication of an engineer confronted with a formidable technical challenge. Time accelerates in the midst of this highly intense collaborative endeavor. When the countdown concludes with an alert, a 4-legged tactical mech, the Shadow Stalker, embodying the brutal aesthetics and precise technology of the interstellar era, materializes in the simulation platform's testing ground. The streamlined mainframe glimmers with the unique luminescence of crystallized golden elements, while the internal energy patterns flicker enigmatically. Its 4 reverse-jointed mechanical limbs harness the explosive power of Yinzhong biological materials. The precision structure of the dorsal-mounted Haidong pulse crossbow emanates an ominous aura. And at the mech's core, the distinctive, tamed violent energy fluctuations of Shirong technology subtly resonate. A system evaluation beam envelopes the mech, and data scrolls rapidly. Ultimately, an astonishingly high score appears before all, accompanied by the system's cold announcement. The 7th collaborative unit of the losing group, Design Evaluation Level, S. Overall ranking, 1st. Successfully advanced. A moment of silence envelopes the platform. The other 4 team members, including Vulture, gaze in disbelief at the score, which soon erupts into joy and a profound sense of relief. They instinctively turn their eyes towards the still serene Zhao Wangshu. In that instant, there exists no regional divide, no personal grudges, only a complete capitulation to absolute technical prowess and leadership. Zhao Wangshu merely casts a cursory glance at the score, confirming the advancement, and without further acknowledgement, exits the virtual collaboration platform. For him, this seems merely a trifling obstacle cleared. His gaze has long since turned towards a higher, more distant competitive stage. Beneath his icy, tranquil exterior, a sharper, more profound brilliance quietly coalesces, reminiscent of a dormant interstellar behemoth, awaiting the next, even more astonishing eruption. Finally, Zhao Wangshu's gaze, as cold as starship alloy, precisely locks onto the Vulture of Shirong. At this moment, the Vulture has already reigned in all its arrogance. He was utterly awed by Zhao Wangshu's profound reservoir of knowledge, his instantaneous architectural prowess, and the precision of his task decomposition and assignment, akin to a sophisticated cognitive apparatus. An instinctive tension, born from confronting an insurmountable technological chasm, supplanted all his previous defiance. Vulture, Zhao Wangshu's voice resonated through the integrated communication channel, cold and unyielding, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. The technologies of the Western Zhou, namely plasma pulse forging and high-energy particle flow tempering, are not merely reliant on brute force. You are tasked with the responsibility for all core load-bearing frameworks, the final forging of drive shafts, as well as the secondary reinforcement and energy conduction overlays of the overall structure. Utilizing your pulse tempering techniques, I require an enhancement of 35% in the fatigue resistance and energy flux capacity of these components. This is the forging frequency, the particle flow intensity parameters, and the tempering timing window, a specialized optimization data package tailored specifically for the unique processes of the Western Zhou Consortium, was instantaneously transmitted to Vulture's workstation interface by the collaborative platform. As Vulture gazed upon the densely packed yet remarkably organized parameters and requirements displayed on the screen, his hands operating the heavy mechanical arms momentarily exhibited a barely perceptible hesitation. Chapter 177. The Frozen Monarch. This endeavor transcended mere duty. It epitomized a formidable challenge to the core technologies of his civilization and an unyielding acknowledgement of its supremacy. The adversary not only grasped the quintessence of the Western Rome technology, but was also capable of delineating its optimization pathways and quantifiable standards. An ineffable amalgamation of profound astonishment, fleeting humiliation, and a peculiar sense of conviction, born from being subjugated by an unequivocal technological titan, surged within him. The blood of the Western Rome, which revered the strong, boiled at this moment, not in the spirit of combat, but in pursuit of conquering the pinnacle of technology. He inhaled sharply, his chest heaving. All remnants of defiance transformed into the solemnity befitting a warrior receiving paramount orders, his voice resonating through the communicator with a gravelly texture, yet unwaveringly resolute. Received. Ensure strength and flux. From the announcement of the mission to its allocation, the entire process transpired in a remarkably brief span. Zhao Wanshu did not inquire into anyone's name or organizational affiliation. Instead, he completed a comprehensive structural breakdown and a meticulous assignment of tasks, challenging yet exceptionally precise, based solely on an initial assessment of their equipment styles, operational habits, and the technological characteristics of their respective star domains. This was not a negotiation, nor a collaborative democracy. It was an edict delivered by a frozen queen ensconced upon her technological throne, issuing irrefutable commands to her temporary subjects. Silence enveloped the virtual collaboration channel, save for the occasional heavy breaths and the faint hum of machinery. Everyone present was utterly captivated by Zhao Wangshu's unmatched personal technical prowess, his vast knowledge spanning civilizations like the ocean of stars, and his cold, absolute control. Even the Western Rome vulture found his thoughts devoid of distractions, consumed solely by one singular, technical notion, to match her tempo and to flawlessly realize all parameters she had established. Execute. Zhao Wangshu uttered two chilling words. Having already activated her main control workstation, his lithe hands moved rapidly between the holographic interface and the physical microsculpting apparatus, commencing the intricate etching of microscale anti-gravity rune arrays and central integrated control chips, complex designs capable of overwhelming the average engineer with vertigo. His movements were as stable as the most precise industrial robotics, swift enough to create optical afterimages. The team instantly transformed into a highly efficient micromanufacturing facility. The genius from Haidong immersed himself in the mechanics of the pulse crossbow, utilizing an ultra-precision platform to polish each gear and conduction rail with meticulous diligence. The engineer from Yuanzhong deftly handled the biologically active composite materials, carefully regulating environmental parameters with utmost focus. The sighing female engineer operated the atomic deposition furnace, strictly adhering to the proportions for melting luminescent crystalline gold and stellar ethylene, vigilantly monitoring temperature curves and the pre-etching of internal energy patterns. Meanwhile, the vulture was fully absorbed in the wild yet precise confluence of Western Rome technology. He deftly manipulated the massive pulsed forging apparatus, each high-energy pulse striking with precision, optimizing the microscopic structure of the materials. The incandescent components were subsequently plunged into a torrent of high-energy particles for instantaneous quenching, emitting a deep yet melodious hum of energy, a testament to the material's performance being elevated to its zenith. Beads of sweat adorned his brow, yet his focus was unparalleled, pushing the parameters provided by Zhao Wangshu to their utmost limits. Zhao Wangshu, the absolute core command center and data processing hub of this factory, not only executed the most intricate aspects of his responsibilities, but also vigilantly monitored the progress of the entire team. His cold, emotionless voice occasionally resonated through the collaborative channel, rectifying micrometer-level discrepancies. Haidong, third conduction rail, minor deviation in energy transmissibility, calibration parameters have been dispatched. Yuanzhong, the active peak of biomaterial number 7 has passed. Immediately inject stabilizer. Dosage based on new data. Shushi, the thickness deviation of the deposition layer is plus or minus 0.1 nanometers. Adjust nozzle pressure. Wujiao, reduce the 7th pulse energy by 5%. Advance the quenching window by 0.5 seconds. No one dared to voice dissent the moment the commands were issued. Every individual executed them without a hint of hesitation. The efficiency was breathtaking. While other teams squabbled over design ideas and meticulously debated resource allocation, Zhao Wangshu's team, the Shadow Stalker Mech, had already completed all virtual configurations and material simulation tests, as others barely reached a consensus to initiate physical construction. Their mech's mainframe had already taken shape through nanoprinting and precision assembly. It was a sleek, four-legged tactical mech, embodying the violent aesthetics of the interstellar age coupled with exquisite craftsmanship. The jet-black armor shimmered with the unique luminescence of crystallized gold, with internal energy patterns pulsating as if breathing, Four reverse-jointed mechanical legs seamlessly integrated the resilience of biomaterials with the strength of metal. The needle-like superconducting pulse crossbow mounted on its back radiated a chilling aura of lethality. And within the core energy chamber, the energy core, enhanced by Chiron technology, steadily output a powerful yet controlled force. Upon the completion of physical assembly and system integration during the testing phase, the Shadow Stalker exhibited performance that overwhelmingly surpassed all creations from other teams in the same batch. Whether it was maneuverability in complex environments, the stealth and precision of the reconnaissance system, the instantaneous explosive power and cooling efficiency of the pulse weapon, or the overall structural stability and energy utilization efficiency, all reached a despairingly high standard. Without a doubt, they claimed first place by an absolute margin. When the cold electronic voice of the system's steward announced the final rankings, the members of Zhao Wangshu's team, including Chiron's Wu Jiao, could not suppress their exhilarated roars in the communication channel. Their virtual avatars instinctively performed celebratory gestures, as if they had just accomplished a formidable interstellar expedition together. They gazed at the comm ID at the top of the team list. Accompanied by the title of Chief Architect, Zhao Wangshu, their eyes filled with genuine admiration and reverence. Zhao Wangshu maintained his characteristic icy demeanor, offering only a slight nod. Acknowledging the outcome, his long fingers deftly tapped on his smart wristband, exiting the virtual collaboration platform, his deep blue engineer's uniform appearing immaculate under the virtual light. In the most direct and forceful manner, he demonstrated the essence of absolute technical dominance, ensuring that no internal setbacks could impede his advancement. This frozen sovereign of technology, with an impeccably executed and supremely efficient display of control, declared his return and issued the first clear warning signal for the upcoming stellar singularity competition. Zhao Wangshu's unassailable technical prowess propelled him to advancement, a process broadcasted live through the virtual platform, capturing the attention of numerous participants and observers. Among the gazes filled with awe, envy, and disbelief, one pair stood out, radiating pure and fervent admiration. Zhao Wangshu keenly detected this gaze and turned to see Lin Yi standing in the observation area not far away, his bright eyes sparkling with unmasked joy, as if Zhao Wangshu's victory were his own. The two connected through authorization verification in the designated technical exchange zone. Lin Yi spoke first, his voice sincere. "Congratulations on your advancement, Chief Zhao." The design of the Shadow Hunter was truly exemplary for the loser S bracket phase. He then eagerly delved into technical specifics, inquiring about the innovative design concepts of several key modules. As the conversation shifted to mecha design, Zhao Wangshu's previously frosty aura seemed to thaw slightly. He swiped his finger across the smart wristband, sharing parts of the non-core design schematics of the Shadow Hunter with Lin Yi. Lin Yi's eyes lit up, immersed in the intricate structure. However, he soon furrowed his brow, pointing to a transmission structure on the hologram. If we were to replace the traditional magnetic levitation array with a superfluid bearing here, energy loss would decrease. But the structural integrity. He pondered for a moment, swiftly simulating several models on his own wristband. If paired with the miniaturized harmonic reducer from Haidong, we might balance strength and efficiency. Zhao Wangshu grasped the simulated data stream, a spark of calculation flashing in his deep-set eyes as he silently deliberated for a long while before nodding. Theoretically feasible. The response speed of the quadrupedal terrain adaptive system could improve by approximately 15%. Not just that, Lin Yi exclaimed, pointing towards the energy transmission pathway. Look here. If we borrow the asymmetric energy guiding concept from the stellar trajectory coordinator data packet, the overall energy utilization efficiency could be enhanced by several additional percentage points. This mecha will not merely serve as a reconnaissance and assault platform. Its sustained operational capability and survival in complex environments will be significantly bolstered. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Wangshu became increasingly focused, swiftly harnessing more powerful computational resources to verify the information, his eyes reflecting a growing admiration. Lin Yi's thoughts were always so imaginative, yet incisively targeted at the core, compelling him, a person accustomed to absolute precision and optimal solutions, to genuinely admire the breadth of his creativity. Unbeknownst to him, Yun Yanin had quietly arrived at the discussion area. She had been listening for quite some time before softly suggesting, while pointing at the four-legged base of the mech, that if one were to pursue ultimate environmental adaptability and stealth, The feat could perhaps integrate multi-mode adhesion and sound wave damping modules. Some technologies from the Federal Academy of Sciences, still in the laboratory phase, might be applied to a limited extent. Lenny couldn't help but chuckle, teasingly remarking that this could be seen as three tech enthusiasts channeling Zhuge Liang. It is said that Zhuge Liang was a legendary master of strategy and engineering from ancient Earth. The technological shockwave triggered by Zhao Wangshu's group had yet to subside. While the competition in other divisions of the losing group remained fervent, the air thick with tension and dissatisfaction, almost palpable, for these once-defeated young prodigies. This was a do-or-die battle, the final opportunity to reach the main event of the stellar singularity. The fateful diverter was activated once more, as the virtual system randomly formed new groups, presenting unknown challenges and opportunities for transformation. Tuoba Hong was assigned to an entirely new team. The members included a female student from the Moyen Laboratory, whose intense focus and sensory gloves indicated her exceptional skill in precision operations, an engineer from the Haidong Interstellar Archipelago. Small in stature, but with hawk-like sharp eyes, equipped with a tactical belt filled with miniature tools and detectors. A technician from the Yuanzhong Materials Workshop, clad in biopolymer woven attire, well-versed in non-Newtonian fluids and active materials, and a seemingly timid boy from a resource-scarce minor star domain, who appeared sensitive to data anomalies and possessed keen observational skills. Had Tuoba Hong approached this round with the same mindset as in the first, he would have likely roared to seize control of the team with the aggressive dominance of Shirong, viewing the others merely as subordinates to execute his commands. However, at this moment, his bronze-colored face was clouded like a desolate plain on the brink of a storm, his heavy brows tightly knitted, and for the first time, deep struggles and painful reflections emerged in his eyes, which usually sparkled with ferocity and impatience. He recalled Zhao Wangshu's cold, disdainful gaze, the collapse of his energy core due to an overzealous pursuit of violent output, and the system's icy verdict. Core contribution imbalance, low team collaboration rating, group deemed defeated. He drew a sharp breath, as if trying to suppress the surging agitation within, a suppressed growl escaping his throat. Ultimately speaking in a hoarse voice that oddly contained much of his previous ferocity, the last round was my fault. This admission was extraordinarily difficult for him, almost squeezed out between clenched teeth, tinged with the taste of blood. This round, you all start. How should we handle this mech? Discuss its functions and structure. The team members were momentarily taken aback, particularly the youth from the small star domain, who nearly believed he was experiencing auditory hallucinations. A girl from the Moyen Laboratory lifted her gaze, casting a surprised look at Tuoba Hong before swiftly regaining her composure and calmly stating, "Since you are willing to engage in dialogue, allow me to begin." The Moyen Laboratory excels in high-energy cores and efficient transmission structures. I believe the immediate priority is to clarify the functional positioning of the mech, as this will dictate our core architecture design and energy distribution scheme. Engineer Haidong interjected. Speaking at a rapid pace, functional positioning is crucial. If it is an assault type, emphasis must be placed on explosive power and frontal armor. If it is a support type, considerations must include load capacity, stability, and multifunctional interfaces. If it is a reconnaissance and disruption type, higher demands for stealth and sensor arrays must be met. I specialize in the miniaturization of joint designs and the integration of tactical auxiliary modules. Yuan Chong, a materials technician, touched the faintly glowing fabric of his work attire and added, "I can provide some specialized composite materials, such as non-Newtonian fluid armor that automatically hardens upon impact, or active polymers with self-repairing capabilities, which can be utilized for cushioning and sealing critical areas." The youth from the small star domain timidly interjected, I'm quite sensitive to energy flow data and structural stress anomalies, so I can be responsible for real-time monitoring of system feedback and optimizing parameters. Also I can perform very precise surface treatments and optical camouflage coatings. Chapter 178. Absolute Command. Tuoba Hong restrained the urge to interrupt and instinctively refute, his temples pulsating slightly, yet ultimately bore with patience to listen to everyone's words. He surveyed his temporary companions, although they lacked the ferocity of the Shirong. Each possessed unique skills. With a firm gesture towards himself, his voice steadied, imbued with a profound sense of strength. Very well. The main framework forging, heavy armor installation, physical protection of the power core, And finally, the overall strength testing will be entrusted to me. I assure you, I shall create a resilient and formidable chassis capable of enduring and combating any challenge. He found his new role in this collaborative endeavor, no longer the sole luminary, but rather the steadfast cornerstone safeguarding the team's achievements. With responsibilities delineated, the group swiftly entered a state of efficient operation. The Mu Yin girl rapidly constructed an efficient core energy furnace and transmission system three-dimensional model, both intricate and elegant. Engineer Hai Dong commenced the meticulous crafting of transmission shafts and miniature hydraulic joints, his dexterity dazzling. Technician Yuan Chong calibrated the special material formulations and infusion procedures, integrating them into the joints and armor layers, while the young boy from the Little Star domain anxiously monitored several screens displaying real-time energy flow data, structural stress distribution maps, and thermodynamic simulation readings, occasionally whispering suggestions for adjustments. Tuoba Hong became wholly absorbed. No longer did he bellow. He resembled a silent master, overseeing his heavy industrial printing apparatus and energy forge. Utilizing the structural blueprints provided by the Mu Yen girl, he meticulously controlled the large equipment to print a robust alloy framework, subsequently reinforcing it with the energy hammer. He attentively listened to engineer Hai Dong's specifications regarding the strength of the joint supports, executing each task with diligence. He even proactively inquired about the properties of the active materials from technician Yuan Chong, carefully adjusting the forging and installation pressures and temperatures to preserve their unique characteristics. His movements, still brimming with explosive vigor, imbued every operation of the heavy machinery with immense energy, yet this power was deftly harnessed, directed towards each component demanding absolute strength. Sweat cascaded down his sinewy arms, glistening under the workshop's illumination. In that moment, he resembled not a frenzied star beast bent on destruction, but rather a silent, dependable cornerstone of an interstellar bastion, capable of withstanding any assault. Ultimately, the mech they forged resembled a colossal metallic deity, enveloped in thick composite armor, sharply defined, exuding a palpable sense of power. It may not possess the extreme agility and stealth of the Shadow Stalker, yet its solid construction was astonishing, imparting an unparalleled sense of security. The core drive employed the Mu Yen Laboratory's efficient and stable design. The joints and transmission were optimized by engineer Hai Dong. Reliable though not exquisitely intricate, critical areas embedded with technician Yuan Chong's special materials significantly enhanced impact resistance and cushioning performance. The external heavy armor was polished to a mirror-like sheen by Tuoba Hong, and the young boy from the Little Star domain completed the foundational optical camouflage coating, emanating an exhilarating aura of sturdiness and practicality. Its function is explicitly designated for frontline assault and heavy vehicle protection. When this heavy mech, named the Rock Guardian, was activated in the testing area, emitting a deep and steady roar, easily withstanding the intense firepower tests and providing a solid cover for the simulated transport. Incredulous excitement illuminated the faces of its teammates. Tuoba Hong exhaled a long-held breath of frustration, delivering a powerful fist to his calloused palm, producing a crisp sound. In his eyes, the fierce and confident flame rekindled, though this ferocity no longer targeted his inner self. It now aimed at every external challenge. Within that newfound confidence, there flickered a vague understanding of collaboration and the strength of each member fulfilling their role, a sentiment previously unrecognized. Their team ultimately secured the first place in the region with remarkably high structural integrity and teamwork scores, thrillingly advancing to the main competition. Mo Hanjian's new teammates hailed from the Southern Frontier Star region, the Psi Energy Kingdom, the Prairie Nomadic Coalition, and the Shieling Craftsmanship Clan. The atmosphere on the virtual collaboration platform was so tense it felt as if it could freeze the data stream. The other four members glanced at the Moonlight Group prodigy, who had kept his head lowered and exuded an icy aura that seemed to deter any approach since joining. While the allegations of him being a harbinger of dark currents remained unproven, the shadow cast by such claims rendered the silence even more oppressive. This round's competition topic was announced and designed by the system's steward, Miniature High Mobility Reconnaissance Units. As the topic was revealed, team members exchanged glances, preparing to embark on a discussion process with trepidation when Mo Hanjian suddenly raised his head. In his eyes, resembling the cold depths of a cosmic abyss, There was neither enthusiasm nor encouragement, not even a trace of human warmth, only an unwavering calmness and algorithmic focus. He had no intention of small talk or seeking opinions. With a swipe of his right hand on the smart wristband, a complex, three-dimensional holographic design interface unfolded instantaneously. His fingers danced swiftly across the virtual keyboard and modeling area, moving so rapidly they left behind afterimages, while he spoke with an unfluctuating pace akin to AI voice synthesis, each word seeming to be meticulously calculated data. Unit type: Bionic Micro Reconnaissance Mech, codename Hummingbird. Core functions: Extreme Environment High Mobility Reconnaissance, Real-Time Multidimensional Data Collection, Directional Particle Communication Relay. Core Design Dilemma: Balancing extreme lightweight structure with ultra-high energy utilization efficiency, as well as addressing energy coupling interference between the stealth field and propulsion system. Overall structural proposal: The primary framework employs the size-unique micropore memory metal mesh structure, with engineers from Psi responsible for material printing and initial shaping, ensuring molecular arrangement adheres to this standard template. He pointed to the hologram where the main framework structure, filled with intricate parameters, was instantaneously generated, and the power core employed a micro-ion thruster array in conjunction with an anti-gravity module. This core algorithm and integration are under my purview. As for the intricate transmission system that conducts energy from the core to the bionic wing joints, he paused momentarily, his gaze shifting towards the engineers of the Grassland Pneumatic Consortium. The high-frequency vibration mechanical adaptation technology of the consortium is indeed applicable. You are responsible for the miniature harmonic actuators and joint fabrication in this segment, adhering strictly to the dimensions and tolerance standards outlined in this blueprint, with an allowable deviation not exceeding plus or minus 0.1 micrometers. The covering layer of the bionic wing must possess optical camouflage, electromagnetic wave absorption, and a degree of physical protection. He looked towards the team from the Southern Frontier Star Domain, indicating that the multi-layer coating process should utilize Southern Frontier's active biopolymer film, entrusted to you for completion, ensuring uniformity of the coating and energy conductivity between layers within the specified parameter range. The reconnaissance sensor cluster and microparticle communication array are located in the head unit. I recall that the Shieling tribe excels in the meticulous crafting of energy flow at the microscopic level and precision embedding technology, his gaze ultimately resting upon the engineer from the Shieling tribe, the shaping of the sensor base for the head unit, and the initial etching of the energy circuit. I can accomplish. The engineer from the Shieling tribe immediately responded, his tone imbued with a confidence born of recognition. I shall undertake the final integration of the energy flow and the inscription of the core's cloaking force field runes, ensuring resonance with the wing vibration frequency and sensor operational cycle to avoid mutual interference. Mo Hanjing withdrew his gaze and continued at a rapid pace. The overall path of energy flow, the ion thruster array, is activated, with energy conducted through the main transmission crystal tube. This segment's conduction efficiency requires reoptimization, then diverted to the dual-wing harmonic actuators, driving the bionic wings to perform high-frequency asymmetric flapping, while simultaneously channeling 17.3% of the energy to the head sensor cluster and cloaking force field generator. In his rapid-fire exposition, an extraordinarily complex micromech design was laid bare. His thoughts raced like lightning, yet his logic was impeccably tight, as if executing a technical dimensional reduction assault. The team members listened in astonishment, their cognitive processing unable to keep pace. Initially, it sounded like an arcane text, yet the exquisite physical models, materials science applications, and energy management details embedded within inspired a sense of nearly perfect feasibility that ultimately transformed into complete admiration. Mo Hanjing's icy gaze pierced the engineer of the Grassland Consortium, responsible for all flexible transmission joints and miniature linkages, to be fabricated according to the specifications outlined in this data packet, utilizing standard space nanoceramic alloys. His eyes shifted to the female engineer from the Sighing Energy Kingdom, tasked with handling the curved printing of the main frame and subsequent shaping adjustments, must ensure lightweight design and structural integrity, with thickness deviation strictly controlled within the ranges listed in this table. His gaze then swept towards the technician from the Southern Frontier Star Domain, responsible for preparing the biopolymer coating solution, The ratios of components and activity maintenance must adhere strictly to the requirements of this table, ensuring that the final product meets standards for stealth performance and physical resilience. He finally cast his gaze towards the engineers of the Shilling clan. Having completed the meticulous shaping of the head sensor base and the initial engraving of the energy circuit, preparing to receive the subsequent embedding of my core runes. His directives were unequivocal, frigid, and devoid of superfluous elements, reminiscent of the most efficient military commands or machine code. Yet they provided extraordinarily clear and quantifiable execution standards and parameters. This was not a matter of negotiation, but rather an absolute technical mandate issued from above. However, this time, the team members did not feel offended or alienated. Instead, they experienced a sense of being lost ships in a sea of data, suddenly finding precise navigational beacons. Their professional acumen led them to understand that strictly adhering to this plan and standards would ultimately yield a product of astonishing caliber. After a brief moment of shock and hesitation, the four of them moved almost in unison, receiving their respective data packets through smart wristbands and immediately immersing themselves in their assigned tasks, working with the almost inhuman precision demanded by Mo Hanjing. Meanwhile, Mo Hanjing himself delved into the core algorithms for the ion propulsion array, the integration of the cloaking field model, and the construction of the master control system. His fingers danced across multiple holographic interfaces, coding, adjusting parameters, and conducting simulations with a fluidity and precision akin to a finely tuned machine. Occasionally, he would directly interject into the independent work channels of his teammates, offering a couple of cold data prompts or minor adjustment directives. Within the virtual workspace, the only sounds remained the subtle hum of tools, the distinct noises of material processing, and Mo Hanjing's occasional emotionless parameter corrections transmitted through the communication channels. There were no joyous exclamations, no fervent encouragements, nor even superfluous glances exchanged. Yet, an extraordinary, efficient, and precise rhythm of collaboration was born. For at this moment, the sole purpose of communication had been achieved, the flawless transmission of information and the guarantee of 100% execution. Ultimately, their team's creation, the Hummingbird Micro-Reconnaissance Mech, exhibited a streamlined silhouette, glimmering with a matte black finish, its biomimetic wing textures as delicate as real feathers. Upon activation, it silently levitated, transforming into an almost imperceptible phantom, executing various maneuvers that defied conventional physical intuition, such as sudden stops, turns, and hovering within the testing area. The real-time transmitted high-definition visuals and multidimensional environmental data streams were stable and clear, successfully demonstrating its directional particle communication relay function and flawlessly meeting all design criteria. The level of completion was astonishing, with every detail meticulously handled, devoid of any blemish. Its precision reached the pinnacle, as if it had undergone countless refinements and sculpting, with each component seamlessly integrating to form a perfect whole. Notably, it achieved an exquisite balance between miniaturization and multifunctionality, capable of executing a variety of complex functions within a minuscule space without sacrificing performance or practicality in the pursuit of compactness. In contrast, the creations of other teams in the same batch appeared dull and uninspired. They may excel in certain aspects, yet they are unable to rival this masterpiece in its entirety. This work, with its impeccable quality and outstanding performance, undeniably advances with absolute superiority, becoming the focal point of all attention. The team members gazed in disbelief and utter admiration at the Hummingbird, gracefully darting through the testing space. Their eyes then returned to Mo Hanjing, who, at some unknown moment, had once again lowered his head, silently organizing the data records on the virtual workstation. Initially, their gazes were filled with distance, confusion, and even a hint of trepidation born from rumors. However, at this moment, those emotions were supplanted by a deeper sense of reverence. This awe did not stem from a divergence of positions, but rather from a pure admiration for Mo Hanjing's absolute technical prowess. His cold and precise maneuvers seemed capable of effortlessly piercing through the fog of technology, unveiling the truths and mysteries concealed within. Mo Hanjing resembled a solitary technical master, wholly immersed in his own world of data. He remained oblivious to the external gazes, as if he were entirely unaware of their existence. His focus was entirely consumed by the dense array of data and code, suggesting that only within this virtual realm could he discover his true self. Chapter 179. The Confusion of Strength. Meanwhile, in another fiercely competitive virtual collaboration sector, Sima Yu was enduring unprecedented torment. His team was composed of an impressive array of members, individuals hailing from the renowned Tianji Academy, known for its precise calculations, engineers from the Lanjiang star domain, adept in energy visualization, experts from the Haidong interstellar archipelago, specializing in miniaturized integration, and scholars from the Maui laboratory, dedicated to efficient energy and stable structures. This combination was supposed to possess limitless potential, capable of achieving high rankings. The topic announced by the system for this round was collaborative construction, highly adaptive multifunctional tactical mech platforms. Following the announcement, Sima Yu endeavored to recall and apply the vague lessons learned from the previous round's failure, refraining from forcefully dominating the discussion as he had in the past. He strived to exhibit a spirit of collaboration, raising his voice, a stark contrast to his virtual persona, on the team channel, proclaiming, I possess great strength. Leave the heavy component printing, structural assembly, and strength testing to me. I assure you, it can withstand anything. He attempted to contribute value through his area of expertise. However, the design and construction of highly adaptive multifunctional mechs did not hinge solely on brute strength. Rather, they required interdisciplinary precision design, ingenious modular architecture, and nano-level accuracy and integration. As the team entered a phase of open discussion, a student from the Tianji Academy proposed a complex multi-legged terrain-adaptive platform scheme involving extensive motion simulations based on intricate algorithms, dynamic equilibrium calculations, and sensor fusion technologies. The engineers from Lanjiang emphasized the aesthetic energy coatings of the mech's exterior and the battlefield environment adaptive camouflage systems. The prodigies from Haidong contemplated how to integrate modular tactical tool slots and emergency repair nanobot clusters, while the members from the Maui laboratory focused on efficient multi-path distribution of core energy and the stability model of the overall structure under extreme loads. Listening to these discussions, filled with specialized terminology, algorithmic models, and principles of microscopic physics, Sima Yu felt overwhelmed, his imposing virtual image beginning to seem somewhat helpless. He struggled to concentrate on understanding the waveforms, data streams, and structural stress cloud diagrams, often feeling as though he were deciphering an ancient text, unable to grasp its meaning. Impatience began to spread in his heart, and he could not refrain from interjecting, attempting to steer the conversation back to familiar territory. Why complicate things? Just make a stable chassis, thick armor, and ensure it can run and bear loads. I can create a solid frame and exterior using high-strength alloys. His thoughts were simple, direct, and imbued with an aesthetic of strength, yet they stood in stark contrast to the other team members' pursuit of high adaptability, multifunctionality, and the precision and intelligence that such goals necessitated. Throughout the actual construction process, he endeavored to prove his worth. He rushed to operate the heavy industrial printer and atomic forge. Yet due to his failure to fully comprehend the specific material gradient requirements for certain precision load-bearing points in the design blueprints, he repeatedly overloaded the energy output. This resulted in microcracks or stress concentration points in the critical connecting components, rendering them nearly unusable. He endeavored to assemble the modules according to his own understanding, yet was nearly led astray by the intricate layers of nested diagrams and the exceedingly stringent interface standards. Had it not been for the system's immediate alarm, he would have almost misconnected the energy conduction lines, risking a catastrophic overload of the simulated energy circuit. Ultimately, he did manage to forge some foundational structural frameworks and install the heaviest external armor plates, but his presence and assistance inadvertently disrupted the team's originally seamless collaborative rhythm, incurring substantial communication costs, explanation time, and the risk of rework. Though the other team members, possessing high qualifications, refrained from direct complaints. The subtle shifts in their virtual personas' data streams and the occasional swift technical adjustments in private channels, aimed at compensating for Sima Yu's operational deviations, could not entirely mask their frustration and underlying anxiety. They found themselves expending extra effort and computational resources to prevent, correct, and adapt to the myriad unforeseen circumstances brought about by Sima Yu. The final product was a somewhat cumbersome and discordant six-legged transport support mecha, codenamed Negative Mountain. Its foundational structure was indeed robust, with exceptional load-bearing capacity, However, its maneuverability in complex terrains appeared clumsy, the multifunctional module interface responded sluggishly, and the overall energy utilization efficiency suffered from inadequate structural optimization. When the comprehensive system evaluation results were announced, their team ranked second in their division once again. This meant that Sima Yi had once more missed the opportunity for direct advancement to the Star River Singularity Finals. Gazing at the glaring rank 02 hovering at the top of the team interface, his enormous virtual form abruptly froze, as if even the data streams had solidified in despair. The expression on his face, a blend of anticipation, effort, and a hint of trepidation, crumbled instantly, leaving only profound disappointment and a deeper sense of confusion. He opened his mouth, intending to say something in the team channel, yet found himself unable to articulate the fundamental reason for this failure clearly. Was it due to his lack of effort? He had clearly exhausted himself, his virtual persona dimming under the strain of high-load computations. Was it because he intended to cause disruption? He had genuinely sought to contribute to the team, applying every ounce of his capability. A profound sense of powerlessness and a mixture of grievance and frustration surged within this tower-like man. Around his data-formed eye sockets, a flicker of unstable waves appeared, simulating a reddened effect. He clenched his teeth, struggling to contain the emotions that were deemed shameful, resisting the urge to let them completely overflow. Instead, he stamped his foot, sending a low tremor through the virtual platform, as if to crush all the pent-up frustration beneath him. With his head bowed, he dared not look at any of his teammates' virtual forms, and in a muffled voice, he uttered in the team channel, I'm sorry. It's me. I've held everyone back." His voice was hoarse and heavy, laced with the choked noises produced by the data simulation. Then, he silently manipulated the interface, exiting the collaborative channel, his virtual form dissolving into luminous strands, transmitted by the system to the awaiting area of the defeated group. An atmosphere increasingly oppressive, preparing to face the third and final round of the brutal ultimate elimination match. The data stream of his silhouette appeared particularly stagnant and forlorn during the transmission. With the conclusion of the second round, the interstellar network platform was a tapestry of mixed emotions. Tuoba Hong completed his metamorphosis from a frenzied assailant to a cornerstone of the team, while Mo Hanjing, with his frigid, absolute rationality, affirmed his worth, both successfully advancing. Conversely, Sima Yi, burdened with confusion and reluctance, along with doubts about his own path, plummeted into the deeper, more fiercely competitive abyss of the final loser's cycle. At this moment, the ruthless selection mechanism of the Star River Singularity Contest was vividly displayed. Soon, upon receiving the news, Lin Yi, Zhao Wangshu, and Yun Yanin converged at the resting area for the defeated, finding Sima Yi, who sat despondently in the corner, his figure shrouded in shadows. Even Mo Hanjing, typically accustomed to lurking within the data's obscurity and just concluding his own match, quietly appeared nearby, standing silently, as if an unvoiced pillar of support. Upon sensing the arrival of his friends, Sima Yi forced his facial data to contort, compelling himself to produce a smile that was more grotesque than tears. He opened his mouth, intending to utter reassurances like "I'm fine" or "I'll do better next time," yet the data interface faltered, failing to organize even a complete bite. While the reddish glow around his eyes intensified, Lin Yi and Yun Yanin softly spoke words of encouragement, analyzing his previous highlights in an attempt to help him regain confidence. Zhao Wangshu remained silent, stepping forward to extend his hand, the highly corporeal virtual palm delivering a heavy pat on Sima Yi's broad metallic shoulder, the sound resonating with unspoken understanding. Mo Hanjing's icy gaze swept over. Those eyes, seemingly capable of penetrating all data facades, appeared to harbor an imperceptible urgency or perhaps a bewilderment towards inefficiency in emotional data. Sima Yi observed this eclectic group of friends, each expressing their concern in their unique manner, absorbing the chaotic yet sincere data streams. Within him, a heavy barrier seemed to have been breached slightly. This time, he no longer forced himself. Instead, from the depths of his core processing unit, a data stream surged, mingling warmth with resolve, transforming into a smile that, though tinged with bitterness, was ultimately heartfelt. I understand now." He inhaled deeply, his virtual chest rising and falling. "There's still one round left. I will not give up." His voice remained resonant, yet it carried something previously absent. The standard 72 interstellar hours slipped away in a fleeting moment of intense focus and preparation. As the main control dome of the Genesis Star Space Station simulated the first light of dawn, gently and precisely illuminating the independent design pods that encircled the central competition area like rings of stars, 1,000 brilliant engineers and designers, having emerged victorious from countless rounds of rigorous selection among billions of competitors, were now fully in position. In stark contrast to the previously bustling waiting area, this ultimate arena, aptly named the pinnacle of 1,000 stars, appeared vast and solemn. The air circulation system maintained the most suitable temperature and humidity, yet an invisible pressure seemed to condense into substance, prompting each participant to adjust their breathing, their gaze fixed upon the door of their designated independent design pod, which was about to open at this pivotal moment of destiny. Gazing around, the breathtaking sight of the pinnacle of 1,000 stars stirred deep emotions. The immense circular structure was not adorned with smooth walls, but instead resembled a honeycomb, densely and orderly arranged with thousands of independent units. These units, uniform in size, featured sleek, silver-white exteriors, akin to countless pearls embedded within the rings of stars, shimmering with a cold metallic luster under the simulated dawn light. They were perfectly separated by an invisible energy field and physical barriers, connecting only through miniature anti-gravity platforms and discrete data transmission channels to the central system, forming a city of competition suspended within an artificial sea of stars, epitomizing the beauty of rationality and technology. At this moment, these independent design pods, representing the pinnacle of the Federation's technological assurance, had become the battleground for the final stage of the galactic singularity competition, the 1,000-strong studios. The voice of the esteemed elder from the Federation Academy, the chief steward of the competition, resonated through the circular arena, his holographic image appearing at the center. Clear and authoritative, the vast central intelligence brain was instantly activated, and an invisible stream of data swept across the venue. Swiftly scrolling through the IDs of the 1,000 participants and their corresponding design pod numbers on the gigantic screens surrounding them, matching and ultimately fixing into place. Lin Yi glanced down at the encrypted message just received on his smart wristband. North Ring Area, S721 Design Pod. He inhaled a deep breath of the strictly filtered air, tinged with a faint hint of ozone, and, like the other participants, stepped onto the miniature anti-gravity platform leading to his designated pod, guided silently by the robotic assistant. The closer he approached, the more he could feel the precision and grandeur of the pinnacle of 1,000 stars. The passage was immaculate and dust-free, with holographic galleries showcasing the technological achievements of the Federation's various star domains lining both sides. The anticipated congestion and distractions did not materialize. Each design pod achieved absolute isolation through ingenious magnetic field deflections and physical barriers, ensuring an environment of utmost tranquility and privacy for internal work. Even high-energy tests conducted in adjacent chambers would have no perceptible impact on one another. A profound sense of solemn solitude enveloped him. For the next standard month, this would be an absolute battleground where each individual would confront the limits of technology in solitude. The guiding robot delivered Lin Yi to the entrance of the North Ring Area S721 pod, issuing a pleasant confirmation tone before silently gliding away. The entrance to the design chamber is not merely a mechanical door, but rather a transitional area composed of a single high-strength transparent alloy integrated with an energy barrier. Flowing across the surface of the door is an ethereal blue luminescence, displaying the door number S721 along with the inscription indicating successful authorization. As Lin Yi undergoes biometric scanning, the energy barrier dissipates silently, and the heavy alloy door glides smoothly to one side. Upon stepping inside, he finds himself momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. This is far from the standardized studio he had envisioned. It is, in fact, a luxurious creative space that embodies the pinnacle of federal technology, fused with human-centric design. The interior of the design chamber is remarkably spacious, evidently employing spatial expansion technology, with a ceiling height exceeding 5 meters, creating an airy and luminous environment. The dome is not a mere illumination panel, but a fully immersive ultra-high-definition starry sky simulation screen, capable of seamlessly transitioning to natural landscapes, solid color backdrops, or displaying intricate data charts. all bathed in soft, even light that evokes no sense of oppression. The walls are not cold metal but are adorned with intelligent material panels that possess sound-absorbing, temperature-regulating, and localized display functionalities, allowing them to showcase varying textures and colors according to the user's desires, even transforming into vast interactive work interfaces. Chapter 180. At the pinnacle of 1,000 stars, the floor is adorned with an adaptive composite material that possesses a subtle energy massage function, providing a serene and comfortable experience underfoot. At the heart of the room lies a highly integrated, ultra-streamlined main control workstation. The expansive surface features a colossal, touch-sensitive, high-resolution curved screen, its edges aglow with a soft azure standby light. Upon the desk, an array of holographic projectors, molecular-grade 3D printer interfaces, multi-channel data probes, and neural connection-assisted design helmets are all meticulously arranged, each device poised in optimal readiness. To one side of the workstation, an ergonomic suspended relaxation pod awaits, capable of morphing into a chair or recliner upon command. Opposite this is an adjustable opacity energy barrier, which, when activated, completely isolates vision and sound. Behind the barrier lies a bed designed for profound restorative effects, complemented by an environmental control system that can simulate various natural soundscapes conducive to relaxation. In one corner of the room, a miniature replicator stands ready to provide customized nutritional concoctions and beverages, alongside exquisitely crafted biodegradable cups. The interior of this design pod is furnished with remarkable precision and technological integration, thoughtfully considering the mental and physical states of its creators, far exceeding conventional expectations. It is undoubtedly designed to enable these geniuses to operate in the most advantageous environment, free from external distractions, thereby maximizing their intellect and creativity. Lin Yi immersed himself in the absolute domain of this technological marvel as all the doors to the design pods synchronized to close, accompanied by a deep, resonant hum of energy, effectively sealing him off from the outside world. Shortly after, a graceful, floating spherical AI unit illuminated with a soft blue light, and the familiar, authoritative voice of the chief steward resonated clearly throughout each design pod. All participants are now in position. We shall now announce the rules for the final stage, Pinnacle of 1,000 Stars. Ultimate Creation. 1. This ultimate creation phase will last a full standard month. During this time, the design pods will remain entirely sealed, and early submissions of work are not permitted. Upon the month's conclusion, the pod doors will automatically unlock. 2. Should any needs arise concerning materials, data, specific equipment, or technical support during this period, requests may be made through the AI unit to the Central Intelligence. The organizing committee will endeavor to accommodate reasonable requests while ensuring absolute fairness. 3. In the event of an emergency, such as health issues, equipment malfunctions, or uncontrollable technical risks, the emergency protocol may be initiated via the AI unit, or the physical assistance button located on the side of the workstation may be pressed. The emergency response team will respond within 30 seconds. However, any unwarranted activation of the emergency protocol will result in a warning. Accumulating over 3 warnings will result in disqualification. 4. No individual may leave their designated design pod for any reason. Particularly prohibited is any attempt to establish physical connections, data espionage, or unauthorized communication with other design pods. Any violation, once confirmed, will result in immediate disqualification and permanent record. 5. The basic physiological needs of each participant will be ensured by the built-in environmental maintenance system and the miniature replicator. The auxiliary AI shall assist in management, refraining from intruding upon your creative process. As the chief steward's voice faded, a panel on the inner wall of the design chamber slid open, revealing a petite multifunctional service robot that glided forth silently, cradling a standard nutritional package in its mechanical arm. With the rules proclaimed, the light in the auxiliary AI's eyes dimmed to a standby glow, enveloping the room in profound silence, save for the faint hum of the environmental system and the rhythmic beat of their own hearts. A sense of oppression and solitude intertwined with an exhilarating thrill of challenging the pinnacle of technology permeated the minds of all participants. For the ensuing month, they would be sequestered here, wholly immersed in a design endeavor capable of shaping the future. Lin Yi approached the technologically advanced control workstation, his gaze fixating on the cryptographic data port at the center of the tabletop, which illuminated automatically with a soft glow. The chief steward's voice resonated once more, transmitted through the auxiliary AI to the summit of 1,000 stars. In the final phase of the galactic singularity competition, the design topic and foundational parameter package have been transmitted to each of your control workstations. The task is to design a core system for the next-generation interstellar strategic mobile platform, Cosmic Voyager, focusing on the energy core and drive matrix. Requirements. Based on the provided foundational framework, construct a comprehensive and detailed system design proposal. This must include, but is not limited to, core energy generation and constraint models, miniaturization and efficiency optimization schemes for the hyperspace jump engine, integration of multidimensional environmental adaptability and cloaking force fields, system redundancy, and fault tolerance architecture, along with at least 3 forward-looking innovative technology nodes for validation. Ultimately, all design proposals and simulation test data will be uploaded to the Central Evaluation Intellect for comprehensive assessment, determining the supreme honor of this competition, the Crown of Starlight. The competition's final phase is now initiated. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi banished all distractions, his expression sharpening into unwavering focus. He extended his hand, his fingertips gently brushing the data port, as torrents of technical parameters, physical model requirements, and performance metrics surged into his consciousness, simultaneously awakening a novel technological concept hidden deep within his mind, inspired by the celestial coordinate system. In that moment, thousands of design chambers, filled with brilliant minds, plunged into an absolute silence entwined with a tempest of creativity. Thus commenced a month-long ultimate contest, a crucible of dedication and intellect within this lavish and solitary technological fortress. The summit of 1,000 stars transformed into a veritable arena of unyielding intellect and technology. Severed from all distractions, the chief steward's voice, akin to a signal cast into a black hole, was consumed entirely by the engulfing silence without even a ripple of energy, as the entire summit descended into an exquisite tranquility, as if the very flow of time had become suspended. 1,000 independent design pods, suspended within the rings of stars, resemble 1,000 miniature universes isolated by an invisible force field. In this profound silence, the only sounds are the almost inaudible whispers of the environmental recycling system and the subtle yet distinct hum of energy generated as fingertips glide across the holographic interface or when data streams are accessed. This symphony is a unique interplay of intelligence and complex algorithms, battling against the confines of physical limits. Lin Yi sat serenely within the technologically luxurious yet inherently isolating design pod, his posture as stable as a finely calibrated instrument. After approximately half an hour of waiting, he confirmed that no new directives or system notifications would be forthcoming. The only activities around him were the nearly silent trajectories of service robots gliding on their wheels and the faint sounds of energy coalescing as the mini-replicator prepared nutrient compounds. He inhaled deeply the air, rich in negative ions and precisely calibrated, fully activating the encrypted data port on the main control workstation, which emitted a ghostly blue glow. The enormous data package unfolded like a decompressed star map, instantly filling the entire curved workspace with multidimensional holographic images and cascading data streams. Soft, uniform light illuminated the pod, rendering every detail of the data crystal clear. Universal Voyager, he softly articulated the full title, his gaze functioning like a high-precision scanning probe, meticulously examining the macro architecture down to the micro parameters, scrutinizing line by line, segment by segment, even delving into each energy flow node, alongside the accompanying detailed technical specifications, operational scenario assumptions, and the limited foundational physical constants and material performance database provided. The initial calm was soon shattered, his brow furrowed as if ensnared by an anomalous gravitational field, tightening to the point of distorting light. This was far more than merely designing a high-performance mecha energy and propulsion system. The task simulated an extraordinarily complex and grand scenario concerning the future interstellar strategy of the Federation, the design of the core energy generation, storage, and distribution system for the next-generation strategic maneuvering platform, codenamed Universal Voyager, along with its deeply coupled hyperspace transition and conventional maneuvering propulsion matrix. This platform was intended to address the increasingly severe challenges of rapid deployment across star domains, deep space exploration, and potential high-intensity interstellar conflicts. The scroll explicitly indicated that the Federation currently faced not only technological bottlenecks, but also profound strategic dilemmas. Uneven development among major star domains. Skepticism from certain peripheral regions regarding central policies, and historical frictions arising from resource allocation and jurisdictional issues. Although superficial peace had been maintained over recent decades, the foundation of trust remained tenuous. The technical challenges inherent in the engineering design were nothing short of grotesque. Extreme energy density and stability were required. The energy core must output sufficient power within an exceedingly small volume to sustain prolonged transitions and high-energy weapon systems, all while maintaining absolute stability under extreme conditions, such as stellar flares, gravitational tides, and exotic energy interferences. Any energy leakage or core meltdown would be deemed an unacceptable failure. The miniaturization of hyperspace leap engines and the paradox of efficiency, in the endeavor to integrate leap engines into mecha platforms. One must reconcile their immense energy consumption with existing energy technologies, while simultaneously optimizing leap precision, cooling efficiency, and preventing irreversible space-time stress damage to the mecha's structural integrity. Multidimensional environmental adaptation and stealth integration. The propulsion system must not only ensure high maneuverability in complex environments such as conventional space, rarefied nebulae, and asteroid belts, but its energy characteristics must also seamlessly meld with advanced stealth force fields to avoid exposure during covert operations due to energy fluctuations. The utmost demands of system redundancy and fault-tolerant architecture. As the core of the strategic platform, the system must possess multi-layer redundancy and near-instantaneous fault-switching capabilities, maintaining essential functions and ensuring safe evacuation even when certain modules are destroyed or fail. The application of novel concept materials and compatibility challenges. The title strongly implies the necessity of introducing at least one new conceptual material still in the experimental phase. However, its long-term stability under extreme conditions, interface effects with existing materials, and the feasibility of large-scale production must be deduced and verified by the designers themselves. Any single aspect is sufficient to consume years of effort for a top-tier R&D team. Nonetheless, Lin Yi's intuition, honed through countless design iterations, warned him that the real quandary, or rather the intellectual trap meticulously laid by the organizing committee, was far from the overt technical challenges. These challenges were akin to gravitational traps hidden behind nebulae, waiting for careless navigators to stray from their course and face irreversible consequences. He forced himself to suppress the instinctive thrill at the technological challenges and his eagerness to apply a nanoscale distributed energy buffering and release matrix, redirecting his gaze once more to the seemingly background documents and additional conditions. This profound scrutiny made him feel as though he had been suddenly exposed to the vacuum of space, a chill creeping up his spine. Known for his insight and multidimensional thinking, he found himself besieged by a multitude of logical traps and ethical paradoxes, akin to interstellar mines awaiting detonation. A bitter smile crept across his face as he acknowledged the committee's evaluators, whose methods were indeed astute and ruthless. Lin Yi concentrated his mind, methodically identifying the core traps he had initially perceived. Trap 1. The ethical paradox of civilization beneath cold data streams. The technical documents assert, in an utterly objective tone devoid of emotional nuance, that through supercomputer simulations and multiple rounds of field surveys, the optimal deployment point for the energy core of the Universal Voyager platform, along with the corresponding drive matrix testing ground, will almost inevitably require occupying a specific area in the Zeta-7 Fringe star domain. This area, designated as Sector 23, is notable for being a rare, naturally occurring quantum harmonic resonance field. Within this domain, there exists a miniature ecosystem, subtly entangled with the underlying quantum sea of the stellar realm. This ecosystem is home to a unique crystalline symbiotic moss, deemed sacred by the indigenous inhabitants, a small and technologically modest intelligent race known as the Resonators. This moss community is vital for sustaining their distinct spiritual culture and certain physiological functions. The document presents a compensation and relocation plan that adheres to interstellar standards. It calculates the theoretical resource value of the area, primarily based on its rare quantum field characteristics. In accordance with the minimum requirements set forth by the Federation's Interstellar Development and Indigenous Rights Protection Act, it proposes compensation in the form of Federation credit points and offers assistance for the resonator community to migrate to a designated protected zone on an Earth-like planet, located 5 light-years away, which has undergone preliminary environmental modifications. As Lin Yi's fingers unconsciously tapped the edge of the workbench, his gaze was sharp as a scalpel. A logical disjunction was evident. He immediately summoned the auxiliary calculation module, swiftly establishing an evaluation model on one side of the workbench. The value of land and field resources, calculated according to the formula provided in the Act. Costs of transportation and resettlement, estimated according to standard relocation protocols. Expenses for reconstructing basic living facilities. Initial survival supplies compensation. From a purely data-driven and legislative perspective, it seemed to cover the direct costs. He ran the model preliminarily, his brow slightly unfurling. Yet the core processing unit promptly issued a higher-level alert. Wait a moment, is this merely the quantifiable aspect? Chapter 181. Solitude in the Star Domain. He recalled the myriad cases of civilization contact he had perused in the Genesis Echo archive, reflecting on the intricate connections, transcending mere material exchanges, between seemingly primitive civilizations and their environments. It suddenly dawned on him that the cold, formulaic compensation scheme proposed, grounded in federal law, bore significant omissions that could not be quantified by credit points. He swiftly enumerated the overlooked dimensions in his mind map: the rupture of civilizational continuity and cultural identity, the resonators, and the crystalline symbiotic moss, along with their quantum field, may have evolved over extensive periods to establish profound biocultural quantum entanglements. Forced relocation, even with a semblance of similar physical surroundings, could never replicate that unique state of quantum entanglement. This could precipitate the extinction of their cultural essence, spiritual beliefs, and even certain ethnic traits. Such a loss is beyond the reparative power of any credit point. The irreplicability of foundational survival elements. The crystalline symbiotic moss is likely more than a sacred emblem. It may be an indispensable aspect of the resonator's physiological functions, such as neural conduction and information perception, and could even serve as the vessel for their social structure or knowledge transmission. A new sanctuary that fails to provide an identical quantum resonance environment signifies a forcible severance of this symbiotic relationship, fundamentally jeopardizing the quality of life and the sustainability of their populations. The collapse of social structure and knowledge systems. Migration entails a departure from familiar social networks and the knowledge systems predicated upon their original habitat. In a new environment, they must reconstruct social ties from scratch and adapt to entirely different ecological niches, risking a rapid erosion of their intrinsic wisdom and culture due to the loss of their roots. The annihilation of potential cosmic biological value. This unique biocultural quantum symbiont may harbor immense cosmic biological, quantum informatics, and even philosophical significance for the Federation. To irrevocably damage such a potentially unparalleled natural laboratory for the sake of a mecha platform's core testing raises questions of short-sightedness and loss from a broader cosmic perspective. This standard compensation scheme, while appearing legal and compliant, is, in reality, rife with the hubris of technological supremacy and a disregard for the intrinsic value of alien civilizations. Lin Yi reached a preliminary conclusion, his spirits weighed down. This issue transcended mere technicalities. It compelled designers to grapple with the ethical quagmire of balancing technological advancement with the preservation of civilizational diversity, the interests of the Federation with the rights of marginalized groups, and the immediate demands of military needs against long-term cosmic ecological values. Should one solely pursue the ultimate perfection of technical parameters while entirely neglecting or oversimplifying this dimension? Then the designed universal Voyager, regardless of its astounding capabilities, would inherently bear a certain original sin. Its design philosophy fundamentally flawed in its lack of reverence for the complexities of life and civilization. Perhaps this was precisely the design approach the committee sought to eliminate. Trap 2. The civilizational chasm beneath the technological deluge. Delving deeper into the data packets, Lin Yi noted with increasing alarm the understated mention within the technological assumptions. The Universal Sentinel platform, once deployed, would significantly enhance the Federation's rapid response capabilities, strategic deterrence, and efficiency in deep space exploration. It was anticipated that this would foster a profound integration of technology, economy, and culture between the Federation's core areas and the peripheral star regions. His cognitive alarm bells immediately escalated to their highest levels. A substantial promotion of deeper integration? This implied that the flow of technology, capital, and culture would be tumultuous and inherently unequal. He swiftly marked potential cascading destructive reactions on his mind map: technological dumping and economic structural shock, the advanced industrial products, sophisticated AI systems, and even military technology derivatives from the Federation's core would, with their technological and cost advantages, inundate relatively underdeveloped peripheral regions such as Zeta 7. Local nascent technological enterprises, artisanal communities, and distinctive economic models, which still relied on unique ecological resources, would likely collapse rapidly in this unequal competition, resulting in a homogenized economic structure in the peripheral regions and deepening their dependency on the core. The topic failed to mention any mechanisms for technology transfer, industrial protection, or fair trade as buffers. Cultural assimilation and identity crisis, the potent mainstream cultural values, entertainment paradigms, and modes of information dissemination from the Federation would surge forth with the interstellar fleets, merchant convoys, and ubiquitous Federation network nodes. The unique cultural traditions, languages, art forms, and social structures of the peripheral regions would likely be gradually diluted and marginalized under this overwhelming cultural radiation, potentially leading to self-denial and rejection by their own members, branded as primitive and inefficient. The connectivity brought by the mech platforms could devolve into a conduit for unilateral cultural output, stifling the precious diversity of civilizations across the cosmos. Security dependency and sovereignty erosion. Once strategic platforms like the Universal Sentinel became the primary security assurance for specific star regions, the defensive capabilities and military research and development of those regions might gradually atrophy, fostering a deep reliance on Federation military power. This would not only affect their political autonomy, but could also plunge them into a precarious security dilemma during shifts in internal Federation policies. This represents a macrocosmic trap lying beneath the halo of strategic enhancement and integrated development, testing whether designers possess profound insights into the interstellar political economy and the laws governing civilizational evolution, transcending mere technological equipment considerations. Trap 3. The deliberately obscured long-term operations and strategic dependence. The resource list and budget simulations provided by the topic focused almost exclusively on the hard investments in research, testing, and initial deployment phases. However, the maintenance, upgrades, energy supply, and the ensuing long-term strategic dependencies throughout the platform's entire lifecycle were vaguely addressed, if not deliberately evaded. However, this does not imply that these issues are non-existent. On the contrary, they may evolve into substantial fiscal burdens, technological shackles, or sources of political friction in the future. Lin Yi's cognitive simulations have unveiled a series of potential dilemmas, once established. Who will bear the astronomical costs associated with the long-term operation and maintenance of such a high-performance energy core and transition engine, particularly concerning the replacement of rare materials, the handling of high-energy waste, and the repair of space-time stress damages? How will the federal and local star domains share these responsibilities? Will this become a focal point for future disputes? Is there an absolute dependence on specific supply chains or core star domains for the special high-energy fuel or antimatter required by the energy core? How can its strategic security be ensured? What kind of interstellar and inter-service coordination mechanisms must be established for routine software upgrades, system vulnerability patches, and tactical updates to address new threats? How shall power be distributed? How can efficiency be guaranteed? More importantly, once this platform becomes a pillar of defense for a particular star domain, if its technological black box, should it exist, and maintenance system are entirely controlled by the core area, will this result in a strategic loss of autonomy for that star domain? The latent costs and strategic pitfalls associated with long-term operations, maintenance, and upgrades are obscured, potentially luring designers to overlook them. Should the designers fail to contemplate these factors, even a successfully constructed platform may suffer significant reductions in efficacy due to subsequent fiscal, technological, or political issues, possibly becoming a new source of discord between the Federation and star domains. Trap 4. The ultimate paradox of technological optimum path and civilizational ethics. Lin re-evaluates the optimal deployment and testing points derived from supercomputing simulations. From a purely technological standpoint, considering energy field stability, transition calibration precision, and the representativeness of the testing environment, selecting Sector 23 and its unique quantum harmonic resonance field is indeed the optimal solution, yielding the highest efficiency and most accurate data. But what of interstellar ethics and the cohabitation of civilizations? The forcible occupation of the resonator's sacred grounds, even with material compensation according to standards, may inflict civilizational trauma, breed potential hostility, and sow the seeds of conflict. Could this not pose a permanent hazard for the Universal Voyager platform and the Federation's future endeavors in that star domain? Will the overlooked sorrow and anger of the resonators manifest in unforeseen ways, potentially retaliating against the Federation at a crucial moment in the future? Is there an alternative path that, while slightly less optimal in technical terms, for example, with an energy efficiency diminished by 5% or an extended testing period of 10%, could maximize respect for the resonator civilization, perhaps even seeking their cooperation and understanding? For instance, establishing the testing base as a mobile starship platform or negotiating with the resonators to create limited, non-invasive observation points on the periphery of their sacred grounds, inviting them to partake in select research and share knowledge outcomes. This presents an ultimate dilemma between a cold, efficiency-driven technological rationality and a warm, life-respecting civilizational ethic. Sacrificing the foundation and future of a minuscule civilization for the optimal enhancement of the Federation's overall strategic capabilities. Could this truly be the singular and perfect solution anticipated by the committee? Lin set down the virtual data pad, feeling a tumultuous overload in the core processor, as a profound sense of powerlessness enveloped him. Approaching the environmental control system, he manually lowered the temperature, allowing a refreshing, slightly chilling breeze to caress his face. The icy sensation somewhat soothed his overly stimulated neural pathways. He attained a profound understanding. The Cosmic Voyager Energy Core and Drive Matrix project was, in essence, a meticulously woven, multidimensional labyrinth of thought and an ethical testing ground. It transcended mere rigorous evaluations of cutting-edge engineering technology and complex system architecture. It was an ultimate interrogation of the designer's interstellar strategic vision, empathetic capacity towards civilizations, ethical boundaries, long-term resource and risk management capabilities, and the ability to unearth non-zero-sum solutions amidst multiple constraints. A standard lunar month was not merely an opportunity to construct a dazzling technical blueprint, but a call to deeply contemplate the profound weight of civilization behind the technology. Reflecting in one's design the wisdom of balance, visionary perspective, and fundamental respect and reverence for all forms of intelligence and life in the universe. Designs that focus solely on technological breakthroughs and dazzling innovations, while turning a blind eye to potential civilizational conflicts and societal costs, may initially capture attention. Yet they can hardly progress far in this ultimate assessment aimed at selecting the future leaders of the Federation. Such designs might even face outright rejection for infringing upon the hidden red lines set by the Committee Concerning Sustainable Development and Civilizational Harmony. Lin returned to the main control workstation, his gaze transformed. The earlier confusion and ethical anxiety were supplanted by a deeper, more resolute sense of responsibility. He recognized that his forthcoming task would be far more intricate and profound than merely designing a propulsion system of considerable power. He needed to conceive not only a core platform for the mech, but also a framework that could harmonize the strategic demands of the Federation with the rights of marginal civilizations, facilitating genuine mutual integration rather than unilateral conquest, and guiding the Federation towards a more inclusive and sustainable future. He activated the new design interface, invoking the foundational architecture of a nanoscale distributed energy buffering and release matrix, and solemnly typed the first line of the design philosophy outline. Cosmic Voyager System Multidimensional, Technical, Ethical, Social, Strategic, Integration Design Framework. The true contest of wisdom was only just beginning. At this isolated pinnacle of the star realm, he must seek a better answer for the Federation and for the faint resonance within that celestial domain. Chapter 182. The solitary contemplation of the star domain, the light of planning time, within the absolute silence, seemed to stretch and compress simultaneously. Lin Yi reclined in an ergonomically designed floating chair, his gaze penetrating the undulating surface of the work screen, which flowed with ethereal blue data streams, as if casting itself into the profound void of the cosmos. He remained still, his fingertips refraining from eagerly reaching for the alluring modeling tools. Nor did he hasten to summon the radiant three-dimensional projection of the energy core. An instinctual vigilance lingered in his heart, akin to detecting the ominous signs of a gravitational trap while navigating through uncharted star realms. Impulsiveness was the bane of deep space explorers and a constant pitfall that system architects must remain vigilant against. Before him lay the celestial Voyager, a vast labyrinth straddling the intersection of technology, ethics, and strategy, where any unconsidered first step could lead to an irretrievable dead end. A standard month, within the scale of the Interstellar Federation, felt fleeting, akin to the fleeting moment during a hyperspace jump. He could almost hear the subtle sound of each grain of sand falling within the hourglass of time, cold and urgent. Do not falter, he reminded himself, his thoughts as calm as the ship's main control AI. He must find the most effective path. Instead of immediately commencing his design, he gently closed his eyes. His consciousness sank into a sea of logic and possibilities. In that realm, the celestial Voyager transformed from a mere technical proposition into a multifaceted, complex crystal shimmering with various hues. Technology formed its rigid geometric edges, while ethics flowed within it, at times turbulent, at times stagnant, like a stream of energy. Strategic demands constituted the invisible gravitational field guiding its motion. Meanwhile, the distant civilization resonating with the quantum sea emerged as a faint yet tenacious background radiation, impossible to ignore. He required a star map, a navigational chart to guide him through this uncharted expanse. Upon reopening his eyes, the weight of seriousness had diminished, replaced by a sharper clarity befitting an explorer. He raised his hand, not to touch the intricate icons of specialized software, but to activate the mind-mapping interface. Gentle lines and nodes materialized in the space before him, resembling living neural pathways beginning to extend. The initial 10 days would serve as the foundation, a journey to explore the soul. He designated this phase with the codename framework of the star domain. During these 10 days, he resolutely forbade himself from becoming engrossed in any technical minutiae. His intent was to adopt the demeanor of a composed cosmic archaeologist, meticulously peeling away the layers of appearances enveloping the proposition to touch its most fundamental connections. He envisioned several distinctly different potential routes leading to the destination. One path pointed towards the zenith of technology, pushing performance parameters to the edge permitted by physical laws, transforming the celestial Voyager into the sharpest edge of the Federation's sword, momentarily relegating the faint resonance of Sector 23 to mere distant background noise. This route was direct, powerful, yet carried a chill of technical rationality. Another path attempts to circumvent the fragile quantum harmonic field, perhaps designing the platform as a movable starship bastion, or perhaps seeking alternatives that, while slightly inferior in performance, embody greater respect. This route, though warm, risks dulling the strategic edge of the Federation. Is there not a third path? One that intertwines the brilliance of technology with reverence for life? For instance, rather than conquering that domain, could we endeavor to understand, or even extend an invitation? A vague yet audacious notion began to coalesce in his mind like a nebula. He recognized that the conclusion of the 10th standard day must mark the moment for his ultimate strategic decision. Should the direction of the soul veer, no amount of subsequent investment could salvage what might become merely a delicate yet misaligned space monument. The ensuing 10 days would be formative, a critical phase of infusing the skeletal structure with soul. He designated this stage as the Module Nebula. Once the core philosophy is established, the transformation of ideals into the tangible framework of reality must commence. This is a phase of intense mental and computational fervor. The selection of the energy core will be paramount. Should one adhere to the relatively mature high-constrained fusion, or dare to embrace the more volatile yet potentially superior antimatter system? Or perhaps employ his clandestinely developed, long-concealed nanoscale distributed energy buffering and release matrix as a foundational cornerstone? This decision will serve as the bedrock upon which all subsequent structures are built. The coupling of the drive matrix with the cloaked force field, the balance between the leap engine and conventional propulsion, and the performance of new materials under extreme conditions. Countless technical challenges loom like a dense asteroid belt, requiring him to navigate his vessel of thought with utmost care. Simultaneously, ethical contingencies can no longer remain mere markers on a conceptual star chart. He must begin to delineate concrete outlines. How should the framework for communication with resonators be constructed? Where lie the boundaries of knowledge sharing? How can the compensation mechanism transcend the coldness of mere credit points to touch upon the true essence of civilization's continuity? These contemplations must proceed in synchrony with technical design, entwined like a binary star system, mutually constraining. The subsequent 8 days will be devoted to refinement, breathing life into creation. He termed this phase the iterative ring. It is the stage of grappling with the details and the devil. Every optimization in the efficiency of energy circuits, each microsecond enhancement of control algorithms, the subtle shifts in structural stress under the distortions of space-time, and the meticulous wording of each clause in ethical contingencies, all demand extraordinary patience and repeated honing. Here, a fleeting moment of insight may yield a leap in performance, whereas a previously overlooked minor interface conflict could precipitate the collapse of the entire system. He must allocate sufficient time to confront these uncertainties, to smooth away all rough edges, guiding the design as closely as possible to the superior solution he envisions, rather than settling for mere feasibility. The final 2 days will be devoted to crystallization, ensuring that the fruits of wisdom are presented in their perfect form. This is the moment of return. All creative endeavors have essentially reached a conclusion, and what remains is to present the fruits of a month's labor and intellect with clarity, precision, and flawlessness. The design blueprints must be accurate to an atomic level, and the data reports must withstand the most rigorous intellectual scrutiny. The comprehensive explanation serves as his final argument in defense of all his choices. He must articulate clearly to the unknown evaluators why he designed in this manner, how he weighed his options, and why he ultimately chose this perhaps less direct path, which seeks to convey a deeper significance. As he opens his eyes, the floating mind map before him has transformed into a complex yet orderly star chart, marking the course for the next 30 standard days. This is no longer a cold work plan. It is a declaration of exploration imbued with conviction, crafted by him as an engineer, an individual bearing responsibility for technology and the future of civilization. Taking a deep breath, Lin's gaze becomes unwavering. He knows that atop this solitary pinnacle of 1,000 stars, the true expedition is just beginning. His pen will not only draft the blueprint, but also endeavor to sketch a brighter future. Chapter 183. Solitude in the Star Domain. The law of creation as time quietly elapsed over 7 standard days in absolute focus. Lin momentarily detached himself from an intricate exploration of boundary conditions regarding energy vortices. Leaning against his hovering chair, he closed his eyes, granting a brief respite to his overtaxed visual nerves. Within his mind, the mental map of the star chart remained vivid, yet a new rhythm began to flow through it. A perfect equilibrium discovered between stringent self-discipline and creative inspiration. When this inner navigational chart seamlessly integrated into his work rhythm, Lin experienced a peculiar tranquility that supplanted the initial chaos and heaviness. This was not a blind confidence, but rather a steadfast strength born from a profound comprehension of the task's complexity and a clear delineation of the path ahead. Much like a starship captain meticulously recalibrating the course and confirming the status of all systems, he was assured that even when venturing into uncharted star domains, he would undoubtedly arrive at his destination. In the following standard days, Lin externalized this inner star map into action, exhibiting a disciplined precision akin to a program, yet vibrant with life. His design chamber resembled a miniature universe, with him as the core star operating under unique laws. He eschewed the ancient rhythm of sunrise and sunset, instead synchronizing his biological clock with interstellar standard time, using precise standards as his measure. Each day, as the environmental simulation system gradually transitioned the main control chamber's illumination from the deep blue of a simulated starry night to the soft milky hue of dawn, he would awaken naturally at the designated moment, as though a precise cosmic clock were embedded within him. He understood well that in such intense cognitive creation, maintaining a stable and regular physiological rhythm was the cornerstone for sustaining prolonged peak performance, far more crucial than sporadic bursts of inspiration. Upon rising, He did not immediately plunge into the vast ocean of data, but rather engaged in a morning awakening regimen that melded ancient meditative wisdom with cutting-edge neuroscience within the confines of his limited chamber space. His movements were slow and imbued with an intrinsic rhythm, as if he were drawing forth a force from an invisible energy field, aimed at activating the slightly stagnant neural networks resulting from the previous day's deep contemplation, aligning the frequencies of body and mind in preparation for a new cycle of creation. At times, he would access a segment of simulated natural environment audio through his smart wristband, perhaps the crashing waves of ancient Earth's oceans or the low rumble of a storm on a gaseous giant, to assist his thoughts in fully awakening from their slumber. He would calmly savor a synthetic concoction, meticulously calculated for nutritional and energetic balance, provided by a microreplicator. These sustenance options were devoid of any components that could disrupt mental clarity or induce lethargy, delivering only the purest and most effective fuel for both brain and body. The morning was an unwavering period for his architectural deep dive. At this juncture, his mental prowess resembled a starship's energy core, fully charged in silence throughout the night. In its most vigorous and keen state, he would typically activate the neural connection device to facilitate data exchange with the main control console at a heightened bandwidth. During this period, he immersed himself entirely in the most critical and intellectually demanding task, deducing the microenergy redistribution patterns of a nanoscale distributed energy buffering and release matrix under the initial shock of a transition. He deconstructed the paradoxes that may arise when high-dimensional energy propagates through extreme spacetime curvature. He envisioned a framework for an interactive protocol that satisfies federal security requirements while being comprehensible to resonators, whose thought patterns are grounded in quantum resonance. At this moment, his consciousness was highly focused, as if he had become one with the control console. All external distractions faded away, leaving only the direct dialogue between thought and data. Concept and physical law. Countless intricate concepts, formulas, and models collided, restructured, and evolved within his mind, achieving astonishing peaks of efficiency. In the afternoon, he transitioned into the module shaping phase. After several hours of intense contemplation in the morning, his exuberant mental energy began to temper. Yet his concentration remained steadfast as the skeletal framework of a starship. He then engaged in more tangible design work, relying on patience and precision. He transformed the abstract architectural concepts formed in the morning into precise, three-dimensional models, meticulously sculpting the topological structure of energy circuits with virtual tools to ensure compliance with physical laws and optimal efficiency. He refined the technical specification documents for each subsystem, ensuring that every interface was clearly defined. He drafted preliminary ethical proposals, attempting to encapsulate the understanding and respect for alien civilizations within rigorous legal and logical language. These tasks were akin to a starship engineer transforming blueprints into tangible components. They represented critical steps in actualizing ideas and dreams, necessitating patience akin to water eroding stone and precision to the millimeter. As evening approached, he designated this time as free exploration. He would consciously sever the deep neural connection to the control console, allowing his tightly wound thoughts to relax. In the tranquil design chamber, he floated gently in the microgravity environment, akin to an astronaut surveying his miniature universe. His gaze casually traversed the ever-evolving holographic designs all around him. Yet his thoughts no longer fixated on any specific technical node. This was not idleness, but a deliberate shift in thought patterns to a more relaxed, broader, and somewhat detached perspective, enabling him to reassess the cosmic voyager he had meticulously crafted. Often, in this semi-relaxed state, reminiscent of subconscious fermentation, systemic risks obscured by the complexities of the day or groundbreaking integration ideas connecting different modules would emerge like a supernova suddenly igniting in the dark cosmos, bringing forth enlightening revelations. Particularly, those intricate nodes entangled with cold technical logic and warm ethical considerations often yielded unexpected clarity during his stroll, uncovering the subtle pathways hidden behind contradictions. As night fell, he diligently enforced the system's silence directive. Regardless of how enticing the solution to a particular technical conundrum may be or how fervent a sudden spark of inspiration might ignite, he resolutely saves his progress and activates the system's rest protocol at the gentle reminder of his smart bracelet. In his perspective, Any form of overexertion through continuous work signifies an impending depletion of creativity and a notable decline in judgment, rendering it an inefficient and perilous choice. Akin to overloading the engines of a starship, maintaining the long-term stability, clarity, and health of the entire cognitive system is far more valuable than temporary, unsustainable bursts of effort, and it ensures the quality of the final outcome. In this rhythm, which harmoniously blends the precision of machinery with the essence of organic life, his design for the cosmic Voyager began to transcend traditional boundaries, radiating a unique and profound brilliance. He chose not to crudely circumvent or disregard the ethical dilemma surrounding the Resonator civilization. Instead, he creatively internalized the solution, intricately weaving it into every layer of the technological framework, endeavoring to allow technology itself to embody a moral reset. Drawing upon his profound understanding of space-time topology and quantum field theory, he audaciously re-optimized the energy core and the unique quantum harmonic field of Sector 23's simulation laws. Rather than merely evading or seizing, he devised a sophisticated algorithm for dynamic positioning and phase modulation. This algorithm enables the energy core to remain stably within a phase gap or resonance blind spot that minimizes interference with the local quantum field during the majority of the platform's routine operations. Akin to an elegant dancer, perpetually hovering at the edge of the dance floor, careful not to tread upon the cherished carpet. Only when the platform necessitates extreme maneuvers, engages in hyperspace jumps, or activates the highest-level weapon systems, requiring a significant energy peak, does the core undergo a brief, highly controllable deep coupling. This ingeniously transforms the potential impact on that fragile ecosystem from a continuous, irreversible oppression into intermittent, precisely predictable, and manageable energy tidal events, greatly exemplifying technological restraint and respect. In his design documentation, the detailed technical parameters and performance metrics merely constitute the foundation of this edifice. He devoted an almost equal, if not greater, length of discourse to constructing a forward-looking and operational framework for an interstellar civilization symbiosis agreement. He transcended conventional proposals by advocating for the extraction of a fixed percentage from the clearly quantifiable strategic benefits and economic value generated by the Cosmic Voyager platform throughout its service life, to be injected into a deep space civilization reciprocity fund, jointly overseen by representatives of the Federation, marginal star territories, and neutral scientific bodies. The primary aim of this fund extends far beyond merely providing material compensation to the Resonator civilization that surpasses the minimum standards set by the Interstellar Development Act. It aspires to support systematic documentation and research of their culture over several standard generations. Funding is allocated for a collaborative research project based on its unique principles of quantum resonance, involving federal scientists and scholars of resonance. This initiative aims to assist them in developing the capacity to withstand potential future disturbances, whether natural or man-made. He transforms a one-time, cold compensation transaction into an open, dynamic process designed to foster long-term coexistence, mutual understanding, and coevolution between two distinctly different civilizations. He boldly restructured the overall design of the platform, intentionally reserving standardized physical and data interfaces, as well as flexible redundant spaces beyond the core modules. He envisions an imaginative future upon the platform's official commissioning. A meticulously shielded area could be designated within it, or an independent unit named the Inter-Civilizational Communication and Observation Module could be integrated into the accompanying support fleet. This unit could serve as a compact ecological research chamber, simulating the native environment of the resonators for contact and study without disturbing their home planet. Alternatively, it might function as a joint observation station for scholars from the Federation and all friendly edge civilizations, utilizing the platform's unique position for astronomical or cosmological research. He even preliminarily conceived how to leverage the platform's powerful sensor array, far surpassing that of conventional vessels, to assist in mapping the Zeta 7 star region and its surroundings with greater precision and depth during non-combat duty periods. Additionally, a considerable amount of environmental monitoring data could be shared with qualified research institutions and even edge star domain communities following desensitization. He seeks to transform the seemingly unavoidable technological divide into a valuable platform for mutual exploration of the universe's mysteries and enhancing understanding. Moreover, He embedded an extremely complex set of high-priority conflict avoidance and emergency response algorithms into the foundational logic of the platform's central command and control system. The core judgment matrix of this algorithm not only considers tactical threats from hostile targets, but also strives to prevent direct or indirect conflicts with non-hostile intelligent civilizations to the greatest extent possible. It aims to minimize disturbances caused by military actions in sensitive star domain environments that possess unique ecological or cultural value, setting this objective as a high-priority criterion almost equal to the completion of core missions. This effort endeavors to strictly limit potential inter-civilizational friction risks from the source of decision-making, providing an unexpected protective barrier empowered by technological rationality for civilizations that appear vulnerable in the face of formidable interstellar political forces. On his holographic design, the intricate three-dimensional network composed of azure energy streams, silvery structural grids, and verdant information nodes seems imbued with a soul that transcends cold, hard technology. These elements not only adhere rigorously to the most stringent physical laws and engineering principles, but also begin to emanate a warm, delicate energy pulse reflective of interstellar humanitarian concern. Here, the precision of technology and the warmth of humanity are no longer contradictions, but rather a dual thread that nourishes and complements one another. In his hands, this cosmic Voyager energy core and driving matrix gradually transform from a mere pursuit of peak performance, an embodiment of absolute power as a war machine's essence, into a genuine interstellar civilization node, one that bears a heavy responsibility, seeks profound understanding, and endeavors to find that delicate balance between inevitable displays of power and indispensable wisdom. It is not only meant to traverse the starry seas, but also to comprehend how to safeguard the faint glimmers within them. This entire metamorphosis and elevation stem from an initial calm contemplation and strategic insight when faced with the vastness of existence, as well as from a mental star map, intricately drawn within, that not only guides technological direction, but also calibrates the trajectory of values. Lin Yi, with each standard day at the pinnacle of 1,000 stars, with every breath and decision, compellingly demonstrates that true pioneers and leaders derive their greatness not merely from the momentary bursts of inspiration that illuminate the darkness. Rather, their true strength lies in the ability to navigate extraordinarily complex systems, maintaining a steady rhythm and clear direction throughout a long and solitary journey of exploration. Merging the most advanced, sterile technologies with the deepest, warmest affections, thereby imbuing creations with a powerful resilience and a far-reaching vision. He is not merely designing a mechanized system. He is sketching the silhouette of a future federation that he aspires to witness. Chapter 184. Solitary Thoughts in the Star Domain within the Advanced Design Laboratory of the Northern Sun Division. Lin Yi was utterly engrossed in crafting the blueprint for her next-generation mecha energy core. Meanwhile, several other esteemed genius designers from the Yuehua group found themselves ensnared in this opulent yet cloistered research space, grappling with the same formidable design challenge, yet narrating entirely divergent tales on the stage of interstellar mecha development. In the Beikin Division, within the prestigious 304th Advanced Design Laboratory, Zhao Wangshu was orchestrating a design legend aptly titled Absolute Zero Logic. The temperature in his personal laboratory was meticulously maintained at a level most conducive to mechanical computations, and time seemed to stagnate under the weight of his profound focus. The air was suffused with a purified essence, filtered to perfection, while the only sound was the subtle hum of the quantum drawing pen gliding across the suspended light screen, rhythmically akin to the steady pulse of an interstellar engine. From the moment he received the project brief, his formidable logical intellect had plunged deep into the intricate mecha configuration database. As his keen eyes, sharp as deep space radar, swept over the insignia of the rice aroma colonies displayed on the screen, they stirred no emotional turbulence. To him, the dozens of families reliant on traditional agriculture for survival were not sentient beings with emotions, but rather a set of operational parameters requiring optimization and integration, a variable that influenced the overall efficiency of mecha deployment. His thought process was as cold and efficient as a surgical analysis. The optimal testing path for the mecha was immutable. He deemed a mere economic compensation scheme as inefficient. While the emotional value of the colonists could not be quantified, It could be transformed into a potential risk parameter for social stability, incorporated into the overall assessment. His ultimate resolution was to devise a long-term resource exchange protocol predicated on absolute legal contracts and third-party artificial intelligence monitoring, ensuring that compensatory materials were delivered precisely to each targeted individual. Furthermore, he calculated the turbulence probabilities stemming from potential cultural adaptation issues related to the relocation of the colonists, integrating these calculations into the structural safety redundancy of the mecha's base. With his internal plan firmly established, he harbored no doubt. The design lines of the mecha in the holographic projection spread and delineated with astonishing speed, each energy circuit meticulously crafted, cold, hard, and imbued with an overwhelming mechanical beauty. The resettlement plan for the colonists was as logically sound as a titanium alloy cage, with compensation calculations precise to every credit point, even preemptively arranging non-lethal directed energy channels and order-maintaining mechanisms for potential collective protests. His regimen was as strict as an interstellar atomic clock, activating systems at dawn and entering a state of dormancy at night. His laboratory was immaculately tidy, devoid of any personal traces, as if he were not living but executing a finely tuned program that had long been compiled. The mecha he designed stood as a chilling masterpiece of war, pursuing ultimate efficiency. Its internal structure was indomitable, yet it exuded an aura of unapproachable inhumanity. At the same moment in the Eastern Departure District's Division 98, within the confines of the Ecological Simulation Laboratory, Yun Yanin found herself enveloped by a profound epiphany regarding the fusion of humanity and technology, illuminated by the vast expanse of stars visible through the observation window. Although her laboratory was equally saturated with advanced technology, it was shrouded in an atmosphere of inescapable anxiety. The holographic images of the rice-scented colony transformed before her eyes into ethereal gases of ecological cycles, with the laughter of children playing in low gravity echoing faintly, and the rough hands of the elderly caressing hydroponic crops. Despite her privileged upbringing in a prominent family of the Federal Academy of Sciences, she was acutely aware of the hardships faced by the grassroots colonies, preventing her from viewing these colonists as mere adjustable figures, as Zhao Wanshu did. The thought of sacrificing these people's homes for the overarching benefits of the mecha testing program gnawed at her heart with excruciating pain. In the initial 2 weeks following the project's commencement, she found herself in a state of paralysis. Meals lost their flavor, sleep eluded her, and as she confronted the intricacies of the mecha's holographic schematics, the faces of unfamiliar colonists, forced from their homes, haunted her mind with expressions of despair. She repeatedly attempted to alter the energy extraction pathways of the mechas, striving to completely circumvent the colony, yet the energy flow diagrams became increasingly chaotic, and each result from the interstellar physics simulations coldly informed her of the futility of her efforts. Often, she would sit before the vast observation window, gazing into the profound starry expanse and the occasional cargo ship gliding by, tears silently streaming down her face. The ethical dilemma loomed over her like a colossal asteroid, constricting her breath. Consequently, her progress on the mecha design came to a near standstill. A turning point occurred one cold, starry night, in the standard interstellar time. The luminous glow of the nebula filtered through the specialized polarized observation window, softly illuminating her data-laden workstation. Once again engulfed by despair, unable to find a satisfactory solution, her gaze drifted toward the eternal stars. Suddenly, an idea illuminated her thoughts like a hyperspace communication. If complete avoidance of impact on the colonists was impossible, could there be more than mere material compensation? Could these colonists become part of the grand narrative of mecha development, rather than merely silent footnotes of forced relocation? The concept of participation unlocked her creativity like a key. She straightened abruptly from her contemplation, the spark of a designer reigniting in her eyes. Allow them to partake in the construction process, earning compensation and dignity through their labor. Grant them priority in maintenance, logistics, and even auxiliary operational roles once the mechas were completed and deployed, transforming them into guardians of the mechas rather than homeless wanderers. This notion of substituting participation for mere compensation, turning passive subjects into active participants, instantly unraveled the ethical knot within her heart. Although much time had already elapsed in the project, her spirit brimmed with unprecedented resolve and motivation. Her intelligent wristband lit up, rapidly accessing a new database. The design lines crafted by her pen have finally shed their hesitance, beginning to outline a mech configuration within the holographic projection that can both harness devastating power and sow seeds of symbiotic hope. Zhao Wangshu's laboratory is filled with various floating streams of blue data and holographic models of mech components. His intelligent wristband continuously flickers with a cold light, receiving and processing vast amounts of information from the central database of the Moonlight Group in real time. He inputs the ecological data, population structure, and economic models of the rice fragrance colony into his predictive model. The model's output clearly indicates that direct relocation is the most efficient solution with manageable long-term risks. He commences the design of a complex automated compensation distribution system, which will be directly linked to the personal identity chips and intelligent wristbands of the colonists. Compensation resources will be precisely delivered by unmanned transport drones, monitored by artificial intelligence to ensure the usage aligns with expectations. He even devises several contingency plans to address potential unrest, including non-lethal sonic dispersal devices and energy attenuation nets. His mech design itself is entirely focused on maximizing performance, with each joint and energy conduction line optimized for enhanced mobility, greater firepower, and prolonged endurance. Considerations for human comfort are relegated to the lowest priority, as the cockpit design resembles a slot prepared for machinery rather than a comfortable space for human pilots. He believes that absolute power and efficiency are fundamental for the mech's survival in the brutal interstellar warfare. In stark contrast, Yun Yanin adopts an entirely different design approach. She first utilizes the laboratory's advanced simulator to access the public life video data stream from the colony. She observes children frolicking in greenhouse farms, adults maintaining life support systems, and elders sharing ancient tales brought from their home planet. These images prevent her from viewing them merely as obstacles. She begins to delve into the skill composition and economic needs of the colony. She discovers that many colonists possess rich experience in mechanical maintenance and agricultural knowledge. A novel design concept begins to take shape in her mind. Why not integrate some non-core functions or support systems of the mech with the existing structures of the colony? She envisions constructing part of the mech's energy supply station near the colony to be operated and maintained by the colonists. She plans to make a simplified version of the mech training simulator available to the colony's youth, nurturing their future operational and maintenance skills. She even conceives of employing the colony's distinctive ecological paint on the mech's outer armor, serving both as a symbol of identity and providing a degree of environmental camouflage. Consequently, her mech design becomes more integrative, transforming from an isolated war machine into a complex system that fosters a symbiotic relationship with the local community. She adds detachable logistics modules to the mech, which can serve as energy stations or communication relays for the colony during peacetime. The design of the cockpit meticulously considers ergonomics, striving to ensure that the operator remains comfortable and efficient during prolonged tasks. Her intelligent wristband continuously records her novel inspirations and cross-references them with the Federal Sociological Database to validate the feasibility of her proposals. Zhao Wangshu has heard of Yun Yanin's potential emotional approach, yet he believes it would only introduce unnecessary variables and inefficiencies. He is steadfast in his conviction that his plan is logically impeccable and aligns most harmoniously with the overarching interests of the Yuehua Group and the Federation. He completed his design draft punctually and uploaded it to the central server, devoid of any superfluous explanations, presenting only cold data and flawless design schematics. In the final moments before the deadline, Yun Yanin completed her design. Her proposal not only encompassed the intricate blueprints of the mecha, but also included an extensive report elucidating the long-term plan for the mecha's collaborative development with the local community, detailing how this symbiotic relationship could enhance the mecha's sustained combat capabilities and public support in specific environments. She named her design Guardian, signifying that this mecha would serve not only as a tool of warfare, but also as a symbol of protection for the community. The works of the two brilliant designers were submitted to the senior executives of the Yuehua Group for evaluation. Zhao Wangshu's design garnered high praise from the technical department, with its efficiency and unparalleled performance parameters being nothing short of astonishing. Conversely, Yun Yanin's design sparked intense debate among the Social Ethics Committee and certain strategists. with its innovative integrative concept deemed to possess profound strategic potential. Ultimately, the decision-making authority rested with the project leader, who had to weigh the pure technical advantages against the complex social ramifications. Meanwhile, in distant star realms, a mysterious organization known as the Dark Tide was monitoring the Yuehua group's every move, exhibiting an unusual interest in these emerging mecha designs, particularly those involving novel social integration models. Zhao Wangshu remained unaware that, while his supremely rational design flawlessly sidestepped emotional pitfalls, it might also overlook the risks posed by organizations like Dark Tide that could exploit societal discontent. Yun Yanin, too, failed to recognize that her benevolent symbiotic design, despite its goodwill, could potentially become a vulnerability exploited by adversaries in times of conflict due to its intricate community associations. Lin Yi, at the North Sun District Branch, vaguely sensed the ripples caused by her two counterparts through her intelligent wristband, yet she remained focused on her own research into a concealed, nanoscale energy matrix inspired by star trajectory coordinators, leaving her with little time to spare. She quietly recorded these two starkly contrasting design philosophies as a reference for her future technological endeavors. On the vast stage of the Interstellar Federation, the ideological clash surrounding mecha design has only just begun. The outcome of this conflict may extend far beyond the realm of a mere mecha, influencing humanity's trajectory amidst the stars. Following the submission of his design, Zhao Wangshu immediately commenced calculations for the next phase, as if everything prior had merely constituted a completed task node. Yun Yanin gently caressed the smart bracelet on her wrist, gazing at the star map, contemplating the transformative impact that the day her sentinel would be fully operational would have on that celestial domain. Countless data streams traversed the network of Moonlight Corporation, where cold logic clashed with warm humanity upon the blueprints of mecha design, awaiting the test of history. The starry sea remained silent, yet a new tempest was silently brewing. Chapter 185, Solitary Reflections in the Star Domain. The emergence of Genius 2 in the farthest reaches of the West DUI district. Within the confines of the high-intensity testing facility number 550, Tuoba Hong found himself ensnared in a tumultuous oscillation between self-assurance and brutal awakening. During this month-long period of seclusion dedicated to research and development, he staged a drama replete with vigor and carelessness. His initial endeavors unfolded with the explosive fervor of a supernova. A mech of devastating power was precisely what he desired, and he approached the design process as though it were a bold assault on the limits of physics. The martial traditions from his home star domain and an aesthetic intuition for colossal architecture fueled the uninhibited flow of his preliminary designs. On the holographic design platform, a formidable silhouette of a giant mech took shape, with leg support structures as robust as the foundations of an interstellar fortress, and the overall configuration brimming with exaggerated curved armor plates and a palpable sense of strength. He could almost hear the roar of the engines as pilots from his star domain charged into battle within such a mech, filled with pride as the design progressed rapidly. Yet, the seeds of tragedy had long been sown. He was so enraptured by the sheer visual power of his creation that he entirely overlooked an auxiliary document tucked away in the project database regarding environments with high gravitational fluctuations. 2 weeks later, during a systematic review of environmental parameters, his previously confident gaze swept over the neglected annotation, and the smile on his face instantly froze. High gravitational fluctuation environment. He lunged towards the interstellar environmental simulation graphic, his fingers trembling as they traced the data stream of the designated deployment star domain. Cold sweat breaking out on his brow. If the gravitational field of this star domain were to enter its active phase in a few decades, or perhaps even in just over a decade, the alarm bells in his mind rang sharply. He envisioned the terrifying sight of the majestic giant mech succumbing to structural overload amidst violent gravitational tides, joints fracturing and ultimately warping grotesquely. A suppressed roar, mingled with fear and shame, escaped him as he slammed his fist onto the workbench forged from high-strength alloy, producing a resounding thud. In the days that followed, he resembled a beast trapped within an energy cage. He deleted countless painstakingly constructed mech component models, his eyes bloodshot as he immersed himself in recalibrating the gravitational adaptability calculations and structural reinforcement designs. He grew irritable and sleepless, sustained solely by the high-energy nutritional paste and stimulants incessantly supplied by the automated service units. The project timeline was violently yanked back, even regressing, as the advantages amassed through initial passion dissipated entirely. The price he paid for his arrogant disregard of fundamental parameters was a harrowing month and a half of frantic remediation. Meanwhile, in the Nanjun district, within the Precision Laboratory number 813, the prodigy Mo Hanjing bore an even heavier toll. The tale of the past month unfolded around him, steeped in the bitter essence of unparalleled focus and the neglect of his own limits. His technical insight remains formidable, almost instantaneously upon perusing the core requirements of the project. All technical challenges, material limitations, and even the ethical dilemmas surrounding the migration of colonial zones coalesce in his mind into a lucid multivariable model. He exhibits no emotional fluctuations, only a pure exhilaration derived from unraveling complex conundrums. His immersion and relentless dedication result in a cache of computed data overflowing virtual corners. While intricate energy flow equations are meticulously inscribed upon the laboratory's specially designed, polished memory walls using a holographic stylus, his design progresses at a breathtaking pace, featuring an exquisitely intricate internal structure with an outrageously high energy core output efficiency. Regarding ethical compensation schemes, he even formulates a quantifiable model of absolute fairness akin to a mathematical theorem, precise down to the flow of every single credit point. However, he entirely neglects the most vital biological unit, himself. The laboratory's temperature regulation system, accommodating the equipment, perpetually maintains a lower level, of which he remains blissfully unaware. Operating under prolonged mental strain, he mistakenly believes this to be the norm of efficient work. The customized nutritional meals delivered by the automated service units are frequently returned untouched. He resembles a finely tuned machine operating at full capacity, yet oblivious to the necessity of routine maintenance. Ultimately, after an intense stretch of work exceeding 10 days, this biological machine overheats and malfunctions. A sudden bout of neurogenic fever brings him to his knees, struggling to retain his last semblance of clarity. He trembles as he activates the emergency medical signal via his smart wristband. Medical robots swiftly deliver essential medication, and he drifts into a deep slumber within the recovery pod, the duration of which remains a mystery. Upon awakening, gazing at the simulated gentle starlit ceiling, the physically weakened Mo Hanjing realizes for the first time with striking clarity that the efficacy of his cognitive system is profoundly reliant on the health of his biological hardware. An acute illness has caused his previously leading design progress to fall behind the steadily advancing competitors. After recovering, he silently accepts this reality and begins mechanically adhering to the nutritional reminders of his smart wristband, enforcing mandatory rest. Though he remains taciturn, his design progress finally returns to a semblance of normalcy, albeit with a diminished sense of control that once characterized his every endeavor. A month's designated time frame quietly elapses within the thousands of independent laboratories scattered across various divisions, as thoughts, struggles, ecstasy, fear, and epiphanies unfold. Each individual, in their unique manner, constructs the mech that embodies future hopes, while simultaneously bridging their understanding of technological faith and comprehensive capability. When the final submission deadline arrives, what they present is not merely a design blueprint, but a reflection of their growth under extreme pressure. As all participants immerse themselves in the grand design of the Deep Space Sentinel mech, myriad other laboratories witness a spectrum of narratives. A tragicomedy where not everyone is destined to endure until the end. The month-long closed development serves as a comprehensive test of technical acumen, psychological resilience, physical preparedness, and even professional ethics. Not all brilliant engineers possess the calm discipline of Lin Yi or Zhao Wangshu, nor can everyone, like Yun Yanin, ultimately transcend ethical dilemmas. Moreover, few can emulate Tuoba Hong's ability to muster both physical and mental fortitude to rectify significant blunders. Some young prodigies might initially shine through solid foundations or fleeting inspiration in the early rounds, but when confronted with a super project like the Deep Space Sentinel, which necessitates interdisciplinary collaboration and profound ethical considerations, they ultimately find themselves outmatched. They toil diligently, sitting for countless days. Yet the holographic design platform remains blank or marred by incessant revisions and corrections. The overwhelming sense of defeat and intangible pressure devours their confidence like a black hole, leading to a mental breakdown, forcing them to submit withdrawal applications through their smart wristbands with hollow expressions and vacant gazes. As they are quietly escorted away by security robots, they scarcely dare to glance back at the costly equipment, their silhouettes steeped in boundless regret and self-doubt. Others among the contestants succumbed to their own weaknesses and oversights. Perhaps it was the immense pressure, or perhaps a pre-existing inclination towards indulgence. They developed a dependence on the exquisitely crafted gourmet meals delivered daily by the automated service units, even requesting functional beverages like simulated alcoholic drinks. The outcome was a cycle of binge eating, coupled with prolonged periods of inactivity in a low-gravity, simulated environment, leading to acute gastrointestinal dysfunction or metabolic disorders, necessitating an urgent call for medical assistance. The medical team promptly arrived to transport them to the branch medical center for treatment. Although their lives were largely unthreatened, their eligibility for the competition was, of course, forfeited. Even more bizarre was the case of an engineer from the fringe star domains, who, feeling hopeless about winning and fearing the inability to account to his sponsors upon returning, devised a misguided scheme. He attempted to bribe the maintenance robots, which visited daily for equipment inspections, with a rare mineral sample imbued with special energy that he had brought along. He erroneously believed that these robots were under real-time human surveillance, hoping to exchange it for a sliver of technical insight or other advantages. The result was a swift activation of the laboratory's intelligent security protocols, leading to his disqualification and expulsion from the Moonlight Group branch, rendering him a cautionary tale among his peers and casting a shadow over his home star domain. Most peculiar was the engineer hailing from the Asteroid Belt Industrial Alliance, skilled in heavy machinery, yet unfamiliar with advanced virtual reality technology. Overconfident in his ability to breach physical security locks, he was utterly oblivious to the immersive virtual reality barriers set up outside the laboratory to prevent technological espionage. In a moment of folly, he attempted to use tools to unlock the laboratory's airtight door in the dead of night, seeking to investigate the progress of a renowned designer next door. Upon stepping outside, I was instantly enveloped in a vividly realistic virtual illusion, rendering me directionless, akin to being ensnared in a logical deadlock. Aimlessly wandering the corridor until the anxiety of my mind reached a peak, triggering the system alarm. It wasn't until dawn that I was discovered and escorted away by a patrolling security robot, inevitably facing the fate of disqualification. Such minor unforeseen incidents occurred sporadically within the vast network of laboratories belonging to the Moonlight Group, akin to interference signals outside the primary data stream. While they did not disrupt the main proceedings of the competition, they nonetheless served to underscore the brutality and comprehensiveness of this final phase. The selection process scrutinized not only the most technically adept geniuses, but also those with the most resilient spirit, upright character, and well-rounded capabilities, future leaders in technology. Ultimately, as the month-long design cycle drew to a close, among the original 1,000 engineers who qualified for the competition, had, in various manners, bid farewell to this pinnacle contest prematurely. Their departures left only 996 individuals eligible for the final review stage. The perseverance of these remaining engineers became all the more precious, intensifying the atmosphere of gravity and suspense in the final design defense held in the central review hall of the Moonlight Group. The future of technology within the Interstellar Federation seemed poised to be shaped by this group of tempered young minds, who would collectively illustrate it with their wisdom and blueprints. Meanwhile, in the distant star realms, a mysterious organization known as the Underflow might also be observing everything through layers of data fog. After submitting his frantically salvaged design, Tuoba Hong exhaled a long-held breath, his face marked with a mixture of relief and trepidation. Mo Hanjing diligently scrutinized each data node of his final proposal. Despite having lost time due to illness, the core precision of his design remained the wellspring of his confidence. Lin Yi, stationed at the Beishuan District branch, faintly sensed these disturbances through a secure channel but merely adjusted the parameters of her smart bracelet, immersing herself even more intently in the final calibration of her restrained yet perilous nano-level energy matrix. The journey across the stars and seas has never been one of unbroken smooth sailing.